Chapter 1 The Adventures of Princess Thugway. Ergai lifted Hergazi towards Theski, vast and boundless, Aclierger blue, yet devoid oft Heverizun Manet spacecraft Shua Sakistumto. How colch thy illustrious sixth princess of the imperial court and Theogaf interstellar travel, have a fallen into such air modi ensele teplace. Where wear her fork knights? And what wash wearing? It bori striking grezomblincito theancient, waxia civilization attire she had seen in books. From thou sanso fi ir sego. Ways it called a kikshan grukin? Your Highness. A familiar yet panicked versichoet in her mind. V587. Ergo pouted. Her small face ched with dissatisfaction. Where have I brought this princess? Well, you see, there was a minor glitch in the main system, causing gay crossover and twist in the time as space tunnels. Wick subsequent lie altier der destination. V587 replied. It's don't betray ingin toff guilt. God knows how long it that pleaded with this vampired little princess before she agreed to assist it with its tasks. Only fourth the time space transmission tunnel to malfunction unexpectedly. Itway Seminor branch of T main system designated as 587, which weighs a new type of hard developed be the Interstellar Empire. It served as Heker for virtual worlds fairy tales, fables, novels. Alma and Tain be its order. Each subsystem was required to fulfill the task set by the main system to avoid being obliterated. This particular task involved locating individuals with diverse character traits, extracting their personality and appearance setata, and synthesizing Jiten of various worlds to maintain he balance of his virtual realm. In essence, the physical data of feral person from the interstellar G could utilize be countless fictional worlds, and the characters created would inherit the abilities, personalities, mannerisms, and appearance of the original data owners. Upon drawing a task, V587 was immediately assigned an SS-level challenge to find a character embodying the traits of willful, capricious, spoiled, yet not intelligent, the archetype of a kid female antagonist. After scouring the entire interstellar realm, it barely managed to find a suitable candidate. Why waste it merely barely? Because that the individual it found was in the 5 years old. So he choose her? In its moment of desperation, it happened to overhear a little girl's commanding voice, I Siernam Fushumong. Directed to tab off similar Juhanelt before ear, his gently's downcast, black hair obscuring his expression. Yes. The little girl wrinkled her dainty nose. What doest that mean? Sumanger forestalled grass before ye a grave, symbolizing death. Thebor replied flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Death? Thajirl tilted her chin slightly. I don't like death like sunshine. You shall be called Fushumong a synth the radiancy of light. Very well. V587 spirits lifted. What a headstrong and willful girl. She was sexic lithe person it sought. A sitterned out this goy proved to be correct. This little girl, Ashagru, continued interruptible, displaying gan unwaveringly willful, capricious, and spoiled demeanor perfect lining with the person of a kid female antagonist. After years of persuasion, the little princess finally begrudgingly agreed to have her to terracorded. During the years it spent by her side, V587 successfully completed their tasks as well, extracting the data of a night sand integrating them into a same fictional world. Not long ago, it received notice from quarters that the data of this world's little princess aid encounter reticus, causing fluctuations in the novel world. V587 ways instructed to take the princess yourself to headquarters for repairs. However, speak plainly. The princess' impatience was palpable. To precise, where Los V587 admitted, it's daunting it with guilt to sit that preemptive limited sound acquisition system. Lost. As expected, the little princess let out a startlet scream. V587 scanned her body, checking for injuries. All was well. If she didn't bandage hair wound soon they would heal. I am currently contacting the main system. Princess V587 emitted a crackling sound, gradually fitting into an ethereal whisper. I couldn't obtain the readings. Its voice vanished from her Gwiz mind. V587? V587? Ergo collected in despair, reluctantly accepting the reality that 587 had disappeared. Now she was left bewildered, unaware of why she had become here what their purpose was Struya predicament. Beneath the blazing sun or gisquatted on the ground, basking in thornthus Hekard led her knees, surveying her surroundings before letting go to resignetsai. Indeed, the entire royal family of the imperial capital, including the king, queen, crown prince, and princesses, belonged to Thgwe Giklin. The king's lineage was of pure breed alligator turtles, while the other dukes and princess were various turtle species, such as grass turtles and golden cohen turtles. As the most indolent member of the Longarouse alligator turtle clan, Ergai felt herself succumbing to drowsiness beneath the sun's rays. She was lethargic and disinclined to move, eyed Lyresting her chin on her hand. Suddenly, she spotted a nearby still selling antique bronze emir sand, with a spark of inspiration, lifted her skirt and dashed towards it. I am utterly speechless. What os the have a 4 fulls left? Isn't this themed off the lean? Qui is she so brazenly strolling down Test Street? What is this vase trying to accomplish? Where nearing the final PK? And she's gonna to admire herself in the mirror? When will the production team change? Is Ergio Yerfither Thadio pamper her so? A forset push will in lie lead to failure. Ergi pikidu pamiran gazed at the reflection. Thagirlin the mirror possessed its thinnest delicatious jade, a captivating visage, baby Fatun yielding, still radiant. She emitted a gasp of admiration. Wow. Then peak stallo nor arrange it beat the production team silent lie lamented. I understand her beautiful, but must it be so aggravated? Unexpectedly, the next mint, Ergua's voice, tinged with regret, reverberate in theirselful the viewer sent a live stream. Why am I still sigly? Despite the abundancy of viewers wo dislike it here in the bridge of comments, question marks flooded the screen, for the girls was soon deniably unblemished. Oh, you theoretically our own face sugly. Even her detractors fell silent. The interstellar noble princess Ergyre main blissful I unaware reeved hate hots off her detractor sent. He live a stream. She was still lamenting that their tight-leaved, he second ugliest in the interstellar realm seem done like to bashed. In the interstellar age beauty was defined bishop features, plump faces, smallies, flat noses, and large mouths, while his face frequently verdant. Healest oft universe's nucleus visits published with interstellar times. Coincidentally, theather forant healest were noniether than her 4 knights. And the ugliest ofal was the former general, renowned for his military achievements and currently the Royal Knight commander. However, duetto his contributions to the empire, huazane idol among the citizens, leading them to reluke his perceived ugliness, thus rendering Theodol filter inescapable. Children did not dish pisitir mothers for being ugly. They did not find the genera ugly either. Thus, it was only natural for Gato be demed, ugliest in the interstellar realm. As the saying goes, beauty associatus with beauteous the second ugliest in the interstellar realm. She was surrounded by those sequelae unappealing. It told Bilietta Ergi was not disheartened. Although she had grown accustomed to her attractiveness over the years, sometime Esha found herself envying her royal siblings, how are we robust and striking. These glyph face a mirror de own, yet she could no tat tainty handsomeness of her royal brothers and sisters. Meanwhile, on the other side, the anxious V587 was like Yan Antonia Panit still had noten format the princess to her current identity was hatoft entertainment industries were actress, they targetoft hemis critiques, possessing nothing of from her Luke Sandwheelth. Chapter 2, Fu Su Mang. You are audacious. Ergaway lifted the hem of her skirt, surveying her surroundings as this truly the legendary ancient civilization of Huaxia. She tapped her wrist, where no holographic interface materialized, and sighed. Indeed, this place is quite backward, lacking even a holographic device. In the age of interstellar travel, every legitimate citizen is implanted with a chip at birth, allowing them to summon a holographic interface by merely tapping their wrist, which contains their unique identity information. Impossible to forge, impossible to breach. Casually glancing up, she noticed a small hovering object with wings nestled among the branches. It was cleverly concealed, almost indistinguishable at first glance. Intrigued, Ergaway had only ever seen such archaic drones in textbooks. She tilted her head and waved at it, beckoning it to come closer. Drone operator. After several calls, the operator remained watchful and unmoved. Growing impatient, Ergaway glanced around to ensure she was alone, then lifted her cumbersome skirt and tied it in a knot, revealing her delicate, fair ankle. After confirming the absence of onlookers, she noticed that the previously present NPC had wandered off. In the astonished gaze of the live stream audience, the pampered darling of the entertainment industry, known as the delicate flower, began to climb the tree with surprising agility, as if that were not enough. She grasped the drone and leapt from a 2-meter-high branch. The viewers in the live stream were left in a state of dizzy disbelief. Her memory was exceptional, and her academic performance stellar. For her mother had advised her, if one is not aesthetically pleasing, one must read more. She had always heeded her mother's words, this one being no exception, thus diligently immersed in her studies while her royal siblings indulged in play and feasting. Ergaway understood that her physique and appearance paled in comparison to her brother and sister. Before them, she felt like a fragile quail, easily crushed without much effort, and her strength was a source of shame for the entire royal family. In the interstellar era, the denizens of undeveloped planets, lacking special abilities and mental fortitude, took pride in their brute strength as it was their means of survival. The royal family, however, upheld a different ideology, one that revered a hierarchy of strength. those of royal lineage were inherently meant to be protected, while only the unrefined commoners required physical prowess. Thus, members of the royal family, along with the upper echelons of the federation and the nobility, esteemed fragility. The more delicate one appeared, the more esteemed they were. Unluckily, the sixth princess, born into royalty, had inexplicably developed immense powers from birth. The queen, in a state of alarm, instilled in her daughter, who was both frail in stature and appearance compared to her robust siblings, a survival mantra: feign weakness the more convincingly, the better. Consequently, Uruguay frequently fell ill, missing classes, often sequestered in her palace, boredom gnawing at her as she read and engaged with her knights in mock combat to expend her boundless energy. The rumors of the frail princess spread, and many lamented. Despite her lack of beauty and subpar physique, her weakness was equated with nobility. With the drone in hand, she examined each component meticulously. Although devoid of a holographic interface, her remarkable memory allowed her to recall the specifications of each part the moment she laid eyes on it. The young princess pouted, muttering such primitive components to the audience. Her youthful visage appeared almost comically close to the camera. Every detail of her delicate features was vividly apparent, unmarred save for a hint of natural blush. She gazed intently, her eyes sparkling as if they contained only the viewer and the stars, the celestial bodies embellishing her gaze, making the viewer feel like the most significant person in her universe. What does this woman intend to do? Is she trying to dazzle me into a stupor? Do I seem like the type to be swayed by mere appearances? One day, at most one day, I will not curse you again. If she weren't so willful, she might actually be quite charming. You all are so pathetic. Getting dizzy over the young lady's face. The young lady truly is my white moonlight. Disgust. I roll. She moves so gracefully, yet pretends to be a delicate little rabbit in front of us? The drone operator in the control room was struck by her dazzling beauty, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. The title young lady was a derogatory term coined by Uruguay's detractors, mocking her for sailing smoothly through the entertainment industry, implying she had powerful connections behind her. Tiring of the spectacle, Uruguay released the drone. As she turned away, she collided with a solid wall of flesh, causing her to stumble back and fall to the ground, her tender hand grazed by the rough stones, leaving a crimson mark. Tears welled up in her delicate eyes as she looked up to see who had knocked her down. However, the mist of tears obscured her vision, and despite her attempts to wipe them away, they flowed uncontrollably, fueling her irritation. Fu Su Mang looked down from his lofty vantage point at the sobbing girl on the ground, his gaze cold and piercing, the lack of warmth in his eyes amplified by the frameless glasses perched on his nose, enhancing his air of danger, clad in a striking white knight's attire. He was tall and slender, his features exquisitely refined, yet devoid of any gentleness, evoking a desire to pluck this exquisite flower from its lofty perch, to be the sole focus of his attention. Observing the girl weep on the ground, Fu Su Mang exhibited no inclination to assist her. After a prolonged bout of sobbing, the princess realized he had no intention of offering help, and her tears gradually subsided. She wiped her eyes and focused intently on his face. Upon seeing him, her fury ignited, and she sprang to her feet, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Fu Su Mang. Fu Su Mang, how dare you? You dare to ignore this princess? How absurd! It was clearly her clumsiness, yet she has the audacity to cry. Ha, her acting is atrocious. Is she genuinely lost in her role or truly believes she is a princess? So infuriating. How dare she touch my husband? Clearly, he is my husband. Fu Su Mang wore an inscrutable expression. The previously dismissive glimmer in his eyes was momentarily replaced by confusion, a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. The glint of darkness flickering in his gaze as he regarded the girl before him. He had grown weary of this foolish girl's antics. Were it not for her, he would have resolved her presence in the entertainment industry long ago. Back when she first entered it. Chapter 3. She is a clever little egg. Fu Su Mang. Fu Su Mang, Uruguay huffed, puffing up her cheeks as the man before her remained unmoving, not intimidated by his stern demeanor. She stood on tiptoe, waving her hand before his eyes. Fu Su Mang seized her flailing wrist, pushing her back forcefully, his voice stern. What are you doing? Uruguay stumbled several steps back, staring at the familiar yet unyielding knight before her. Disbelief washing over her features. You actually pushed me. My mother has never pushed me. His familiar obstinacy and lack of reason momentarily halted Fu Su Mang's movements, and the next instant, he lowered his gaze, the curve of his lips deepening as he masked his self-deprecation. What was he thinking? After waiting for over a decade, how could she appear at this moment? You are finished. Uruguay rolled up her sleeves. Charging at him like a small cannonball, her interstellar abilities had manifested as immense strength, and due to data interference, she was naturally powerful. Fu Sumang found himself involuntarily retreating, sidestepping her attack, causing Erguwei to lose her balance and fall forward. Instinctively, she shielded her face, thinking, "This is disastrous, that I'm already unattractive. I can't afford to mar my appearance further." Erguwei simmered with frustration. "Your Highness." The little princess was in a foul mood, her tone sharp. "What nonsense is this task?" "I refuse to comply." Annoyed, she muttered, "I'm so wicked. I'm the most wicked woman. Have you completed the task? V587 system? Thank you for taking the time to be dismissive amidst your busyness." Wait, the V587 system refused to give up on encouraging the little princess. "Let me show you the actions of the original female antagonist. She insulted her sister, berated her, and targeted her at every turn, treating her with disdain, even pushing her. Do you think such behavior is acceptable? Isn't it wicked?" The little princess pondered, her brows furrowing tightly. "Does the original antagonist truly dislike me?" "Very much so." "Why does she dislike me?" "Because the V587 system considered the original storyline. The original antagonist believes her sister has taken her family away from her. If someone were to take my parents from me," the little princess declared indignantly, "I would certainly scold her loudly." V587 system. "All right, the willful princess remains as she is. Yes, you should act and speak according to your heart to complete the task." It sighed in resignation. Unexpectedly, the little princess pouted. "I refuse. I do not dislike the female protagonist of V587. "Why not?" the little princess asserted. "These family members are not my family. If she takes them, so be it. It has nothing to do with me." After a moment of thought, she continued to grumble, "It's not my concern anyway. It's just a bunch of data." Shaking her head, Erguwei expelled the chaotic thoughts from her mind. "Isn't it just about doing something bad? I'm clever enough to manipulate this data." "Great." The little princess lifted her skirt, wiped the tears from her cheeks, and strode purposefully in a certain direction, albeit uncertain of her destination. "What a despicable fellow. I shall never acknowledge him again," Erguwei declared with righteous indignation. As for the theme of this episode, it revolves around the collision of different dimensions. The dimensional barrier has shattered, causing various characters from disparate realms to tumble into the Tang dynasty, including knightly princesses from Western fantasies, two-dimensional cosplayers, and figures from ancient Chinese history. Moreover, while undertaking tasks, one must remain vigilant against the pursuit of the cloaked figures. Cloaked figures? Erguwei, somewhat dazed, pointed at a tall man in a suit running toward her and weakly inquired, "Is it him?" V587 inadvertently glanced forward and spotted a cloaked figure rushing towards Erguwei, causing it to feel a surge of terror, emitting a sharp electric sound. "Run, run! If we get caught, we will lose." Erguwei, exasperated by the commotion, pondered while touching a nearby large tree. Her mother had always said that one must maintain elegance in front of outsiders and should not reveal one's immense strength, lest the royal family's dignity be compromised. However, since no one was watching now, it should be fine, right? The cloaked figure had already approached Erguwei, and she remained motionless. To the spectators, the young woman standing beneath the tree in her opulent Tang attire appeared utterly petrified. The barrage of comments intensified. "Damn! This idiot is truly driving me to my wits' end. No way! Is there still someone clinging to hope for the outcome of this competition? What bad luck! And they left behind these 5 fools. Isn't it because they always hide and wait for others to complete tasks that they can survive? Where's their gaming spirit? What is she doing touching the tree? Is she planning to climb it? Don't be delusional. Damn! What the hell? What on earth?" The comments took a sharp turn, inundated with question marks. Erguwei glanced around, clenched her fists as if making a resolution, and with both hands gripping the tree trunk, donned her cumbersome yet beautiful Tang attire, leaped up the tree. The proficiency with which she climbed left little doubt of her ancestry being of monkey lineage. Cloaked figure. Chapter 4, Birdfolk. "We mean you no harm." The cloaked figure lost its target and resumed its patrol around the area. Erguwei breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly lock eyes with a pair of pitch-black ones. Rather than being intimidated, the owner of those eyes was caught off guard by her presence, instinctively recoiling and neglecting that they were perched on a narrow branch, resulting in a fall. Erguwei instinctively grasped the person's wrist. The patrolling cloaked figure noticed someone hanging from the tree and felt a jolt of alarm. What now? Is this considered spotting a target? Should he pursue? Erguwei took a few seconds to react and, with a slight exertion, pulled the person up. Once on the branch, the individual displayed no fear. Instead, upon seeing Erguwei's face, their eyes brightened. "Princess Gay." Erguwei, recognizing an old acquaintance, responded with excitement. Xiaobai was similarly clad in player attire. While Erguwei wore a tang dress, Fusumang donned a knight's suit, and Xiaobai appeared to be in a cosplay outfit reminiscent of anime. He was adorned in a flowing white robe, draped with transparent gauze, complete with fluffy faux beast ears, standing tall and slender, with exquisite features, like a young wolffolk who had just transformed into human form, unaware of the world. This very face was one of the 5 most notorious in the galaxy for its peculiarity. Only they could be so uniquely unattractive. He was one of Erguwei's 4 knights, a transformed beast with shape-shifting abilities, a mutated little white wolf. Besides him, her other 3 knights included a mutated husky, a purple emperor butterfly, and a brown wolf. In the interstellar era, humans and beasts coexisted harmoniously, with shapeshifted beastfolk enjoying equal rights alongside interstellar citizens under royal governance. Even those who had not yet transformed possessed the ability to speak. Like ordinary citizens, they were protected by a comprehensive legal framework safeguarding their rights. Xiaobai's registered name in the interstellar archives was not Xiaobai, but Yunzhou, with an exceedingly kitsch surname. It was said that this surname was inspired by a character from a holographic novel titled The Sweetheart in the Overbearing Captain's Arms, which the little princess had read the day before. She had even contemplated adopting the surname D for herself, but alas, according to interstellar law, altering one's family name could result in a 10-year imprisonment, thus she abandoned the idea. Coincidentally, she was scheduled to register information for the little animal she had collected the following day. So she reluctantly relinquished her cherished surname for the sake of her poor little companions. Yunzhou lowered his voice, his ears twitching. Your Highness, where are we? V587, is this what I taught you? Yunzhou, seemingly understanding, nodded. We're up to no good, right? Although he was puzzled, he knew to heed the princess's words. So what shall we do now? Yunzhou gazed at Erguwei with wide, innocent eyes. That was indeed a good question. The fortunate part was that she didn't know either. Erguwei blinked her big, innocent eyes, meeting his gaze. Yunzhou, Erguwei. And after a long pause, Yunzhou finally spoke. Shall we ask a member of the birdfolk? Erguwei deemed this a feasible idea, scanning the surroundings until her gaze landed on a small creature moving on the ground. What about that one? Yunzhou and Erguwei stared at the little creature for a moment, then exchanged glances, both reflecting shock. The Xiaoye. With the rapid advancement of various biological technologies in the interstellar realm, many species from ancient Earth had gone extinct, leaving countless scientists lamenting their inability to obtain the genetic sequences of these ancient organisms. The Xiaoye bird was one such extinct species, and to think that they would encounter a creature that countless scientists and interstellar citizens had never seen. The implications for the revival of ancient species research were monumental. Yunzhou nodded at Erguwei, lightly leaping to the ground, his footsteps nearly inaudible, not even startling the Xiaoye, which was pecking at food nearby. Erguwei, too, delicately landed beside Yunzhou from several meters up in the tree, gracefully descending. Are they filming a drama? This is too fake. Is the production team trying to force a flop? Did they even rig them with wires? Wait, how come I can't see any wires on them? So, are you implying that they jumped down from the tree by themselves? Haha, 2 unlucky beings have gathered, doubling the misfortune. Soon the props master's confused voice echoed. What's wrong, director? What's going on? What's wrong? Did you secretly rig wires for Erguwei and the others? Don't you know that's dangerous and full of loopholes? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? The props master, bewildered by the unexpected reprimand from the director, asked. Wires? What wires? The director, astonished, exclaimed. You didn't rig wires for Erguwei. The props master replied, no. Then they. As the director spoke, his voice dwindled, and he fell silent upon witnessing the scene displayed on the monitor. Yunzhou gradually approached a small bird, even minimizing his breathing, his footsteps almost imperceptible. He reached out to touch the bird, which, startled by the approaching hand, flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. Yunzhou wrinkled his nose. As a beastfolk, his sensitivity to animals was innate. With quick reflexes, he lightly leaped and captured the bird. We won't harm you. Dora. Little bird? Director? Comments? Staff? Chapter 5. The exceedingly beautiful Zhu Beiji mask. Isn't that just a sparrow? What's with the name Xiaoye? I thought I was seeing an ancient divine beast. Catching a bird with bare hands. Can I really witness this for free in reality? Help! How can they say such embarrassing lines with a straight face? I'm cringing for them. The two seemed oblivious to the concept of shame, continuing to murmur to the little sparrow. Erguwei, birdfolk, I, Princess of the Empire, 6th Princess of the Imperial Capital, Represent the entire royal family to request whether you would be willing to provide feathers and blood for our research? There will be substantial compensation afterwards, Sparrow. Yunzhou indignant. Even if you are an ancient creature, you cannot disregard our princess. Erguwei patted his shoulder, offering comfort, for even though the creature was an ancient being, it was only natural for it to be a bit proud. She had a measure of tolerance. Let it down. Let us converse as equals. Thus the onlookers watched as Yunzhou nodded gently, placing the sparrow on the ground, then removing the delicate gauze covering, laying it down for Erguwei to sit upon while he sat directly on the scorching ground. The most astonishing part was that the sparrow not only did not fly away immediately but instead hopped a few times before coming to a halt right in front of Erguwei and Yunzhou. It had stopped. It was motionless. Erguwei seized the moment to initiate diplomatic dialogue, cutting straight to the point. Do you know what we are doing? Sparrow chirp 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 chirp. Erguwei, seemingly deep in thought, nodded in contemplation. So what shall we do? Sparrow chirp 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 chirp. Erguwei, suddenly enlightened, responded with a profound "oh," then inquired, have you seen anyone else nearby? Sparrow chirp chirp. Erguwei nodded appreciatively, expressing, thank you, you may leave now, as if understanding her words. The little sparrow flapped its wings a few times before taking flight. After watching the sparrow depart, Erguwei turned to Yuanzhou. Did you understand? Of course not, she retorted. She is not of the beast clan. How could she comprehend the incessant chirping of that sparrow? It seems this backward planet is not only antiquated in its environment and technology but also in its beasts, who, astonishingly, cannot articulate human speech. Yunzhou nodded and recounted the sparrow's words verbatim. It expressed ignorance, it knew nothing at all. Erguwei. It doesn't know why it chirps so much. Are these two jesting? What am I truly expecting? It's hilarious, their performance is so convincing. Why can't they act so well in a play? Are they trying to make a mockery of me? With no options left, the two could only venture elsewhere in hopes of better fortune. Yunzhou gracefully rose, brushed off the dust from his hands, and extended his hand to assist the still-seated Erguwei. She placed her hand in his palm, and with a gentle tug, he helped her to her feet. He then picked up the layer of outer gauze that had served as a cushion, shook it a few times, and casually draped it over himself before jogging a few steps ahead to follow Erguwei. The two proceeded forward together. Along the way, NPCs moved about, and they were fortunate enough not to encounter any cloaked figures on the bustling streets. The sights before her were ones Erguwei had only glimpsed a few times within the holographic chamber. Yet, the beauty observed with the naked eye often struck more profoundly than that experienced in holograms. Erguwei was transfixed by a myriad of veils and masks at a stall, each style more exquisite than the last. Her eyes and feet frozen in place. Yunzhou, accustomed to her fascination, stepped forward and whispered to Erguwei, Your Highness, would you like to take a closer look? V587. Please don't speak so bluntly about mischief. Yunzhou, akin to a concerned grandmother sympathizing with a child struggling with homework, gently coaxed, It's perfectly fine. We can look first and attend to our tasks later. Upon hearing this, Erguwei's ears perked up, and her wavering resolve grew even more uncertain. Well, all right then, but it was not her lack of enthusiasm for the task at hand. It was Yunzhou who claimed it wasn't too late. What mischief? Haven't we done enough already? Though I am not fond of her. I assume she refers to the player's persona? Her identity is that of a spy princess from an enemy nation. I am truly exasperated with these two troublesome individuals. Are we really just going to resign ourselves and lie flat? The three from the adjacent team have also begun to slack off. The blue team is doomed. Yunzhou led Erguwei to the mask stall, where she gazed in awe at the dazzling array of masks, inhaling sharply at the sight of so many she had only encountered in ancient texts. The NPC vendor smiled at them. Hello, ladies, are you interested in any masks? Erguwei hesitated, glancing around at the masks, longing for each one. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a particular mask, her eyes widening in astonishment, stammering her admiration. It is so beautiful. The vendor chuckled at her exaggerated display, following her pointing finger, only to find his smile falter. Goodness! Wasn't that merely a Zhubeiji mask? Moreover, this mask portrayed Zhubeiji in an even more grotesque and lifelike manner than depicted in films, with a coarse layer of bristles adorning its perimeter, and the mask itself riddled with dark creases and folds, as if every wrinkle concealed dirt and grime, giving it a disheveled and repulsive appearance. The sharp tusks alarmingly realistic to first glance. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a wild boar. Observing the young girl's ecstatic reaction reminded the vendor of his 6-year-old princess at home, and he smiled more warmly, casually handing her the Zhubeiji mask. Here you go. Erguwei instinctively reached out with both hands to accept the mask. her eyes sparkling as if adorned with stars, incredulously exclaiming, You're giving this to me? How could he part with such a stunning item? She almost forgot her mission. She knew that something so beautiful could not be so easily given to her. If she possessed such a lovely item, she would never part with it. Meanwhile, Uruguay felt a brief vibration in her arm. She opened her satchel and retrieved a phone from within, curiously examining the device. She recalled her intrigue from when she first encountered it in interstellar literature, wondering how people of the past managed to create such an antiquated system capable of communication and video. Once her mischief was accomplished, she would certainly take it apart to explore. Holding the elongated rectangular phone, she inadvertently pressed something, causing the screen to light up, revealing her own picture as the lock screen. Tentatively, she swiped up, successfully unlocking it. The home screen displayed only a few applications, with a small red on the message icon. Upon opening it, she discovered that the earlier vibration indicated a new message had been received. Scrolling back through previous notifications, they all reported eliminations of contestants. Yoonjo noticed the yearning in the princess's eyes and nodded, recognizing her fondness for collecting beautiful items. That mask was indeed a rare find. He would surely procure it for her vendor. Rare beauty? A once-in-a-century find? Exquisite? Chapter 6. Leave it to her. She will surely mess it up. Cloaked figures patrolled a bustling street, searching for guests clad distinctly from other NPCs. Some of these cloaked individuals were trained athletes, while others were retired sportsmen. According to the game's rules, any guests within their line of sight would be pursued relentlessly until they managed to escape their gaze, thus achieving successful evasion. Today your white team finds itself in quite a predicament, having lost several key players consecutively, Li Fengshui remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, our blue team still boasts 10 members. This time we must secure the championship. Beside her, a slightly portly middle-aged man laughed heartily, adding to the banter without being off-putting, instead providing a comedic effect. Li Fengshui, a comedian with over 20 years of experience, possessed high emotional intelligence and was well liked by audiences of all ages, who would gladly watch her performances in dramas, skits, or variety shows. Shun Tang, her longtime comedic partner from numerous variety shows, chimed in. Bai Yi sheepishly scratched his head, a somewhat naive smile gracing his face. I was just about to complete a task when I unexpectedly ran into a cloaked figure, leaving me no chance to escape. The cloaked figures moved with incredible speed and stealth, appearing suddenly from behind or around corners. It was astonishing that the game had barely begun when 5 team members were eliminated in quick succession, and the remaining 5 capable players followed suit, leaving only as they contemplated the fate of those 5. The expressions of other eliminated contestants turned somewhat peculiar, even curious. Just as their curiosity piqued, a small head unexpectedly popped out from beside a glass structure, sneaking a glance around. Shun Tang, raising a bottle of mineral water sponsored by a brand, lowered his gaze and was taken aback to see a furry little head, causing him to choke slightly on the water. Uruguay, what are you doing? Appearing so brazenly on the street? Don't you know there are cloaked figures patrolling here? Uruguay, somewhat clumsily, fished her phone from her satchel, attempting to locate Yoonjo's contact. Unlocking the phone, she was greeted by a photo of herself as the wallpaper. Uncertain about what she had pressed to see the application icons, her phone now displayed nothing but the time, day, and date. Undeterred, Uruguay continued to tap rapidly on the device. What a clunky thing this is. Back in the interstellar realm, my light brain could connect with Yoonjo at a mere thought. Even projecting his virtual image before me. Observing Uruguay's actions, Shun Tang mused, has Uruguay adopted a foolish persona? Her marketing team must be quite dim. Don't they realize audiences no longer appreciate such seemingly naive yet utterly foolish characters? Unable to restrain himself, he offered a suggestion, swipe up. In truth, he aimed to remind her to maintain her character without overdoing it. Tentatively, Uruguay swiped her finger upward, and the phone emitted a click as it unlocked. Revealing the home screen. After all, she was the esteemed 6th princess of the Imperial Star. How could she display such naivety in front of the commoners of this nameless planet? She nodded graciously to him. Politeness evident in her voice. Thank you. Shun Tang, taken aback by her unexpected courtesy, responded, You're welcome. Uruguay accessed her contacts, successfully locating Yoonjo among the 29 entries, and dialed his number. Beep beep beep. Yoonjo was preoccupied with something and it took a while for the call to connect. Shun Tang kindly reminded her, sending a message will emit a sound, and if the cloaked figures hear it, they will trace it back to its source and expose your teammate's location. Uruguay, contemplating his words, nodded politely in acknowledgement. Thank you, I understand. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, the call unexpectedly connected. and a somewhat excited voice rang out from the other end, "Princess, where have you been?" Uruguay looked around in confusion. Making an effort to describe her surroundings, she found herself in a small house seemingly constructed from some kind of transparent polymer compound, where there were several people, along with a kind-hearted uncle. Shuntang interjected, "I appreciate you referring to me as a kind-hearted uncle, but why do you hesitate so much when you mention them as people? Is it so hard to tell they are human?" At the mention of people, Uruguay tilted her head in puzzlement, as she could not discern whether they were beastmen like herself or humans, let alone distinguishing whether these individuals were indeed human or beastmen. The voice on the other end of the phone momentarily disrupted Uruguay's train of thought. Yunzhou suppressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Your Highness! I found Xiao Wu and the others." Uruguay was initially taken aback, but soon her eyes brightened in realization. "Really? Your Highness, we are currently at the entrance of the Qian residence. Can you find your way here? Do you need us to come and fetch you?" Uruguay confidently patted her chest and declared, "Leave it to me. I will definitely locate the Qian residence." After hanging up the phone, she observed that the area was a labyrinth of streets, with thoroughfares stretching in every direction. She stood still for a few seconds, then let out a deep sigh. Alas, Chapter 7. It was as if she had returned home with a little monkey, seeing the young girl's expression of excitement transform into one of despondency and confusion after ending the call. Shuntang couldn't help but feel curious. "What's wrong?" With a serious demeanor, Uruguay replied, "I don't know how to get to the Qian residence." Shuntang, puzzled, asked, "Isn't there a map on your phone?" "Map?" Uruguay suddenly realized. During her royal excursions, she had always let the light brain system automatically input the destination, and the spaceship would then guide her accordingly. She opened the map app on her phone, and a colorful map appeared before her eyes. At that moment, the map indicated she was situated in the lower right corner of the screen, while the Qian residence was located in the upper left corner. Uruguay furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the map, resembling an elderly man perusing a newspaper. Shuntang inquired, "What now?" Uruguay frowned, "I don't recognize this." Shuntang sighed deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness akin to teaching his elderly parents how to use a smartphone. This young girl didn't seem like much, yet she was quite adept at playing her role. Perhaps there were indeed individuals who fell for such a fate, like him. Tap the Start Navigation option at the bottom. An AI voice will guide you on the way. Following his instructions, Uruguay pressed the Start Navigation button, and a gentle female AI voice flowed from the phone. "Preparation to depart, total distance 3 kilometers, approximately 30 minutes of walking. Prepare to turn right to begin." Uruguay nodded in understanding, expressing her gratitude to Shuntang once more before bidding him farewell. She then decisively turned to the left. With remarkable agility, she smoothly adjusted her direction. Nodding politely at him as she passed, "Thank you." Shuntang exclaimed, "I should be thanking you." His sudden outburst startled those around, drawing their attention to him. Shuntang was known in their circle as a mild-mannered, good-natured person, never losing his composure in difficult situations. Why was he so irritable this time? A young girl walked past them, her head bowed as she focused on her phone, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. Not sparing them a glance. What is the current trend? Has the little princess abandoned her persona and embraced the foolish persona instead? This is hilarious. In this day and age, what young person can't read a map? It's as if our intellects are being rubbed against the ground along with hers. In front of the seniors, not even a greeting. Does she hold the seniors in such low regard? Others observed Uruguay's retreating figure, their expressions equally complex. While her appearance was pleasing, her character and emotional intelligence left much to be desired. Shuntang, feeling uneasy, called out to her retreating figure, "Remember to keep your eyes on the map. Your writing hand is on the right." With an air of grace and a hint of childishness, she clenched her right hand into a small fist and waved it at him. "I will remember." Not holding a clenched fist indicated the left hand, while the clenched fist represented the right. "Yes, that's how I'll remember it." "Shen Laosher, what's going on?" Li Fengshui teased. Shuntang sighed. "This little girl is quite troublesome." Li Fengshui raised her eyebrows in surprise. Having partnered with Shuntang for over a decade, she could tell that despite his complaints, there was an undeniable sense of helplessness and indulgence in his expression. Due to the presence of cameras, she refrained from probing further into her old partner's unusual demeanor. Suddenly, Bai exclaimed, "Watch out!" Shuntang's expression changed as he saw a figure in black rushing toward Uruguay from a blind spot. Shouting, "There are black-clad individuals in front, behind, and to the right. Quickly run to the left." Uruguay, startled by the shouts, loosened her tightly clenched fist, now confused about the direction. "Left? Which way is left?" Her steps were resolute as she dashed toward a certain direction. Shun Tang's warning lodged in his throat. That was the right. As Erguwei sprinted right, she came face to face with one of the black-clad individuals, who surged toward her at an alarming speed. Having already locked onto her with danger looming from both ends, even the guests witnessing the scene gasped in shock. Their breaths held as one black-clad figure approached her rapidly, reaching out to seize her. Erguwei instinctively spun away, her skirt billowing gracefully in the air as she deftly evaded the grasp of the assailant. Meanwhile, others rushing from both ends continued to close in, their speed suggesting an imminent collision. Erguwei swiftly burst out of the alley, re-emerging onto the bustling street, glancing left and right to see black-clad figures racing toward her. Though she was strong, running was not her forte. Even after just a few steps, she could feel the perspiration beginning to form. Frowning, she found the incessant beeping of V587 in her mind quite irritating. Surveying her surroundings, her gaze landed on a tree beside the glass house. Erguwei hesitated. As a princess, climbing a tree in public seemed rather undignified. After all, she still held on to her princessly dignity. 3 black-clad figures were swiftly closing in from the left, right, and rear, causing the guests inside the glass house to feel their hearts race. Bai shouted, "Don't just stand there, hurry, I'll go." He watched in astonishment as the girl swiftly knotted her skirt while running, revealing her fair ankles and slender calves, scaling the rough trunk like a little monkey. The speed was remarkable. The 3 black-clad figures converged beneath the tree, losing sight of their target and wandering around momentarily before splitting up to patrol again. Shan Tang let out a long breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead. That scared me to death. Once the 3 black-clad figures had moved far away, Shan Tang called up to the tree, "All right, they're gone. You can come down now." Before long, Erguwei gracefully leaped down from the tree. She glanced at her hands, tentatively extending her clenched right fist and shaking it. "Right?" Shan Tang nodded in resignation. "Yes." Erguwei's tea-colored eyes sparkled with excitement. Resembling a bear that had just discovered honey, a satisfied smile creeping onto her face. "I'm off." She reopened the map and proceeded in the direction indicated by the AI voice. The guests inside the glass house watched the unfolding scene. Rendered speechless, Li Feng Shui could hardly believe her eyes. Is this Erguwei? Bai, a swimmer by profession, instinctively looked down at his muscles and then at the tree, contemplating whether he could climb it as swiftly as she had. Clearly, he was not alone in this thought. He overheard 2 other guests, also known for their combat prowess, whispering, "If it were you, could you climb up that fast?" Bai. Chapter 8. Assistance from the Unlikely. With her left hand firmly gripping the phone and her right hand clenched into a fist, Erguwei diligently followed the map. She took several detours along the way, encountering numerous black-clad figures. "Your destination has been reached." As the AI voice concluded, it fell silent. Erguwei switched off her phone and looked up at the grand residence before her, the large characters on the plaque reading, "Qian Residence," wiping the sweat from her brow. She scanned her surroundings and muttered to herself, "Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a voice with a breathy tone called out, "Your Highness!" A boy's head emerged from a tree branch, waving at her with excitement. His eyes were strikingly clear. One was a misty blue filled with stars and the sea, while the other was a pale brown, so light that the underlying color could barely be perceived through the inky blackness of his pupils. He was one of her knights, Zi Jing, whose true form was a heterochromatic-eyed husky. Erguwei's gaze fell upon the 4 legs swinging from the tree branch, her eyes lighting up in realization. "Found you." Without a moment's hesitation, Erguwei climbed the tree with ease, devoid of any psychological burden. The staff promptly maneuvered a drone to follow her ascent. Erguwei ascended the tree, and upon looking up, she beheld her beloved little butterfly, whom she joyfully leapt towards. Xiao Wu. The essence of Wu Ji was a regal purple butterfly, her eyes a barely discernible pale lavender, adorned beneath her enchanting cat-like gaze with a small red beauty mark. Her long straight hair cascaded down like a waterfall, its hue deepening to a shade of violet. With arms outstretched, Wu Ji embraced the rushing Erguwei, surprised by her unexpected density, nearly toppling backwards. Yunju swiftly encircled her waist, stabilizing the 2 young maidens, gently admonishing Wu Ji to sit properly. Wu Ji, undeterred, feigned ignorance, tenderly caressing Erguwei's cheek and meticulously inspecting her body, only to discover 2 conspicuous abrasions on her knees. A chill swept across Wu Ji's expression, her eyes brimming with uncontainable anger and concern. Who did this? Her voice was heavy with fury. How dare anyone treat her precious Gigu princess this way? If she were to uncover the perpetrator, they would surely face her wrath. Speaking of the matter ignited Erguwei's ire. Who else could it be? That scoundrel Fusumeng. Fusumeng. The Knight Commander. Well, that's a relief. Yet, how could the Knight Commander, who could hardly bring himself to reprimand the little princess, ever inflict harm upon her. The fire in Wu Jia's eyes was doused as if splashed with cold water. Her agitation quelled at the thought of that man who wore the most beguiling smile while uttering the harshest words. To become a knight for the princess, one must endure the rigorous training imposed by the knight commander, Fu Sumang, a man known for his mercilessness. Daily, they faced physical and mental training, deprived of any weaponry, be it firearms or melee arms, forced to confront mutated star beasts with nothing but their bare hands, training until their bodies were weak, slipping into slumber the moment their heads touched the bed. His specialty lay in conjuring a captivating smile, followed by the command for them to run 10 laps and complete 500 push-ups. But she is merely a little butterfly. Other knights had scoured ancient texts, bestowing upon him the nickname. What was it again? Oh, Fapapi boss. Zijing's voice carried a hint of excitement. Has the boss arrived? Unlike the knights under Fu Sumang, Zijing was a fervent admirer of him, dismissing the words of his 3 older siblings, solely heeding Fu Sumang's commands. Aside from Erguwei and Fu Sumang, no one could tame a frenzied husky. Erguwei reluctantly nodded. That heartless scoundrel. Seated at the edge, Qixiao's gaze fell upon Erguwei's knees, igniting a spark of resolve. Gigu princess, fear not. Give me 60 more years and I shall surely defeat the knight commander. Zijing protested. My boss would be 83 by then. Are you planning to bully an old man? Assaulting the elderly could land you in interstellar prison. Qixiao scorned him. You traitor. Fapapi is utterly despicable for treating our princess this way. Wu Ji gently touched the area around Erguwei's wounds, eliciting a sharp sting that made Erguwei gasp. Intrigued by Fu Sumang's nickname, she momentarily set aside her dramatic sighs. Fapapi? How amusing! Before Wu Ji could respond, Yunju interrupted with a clear cough. We're out of time. Let us proceed with our task. If this girl continued, they would surely divulge their secrets. The authoritative Yunju spoke, and Wu Ji, dissatisfied, merely pouted, refraining from further protest. The 5 of them leapt lightly, landing gracefully on the ground. The audience in the livestream had grown weary, even developing a notion that watching them climb trees seemed effortless. Was it possible that they too could climb trees? Silently shifting their gaze to the trees in my yard. It appears so simple. I feel I could do it too. Do not go, they must be using cheats. I'm just saying. Indeed, if I jumped down from here, it would be effortless. Erguwei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she felt clumsy, standing firmly with her hands on her hips, glaring down at her stumbling culprit. Upon noticing the stone at her feet, her expression softened. That green-brown hard object was not merely a stone, but a turtle, all limbs and head tucked into its shell, lazily basking in the sun. It was Erguwei's first encounter with a fellow creature in this foreign realm. As the saying goes, when hometown folk meet, tears well up. Though Erguwei would not burst into tears while embracing this turtle, she still displayed great patience towards her kin. Cautiously, she gathered her traditional attire around her, crouching to tap on its shell, tilting her chin up. Greetings, my dear subject, the turtle. Erguwei. Splendid. This is the first time a little turtle has ignored me. After a moment of stiffness in her expression, she managed to regain a gentle smile. Why do you not speak, my dear subject? The turtle. Erguwei. How rude, just like Fapapi. This audacious little turtle dared to shut her out. Well, it had successfully garnered her attention. Wu Ji stepped forward, comforting the irate princess. Your Highness, it must be enraptured by your beauty, too bashful to meet your gaze. As she spoke, Wu Ji exchanged glances with Yunju, who understood, and the group divided roles, one to appease the princess while the others confronted the turtle, attempting to mediate the tension. Yunju pointed at the turtle, berating, You ignorant creature, a mirror would do you no good. Zijing scolded, How dare you ignore Her Highness? Qixiao added, One ought to be proud, yet when given grace one should accept it. The turtle. What is wrong with these humans? Erguwei found herself unable to remain angry. Standing up to smooth her skirt, sighing, Fine, I, the princess, shall show leniency and not punish you for your insolence. Wu Ji and the others breathed a sigh of relief, chasing after Erguwei as she departed. The chat room was momentarily stifled by their overly dramatic performance. So many complaints. They truly dare to act and dare to join in. I must say they are quite suited for this campus Mary Sue script. The 5 prepared to stealthily enter the Qian residence through the front gate, only to be halted by 2 guards. Who are you? This is the Qian residence. Not just anyone can enter. Just anyone. Zijing, infuriated, was about to argue that their princess was far from just anyone when Wu Ji preempted him, her gaze sharp as a blade. Who do you dare to call just anyone? Yunju tugged her back, stepping forward to address the guards. How may we gain entry? The NPC guards, taken aback by Wu Jia's ominous demeanor, begrudgingly replied, "Our master is currently at Lord Wang's residence in the southern part of the city. You must possess his personal token to enter." The group exchanged glances, huddling together to discuss in hushed tones. "Southern part of the city? What is that?" "I know," Erguwei exclaimed, eagerly pulling out her phone to show her knights her newfound skill. She opened the map application, proudly pointing towards the direction of the southern part of the city. "This is the southern part. We are here." The knights responded with synchronized awe. Wu Ji frowned, "That's quite far." Qi Xiao nonchalantly gestured toward the 3 to 4 meter high wall. "We can just climb over." Previously, when Princess Erguwei led them out of the palace, neither the heightened walls nor the electric fences and iron spikes could deter their escapade. Just this low wall. It posed no challenge whatsoever. This suggestion received unanimous agreement. The director, observing from the shadows, scoffed, "Climb a wall? How absurd! Did they truly believe themselves to be capable of such feats?" Wait a moment. The director's pupils widened with realization. Chapter 9. The mysterious organization forbidden by law with fluid movements. In the blink of an eye, the white shadow had reached the other side of the wall. Qi Xiao crouched seamlessly, with Wu Ji supporting Erguwei, allowing her to step onto Qi Xiao's shoulder. Qi Xiao slowly rose, and Erguwei grasped the wall's edge, while Wu Ji stood behind her, shielding her flowing skirt to prevent any wardrobe malfunctions. Perched on the wall's edge, Erguwei prepared to leap down. Yunju outstretched his arms, ready to catch her without hesitation before Qi Xiao could fully rise. He felt a weight on his shoulder, as Wu Ji ascended the wall and leapt down. Clad in a medieval-style black Lolita dress, adorned with exquisite layers of lace, she moved with grace and agility. Qi Xiao and Zijing followed Yunju's lead, successfully scaling the wall. The director, staff, the 2 guards, the live stream audience. This seamless coordination and familiarity in their actions. If one were unaware of their status as performers, it would be hard not to suspect they were engaged in some illicit profession. The 5 successfully crossed the wall, concealing themselves behind the trees, cautiously observing the situation within the courtyard. Approximately 100 individuals clad in black circled a building, moving in a specific pattern, creating a densely packed throng that was quite unsettling. The director, grappling with the predicament, pondered, "If they do not seek Lord Qian for the token, can this game continue? Should we still proceed with issuing tasks? Why were they not adhering to their established workflow?" Director. Proceed with a resolute demeanor. He proclaimed that the red team was currently en route to the southern city, and they should soon secure the token. He then initiated a task, directing them to head west and eliminate the cloaked figures. Concurrently, all eliminated and non-eliminated contestants felt their wristbands vibrate simultaneously. Upon checking their devices, they discovered a new task notification. "Congratulations to the blue team for successfully infiltrating the Qian residence. The next mission is to proceed to the weapon shop in the west. Complete the task to acquire necessary items, eradicate the cloaked figures, and rescue the daughter of the stall owner trapped within the Qian estate." Who? Enter what? Apart from Erguwei and a few others, the guests from the red and blue teams could hardly believe the words on their screens congratulating the blue team for their success in entering the Qian residence. What team? The blue team. Those 5 insignificant players. What? West. Weapon shop. Task. Stall owner. The somewhat dim-witted Zijing struggled to comprehend the information presented. His small mind overwhelmed with confusion. "So they're sending us off again," Qi Xiao grumbled. Her face contorted in displeasure. "Can't we just settle it with a one-on-one?" "There are 2 possibilities for a one-on-one," Yunzhou calmly analyzed. "The first, we 5 would besiege their 100. The second," Zijing was curious. "The second?" Yunzhou replied leisurely. "The second is that their 100 would gang up on our 5. Zijing. Never mind," Qi Xiao said, exasperated. "I can take on 10 by myself." Wu Ji glanced at him lightly. "You're noble. But if you take on 10, that leaves 90 to gang up on us." Qi Xiao. "So what do you suggest?" Yunzhou turned to Erguwei. "Princess, do you have any advice?" Erguwei surveyed the layout of the residence and confidently directed, "Xiao Wu and Xiao Bai will draw away those 100, while I, along with Hong Hong and Hui Hui, will rescue the people." "Draw away? 100 people? Do they really think we're fools?" "Forget it, I've been slapped in the face too many times today to set any flags. I must get my hands on that sword. Do they truly believe we are simpletons? 2 people to distract 100. Yunzhou furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Xiao Wu can accompany Zijing to divert the cloaked figures while Qi Xia and I follow your lead. It was essential to have one clever individual alongside one less so. Otherwise, if the princess, Zijing and Qi Xia congregated, who knows what mischief might ensue." His apprehension regarding the trio stemmed from a prior incident where the princess, alongside Zijing and Qi Xia, wreaked havoc within the palace, nearly dismantling the royal chambers. Erguwei nodded in agreement. Wuji, with a hint of bravado in her smile, declared, "Leave it to me." She seized Zijing's hand, who was still in shock, and dashed out, boldly shouting at the patrolling 100 cloaked figures. "We're right here." Perhaps taken aback by such brazen provocation, the 100 cloaked figures paused, their attention fixated on the two bold individuals standing prominently at the entrance. Director? Audience? Staff? Cloaked figures? This was not the script the director had provided. "They're not pursuing?" Wuji mischievously stuck out her tongue, released Zijing's hand, and without a second thought sprinted away. "I'm off then." Zijing, startled, quickly reacted and followed her in haste. The first cloaked figure, caught in indecision, ultimately chose to chase after the two, while the others remained in place, continuing their patrol. Wuji noticed only one cloaked figure pursuing them, and together with Zijing they paused to wait for him. "You distract him for a bit while I draw the others," she instructed. A single cloaked figure could only fixate on one contestant, so Zijing leisurely dangled in front of him like a pet. With guards stationed at the entrance, Wuji could not enter and instead stood at the threshold, calling out from a distance, "I'm right here. Aren't you going to catch me?" Two guards exchanged glances. "This contestant is quite audacious," one remarked. The cloaked figure responded with silence. They were practically being taunted to the point of absurdity. How could they not pursue? The 5 cloaked figures closest to the entrance surged toward Wuji, who promptly turned and fled. Feeling slightly unfortunate to have only caught 5, she led the cloaked figures back to Zijing, who was still evading his pursuer in circles around the house. The cloaked figures had to maintain their personas, adhering to the rule of only locking onto contestants within their line of sight, thus shifting their focus to Zijing. Wuji continued her antics, successfully drawing 6 or 7 figures each time. Remarkable, while others walked dogs. They are leading cloaked figures. Is this truly the same fearsome set of cloaked figures that made contestants tremble in previous episodes? Where are their speeds? Has anyone noticed that Zijing has been running for 20 minutes, nearly exhausting the pursuers behind him? With such speed, it's a shame he isn't helping me with the 800-meter physical test. Wuji is exceptionally swift as well, and she's a girl, outrunning the cloaked figures without even breaking a sweat. What's wrong with being a girl? Can't girls be fast? Yunzhou glanced at the slow progress of the two. "Princess, should I and Qixia assist them? Can you manage alone?" Erguwei patted her chest. "Leave it to me." Good. Yunzhou felt reassured and charged out with Qixia. With their assistance, more and more cloaked figures were drawn away. Zijing continued his dog-walking routine, now with an increasingly lengthy line trailing behind him. Erguwei cautiously peeked around, confirming the area was clear before hastily darting into the inner room. The director in front of the monitors was utterly flabbergasted. The cloaked figures he had hired were being completely outplayed. Chapter 10. Just tossing around father for fun. The actress playing the stall owner's daughter, Xiaofeng, sensed some commotion outside, followed by an eerie silence, which piqued her curiosity. She opened the window to gaze outside. Strangely, every single cloaked figure that had previously patrolled the courtyard was now absent. Had the contestants already obtained the task items and eliminated the cloaked figures? Just as she contemplated stepping outside to investigate, a fuzzy head suddenly leaped up from below the window sill. The window was quite high, barely reaching the girl's shoulders, and she clung to the sill like a kitten, her face betraying a sense of urgency. "Hurry, come with this, princess." Xiaofeng looked down at the little girl, her lips moving silently for a moment. Gazing into her sparkling eyes, she felt somewhat conflicted. However, the door remained closed, and they needed to reach the task location in the west to obtain a key. One moment in the east, the next in the west, then north, then south. Who's the fool coming up with this? If this princess ever found out, she would surely imprison the culprit in a holographic replica with the kitchen in the south, the bathroom in the north, the bedroom in the east, and the living room in the west. Erguwei approached the wooden door, which emanated a faint sandalwood scent, adorned with intricately carved floral designs, exuding an ancient charm. Unfortunately, lacking any artistic sensibility, Erguwei could not appreciate such cultural treasures and merely found the door bothersome. She grasped the door and shook it vigorously. The wooden door groaned in protest, dust swirling into the air. Xiaofeng leaned out the window, anxiously attempting to stop her. "You can't open it. There are wooden spikes, don't hurt." Her words caught in her throat. What was meant to be a warning against injury transformed into a caution about the door, as she witnessed the girl effortlessly detach the door. Detached? Erguwei. She froze in place, hands still gripping the removed door, her face flushing a deep crimson. What now? She had revealed her extraordinary strength. Her mother had warned her that being seen as too strong would lead others to look down on her. Xiaofeng dashed over to inspect the door, noting that one side was now cracked, exposing a yellow-brown wood interior. She touched the brake, falling into a prolonged silence. Erguwei cautiously glanced at her, then quickly looked down, only to steal another glance again. The little face was etched with guilt. Xiaofeng forced a dry smile. This door isn't very well made. Huh? Erguwei nodded vigorously, thoroughly convinced surely the door's poor quality was to blame. The director, watching from the monitor, exchanged bewildered looks with the staff nearby. There were so many points of contention. He didn't know where to begin. After a long pause, he finally sighed. Next time, tell the props team to procure better quality doors. Staff. Understood. It surely takes some strength to break such poorly made doors, yet none dared to voice it. Erguwei grabbed Xiaofeng and led her out, brazenly pulling her away right under the noses of the guards at the Qian residence. Quickly. Erguwei seized Xiaofeng's wrist, warily scanning their surroundings before rushing forward. Mississippi, I can't run anymore. Xiaofeng's actress faithfully portrayed her character as fragility, having only taken a few steps before gasping for breath. Unable to move further, Erguwei looked at her with some sympathy and sincerely remarked, Sister, you're still so young. How can you be so weak? Care to teach me? She often feigned weakness, but never as convincingly as this girl. As a noble princess, Erguwei felt she excelled at the art of pretense. Once she mastered this, who in the royal family would dare claim she was not weak? Not noble Xiaofeng. Although her words seemed somewhat sarcastic, the earnest expression on the young girl's face conveyed an undeniable sincerity, devoid of any hint of malice. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, prompting Erguwei to glance over her shoulder and discover a figure clad in black racing towards her. Erguwei. In an instant she reacted, grasping Xiaofeng's wrist and sprinting away. However, Xiaofeng's pace was evidently insufficient to keep up. She followed in small, hurried steps. Concerned that pulling her forcefully might cause her pain, Erguwei decided to halt. Lifting Xiaofeng effortlessly into her arms, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji carrying his wife, and continued to run forward with ease. Humph, this is indeed much simpler, Erguwei thought optimistically before Xiaofeng could process what was happening. She felt the world spin around her as her body lost its balance. With a startled scream, she clung desperately to Erguwei's neck as if it were a lifeline. The figure in black? The production crew? The audience? Xiaofeng stared blankly at Erguwei's exquisitely composed profile, which had not changed in the slightest, and only then did she belatedly realize that she had been princess carried by a female celebrity? One who was even shorter than herself. Xiaofeng inexplicably felt her cheeks flush, her voice barely above a whisper, Am I heavy? After a moment's thought she added, I used to toss my dad, mom, sister and brother around at home all the time. Xiaofeng's pupils widened in shock. This revelation was far too astounding. She could vividly imagine a delicate-looking female celebrity casually tossing her parents and siblings around at home. She could hardly comprehend it. Yet she was profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, the guests in the elimination zone remained oblivious to the unfolding scene, engaged in light-hearted conversation about the latest developments sent to their phones. Suddenly, a figure flashed past with remarkable speed, leaving the guests unable to catch a glimpse of the person's face, only catching sight of a slender, graceful silhouette. Was that Wuji? Bai Yi hesitated to voice his thoughts, uncertain if the person could indeed be the notorious Wuji. Known for her poor temper, lackluster acting, and chaotic antics. Two more figures swiftly zipped by. Their garments billowed in the wind, and the two youths, tall and long-legged, looked particularly striking as they ran the guests. Before they could utter a word, the tardy Dejizi Jing dashed past, a look of exhilaration on his face, occasionally turning back to wave his hand, urging them to hurry, hurry, hurry. After he passed, 100 figures in black followed closely behind, resembling ducklings trailing their mother. The guests, the red team members who had rushed from the south of the city, cowered in a corner, trembling and too fearful to show themselves. Erguwei, unfazed, continued to carry Xiaofeng, who was a head taller than her, her small face composed yet slightly flushed, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng clung tightly to Erguwei's neck, her expression one of numbness. After Erguwei dashed past, a black-clad figure trailed closely behind her about 5 steps away. The boisterous group sped by, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. Shantang. The guests? Chapter 11 Princess, why do your eyes look so lecherous? After leading the black-clad figures around for a while, Yunzhao gently nodded at the old mother duck Jing, who was guiding a string of ducklings, grasping Wuji in one hand and Xisha in the other. They swiftly darted into an alley with Zijing showing no signs of fatigue, continuing to lead the black-clad figures forward. He remained enthusiastic, while the panting black-clad figures struggled to keep up, their breaths growing heavier and footsteps increasingly labored. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the pain and exhaustion in their eyes. Help us! When will this endless running come to an end? Not only were they being led around like dogs, but they were genuinely exhausted. More money! They all silently agreed to slow down, but Zijing, full of energy ahead, waved his hand, urging them to hurry up. The black-clad figures. Is there no one to rein him in? Uruguay also slipped into the alley after them. Her eyes sparkled as she fixated on him, her grape-like large eyes brimming with longing. She subtly pointed at the mask on his stall. My mask. Uruguay excitedly accepted the mask, tenderly tracing its contours, exclaiming, what a handsome little pig. She carefully donned the mask, swaying in front of the three knights. The stall owner wore a look of incredulity. Handsome? Cute? The three companions beside her nodded in agreement, with Wuji commenting wryly, this black, upturned nose, this plump face, this sun-kissed skin, these muddy facial lines, this rounded jawline, and those tiny eyes are truly a masterpiece of nature. Qisha stared intently at Uruguay's mask, envy nearly spilling over from his gaze. He reluctantly admitted, it is indeed much more beautiful than mine. Yunjiao succinctly remarked, the princess's taste is always impeccable. Stall owner. How is it that these young lads have such poor eyesight at such a tender age? Each of the three knights selected masks from the stall, coincidentally choosing their original forms. Wuji opted for a butterfly mask, Yunjiao for a white wolf mask, and Qisha for a brown wolf mask. Xiaofeng bit her lip, stepping forward to tug at Uruguay's sleeve, drawing her aside for a private conversation. Miss, I have a favor to ask of you, and I hope you will oblige. She glanced at the grotesque pig mask, tilting her head in dismay, unable to meet Uruguay's eyes. Uruguay, enchanted by her own mask, found herself imbued with newfound patience. Speak. Xiaofeng gratefully grasped her hand, earnestly recounting to the petite pig figure before her. I was once in love with Xiaolang. I am the daughter of a vendor, and he is a stableman of the Qian family. We were truly in love. Alas, fate played a cruel hand. I caught the eye of the Qian family patriarch, who deceived me into his household under the pretense of a problem with my family's mask. I refused to comply, and as a result, he imprisoned me. Thanks to you, I was able to escape. However, my Xiaolang, due to a contract of servitude, has been locked in the Golden Prison Pavilion awaiting auction. Today he will be sold. The Golden Prison Pavilion is a den of unscrupulous wealthy individuals, where identities remain concealed behind masks, allowing darkness to flourish unchecked. I genuinely worry for Xiaolang. My father has always disapproved of our relationship, and he will surely refuse to let me rescue him. If it weren't for desperation, I would not wish to trouble you. Xiaofeng's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Hurry, hurry, we are destined to become the top figures in the world of malice. We must win this competition. Crush everyone. Uruguay frowned in distaste. You are truly quite loud. Noticing that the pig mask remained silent, Xiaofeng tentatively inquired, Miss? Uruguay relaxed her frown, albeit reluctantly replied, all right. Just as her words fell, all their phones vibrated simultaneously, signaling a task notification. Accept the task of reaching the Golden Prison Pavilion with the mask, rescuing the imprisoned Xiaoan, and presenting him before Xiaofeng to qualify for the next stage. The four reconvened and followed the map to the Golden Prison Pavilion. The red team members exchanged glances as they held their tools for eliminating the black-clad figures. Feeling utterly devoid of any gaming experience, they sighed deeply and hurried toward the Golden Prison Pavilion. Meanwhile, Zijing continued to gleefully lead the black-clad figures around. The four stood at the entrance of the Golden Prison Pavilion, where a middle-aged man approached them with a smile. Esteemed young masters and mistresses, this way please. Uruguay responded with a gentle hum. Following his lead as they entered behind them, the hastily arriving red team members were halted by two guards, who brusquely ordered them to leave. What kind of place is this, and who do you think you are to enter? One of them protested, but how could those people go in? The guards, gruff and imposing, raised their eyebrows. They wear masks, which signifies their status as esteemed guests. Can you compare? The red team members muttered under their breath. So wearing a mask makes one a noble guest. If I were to don a sack over my head, wouldn't that make me even more distinguished? Inside the Golden Prison Pavilion, masked NPCs bustled about, just as Xiaofeng had described. Identities remained concealed here. Uruguay curiously glanced around, nearly colliding with a man who sidestepped her, seemingly anxious about touching her. Uruguay's nose twitched slightly, detecting a familiar scent, refreshing and distinctly minty. The tall man, draped in a black cloak, had a well-defined physique that subtly revealed itself beneath the fabric. Broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, even a burlap sack would look appealing on him. Uruguay's gaze inadvertently lingered on the man's back, following him intently for a moment, until Qisha, having observed her for quite some time, bluntly remarked. Princess, why do your eyes look so lecherous? Erguway. Flushed with anger, she retorted. I do not. Before she could finish her sentence, Wuji swiftly covered her mouth. If you can't speak, then just be quiet. Chapter 12. Wang the Four followed the attendant to a private room on the second floor. Awaiting the auction to commence, truly a venue for esteemed guests, the room was comfortably furnished, with platters of fruits and tea laid out, and a dedicated attendant at their service. From their vantage point, they could see the auction stage directly in front of them. Erguway's keen eyes spotted a bloodied, ragged boy with disheveled hair seated in a cage nestled in the shadows. He sat with his left leg slightly bent, his hand carelessly resting on his knee, and this casual posture exuded an air of nonchalance and effortless charm. His long straight legs were captivating, though his face remained obscured, stirring an involuntary flutter in the heart. Erguway nudged Yunju, indicating for him to look in that direction. The attendant, perceiving their gaze, promptly offered an explanation. That is one of the highlight exhibits of our auction, a remarkably handsome young man, much admired by many ladies and gentlewomen. Ahem. Erguway's mind wandered, curiosity piqued. Why? What makes him so appealing? The attendant cleared his throat ambiguously, refraining from risking the live stream's closure with a direct explanation, instead hinting desire is inherent to human nature. Desire is inherent to human nature? Erguway pondered, scratching her temple with her pinky. Is he truly that attractive? He doesn't even seem to have the makings of a handsome man. She caught a glimpse of the scenery beneath his tattered clothing. His abdomen was firm and muscular, the lines of his physique distinctly defined, hardly appealing. Her royal brothers, with their layers of soft flesh, epitomized true beauty. Wuji appeared contemplative, realizing he might be the person they were seeking. How do we acquire him? Yunju replied succinctly, we'll buy him. Wuji, who had envisioned countless schemes of theft, was perplexed and shot him a glance. This guy, pretending to be a paragon of virtue. Yunju, oblivious to Wuji's complex gaze, turned to Erguway. Do we have the funds? The attendant, ever perceptive, chimed in cheerfully. Esteemed guests, the nearby recruitment office offers opportunities to earn silver notes. Complete a task, and you shall be rewarded. Another task? Erguway pouted, refusing to budge from her comfortable chair. Suddenly struck by an idea, she perked up. Right? We could rob them. The attendant. I'm still here, you know. The lethargic Chisha immediately perked up at the mention of mischief. Had his beast ears still been intact, one would witness them perk up like an airplane's wings. What? Something fun. The princess's word was law, and the four began to audibly conspire in front of the attendant, openly surveying the layout and devising their plan. The attendant. Shall I take my leave then? Their phones vibrated incessantly, and upon checking, they discovered notifications of 7 members from the red team being eliminated. Erguway silenced her phone, continuing the planning with Yunju. Disregarding the news, the director before the monitor was on the verge of crushing his thermos, his eyes nearly aflame. The room is full of black-clad figures. How the hell do we proceed? Just moments ago, Zijing donned the mask Erguway had requested from Xiaofeng, slipping into the golden prison pavilion, leaving the 100 or so black-clad figures without a target, frantically searching for the guests. This predicament left the wandering members of the red team in dire straits. Losing 7 key players in just a minute, Erguway, accompanied by 4 knights, prepared to scout ahead. The attendant. You didn't notice me before, and now you remember to silence me. Fuxameng lounged casually in his chair. His black cloak draped over the backrest, his long fingers idly tapping the wooden table. He lazily lifted his phoenix-like eyes, scanning the noisy crowd below, his gaze landing disinterestedly on a group of 5 descending the staircase. 5 individuals, 2 women and 3 men. He was particularly sensitive to this configuration, his eyes instinctively drawn to them. As the 5 reached the bottom of the staircase, they exchanged glances before seamlessly blending into the crowd. Dispersing to various corners. Fuxameng's gaze settled on a girl in traditional attire, resembling a little rabbit as she melted into the throng. A smile played on his lips, though his eyes remained cold and devoid of warmth. Yunju and the 3 young men ventured in different directions to scout escape routes, while Erguway and Wuji stealthily approached the boy confined within the cage, curiosity compelling them to crouch before him. The boy sensed the intense, almost palpable gazes upon him and lazily raised his head, meeting 2 pairs of curious eyes. As he recognized their expressions shifting from curiosity to surprise, he remained indifferent. For throughout his life many had reacted similarly upon seeing his face after a prolonged gaze. He belatedly remembered his persona and barked, "Go away." The 2 girls, far from frightened, began to whisper to one another. Didn't someone say he was a handsome man? Why does he look as unattractive as Fuxameng? Well, Fuxameng is a bit ugly. How could they deceive consumers like this? This is clearly not what was advertised. Yet, there was an alluring scent emanating from him, reminiscent of blooming flowers. Uruguay's nose twitched as she inhaled the air. Is that so? The boy. Although they deliberately lowered their voices to avoid hurting him. He heard every word clearly. Am I ugly? The boy remained silent for a long moment before slowly responding. Having grown up surrounded by compliments on his appearance, even someone indifferent to their looks like him felt a twinge of disbelief. Oh no, they heard him. The two exchanged glances and Uruguay offered him a comforting, albeit apologetic smile. It's all right. My mother has always told me that appearances aren't everything. Only status, wealth and power truly matter. Tio expressed her sincerity. She even revealed her own wounds. At least you're discreetly unattractive, unlike me and her, who were publicly declared the ugliest in the nation. Wu Ji nodded impassively. It's because the princess spent all her private funds on those atrocious tabloids. The boy. He confirmed his suspicion that these two girls were simply not the brightest. Did she just say she is ugly? The noble Wu Ji is ugly. My dear Wang Wang is ugly. Wang Wang. Is that the same Wang Wang I'm thinking of? Wang Wang, mommy loves you. Chapter 13. His two treasures. What are you two doing here? Go, go, go. This is no place to linger during the auction. Just as they were conversing, a black-clad attendant from the Golden Prison Pavilion discovered them and began to usher them away without mercy. Uruguay and Wu Ji were expelled, while the boy continued his apathetic demeanor, lowering his head and idly wasting time. When will this end? The graceful host glided to the center of the auction stage, a polite, practiced smile gracing her lips as she welcomed everyone to the Golden Prison Pavilion's auction, announcing that today's items were exceedingly rare treasures, and the grand finale would showcase a mysterious artifact much anticipated by the crowd. The auction commenced, and she wished everyone an enjoyable experience. An attendant wheeled out a cart covered in black cloth from the shadows, and the host unveiled it, revealing a necklace shimmering with a deep blue light, resting elegantly on a white porcelain plate. It was breathtaking. Causing a momentary halt in breath, this exquisite piece was personally delivered by Her Royal Highness the Princess. She has adorned it at countless grand banquets, starting at 5,000 taels of silver. Immediately, bids began to rise. 6,000 taels of silver. 7,000. 8,000. In the private room, the five individuals donned in a myriad of flamboyant outfits moved in perfect harmony, their hands resting on the table, chins propped up, listlessly watching the heated competition below. Uruguay mused, it does bear some resemblance. Though she faced repercussions later, it was ultimately worth it, wasn't it? Zijing's eyes sparkled with desire. Don't even think about it. Wu Ji shot him a glance, fully aware of his intentions. We are no longer in the same position. Where would we find the funds to build you a doghouse? Zijing's enthusiasm deflated instantly, lowering his eyes in disappointment. You can trust me, Uruguay assured confidently, promising her knights, once I rise again, I will certainly craft an even better abode for you. Zijing nodded vigorously, redirecting his focus to the auction below. The necklace was ultimately claimed by a masked merchant for 9,000 taels of silver. As the auction progressed, the attendant watched impassively as the five impoverished souls behind him engaged in idle chatter without placing a single bid. Isn't this the edge of my doghouse? Zijing remarked. This is the beaded curtain for my butterfly nest. Wu Ji added. This is the decoration for my wolf den, Qisha chimed in. These beads were taken from my royal parents' bed. Uruguay concluded. The attendant. Yes, yes, yes. The exhibits were gradually auctioned off until they reached the most anticipated and coveted final piece. As the black curtain was lifted, revealing the beautifully delicate face of the boy locked within the cage. A collective gasp echoed through the room. They finally understood what kind of stunning artifact could overshadow all previous treasures, leaving them in a state of awe. The boy's hair was disheveled, partially obscuring one side of his face, his sword-like brows framing starry eyes, his lips pale and pressed together, his body marred by whip marks and blood, his clothing tattered in numerous places. Yet, it was precisely these imperfections that rendered him extraordinarily captivating. The aesthetic sensibilities of Uruguay and her companions are rather avant-garde, leaving them little time to appreciate the beauty of the young man confined within a cage, who awaits their rescue. A glance exchanged and a subtle nod marks the commencement of their action. The five stealthily approach the staircase, poised to make their move at the opportune moment. On the auction stage, the host is cheerfully introducing the final exhibit, which happens to be the young man's contract for servitude. With no starting bid, highest bidder wins. Only the two remaining members of the red team, having successfully received a prompt from Fu Su Meng, do not rush in. Instead, they opt to first work at the adjacent recruitment office to earn the gold required for the auction. and then proceed to exchange their hard-earned money for masks from the stall owner before finally entering the Golden Prism Pavilion with their meager earnings. 3,000 taels of gold. 4,000 taels of gold. Just as the red team members are about to confidently bid, they are interrupted by a commotion. What is your relationship with that man? Erguwei pushes Yunzhou, indignantly pointing at the innocent-looking Zijing nearby. It turns out that gossip is far more engaging than handsome men. The crowd's attention swiftly shifts from the boy in the cage to the confrontation between the two youths. Not to mention, both are stunningly attractive. I've told you countless times we are merely friends. Yunzhou irritably shakes off Erguwei's hand, his brow furrowed. Friends? What kind of ordinary friends hold hands to go to the restroom every day? Erguwei crosses her arms, raising her chin with utmost seriousness as she delivers the most scandalous statement. Zijing dutifully loops her arm through Yunzhou's, feigning shyness as she leans against his shoulder. Sister, please don't misunderstand. There is nothing between me and my brother. We are simply friends. With such a declaration we are wide awake. All the NPCs in attendance fix their eager gazes upon this unfolding drama, relishing the spectacle. The director, watching the scene unfold on the monitor, feels an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What mischief are they up to now? Today Erguwei seems to have taken leave of her senses, her actions growing increasingly absurd. It feels as though her narrative has been hijacked by these 5 individuals, leading her towards an uncertain fate. All eyes are drawn to them, including Fu Su Mang's board. He idly spins the teacup in his hand, a sense of disinterest washing over him. Dressed in a white suit, his languid movements evoke the image of a vampire elder from the last century, swirling a goblet of blood wine, savoring the essence of his prey. Upon noticing the commotion below, he initially observes with a calm demeanor, but soon his expression shifts, darkening ominously as if a storm has suddenly brewed, setting the teacup down with a force that splashes hot tea onto his pale hand. He rises abruptly, startling the attendants behind him. Today's guest is acting strangely, yet Fu Su Mang pays them no heed, his eyes fixed intently on the vibrant girl below, who stands defiantly with her hands on her hips. That is his second precious one. Chapter 14. The Princess Carrie. Fu Su Mang stands, moving to the corridor outside the private room, gazing down at the unfolding farce from above. Erguwei and Yunzhou are still locked in their heated argument, while the surrounding spectators are engrossed in their own amusement. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures stealthily slip from the crowd onto the stage. Only Fu Su Mang recognizes this familiar tactic. He shakes his head in resignation. He has witnessed this countless times in the stars. Each time Erguwei concocts a scheme, these fools believe they are flawless in their execution. Little do they know, he is always left to clean up their mess. Now, after more than a decade apart, the return of an old acquaintance gives him pause. Wu Ji, accompanied by Qi Xiao, adeptly ascends the auction stage, hiding behind the cage in the blind spot. Qi Xiao persistently attempts to pry open the bars. Who would think to use their hands against iron bars? The boy in the cage gazes at their efforts with a blank expression, devoid of emotion. Qi Xiao continues her futile struggle against the confinement. It is curious. Why does the princess seem to find it so effortless while she struggles? Wu Jia's expression remains stoic, her cat-like eyes curiously observing him, her nose twitching as if sensing something in the air. Is this boy transformed from a flower? What is that fragrance reminiscent of blossoms? Qi Xiao's face flushes with frustration as she concedes defeat, pushing Wu Ji, who is lost in thought. I can't open it. Though she is the only female among the 4 and appears the weakest, Wu Ji is anything but ordinary. Her ferocity surpasses all others, even Yunzhou cannot contend with her. Among the knights in the palace, there exists an unofficial ranking based on strength and intelligence. Yunzhou often tops the intelligence chart, while Wu Ji dominates the strength chart with sheer might. Initially, the knights dismissed her as a female and did not consider her for ranking. However, upon learning of this, Wu Ji, as a princess, could not tolerate such indignity. She would defeat the top-ranked knight, compelling them to recognize her rightful place. With an unfazed demeanor, she rises, dusting off her skirt. I will fetch the princess. This is not a matter that can be resolved through mere effort. You foolish dog. You are the dumb turtle. I am not a foolish dog. I am a clever dog. Erguwei is fully engrossed in her performance, hurling insults back and forth with Zijing when suddenly, someone pulls her arm, and another embraces her waist from behind, whispering urgently in her ear, we cannot open the cage. Understanding dawns upon Yunzhou, who stands opposite them, coldly pointing at Wu Ji. So you wish to inquire about my relationship with him? Then allow me to ask you, what is your relationship with my sister? What? The male's sister. And there's more gossip. All eyes shift to the newly introduced beautiful sister, And one cannot deny the chemistry observed in the affectionate gestures between the two lovely ladies. Wu Ji, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, sees Zijing leaning against Yunzhou, engaging in a verbal spat while Yunzhou refers to her as his sister. How does this deviate from the agreed-upon narrative? After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realizes. This resembles the plot from the popular holographic audio novel. After discovering my ex-boyfriend is gay, I ended up with his sister. Wu Ji coldly responds, "What is my relationship with my sister? During the time you have spent together, you have either been gaming or with this man beside you. While you have been absent, I have been the one by her side." She steps forward, her footsteps echoing in the hearts of the audience, her eyes ablaze with anger as she confronts Yunzhou. When she was unwell, I was the one beside her. When she was sad, I was the one comforting her. On your anniversary, you sought this man while I remained by her side. Tell me, what gives you the right to repeatedly hurt her? The boy lounging in the cage supports his head lazily, observing them with a low mutter. Drama queen. Yunzhou tightly grasps her hand, his gaze sharp as if laced with venom. Because I love her. Because I am her boyfriend. Tell me, do you harbor any feelings for her at all? Wu Ji's voice falters, her words caught in her throat. After a long silence, she finally whispers, "Yes. Yes. More of this melodramatic twist, please. They love it." The onlookers silently scream in delight, gripping each other's hands tightly. Seizing this moment, Erguwei quietly slips away. She dashes to the stage, squatting beside the still resisting Qi Xiao. "How is it going?" She blinks her eyes and waves at the boy in the cage. "Hello." Just then, the black-clad attendants of the Golden Prison Pavilion notice them. "Over there." "Who is that?" "We've been discovered," Qi Xiao exclaims. Erguwei remains unfazed, gripping two slender iron bars with both hands, exerting force to pry them apart. Her expression unchanged, she feigns effort as she effortlessly creates an opening, feigning menace. "Come out, or shall I drag you in?" The boy's eyes widen in astonishment. This Erguwei is terrifying. The black-clad men are coming. Qi Xiao warns. Erguwei turns to the boy, standing hands on hips, her gaze filled with warning. "Will you come out on your own, or shall I pull you out?" The boy glances at the bent and twisted iron bars, then down at his arms. Recognizing that his own strength pales in comparison, he wisely crawls through the opening. "The black-clad men are here," Qi Xiao exclaims as Erguwei turns to see two figures in black entering the exit. Scanning for their target. Wu Ji and her companions, surrounded by the crowd, are temporarily shielded from the black-clad men's gaze. Soon, one of the black-clad figures locks onto their conspicuous presence, striding toward them with long strides. "Damn it," Erguwei swiftly surveys the escape route, then lifts the languid boy in a horizontal princess carry, once again embracing him as if a bandit stealing away with his prize. The youth was evidently still in a state of shock, rigidly ensconced in the embrace of a girl who was not even as tall as his shoulders, being whisked away. Wait, he was being princess carried by a girl. Qi Xiao shouted towards the crowd. "Run!" as she closely followed the princess's stride, hastily making her way out of the Golden Prison Pavilion. Wu Ji and the others also seized the opportunity to escape through the other two exits, converging with Erguwei at their prearranged meeting point. Chapter 15. A Little White Rabbit? This must be the Angora giant rabbit. Acting recklessly may be exhilarating for a moment, but it leads to a funeral pyre when fleeing. Deploying 100 cloaked figures within a confined gaming arena is akin to releasing cockroaches in a small house. One is bound to encounter FEW. Erguwei dashed about with the boy in her arms, occasionally colliding with two or three of the black-clad figures. At this juncture, the boy had regained his senses, his entire body tense in Erguwei's hold, a delicate blush staining his fair, handsome face. His ears tinged with embarrassment, he indignantly exclaimed, "Put me down!" Erguwei cast a disapproving glance at him, her expression clearly conveying her thoughts on his unreasonable outburst. The boy struggled slightly but ultimately remained stiff with apprehension of being dropped, still vocally protesting, "Put me down," as they evaded the pursuit of the black-clad figures. The boy's irritation grew unbearable. Erguwei deftly eluded her pursuers and ducked into a nearby small room, placing him down and forcibly shoving him beneath the table before following suit. Erguwei noticed the boy gazing at her with a complex expression and flashed her small, white teeth in a somewhat menacing smile, a gesture that signified provocation and warning among the beast folk. However, to a pure-blooded human like him, the boy merely thought her mental state questionable. Wary of being bitten, he subtly shifted away. Had he known better, he would have never agreed to play some NPC at his sister's behest. Whoosh! A figure darted in, accompanied by a gust of wind, slipping beneath the table as well. Before long, the other three had found their hiding spot and squeezed in beneath the cramped table. 6 youths huddled together, Hugging their knees in silence, their bright eyes exchanging glances in the darkness, the boy. Are you all insane? The veins at his temples throbbed. He could hardly contain himself and squeezed his eyes shut. Seemingly fearful of losing control over his emotions, I want to go out. Cheyenne, please remain calm, Yunzhou advised, maintaining an air of composure even while hiding beneath the table. His demeanor undiminished. I understand your eagerness to see Xiaofang, but there are heavy pursuers outside and you're currently on the wanted list. This is not the time for rash decisions. Young man, you must learn self-respect. Do not become dependent on the fairer sex for survival. The boy. Do you think I want to run because I can't wait to see someone? It's because I see you all scared. No way. The boy gritted his teeth, words tumbling out between clenched jaws. I need to find Xiaofang immediately. I can't endure another second, that elusive Xiaofang. He silently pleaded for her to arrive and whisk him away. Yunzhou shook his head in resignation, casting Ergué an exasperated glance, signaling his inability to manage the lovesick youth. Ergué exhaled softly. So you wish to see Xiaofang? You can hardly wait, can you? The boy hesitated, briefly weighing the choice between remaining with these odd individuals or seeking Xiaofang. In the end, he decisively declared, I want to see Xiaofang. Very well, Ergué chuckled, raising her chin with an air of regal authority. This princess shall carry you to Ergué. You are merely speaking out of anger. I do not believe you. The boy, teeth clenched, his previously composed demeanor shattered, thought it preferable to remain in confinement than to be with these people. I am not a player. The black-clad figures won't target me. As long as you lead me, I shall not be captured. According to the game rules, an NPC requires at least one player's guidance to move forward. Should the player be pursued by black-clad figures and exit the NPC's line of sight, that NPC will remain stationary, awaiting another player to lead them onward. Ergué feigned contemplation, slightly tilting her body to whisper to Yunzhou. Is that how it works? Yunzhou, it should be. I suppose. Carrying a 1.85-meter tall boy while dashing around, perhaps I overestimated you, young lady. Don't forget, you also bent iron bars with your bare hands. A little white rabbit. This must be the Angora giant rabbit? Our Wang's eyes blush is too entertaining, so bashful, nothing like his thick-skinned sister. Little lord, is that polite? Honestly, Ergué's performance this round deserves the MVP title. A truly unparalleled MVP. Indeed, who else could princess carry a girl while racing about, climbing trees at a moment's notice, and bending iron bars with their bare hands? Hiding beneath the table was not a sustainable solution. One by one, Ergué and her companions emerged from beneath the wooden table, carefully observing for an opportune moment to slip away. During their brief concealment, the 100 black-clad figures had been significantly diminished by the red team's members, who initially hesitated to assist others but were compelled to act in self-defense as the black-clad figures appeared like cockroaches, surfacing at every turn. The so-called weapons were merely water guns filled with red liquid. Spraying a black-clad figure caused them to lose energy and enter standby mode. So be cautious. Ergué led her companions beneath a mask stall, quietly lifting the black cloth to observe Xiaofang and the boy. It was nearly over. Xiaofang gazed gratefully towards the concealed Ergué and her companions. Thank you for rescuing my Xiao Lang. This is my token of appreciation. She produced a passage token from her pocket, which could be inserted into the slot on the passage pillar before the elimination zone to advance to the next world. Ergué accepted the token with gratitude, crawling out from beneath the table, and leading the group stealthily towards the passage pillar, frequently glancing around to ensure there were no black-clad figures lurking nearby. Although the red team had eliminated the majority of them, the initial number of black-clad figures remained unchanged, with 20 still patrolling the area. Ergué aimed for an opening as a black-clad figure passed near their hiding spot in the bushes, bolting to the passage pillar before the elimination zone, and inserting the token into the central slot. As she pressed the token, white dry ice erupted around the pillar, and a jubilant male voice echoed throughout the gaming arena, announcing, "This game is over. Congratulations to the blue team for winning this round." The spectators in the elimination zone exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched on their faces. Were they still half asleep? Otherwise, how could they witness Ergué and her mischievous squad winning? The championship that had seemed so close slipped away. And it wasn't until a staff member approached to open the elimination zone door that Shun Tang began to comprehend. They had won. As the game concluded, Fu Su Mang arrived leisurely, his tall frame clad in a striking white knight's attire. His long strides and heavy boots echoed against the ground, resonating like a drumbeat on the hearts of the onlookers. He approached them unhurriedly, his features strikingly handsome, as though he belonged to a different dimension. His eyes perpetually adorned with a nonchalant smile that captivated while simultaneously keeping others at bay. Shan Tang found himself involuntarily drawn to him. Even he, a witness to the entertainment industry's flourishing eras, could not help but marvel. Honestly, it would be a shame if Fu Sumang didn't enter the entertainment industry with looks like those. His longtime partner teased, "If you had as much money as Fu Sumang, I'd like to see you try and enter the entertainment industry." All eyes were on Fu Sumang, including Gui's. Initially, her eyes lit up, and she instinctively took a few steps towards him, only to suddenly remember something and forcefully halt her advance, turning her head away. Humph, she was still upset from the moment Fu Sumang drew near. His gaze remained locked on her face, not wavering for even a second. When he noticed Gui stepping forward, he instinctively withdrew his hands from his pockets, reaching out to welcome her. However, the next moment, the little princess pouted and turned her head away, her petulance evident. Fu Sumang shook his head helplessly, lowering his fidgeting hands, a smile that could not be suppressed lingering at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 16. Her sun and rose. After the program concluded, everyone began to trickle out. Suddenly Fu Sumang, who had said nothing until now, seized Gui's wrist, drawing her into a corner. Although Gui was still angry, she playfully slapped his hand with moderate force, reddening the back of his fair hand. Of course, she willingly followed him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to pull her along. As Gui was shyly led away, she struggled to suppress a smile, simultaneously exclaiming, "Release this princess." Fu Sumang did not slow his pace, tightening his grip on her wrist. Yun Zhou and the others were taken aback, instinctively wanting to follow them. Only Wu Ji stood motionless with her arms crossed, a vague smile gracing her lips as she gazed contentedly at the departing figures of the two, shaking her head in a bemused fashion, exclaiming, "What a perfect match." Fu Sumang halted in his tracks, casting a sharp glance at the eager trio attempting to advance. Gui also turned to regard them, waving her hand dismissively behind her, signaling them to stay back. After all, this precious moment with her beloved Fan brother should not be disrupted by these three oblivious souls. Gui frantically gestured at Wu Ji, urging her to intervene, and Wu Ji, understanding the cue, replied with a reassuring look. Yun Zhou and Qi Xiao, lacking in resolve, remained rooted to the spot, hesitant to take another step forward. Zi Jing, however, was oblivious to the peculiar tension between the commander and the princess. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Fu Sumang. "Boss," Wu Ji leisurely strolled to his side, tugging at his collar to pull him back, chiding him to remain quiet. "No, I mean my boss." Fu Sumang nodded at Wu Ji, then nodded towards the man in the suit who had been standing silently nearby, instructing, "You take them to change their clothes first." "Understood." The man bowed respectfully, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. Young Fu had previously encountered these five individuals directly, yet curiously, during their earlier meeting, the five seemed eager to engage him in conversation, whereas young Fu had not even bestowed them with a glance. Now, how could this be? Although he was puzzled, his strong sense of professionalism quelled his curiosity, and he maintained an expressionless demeanor as he escorted the four to the changing room. Fu Sumang led the small princess, whose lips were puffed out in indignation, to a secluded corner. Lowering his gaze to observe her in silence for a moment, his lips sealed tight. Gui averted her gaze, her mouth pouting defiantly, her neck craned as she refused to speak with him. Fu Sumang's fingers, resting by his side, curled slightly, a tremor coursing through them as he yearned to reach out and touch her, fearing she might vanish before his eyes, though his face betrayed none of his turmoil. His eyes brewed a tempest of emotions. He was silent, or rather, he dared not speak. He feared that the moment he uttered a word, the miraculous gift before him would dissipate into mere illusion. He had waited far too long, so long that he had nearly forgotten who he was. After a lengthy silence, he rasped, "Gui." Gui." Gui remained blissfully unaware of the tumult within Fu Sumang, her frustration mounting. Not only did he treat her harshly, but he also resorted to calling her by that unflattering nickname. Gui, a name imbued with rustic charm, was a term of endearment bestowed upon her by Fu Sumang. He alone dared to call the princess, who was so conscious of her image, by such a name, thus rendering it a derogatory label in Gui's eyes. "What kind of girl is named Gui?" she protested, recalling the characters from ancient dramas who named their dogs thus. In a fit of exasperation, the small princess lunged at him, playfully attempting to throttle him. "Fu, skin." She barely managed to grasp his neck. The shadow cast upon her by his form blocking the sunlight, her waist was ensnared by a pair of strong, heated hands, pressing her against the man's firm chest, enveloped by a fresh, pleasant scent of mint intermingled with laundry detergent, leaving her breathless. Fu Sumang exhaled deeply, tightly embracing the little princess, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief as he buried his head in her neck, nuzzling against her. longing to merge her essence with his very being. As if fearing she might vanish once more, he had finally awaited her return. Argué yearned to voice her discomfort, noting how his hair tickled her neck, irritating her, yet, witnessing his vulnerable state, the little princess gently patted his back, cautiously inquiring, "Brother, are you crying?" "I am not crying at all." Fu Su Mang. That ungrateful little thing. He straightened, the flesh in his eyes fading, and gently grasped her chin, causing her cheeks to bunch adorably. She looked dazed, resembling a small rabbit. He playfully shook her chin, feigning irritation. "You little ingrate. Have you forgotten about me after all this time?" Argué, feeling secure, wrapped her arms around his lean muscular waist, rubbing her chin against him, slyly taking advantage of the moment, and brightly declared, "In the hour you weren't by my side, I missed you dearly. An hour." Fu Su Mang's smile faltered. Their separation had spanned 23 years, though they had not crossed paths for 23 years. Her lively, mischievous visage had never faded from his memory. Every object, every person around him could trigger memories of her. When eating, he would wonder if the little girl would enjoy the dish. Upon encountering something beautiful or novel, he instinctively arranged for a copy to be set aside for her. There was always something that reminded him of her. During their journey to escort the princess, he and Yunzhou had accidentally become separated from the group, possibly due to some unforeseen reason, resulting in a divergence in their timelines. Argué had just arrived in this alternate world, while he had already been living here for 23 years. 23 years prior, he had inhabited the body of the young master of the Fu family, who had perished shortly after birth, thus becoming the young master himself. Next door, there was a young lady from the Ji family, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Argué. Identical in appearance and equally headstrong, yet she could not compare to his Tu Gué. Though his Tu Gué was somewhat spoiled, she possessed principles, more akin to a villain in a tale. She nonetheless had her own virtues. Although not particularly astute, she was fearless in love and hate. Hence, he had always waited, holding on to the faint hope that perhaps his Tu Gué would somehow become her. Argué, tightly ensconced in his embrace, her cheeks flushed, excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, with you holding me like this, do you like me?" Fu Su Mang froze momentarily, releasing her and stepping back, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What nonsense! I am your brother. It is entirely normal for a brother to embrace his sister." With the sudden release, the fragrance that had enveloped him vanished, prompting Argué to pout in dissatisfaction. Extending her arms for another hug, "Oh come on, brother. You're normal, but I'm not. I like you holding me." Fu Su Mang gently pushed her away with his cool fingertips, the delicate skin of her forehead marked by a faint red imprint from his hold. "Be good." His gaze fell upon Argué's legs, where two glaring abrasions marred her fair skin. His expression darkened, a storm brewing within his ink-black eyes. Argué followed his gaze downward, her voice soft and tender. "It hurts." Her tone became petulant, recalling her earlier ire. She complained, "Fu Su Mang, you were so mean just now. You knocked me over." She had always been candid before him, never feigning strength, lest he mistakenly believe she was unbothered by her injuries. Fu Su Mang had long grown accustomed to the small princess calling him brother when she was happy, and referring to him by his full name when she was upset, with gentle humility. He lowered his head, conceding, "I was wrong. I will bandage your wounds shortly." Argué pursed her lips, her eyes gleaming mischievously as she pouted, insisting, "Only if you give me a kiss will I feel better." Fu Su Mang sighed in exasperation, pinching her soft, pink lips, bluntly stating, "Then perhaps you should remain unwell." Argué was undeterred, attempting to provoke him further. Fu Su Mang, opting for a more decisive approach, grasped her hand and led her towards the knights, chastising as they walked, "Let me see how those 4 little brats influenced you, teaching you such flattery." Argué obediently followed, her sparkling eyes twinkling with mischief. Unfazed by his constant rejections, she had known Fu Su Mang for many years. She had been merely 5 while he was 11. Now, at 18, and he at 24, 13 years had passed. She had witnessed him tossed about like a burden, as well as his triumphant return clad in the silver armor of imperial honor. Welcomed by the citizens of the empire with flowers, she had seen him transform from a taciturn figure to one who now wore a radiant smile. She had even observed him shed all his accolades, discarding his armor to bow humbly before her. A general is destined to protect the royal family. A knight commander is destined to protect the princess. Fu Su Mang had always belonged to Argué. Likewise, Argué had always belonged to Fu Su Mang. Every facet of his identity echoed his belonging. This was the consensus of all the Empire's citizens and the unwavering determination of Argué. Fu Su Mang may not have harbored feelings for her, but Argué remained unperturbed, for she knew that he was destined to be hers. It was merely a matter of time. She intended for the rose that belonged solely to her to bloom perpetually by her side. Even if it withered and died, Even if the roots were damaged and all was lost, even if it blossomed upon her grave, she would not permit anyone else to pluck it or lay claim to it. This was the royal decree. That which belongs to her is untouchable by others. Chapter 17. You've gone bankrupt? How unfortunate for you. Fu Su-mang stood firmly before the four newly attired individuals, his smile vanishing, replaced by a serious demeanor as he scrutinized them. The four knights instinctively straightened their posture under the weight of the knight commander's authority, even Wu Ji keenly sensing the pressure, dropping her arms to stand at attention. Commander. Fu Su-mang merely directed his gaze toward the faces of his former comrades, their youthful visages still brimming with vitality, their pupils as clear as glass washed by rain. His lips, previously pressed into a thin line, softened into a slight smile, as if the stern figure of a moment ago had been a mere illusion. This is not the royal court, and I am not the knight commander here. You need not be so solemn. Indeed. Erguwei tore open Fu Su-mang's palm that grasped her wrist. Without waiting for his bewildered and dissatisfied gaze to turn towards her, she slipped her hand into his warm grasp, their palms pressing together firmly. Ignoring the rigidity of his body, Erguwei raised an eyebrow at the knights, questioning why Fanfan, who was so adorable and affable, had to be so serious. Fanfan, ugh. Wu Ji and the others paled, as though they had been fed a few bites of leftover food. Feeling nauseous, they simply could not fathom how the tall, disheveled, and somewhat malevolent knight commander was linked to such a repugnant nickname. Fu Su-mang's expression also froze. He pressed his fingers to his forehead in mild exasperation, pleading silently, "Can we not call me Fan? That?" He struggled to articulate the words, leaving them vague and unspoken. To recount the evolution of this nickname, one must go back to the 15-year-old Erguwei, who, from the ages of 5 to 15, had affectionately called him Mangmang Gij. The little princess, enamored with holographic dramas depicting ancient Chinese civilization, had learned from a show set in a province of China, was it called Sichuan? That eating mangmang meant eating rice. As mangmang phonetically matched mangmang, it naturally led to the endearing title of Fan Fan Gij. Fu Su-mang, do you not appreciate the title this princess has bestowed upon you? Erguwei retorted, releasing his hand and glaring at him. Fu Su-mang. Fu Su-mang astutely caught the nuance in her words, glancing at the others who bore guilty expressions, all too aware of who had instigated such mischief. After escorting Erguwei to change her attire, the six of them finally exited the set. The gentleman in the suit, Yang, who stood beside Fu Su-mang, awaited them by a sleek black SUV. The vehicle, entirely black with defined lines, exuded an air of dominance, resembling a stealthy panther lying in wait for its prey in the night. Fu Su-mang, hands in his pockets, sauntered leisurely behind, gesturing for them to enter the vehicle, having spent considerable time together. Erguwei and Fu Su-mang had developed similar habits, such as both favoring the haughty gesture of raising their chins. Get in. Bai Zhou and the others hesitated, exchanging glances filled with unspoken concern. Zijing and Qishao whispered to each other, "Why ride in such an outdated vehicle? Can it even fly? Our boss seems to have fallen on hard times." Qishao's expression turned grave. "Perhaps we should just make a run for it with the princess. I've heard from dramas that Phoenix men are to be avoided. They might covet the princess's wealth and take a concubine." Zijing, conflicted, weighed his loyalties. On one hand, there was his beloved princess, and on the other, his esteemed leader. He knew he should side with the princess, yet he felt a pang of reluctance to abandon his leader. Wu Ji discreetly nudged Bai Zhou, whispering, "Has the commander gone bankrupt?" Bai Zhou shook his head, uncertain. Unlike their hushed exchanges, Erguwei was straightforward, tilting her head to look at him quizzically. "Fu Su-mang, have you gone bankrupt?" Her gaze held a hint of sympathy. "How unfortunate. Fu Su-mang, De Yang. Supporting you all is still not an issue." Fu Su-mang's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. "Everyone here drives non-flying cars. This is the only option, get in or not. If not, I'll leave you here," he threatened. Zijing jumped in surprise, quickly urging his three companions forward. He reached for the car door, instinctively glancing at the empty wrist where his light brain should have been, then turned to Fu Su-mang. "Boss, what's the activation code?" "Yang." Fu Su-mang's forehead twitched with barely contained frustration. "Yang, open the door for them." Yang, maintaining his composure, suppressed a smile, adjusted his frameless glasses, and stepped forward to open the door. "Bai Zhou. Is this it?" "Wu Ji. How embarrassing." Wu Ji silently shielded her face with her hand. While the four stepped aside for Erguwei and Fu Su-mang held the door for Erguwei, ensuring she wouldn't accidentally bump into it, then bent down, curling his long legs to sit beside her. The four waited until they were settled before leaning in themselves. Yang's smile remained unchanged as he turned to the driver's seat. Observing the dynamic among the six, he could discern that while Xiaofu maintained his usual carefree grin, It now bore a sincerity that had multiplied several times over. What on earth was the relationship between these five and Xiaofu? He couldn't shake the feeling that there existed an unspoken understanding between them. Without words, a mere glance conveyed their thoughts, as if they had known each other for over a decade. In a corner of the set, Yan Wang donned casual sportswear, his broad shoulders and long legs presenting a lean yet robust figure. His expression was subdued, with only a slight furrow in his brow betraying his less than pleasant mood as he stepped outside. Wang Zaidat, a somewhat portly, middle-aged director, stood before him, his face reflecting an unnameable guilt and conflict. "Thank you for your hard work." He was baffled by Erguwei's peculiar behavior today, as she had unexpectedly scooped Yan Wang into a princess carry and darted away, leaving him anxious for the young gentleman's safety. Yan Wang, hailing from the esteemed Song family and being the fourth son, was cherished by all due to his mother bearing him later in life. Although his name was Song Wang, those close to him referred to him as Yan Wang, owing to his sister Yan Luo. The two were supposedly a duo akin to Yama and King Yan, and because of Yan Luo, the Yan family treated this young master of the Song family as one of their own. Additionally, the Yuan family's young master and the Rong family's young lady were also his siblings. Given his background, if not for his sister, he would likely have never even crossed paths with others, let alone enlist them as NPCs. "It's nothing," Yan Wang replied, shaking his head, a smile creeping onto his lips. "You've helped my sister so much. This is no trouble at all." He gestured to his waist, then indicated Yan Wang's height, noting how much he had grown. Yan Wang relaxed, the passage of time always seeming to fly by. Cough cough. Suddenly an urgent fit of coughing interrupted the director, his ears reddening. "Let bygones be bygones. Director, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Huh? Oh, be careful on the way and message me when you get home." "All right." Yan Wang nodded, striding away with long, hurried steps, almost as if fleeing chapter 18. My boss is infuriated. The scenery outside the car window whizzed by, the neon lights flickering like shooting stars, car headlights flashing amidst the vibrant nightlife, the cacophony of honking horns proclaiming the city's prosperity. Erguwei leaned against the window, her large, grape-like eyes misty as she surveyed the outside world, her gaze filled with curiosity. The neon lights reflected in her pupils, and she observed the city, unwilling to blink, her eyes growing dry and red. Pedestrians ambled along the roadside, strolling leisurely around the park, a sight she could never have witnessed in the interstellar realm. As the car came to a gentle halt, Erguwei turned to Fusumang, still a bit drowsy from the journey with a hint of water in her eyes. She yawned and asked in a confused tone, "Have we arrived?" "Not yet," Fusumang replied softly, naturally tucking her stray hair behind her ears. "Feeling tired?" Wuji inadvertently glanced over and caught sight of the tender moment, silently averting her gaze. A chill ran down her spine as her arm broke out in goosebumps. Despite years of witnessing such scenes, each time the cunning knight commander displayed an undeniably affectionate expression, it remained utterly disconcerting. "I'm not tired," Erguwei insisted, mustering her energy to continue admiring the view outside, displaying a rare softness and compliance. Her usual pride and vitality momentarily subdued, appearing quite pitiable. Curious Zijing noticed that all surrounding vehicles, including their own, had come to a standstill and innocently inquired, "Why have we stopped?" Qishao's eyes lit up. "Are we going to have a brawl like in the holographic dramas?" "I love a good fight." Fusumang patiently explained, "This is a traffic light. It indicates whether vehicles should proceed straight or turn to prevent accidents. Red means stop, green means go, yellow means wait, and when yellow-green lights up, hurry up to move. You must watch the lights." The assistant driving the vehicle remarked, as expected of Xiaofu, "You're equipped with the talent to be an elementary school teacher." Erguwei confidently nodded, "Indeed, the traffic light. I've seen it in the holographic chamber." Fusumang paused, realizing he had overlooked something. The laws, technological advancements, and lifestyles of interstellar society were entirely different from modern society. For instance, travelers in the stars had specific trajectories and never collided, unless faced with interstellar pirates, and traffic accidents were almost unheard of, rendering traffic lights unnecessary. Furthermore, educational methods and subjects varied greatly from those in modern society. Observing that aside from Yunzhou and Wuji, the other three were clearly still childlike in mentality, even the adept Xiaofu found himself at a rare loss. He still needs to gradually find time to instill in them the correct values, such as the importance of not skipping classes and refraining from self-proclaiming as a princess on a whim. Moreover, they must continue to play their original roles without being exposed. Erguwei tilted her head slightly, as if she had discovered something novel. Excitedly, she turned to Fusumang, gesturing for him to look out the window. Following her indication, Fusumang lifted his gaze and noticed a group of children skating in the square. "Want to play?" Certainly Fu Sumang nodded, recalling that he had a pair of roller skates prepared for her at home, which he could easily find. He advised the beaming little girl, when you play, others should accompany you. Don't worry. Erguwei confidently raised an eyebrow, declaring that those little kids could all skate, and there was no reason for the princess to be unable to do so, even without anyone accompanying her. However, upon receiving a warning glance from Fu Sumang, Erguwei, adept at reading the room, immediately changed her tune, saying, what I meant was, although I am certainly more skilled than those little kids, I would still need someone to guide me. With a composed face, Erguwei deftly rephrased her earlier boastful remarks as if she had not just been the one to speak so grandly. After passing through multiple security checks, the vehicle slowly entered the residential community. To describe it as a community would be an understatement. Its scale rivaled that of a small city, featuring dozens of impressive villas, a large supermarket, shopping malls and gyms, catering to the affluent residents who lived there. The security personnel were all formidable, with patrols even at night. Does the boss live here? It's so secluded. At that house in front? It can't be, it's too shabby. Phew, that scared me. Thankfully it's not. Our princess cannot reside in such a dilapidated house. The population in the stars is sparse, with even fewer on the main planet, and the imperial populace being even more limited. Those who manage to settle there are typically individuals of great wealth or status. Even the vendors selling goods might be monopolists from some small planet. As a result, the empire's various commodities are of the highest quality, and the towering buildings utilize cutting-edge biotechnology, with cores made of top-tier chips and programs. One could simply describe it as extravagantly opulent, especially for those like Zijing and her companions, who are accustomed to the lavishness of the royal palace. They look down upon these villas that would be considered excessively luxurious in modern society. The whispers of Qixia and Zijing reached Fu Sumang and Assistant Yang's ears. While Assistant Yang maintained a composed expression, even wearing a polite smile, his mind was racing with thoughts. This is the heart of the imperial capital. Every inch of land is precious. You dare call this a shabby house? These are residences of the elite. I would love to possess one of these so-called shabby houses. As the vehicle gradually drove into the Fu residence, the two continued their murmurs. No way, it can't be that building in front. It really is. Oh my, the boss has truly gone bankrupt. Fu Sumang, growing annoyed by their chatter, narrowed his eyes dangerously and with an impatient kick of his long leg against their seat, exclaimed, are you two not done? Zijing and Qixia exchanged glances, quickly silencing themselves. Qixia, glancing back at Fu Sumang, noticed him resting with his eyes closed, no longer paying attention to them, and quietly leaned toward Zijing. Confirming their suspicion that bankruptcy had indeed occurred, Fu Sumang, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Assistant Yang couldn't help but chuckle, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly, meeting the sharp gaze in the rearview mirror. A chill traveled up his spine, prompting him to straighten up and suppress his smile as a sign of loyalty and professionalism towards Mr. Fu. He opened the door to exit the vehicle. Walking to the back seat to open the door for the others. One by one, they stepped out of the car, and when Fu Sumang finally exited, a delicate white hand reached out from inside the vehicle. Fu Sumang, accustomed to the gesture, turned and stood still, lifting her hand to guide her down. The action, repeated from the age of 10 to now in his 20s, felt utterly familiar despite the passage of years. Erguwei, holding his hand, leapt down from the car, subtly altering their grip from a respectful gesture to an intimate handhold. With a sly smile, she initiated the gradual process of winning him over. Assistant Yang watched, silently astonished. Little President Fu, where is your domineering Xiao facade? This resembles a favored consort's attendant or a royal courtesan. Assistant Yang stood by, waiting for Mr. Fu and his entourage of 5 to enter before turning back to drive into the shadows, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 19. Mother Fu encourages learning. The mischievous child's aversion to school. He cast his gaze upon the young girl beside Fu Sumang, her long golden curls cascading down her back, with long, thick, curled eyelashes resembling butterfly wings, and her tea-colored eyes sparkling with clarity. She tilted her head, her eyes wide and unmoving, standing still like a real-life doll. The old butler appeared somewhat bewildered. Young master. This is not. His gaze shifted from Erguwei to the 4 accompanying Fu Sumang, his expression turning increasingly alarmed. Are they dissatisfied with the tranquility of the Fu family? The old butler's vision darkened at the sight of these 5 notorious local wastrels, already envisioning the scenes of lament he would share with other butlers in the future, although his young master had yet to express intentions of taking them in. Fu Sumang, with a touch of exasperation, nudged the motionless Erguwei. Stop playing around. Erguwei stirred slightly, blinking her somewhat sore eyes, and murmured in confusion, is my acting as a doll declining? She touched her own face, questioning whether she appeared less lifelike than before. They used to be easily fooled by her antics. Undeterred, she leaned in to inquire of the butler. The old butler, instinctively retreating a few steps, thought, I can't provoke this ancestor. Am I not convincing enough as a doll? Uruguay asked earnestly. The old butler replied, No, you haven't regressed. Who said you regressed? Fine, watch whatever doll animation you wish. His tone, though somewhat irritable, was filled with a sense of bewilderment. Who is he? Where is he? What has he heard? When did the young master become this patient? Furthermore, how did this Miss G suddenly become connected to his young master? Leading the group inside, Fu Sumang received numerous sidelong glances from the Fu family servants along the way. Typically, the servants would steal a glance before quickly averting their eyes, returning to their tasks, too intimidated to stare longer, although the young master often appeared indifferent to everything, not fierce nor particularly gentle. Should one inadvertently cross him, he would not show any mercy. For instance, there was the gardener's daughter from a while back, whose father had used connections to secure her a job at the Fu residence. Fu Sumang had turned a blind eye until she, unable to contain her feelings, frequently hovered around him, which eventually annoyed him enough to dismiss her. Unbothered by her tearful pleas, Zijing and Qisha continued to whisper. See. My boss is still so imposing. These people are terrified of him. Qisha scoffed. It just means he is still a bit of a tyrant. In the Fu family living room, Fu Sumang's long fingers glided over his phone. His handsome brows slightly furrowed. Across from him sat 5 young individuals, sitting upright on the couch. On either side were Yunju and Wuji, the 2 most mature of the group, appearing particularly composed and quiet compared to the other 3. Uruguay sat in the center, resembling a diligent student, her bright eyes fixed on Fu Sumang. Fu Sumang switched off his phone, which contained comprehensive details on the 5 individuals that he had instructed his assistant to investigate. He shared a close bond with the G brothers, who often spoke of their pampered sister, G Uruguay, showering her with gifts even more lavish than their own, though they maintained a close relationship. Fu Sumang had sought to minimize contact with G Uruguay to avoid stirring up emotions tied to memories. Recently, for reasons unknown, the G brothers had abruptly ceased mentioning her, and Fu Sumang, uninterested in the internal affairs of the G family, had not inquired further. It seemed necessary to gather information about her now. As for how to portray a spoiled character, he paused thoughtfully. Just tone it down a bit. When it comes to being spoiled and willful, no one could rival a princess raised in the lap of imperial luxury. Uruguay nodded proudly. Understood. Suddenly Fu Sumang recalled something, his expression turning somewhat complex. By the way, your surname is G, so... Upon hearing the surname G, Uruguay felt an unsettling premonition. As a tortoise, she harbored a deep disdain for the rooster clan and the stars. Roosters were the arch-nemesis of tortoises, as they would peck at tortoise eggs, causing many hatchlings to perish. The 2 clans had been sworn enemies for generations. For this reason, the new king, Uruguay's father, had openly plotted against them, exiling the entire rooster clan to a remote garbage planet. Uruguay loathed the rooster clan so much that she also detested anything associated with the sound G. She dramatically covered her face, squeezing her cheeks, lamenting, those with the surname G must be terrible people. I refuse to be associated with the G family. What could be worse than becoming part of a family one despises? Fu Sumang glanced at the distraught young princess, a smirk of schadenfreude escaping him. Oh dear princess, have you forgotten? Forgotten what? Uruguay tilted her head, eagerly awaiting his next words. You are a member of the G family. So your name must be. He maliciously elongated the last syllable, leaving an air of mystery. Uruguay, having lost her spirit, sat vacantly on the sofa, muttering to herself, Chick turtle. She is filthy. How utterly dreadful. It's the kind of thing that would get banned on a serious website. The thought of others calling her Chick turtle shattered her composure, and she lamented, I don't want to bear the G surname. I refuse. She despised being called G Uruguay. It was more loathsome than being called a filthy bastard. Once, the very name that irked her most was being called a filthy bastard. Fu Sumang couldn't help but chuckle. What can we do about it? Uruguay lowered her hands from her face, contemplating a ludicrous idea. How about you marry me, and I'll take your surname. Fu Sumang was taken aback by her audacity, and after a moment, he laughed and retorted, you think quite highly of yourself. Uruguay had a penchant for whimsical banter, often spouting a barrage of sweet nothings, most of which weren't genuine. Thus, Fu Sumang dismissed her suggestion and turned to introduce the other 4 individuals. Uruguay felt a twinge of regret. She was indeed serious. Your identities are rather straightforward, simply 4 half-siblings, by the way, all with different mothers. Fu Sumang nonchalantly dropped a few deep-sea bombs of information, A single phrase laden with explosive implications. It was perplexing how these four debauched youths banded together to wreak havoc in the entertainment industry, wielding their financial power for mischief, acting exactly as they pleased, with a plethora of scandalous antics involving blackmail and diva behavior. As for Ji Urgeway, she was another privileged child chasing dreams in showbiz. Her haughty and willful demeanor often ruffled feathers, as she frequently clashed with detractors, confronted passers-by, and took on marketing accounts, even spending money to manipulate reviews, only to find the backlash more severe. The current head of the D family had been quite the philanderer in his youth, leaving a trail of broken hearts, which resulted in 8 children vying for the family fortune years later. Just remember, you four are the least competent among them. Simply play the role of debauched science well. Zi Jing tugged at Yun Zhou's sleeve, a look of bewilderment on his face. Brother Bai, am I just not smart enough? Is this relationship really that simple? Yun Zhou silently shook his head. And you all must study diligently. No more skipping classes like before, understood? Fu Suman glanced at the 5 faces clearly marked with the intent to brush him off, especially the 3 younger ones, and felt a hint of a headache. If you lack education, you'll be ridiculed. Being starved was unlikely, for he had been in this game long enough to afford to support these 5 spendthrifts. Urgeway skillfully donned her faade of indifference, responding with a series of perfunctory oh okay. She projected an air of I'm just humoring you. You'd best recognize the obvious. Zi Jing boldly declared, I'm not afraid of being mocked. The princess said they're just suffering from envy. It doesn't concern us. Qi Xiao, are you afraid of being ridiculed? Qi Xiao, unusually, did not retort, her face icy, nodded slightly, not afraid. Urgeway, relishing the chaos, raised her hand to declare her stance. I'm not afraid either. Fu Suman, what does that have to do with you? He gently poked her forehead with a finger. Yun Zhou stifled a smile, his lips curling into a shallow dimple. I am educated. He didn't need to learn further. Wu Ji succinctly stated, I'm just a little butterfly. Implying what does a little butterfly need with education? Fu Suman found himself at a loss with these 5 audacious spendthrifts. His tall frame sinking back into the plush sofa, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Rebellious children are the hardest to handle. Wu Ji leaned closer to Urgeway, whispering in her ear, it seems the Knight Commander is on the verge of losing his temper. Urgeway scrutinized Fu Suman's expression intently, earnestly asking Wu Ji, is he? She hadn't perceived it. The clearly audible Fu Suman. He propped his head with one hand, closing his eyes to regain composure, fearing that if he looked at these 5 unruly children any longer, he would succumb to the urge to enact corporal punishment. Waving his hand, don't you want to play with roller skates? Go find the butler. He'll get them for you, he silently chanted. Fu Suman, do not lose your temper. No one will notice if you're angry. Being angry will only harm yourself. Your life is your own. The child is still young and doesn't understand. A beating? No, wait until they're older to comprehend your good intentions. Punishing them is punishing yourself. Don't get angry, or you'll fall ill with no one to replace you. Hooray! The carefree Urgeway could no longer remain seated, exclaiming as she leapt from the sofa, darting towards the door like a little cannonball. The other 4 eagerly followed suit. Fu Suman, you might as well kill me. Chapter 20. This sister seems like a silly goose. Urgeway excitedly dashed towards the butler, but halfway there, she felt it made her seem inexperienced, so she forced herself to slow down, jogging to the butler. Her cheeks flushed, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Butler! The old butler was urging the gardener to work when he heard her, adjusting his glasses to look at them. What's the matter? Urgeway replied. Fu Suman said to come find you for roller skates. Roller skates? The old butler repeated in confusion. What roller skates do we have in the house? Especially for a girl. Suddenly something seemed to dawn on him, and his eyes widened in realization, his expression shifting. You mean Master asked you to come find me? Urgeway, feeling a bit downcast, nodded. She was somewhat displeased. Did this imply she was the kind of person who would lie? Although she had told her fair share of fibs, did her face give it away? All right, the old butler suddenly grew animated, taking Urgeway's hand and patting it, his formerly distant and polite demeanor now brimming with affection. He said, you must treat our young master well. He is a good boy. Since he was a child, their young master had been moving things into a room. Perhaps dolls, princess dresses, or various curiosities, clothes, shoes, and skirts had been brought in over the years, from those fit for children to those for young ladies. The Fu family had feared their son had some peculiar obsession. Fu Suman never allowed anyone else to handle those items, insisting on doing everything himself, forbidding anyone but him from entering that room, often locking himself inside for an entire night. After 20 years, the young master actually let him into that room and took something out to give to a little girl. Wasn't this akin to a peacock displaying its feathers? Uruguay, bemused by the elder's sudden warmth, nodded in a daze, as if drawing grand plans like a scoundrel who had yet to receive any money. Once I marry him, I will treat him well. Good. The old butler exclaimed after 20 years, is a girl finally going to be by our young master's side? Will the Fu family finally be as lively as other families? Although this prospective young mistress seems a bit too lively, come, I'll take you to get them. The old butler affectionately patted Uruguay's hand, preparing to lead her upstairs. Fu Suman's tall figure appeared at the doorway. Always dressed in white, his white suit making his already fair skin appear almost translucent, with black hair falling casually over his forehead, his lazy peach blossom eyes lifting to observe them. He stood tall and straight. His voice languid and alluring. You can go. She doesn't need to. Before the old butler could speak, Uruguay pouted in dissatisfaction. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Fu Suman's expression shifted slightly. He nodded at the old butler before turning to raise an eyebrow at Uruguay. I do look down on you, just to infuriate you. Uruguay stared in shock, her eyes wide. The old butler understood the cue and quickly ascended the stairs. Fu Suman's gaze fell upon the four behind Uruguay, and he could feel them all shiver, instinctively straightening their backs. He smiled softly, his warm and gentle smile sending chills down the spines of Wu Ji and the others, who were aware of his duplicitous nature. Yet, Fu Suman merely said, take good care of the princess. Remember to wear protective gear. Yun Zhou reacted the quickest, nodding in agreement. As he spoke, he strode out with long strides. Uruguay bared her teeth, vowing, I'll harm myself to spite you. I'll rely on you for a lifetime. Where are you going? Uruguay called after him. He had pressing matters to attend to. She wanted to follow him, but the next moment, she was completely captivated by the entire set of protective gear and roller skates that the old butler had brought down. She immediately forgot about Fu Suman. Wow! She exclaimed, her eyes widening with joy. The old butler recognized the shoes. They were custom designed by their young master last month, commissioned from a professional roller skate brand. With this in mind, the possibility of this little girl being their future young mistress increased significantly. No, he had to inform the master and mistress, as well as the old master. The old butler grew excited but still suppressed his joy, his gaze towards Uruguay unconsciously softening. It's not suitable to roller skate here. I'll have the driver take you to the square to play, alright? His entire life was dedicated to supporting the Fu family, and he was of a similar age to the old master, who treated him as if he were a brother rather than a servant. He cherished Fu Samong as if he were his own grandson, regarding him with the same affection one would have for a beloved granddaughter. Uruguay's attention was entirely captured by the roller skate set she held in her hands. Upon hearing the prospect of going out to play, she eagerly nodded her head. Yes. The square was not located outside the residential area, but rather just a stone's throw from the Fu family villa. Those who resided in their neighborhood were either wealthy or of noble birth, either real estate tycoons or prominent financial magnates who had made headlines. Uruguay excitedly jumped out of the car, found a flower bed to sit in, and began putting on her protective gear. She obediently tilted her head back and closed her eyes, allowing Wu Ji to place the helmet on her head, along with the knee and wrist pads, and the roller skates. Wu Ji gently swept Uruguay's long golden curls back, revealing her smooth, fair forehead, and showcasing the delicate features of the little girl's face, which drew the attention of many onlookers. Wu Ji sighed softly. Her princess was so delightful, yet had been ridiculed in the interstellar news simply for not having a conventionally pretty face. Those people were truly despicable. As Uruguay cooperated with Wu Ji to get her gear on, her gaze was fixed on the children gliding across the square, nearly soaring with their roller skates. In her mind, she silently envisioned herself executing those graceful movements. Yes, it seemed simple enough once Wu Ji had finished dressing her. Uruguay stood up unsteadily, her arms outstretched like a little penguin, cautiously maintaining her balance, beaming joyfully at Wu Ji and the others. Look, this princess is ready. Wu Ji clapped her hands, encouraging the little one enthusiastically, praising her innate prowess. The three others joined in the applause, breathlessly extolling the charming little princess, declaring her stance to be utterly beautiful and elegant. They were quite blinded by their admiration, for in truth Uruguay's movements were rather comical. Resembling a clumsy, overfed penguin. A young child, led by his mother, passed by and, observing Uruguay's antics, curiously tilted his head up to ask, Mom, doesn't that big sister look like a silly goose? Uruguay, the young mother was taken aback, offering them an embarrassed smile. I'm so sorry, children say the most innocent things with that. She tugged her child along, admonishing him gently, you shouldn't call the big sister a silly goose, that's impolite. The child, undeterred, retorted, but she really does look like a silly goose. You still can't say that. All right then. Uruguay chapter 21. A slide of my own making, she pointed incredulously at herself. Did he just say I look like a silly goose? Me? Anger flared within her, and she instinctively moved forward, still unaccustomed to the roller skates on her feet, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, her reflexes were sharp, and she managed to steady herself. Wuji rushed forward, ready to catch her. But Uruguay firmly rejected her approach with a hand, asserting, I can do it myself. Seeing Uruguay's determination, Wuji and the others settled nearby, their gazes fixed upon her, anxious that she might fall at any moment. Uruguay cautiously took a step forward, unexpectedly sliding quite well. Although her legs moved in a manner reminiscent of humanity's early attempts at coordination, she was undeniably progressing with her arms outstretched and her knees slightly bent and trembling. She glided forward, albeit unsteadily. Wuji exchanged a surprised glance with Yunju, then cupped her hands to her mouth, calling out, The princess is amazing. Uruguay's heart swelled with joy. She couldn't handle the praise. And upon receiving it, her confidence surged. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace, gradually making her way to the center of the square, where a group of children were playing on roller skates. A particularly tall child stood out among the rest, and the surrounding children curiously circled around her. It was evident by their demeanor that they were not of ordinary upbringing. They simply observed her with intrigue, remaining silent and respectful. One curly-haired child, noticing Uruguay's apparent trepidation, kindly called out, Sister, don't be afraid. Just lower your center of gravity and you won't fall. Lower my center of gravity? Uruguay pondered the mechanics of this advice. How does one lower it? Lost in thought, she momentarily lost control of her skates, panicking as her left leg slid out while her right leg remained, resulting in her clumsily toppling over, spinning like a whirlwind, and landing painfully on her tailbone. This self-inflicted slide occurred in the blink of an eye, and before the other children could react, she was sprawled out on the ground. Uruguay lay there, staring blankly at the starry night sky. Bewildered, her gaze meeting the innocent eyes surrounding her, still processing what had just happened, the children halted, gathering curiously around her. Qishao and Zijing, the youngest and most energetic, had long since dashed off to play amidst the flowers, while Wuji and Yunju, initially standing with arms crossed and amused smiles, rushed towards the fallen princess as soon as they saw her on the ground. Princess, they called, breaking through the cluster of children to help the dazed young girl sit up. Are you hurt? Wuji anxiously checked her over, feeling for any injuries. Uruguay's mind, still in disarray, gradually began to function again. What foolishness had she just displayed? She, in front of a crowd of children, had fallen flat on her backside. Oh no! The dignity of a royal princess was at stake. How could she face anyone again? Uruguay buried her face in Wuji's embrace, refusing to confront the dismal reality. What's wrong? Wuji inquired, her voice filled with concern. Does your tailbone hurt? Wuji, she can still joke, she must be fine. Sister, are you all right? The little curly-haired boy, feeling somewhat guilty, crouched down and poked Uruguay's back. I'm sorry. Did I scare you? Uruguay could no longer pretend to be an ostrich. She emerged from Wuji's embrace, sniffling and feigning composure. I'm fine. To atone for his earlier remark, the little boy bit his lip and proposed, Sister, if you don't mind, how about we teach you how to roller skate quickly? The other children nodded in agreement. Uruguay glanced at Wuji, her expression surprisingly hesitant. It seemed those little ones had skated quite well just a moment ago. Wuji was taken aback. She had expected the proud princess to dismiss the children outright, but to her surprise, Uruguay seemed to be contemplating their offer. It appeared that roller skating had captured the princess's interest after all. Just as Wuji thought Uruguay would refuse, she surprisingly nodded slightly, her expression somewhat awkward. If I learn to roller skate, I'll reward you. No need for rewards, sister, the little boy beamed, revealing a wide smile. Just don't take revenge on us. Thus, Uruguay was led away by a group of eager children for an impromptu lesson, leaving Wuji and Yunju exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 22. Disregarding male decorum. An hour later, under the careful watch of the elementary school children, Uruguay glided with increasing finesse, no longer resembling a novice getting acquainted with her limbs. The little curly-haired boy gradually released his hold on her, and Uruguay glided like a nocturnal sprite, her skirt trailing behind in an elegant arc, her long fair neck held high like a proud swan, bathed in the cool glow of moonlight. Then an inexplicable illusion arose. It was as if a doll displayed in a shop window had suddenly gained a soul, dancing alone on an empty stage. Alas, this doll's grace was fleeting. In a moment of overconfidence, her feet slipped, and she nearly fell flat on her face, just as her dainty nose was about to touch the ground. Her instinct for survival kicked in, and she swiftly flipped onto her back, gazing blankly at the sky. Princess! Sister, sister! Wuji had been monitoring her closely and was the first to react, darting towards her like an arrow released from a taut bowstring. The children, startled by the sudden turn of events, skated over to her side. Are you all right? Wuji helped Erguwei sit up, her brow furrowed with concern. Little Wuji, I can skate now! Erguwei exclaimed, her joy radiating as she looked at her. Her eyes sparkling even brighter, her nose slightly flushed with excitement. The sight of Erguwei's elation brought a reluctant smile to Wuji's lips as she shook her head. Our little princess is truly remarkable. Sister! You're amazing. We've been learning this for ages. Exactly. You're a natural-born skater. It must be because you're so clever, sister, that you're learning so fast. The little prodigies who had taken half an hour to grasp the basics praised Erguwei breathlessly, utterly oblivious to their own irony. Erguwei lifted her chin, a hint of pride coloring her features, while her ears betrayed her with a flush of pink, resembling an arrogant little kitten, utterly endearing. Though the children had little interest in the ice cream Erguwei mentioned, they still played along, exclaiming, "Wow! Ice cream!" 3 boys and girls, accompanied by 15 elementary school students, set off, a total of 18 individuals, eager to visit the nearby large shopping mall for ice cream. Erguwei brushed off the dust from her skirt, when suddenly she heard the excited exclamation of the curly-haired child beside her. It's the masked sister, masked sister. Following the direction of the curly-haired child's pointing finger, Erguwei and her companions discovered a figure in the dim corner, illuminated only by the faint glow of a street lamp. It was a girl of striking beauty and youthful demeanor. Her face was adorned with a doll-like mask, the craftsmanship of which could hardly be described as exquisite, and she wore a school uniform from an unknown institution, clearly made of high-quality fabric. She glided on roller skates, dancing gracefully under the moonlight. The dust beneath her feet transformed into a delicate flurry, akin to drifting snowflakes. The girl moved with ethereal grace, bending slightly as she spun downwards, then leaping into the air, completing 2 rotations before descending, reminiscent of a princess within a music box, twirling upright as she leaned forward. Her slender legs traced a mesmerizing arc through the air, as if she were not skating in a shadowy corner but performing at a highly anticipated figure skating competition. Who is she? The curly-haired child's tone and gaze revealed her unabashed admiration for the masked sister, who skated here daily, showcasing extraordinary skill. That so? Erguwei nodded nonchalantly, her interest in strangers generally tepid. Though she acknowledged the girl's talent, she had more pressing matters at hand, namely ice cream. Let us go, let us go. Upon entering the Fu family residence, Erguwei could hardly contain her excitement as she rushed to share her triumph of mastering roller skates with Fu Suman, her voice ringing out as she disembarked from the car. Fu Suman. Fu Papaya. The moment she heard the nickname Miss Chicken, Erguwei felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, and she playfully complained to the old butler, "Grandpa Butler, just call me Erguwei. Please don't call me Miss Chicken." Although Erguwei was spoiled and somewhat haughty, she was adept at charming those older than her, sweetly coaxing them with just the right amount of playful defiance that could make anyone's heart swell with joy. Otherwise, given her mischievous nature, surviving the whims of her royal parents would indeed be miraculous. As she grumbled, a palpable sense of grievance emanated from her, eliciting amusement from the old butler, who inquired, "Shall I call the young master?" Erguwei shook her head decisively, declaring, "It's best not to involve a man who disregards marital fidelity." Fu Suman, what did you ask? Could you repeat that? A voice laden with disbelief interrupted the moment. I asked, what if the children at home are reluctant to attend school? Fu Suman, demonstrating rare patience, reiterated his question. You can't be telling me that you summoned us all here just to inquire about this. Yuan Iho, the source of the incredulous voice, responded. Fu Suman, unless you provide me with a compelling reason for why you called me over 10 times in 5 minutes, leading me to believe an emergency had arisen that forced me to abandon a significant client, I might just lose my temper. In the center of the room lounged a man clad in a black suit, his languid posture exuding an air of nonchalance. Ji Wuzi, with his long fingers resting on his wrist, prepared to remove his watch, resembling a sleek, dark panther poised for the hunt, as if barely containing the urge to unleash his frustration. Rong Jingyan propped his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. When did you have a child? Beside them sat 2 silent men, both exuding an extraordinary presence, dressed in formal attire, their faces betraying unmistakable fatigue, as if they had rushed over without pause. Chapter 23, Butler. It has been a long time since I've seen the young master smile like this. Thank you for the compliment. Fu Suman was unperturbed, a smile gradually blossoming on his face. However, This child is no ordinary one. A mere 4 simple threats and temptations would suffice, but the remaining one is rather delicate, prone to throwing tantrums over the slightest provocation. Ji Wuzi paused mid-sip, his expression curious. Why are you smiling so contentedly? Am I? Fu Suman's smile seemed to be uncontainable. Perhaps it's because I now have a sister. Unlike any of you, your parents had another daughter? How come I wasn't informed? Ji Wuzi inquired, bewildered. The 6 of them, bonded since childhood and referring to each other as brothers, had continued to shine in their respective fields as adults, never allowing the passage of time or distance to diminish their bond. During their rebellious teenage years, they even established a hierarchy based on age. Ji Wuzi, being the eldest, held the first position, followed by Ji Wujuan, Fu Suman, Ji Yaoshu, Rong Jingyan, and Yuanio. Fu Suman ignored Ji Wuzi, his gaze settling on the 2 handsome men, their expressions clouded with unspoken concerns, betraying a hint of smugness. RGC, I heard you recently acquired a sister. How does it feel to have a sister? It was a brazenly provocative remark. Who didn't he know that the Ji family was currently embroiled in chaos due to the affairs concerning the Zhen family's daughter? Ji Wujuan rubbed his temples, his mind swirling with thoughts, lacking the energy to engage in a battle of wits with this sly fox. Indeed, it's simply delightful. That was like hitting a pillow. Fu Suman appeared unfazed, radiating good cheer as he fiddled with his phone, continuing to stoke the flames of conversation. You haven't answered yet. What should we do if the child is reluctant to study? What to do? Just give them a good thrashing. Rong Jingyan replied nonchalantly that I was reluctant to study as a child, but my sister made sure I learned to love it. That won't do. Fu Suman shook his head in refusal, his brow furrowed in protest. A young girl has never faced hardships. Such an approach is far too radical. Ji Wuzi chuckled. You, who at 10 were already accompanying your father to meet all manner of shady characters, didn't he seem so opposed to radical methods back then? Fu Suman continued to focus on his phone, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He understood that he must shield her from such hardships. Otherwise, what would be the point of his sacrifices? Third brother, you are being excessive, playing tricks on us while engrossed in your phone. Yuan Iho leaned closer to peek at the screen, and Fu Suman made no attempt to stop him. Yuan Iho read aloud, what to do if the child is reluctant to study. 10 essential tips every parent should know. The atmosphere froze momentarily and Ji Wuzi teased, little 6, what madness are you spouting? Not at all, Yuan Iho replied innocently to his third brother, who's reading this as that's so. Rong Jingyan perked up like an eager puppy. Let me see. Fu Suman shrugged and displayed the screen. A 10-year-old child's intelligence and academic performance fall significantly behind that of their peers, with myriad reasons causing parental distress. Remember these 10 words, and your child will avoid half the pitfalls in their education. After exchanging over 20 messages, the sender's name was noted as Assistant Yang. Poor Assistant Yang, Rong Jingyan silently sympathized. A graduate of a prestigious university, securing a position in one of the top 3 companies, he had fought through countless challenges to finally become an assistant to the president, only to be tasked with figuring out how to guide children. Fu Suman took the call, swiping the screen to connect. The cheerful and playful voice of a young girl came through the phone, accompanied by an exaggerated attempt at a microphone check. Ahem, can you hear me? Guess who I am? The moment she spoke, Fu Suman recognized her voice, feigning ignorance. Who I am your girlfriend, she declared, her tone filled with mischief. Girlfriend? Fu Suman furrowed his brow. Which one of my girlfriends are you referring to? From which country? Which region? What complexion? What age? Male or female? You're quite the pervert. Fu Suman stoked the fire. Jane Jessica? Ali, Xiaofeng? Taiju? Fu Suman. The girl on the other end indeed flared up. I knew it. How can there be a dog that doesn't eat shit? A cat that doesn't steal fish, or a man who doesn't cheat? The CEOs in novels are also promiscuous. How could there not be a few secretaries vying for their attention? When they meet the female lead, am I not the female lead? I'm just a side character. Fu Suman. So he really does go to nightclubs with his friends. Fu Suman attempted to interject. I was just joking. Then you would throw me out in the middle of the night, seeking your doctor brother to treat your fever, saying, I've never seen you so anxious over someone, while your assistant would remark, it's my first time seeing the president lose control. Fu Suman's head throbbed. He really does have a doctor brother. Yuan Iho leaned closer, intrigued. Third brother, who is it? Before Fu Suman could respond, the girl on the line immediately interjected. I don't want to talk to you. I want to speak to that person. Feigning ignorance, Fu Suman replied. Which person? Is someone there? The little princess huffed. Put it on speaker. With no other option, Fu Suman reluctantly switched to speaker mode, placing the phone between himself and Yuan Iho. Yuan Iho glanced at Fu Suman's expression, who shot him a warning look not to say anything foolish and tentatively spoke, "Hello?" "Hi there," the youthful voice echoed through the phone, starkly contrasting with the male-dominated atmosphere of the room, causing everyone to turn their attention toward her. Even Ji Yaoshu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them to look over. Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu. That voice sounds so familiar. Yuan Iho. Hello. Are you Fu Suman's brother? Yuan Iho, indeed. Are you all at the nightclub now? Yuan Iho admits without hesitation, yes. Very well. The girl across the way subtly gnaws on her back molars, yet her voice remains sweet. What is your profession? Brother in a nightclub. All the elements are about to converge. Fu Samong feels a sense of foreboding and shoots a glance at Yuan Iho, but unexpectedly, the blockhead fails to comprehend the cue. A doctor. Ah. Excellent, still a doctor. Brother. It's over, Fu Samong thinks. Chapter 24. What a fortunate encounter. Not serious at all. Fu Samong is well versed in the tactics of Erguwei. She has read numerous tales of domineering CEOs, and the subsequent sequence should involve various melodramatic literary tropes coming together to admonish him. As expected, after a moment of brewing, Erguwei finally speaks. Fu Samong, you licentious man, who else would dare to want you besides me? You belong to me alone, for I will never despise you. Thus, you must heed my words. All right? This is Pua literature. Erguwei continues. This is the first time I have treated someone so well. Previously it was always others who treated me kindly. How many men around me wish to capture my attention? I don't even spare them a glance. You are the first person I wish to take seriously. You must be gentle, considerate and understanding. Only then will I not stray, do you understand? This is the Sea King literature. Fu Samong responds with a languid and frivolous tone, tinged with amusement. All right, my princess is the best princess in the world. Though you treat our home like a hotel, I know that once I bear you a son, you will settle down, correct? Those who speak ill of you are merely envious of our splendid and harmonious life. I also understand that you can distinguish between the outside and home. This is the delicate husband literature. Erguwei. Erguwei is momentarily dazed by his charming words and chooses to attack with a different literary style. How infuriating. You, yes you, what kind of man are you that makes me love you so much? So unlike myself. Where should I place you? Man, be obedient yet bold. Admit you love me as long as you utter those 3 words. You can forget about escaping. This is domineering CEO literature, having practiced these moves for over a decade. Fu Samong can now effortlessly respond. If the princess does not wish to converse with me, then so be it. I am aware I am far less interesting than the alluring male foxes outside. Why must I endure such humiliation? This is Dayu literature. Rong Jingyan and Yuan Iho exchange a glance, each reflecting the other's astonishment. Who is this person that can transform the cunning old fox into a charming little fox? Yuan Iho and Rong Jingyan whisper to each other, goodness, Fu Laosen can't possibly have been Puade, right? Every word from the opposite side drips with honey. Come on, third brother's words aren't exactly refreshing either. Yuan Iho shivers dramatically, rubbing her arms where goosebumps have formed. Seeing that the other side has fallen silent, Fu Samong's smile broadens, his narrow phoenix eyes curving slightly, as if a myriad of stars has descended into his gaze. What is it? Erguwei pouts, her mind momentarily blanked. I was pondering your brothers. One isn't sufficient, is it? Fu Samong can hardly contain his amusement, just as he is about to speak when he hears the little scoundrel's tone laced with excitement. I read holographic novels. Are all those domineering brothers handsome? Mind your drool, Fu Samong retorts, casting a disdainful glance around the room, his gaze lingering on each face for a few seconds before swiftly moving on. After a moment, he calmly states, they are all quite ugly. He speaks no falsehood. According to Erguwei's interstellar aesthetics, these individuals indeed appear as hideous as space debris. For the first few years upon arriving in this world, he believed himself to share the same misfortune as these brothers, all possessing faces deemed exceptionally unattractive, until he received countless love letters and confessions throughout elementary, middle and high school, as well as witnessing a parade of unappealing celebrities on television. Only then did he realize, their interstellar standards of beauty seemed quite divergent from those here. Really? More hideous than you? Erguwei inquires skeptically. Can anyone be more unattractive than Fu Samong? Upon reflection, Fu Samong realizes that according to this world's standards, if they are deemed uglier than him, it only implies that they are more handsome here. Such a notion is preposterous. He states without a hint of embarrassment, then I must be slightly uglier. Ji Wuzi and others. Are you all right? Although Ji Wuzi is unaware of who on the other end has caused this cunning old fox to exhibit such a doting expression, he is certain that the counterpart is a girl. Fusamong. Don't speak nonsense. Fusamong shoots him a glare, explaining to the voice on the other end, brother is not that kind of person. Ji Wuzi shrugs nonchalantly, holding up his phone, silently mouthing, Ruoshui is coming. He gleefully points towards the door. As luck would have it, Ji Ruoshui happens to enter just then, unloading her backpack while walking in, her gaze fixed eagerly on the tall, languid figure in white seated in the corner. Her tone carries an undeniable excitement and anticipation. Brother Samong, you're here too. Erguwei immediately senses something amiss. A girl? Fusamong. His survival instinct kicks in and he quickly frowns, rebutting Ji Ruoshui, I've mentioned it several times, don't call me brother. With someone eyeing her little cabbage, Erguwei's vigilance peaks. How could she not detect the admiration laced within that sweet, gentle voice? Fusamong addressed once again. He has transformed from brother to Fusamong. Just wait until I deal with you, Erguwei declares fiercely. Even through the screen, he can envision the scene of the little beast, baring her small fangs in a furious display, and he cannot help but chuckle softly. Brother Samong. Third brother, what are you laughing at? Fusamong looks up to find a girl still clad in her school uniform, her head bowed, holding a bento box filled with delicately arranged sushi and sashimi. Her cheeks slightly flushed, displaying an expression of mock reproach. Fusamong, what have I done now? Yuan Io kindly reminds third brother Ruoshui has made you her bento. Why are you laughing? Fusamong. How on earth do I explain this? I could jump into the Yellow River and still be unable to clear my name. Erguwei. Head. Fusamong falls silent, and the other side seems to descend into a calm before the storm, the only sound being the soft rhythm of breaths, and he patiently awaits the tempestuous outburst from the other side. Suddenly, a familiar yet infuriating female voice pierces through his ears, open your mouth. As Wu Ji seems to have stuffed something into Erguwei's mouth, Erguwei's cheeks bulge as she chews, unable to find the space to express her anger. Fusamong hears a faint sound of swallowing from the other side, followed by Wu Ji's voice laced with anticipation. How is it? Tasty. Erguwei's tone suddenly becomes soft, as if deliberately increasing the distance from the phone, yet her words remain clear to Fusamong. Delicious. Woosh, quick. Quick, let's head to the kitchen. Grandpa the butler has prepared a plethora of delightful dishes. Erguwei, okay. After a few seconds, Erguwei earnestly states, brother, I believe you are not that kind of person. Trust between people should be fostered. Thus, I will not investigate your post any further. Head. Fusamong silently scoffs at the notion of fostering trust, recognizing that she merely desires food. Even across the screen, he can imagine Erguwei's drool as she gazes longingly toward the kitchen and her satisfied expression after indulging in delicacies. An inexplicable desire stirs within him to witness her pouting face. Full of suppressed anger, he politely waves at Ji Ruoshui, mindful that her two brothers are present, thus maintaining a semblance of decorum. The latter's expression falters for a moment before she brightens again, offering her bento box to Yuan Io. Fusamong, harboring a mischievous intent, deliberately remarks to the eagerly hanging up Erguwei, you should come quickly. I might just be the kind of person you describe. Grandpa the butler has already set a table filled with visually appealing and delectable dishes, and Erguwei and the others take their seats, all awaiting the end of the call to commence the feast. As Erguwei nonchalantly engages with Fusamong, her eyes remain fixed on the banquet spread before them. I genuinely believe in you. In the interstellar realm, her royal sister is one of the most stunning beauties, truly magnificent, weighing in at an astounding 400 pounds. With her celestial beauty, what handsome suitor could not be found? Yet, despite her formidable allure, she has inexplicably taken a liking to the universally recognized ugliest man, Fusamong. Faced with the affection of such a captivating princess, Fusamong resolutely declines, declaring he must continue to defend his home and country. Thus unable to comply from then on, Fusamong is deemed not to be a man of lust. She cannot fathom that there exists anyone more beautiful than her royal sister. Moments pass, and silence lingers on the other end. Go away. Erguwei erupts, springing from her chair, the innocent chair scraping sharply against the floor. You all eat first. Grandpa the butler, prepare the car to what fortunate encounter? Fusamong puts away his phone, feeling quite pleased, and upon looking up, unexpectedly meets several teasing and curious gazes. Fusamong. Chapter 25. Why must the ghosts torment the turtles? Yuan Io gazes skeptically at the old fox, who appears as vibrant as spring flowers, resembling a bashful maiden in love, making it difficult not to ponder, is this sister of yours truly a biological sister? Or a romantic sister? Those eyes seem naturally alluring, particularly when locking gazes with another, like little hooks drawing one in. Ji Ruoshui sat beside the two brothers of the Ji family, outwardly smiling and engaging in light-hearted banter with them, while her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards the corner of the sofa. It seemed as if she was innately drawn to the color white, adorned in a pristine white suit that mirrored her own immaculate persona, effortlessly radiating a luminous charm that irresistibly attracted others. Much like moths to a flame, the driver opened the car door for Uruguay, who remained in her roller skates, unwilling to part with them. As she aptly stated, she intended to embrace laziness to the fullest, opting to glide rather than walk whenever possible. In essence, it was a rather serious business establishment. Upon noticing the exclusive license plate of the Fu family parked at the entrance, passers-by instinctively slowed their pace. For it was said that this vehicle belonged exclusively to the young master of the Fu family, who frequently frequented this place. As the car door swung open, a pair of feet clad in pink roller skates first caught the attention of onlookers. The owner of those skates emerged, her golden doll-like curls cascading down her back, slightly tousled from being hastily tied in low pigtails for the sake of dining. Her delicate visage, framed by a pink safety helmet, glowed with a faint blush, exuding an air of purity and vivacity reminiscent of an animated sports girl. Uruguay's eyes brightened noticeably, and upon catching sight of the driver's face, which was slightly flushed from stifled laughter, she inquired with displeasure, "Are you mocking me? Am I amusing?" "It's not that you're amusing, rather you are just too adorable." The driver chuckled inwardly. He quickly shook his head. "I merely recalled something humorous. As professionals we are trained not to laugh unless it's truly hilarious." On her first day in this world, Uruguay had yet to embark on her surfing adventure, and had already fallen victim to the village's lack of internet connectivity. Believing the driver's words with a nonchalant wave of her hand, "All right then, you just keep grinning like a fool while I step out for a moment." "Grinning like a fool, miss? The young master is on the top floor," the driver called after her retreating figure. Her striking appearance and attire captivated many men who were eager to strike up a conversation, but with a gust of wind, the sporty girl had vanished from sight. Having circled the first floor for what felt like an eternity, Uruguay found herself in despair, unable to discover a way to ascend. She gazed hopelessly at the staircase, feeling the pressure mounting. Was she truly going to have to climb it step by step? That would be dreadful. She began to reminisce about her interstellar days, where one could choose between manual and automatic modes for ascending. The automatic mode involved a small chamber constructed of superparticles and quark materials, allowing instant transport upwards with the marvel of teleportation. Even more user-friendly, one could customize the species and sizes of plants and star beast. V587, Uruguay called out for assistance. "How does one ascend in this world?" V587, not daring to hesitate, promptly accessed the information, and within seconds replied, "Your Highness, it is an elevator." Recalling the appearance of an elevator from her memory, she scanned her surroundings and finally located the elevator doors. Pressing the button, the door slowly opened with a trembling foot. She cautiously stepped inside. Positioning herself in a corner, she pressed the button for the top floor, and due to prior arrangements made by Fu Samong, she was able to pass without any staff intervening. The elevator ascended swiftly. A sensation of weightlessness washed over her. Alone in the quiet cabin, her thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably towards an unsettling direction, recalling an ancient ghost story from her homeland. Wasn't it said that spirits lurked in the corners of elevators? A chill ran down her spine as a wave of dread crept up from her tailbone. Uruguay clenched her fists, murmuring softly, "Please don't haunt me. I am not a scientific anomaly. Spirits have no reason to trouble me. I am still the turtle princess. If you mess with me, I'll report you. And we'll both end up being dissected." As she spoke, her survival instincts kicked in, and she silently inched towards the door, clutching the railing for dear life. The moment the door opened, she bolted as if being chased, disappearing in an instant. How terrifying. Meanwhile, Fu Samong anxiously checked the time on his phone, its flickering screen stark against the dim lighting of the private room. Ji Wuzi tossed a pack of tissues at him, exclaiming impatiently, "It flashes 70 times a minute. If I were your phone, I'd be falling apart." Fu Samong merely scoffed, ignoring him, and was about to check the time once more when a loud crash echoed from the entrance. It sounded akin to a sparrow colliding with glass or a dragonfly striking a face. Someone had crashed into the door. Fu Samong felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Chapter 26. Your sister is fine. The next moment Fu Samong stood up abruptly, striding to the door, his hand brushing against the cool doorknob. Hesitating for just a moment, he opened the door to reveal a young girl clad in athletic gear, pitifully staring up at him while clutching her pink helmet, her large eyes brimming with indignation. Fu Samong pulled her hand down, unfastening the helmet's strap as he spoke, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Did you run into the door? Isn't that helmet and knee pads supposed to protect you?" Erguwei pouted, nodding slightly, her tone bordering on a whine. I couldn't stop in time and ended up crashing into the door like a fly swatted dead. Her vivid description evoked images of comical scenes from animations, and Fu Samong couldn't help but chuckle, breaking into laughter. How dare you laugh? Erguwei huffed, puffing her cheeks before stepping on his polished shoes with her hard roller skates. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she asked, Brother, may I make a request? The moment she called him brother, Fu Samong anticipated trouble. Removing her pink helmet, he noticed her hair resembled a bird's nest. And using his long, dexterous fingers, he effortlessly untied her makeshift ponytail, smoothing her hair down. What is it that you desire? She licked her lips, envisioning the taste of ice cream, her eyes narrowing in delight as if she could already savor the flavor of vanilla. Fu Samong, with one hand free, wiped the corner of her mouth, disdainfully brushing his fingers against her smooth cheek. You've drooled all over it, I haven't tea, Erguwei retorted, skeptically touching her mouth, only to realize Fu Samong was teasing her. She playfully elbowed him. I want ice cream, but I have no money. Then let us get a large one, Fu Samong replied, never one to restrict Erguwei's desires. As he tied her hair, he cautioned, just one serving, don't overdo it or you'll end up with a stomachache, and I want to be taking care of you. Erguwei, eager to please, nodded obediently, gesturing with her hands to indicate a small portion. Just this much. All right, Fu Samong replied lazily, but his hands moved quickly and skillfully, managing to tie her hair into two low ponytails that rested neatly against her chest. Satisfied with the symmetry, he lightly patted her head. Truly, I am the best. Yuan Eo observed Fu Samong standing at the door, seemingly lost in thought. All he could discern was a girl with golden hair before him, as Fu Samong's tall frame obscured her entirely. Unable to contain his curiosity, he called out, Third brother, are you summoning spirits at the door? With that remark, the petite girl revealed her true identity. After watching him leave, she confidently glided in on her roller skates, unabashedly taking a seat on the sofa and inspecting her nails. Yuan Eo's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized her, exclaiming, Ji Erguwei? The two men sitting opposite him sensed the shift and quickly turned their attention towards her, their gazes sharp as blades laden with stormy intensity directed at Erguwei. Verosha gasped softly, Little sister? However, Erguwei, equipped with her own defensive shield, ignored their piercing stares and glared at Yuan Eo, declaring, Who are you calling Ji Erguwei? I am of the national surname Ji. My name is Erguwei, the most formidable crocodile turtle princess. I am not some chicken or turtle. Before Yuan Eo could respond, Ji Wujuan strode towards Erguwei, exuding a commanding presence honed from years in the marketplace. His handsome face stern and intimidating, his inky black hair adding to his fearsome demeanor. What are you doing here? Are you unaware that this place is filled with all sorts of people? He admonished. Erguwei, taken aback by his intimidating aura, furrowed her beautifully shaped brows in silence, regarding him with a look that suggested he was out of his mind. Who is this person? How absurd! Erguwei assessed his features, decisively concluding, he is quite unattractive. Very well, no one has ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even her father, when reprimanding her, hesitates to lower his voice, lest he finds a tuft of hair grown for several years upon his pillow that night. She is, after all, the esteemed sixth princess, who never tolerates grievances and repays enmity without delay. Ji Wuzi casually propped his long, straight leg upon the table, crossing them with an air of intrigue as he gazed in their direction. Oh? The sister of the Ji brothers is actually related to Fu Lao San. Let her go. A cold, indifferent voice emerged from the entrance, devoid of any emotion yet imbued with an unmistakable firmness. Old second. Fu Sumo strolled in leisurely, holding what appeared to be a pink ice cream. He approached Ji Wujuan, smiling as he gently pried her fingers from Erguwei's wrist, offering the ice cream to Erguwei, whose eyes were glued to it. The vanilla ice cream is gone. How about watermelon flavor? Erguwei pouted in dissatisfaction. Her exaggerated movements, perhaps due to excessive force, appeared oddly harmonious. She mumbled as she sat down, lamenting the absence of vanilla ice cream, declaring the establishment not only unrefined but also impoverished. Sooner or later, it would go bankrupt. The owner of the establishment, Ji Wuzi, heard every word clearly. Although Fu Sumo was addressing Erguwei, his gaze was fixed intently on Ji Wujuan. The two tall men stood facing each other, their eyes clashing in the air, one serious, the other nonchalant. Nearby, Erguwei was engrossed in scooping her watermelon ice cream, unaffected by the potent auras of the two men before her. After a moment, Ji Wujuan furrowed her brow and asked in confusion, Why? Fu Sumo's good mood was reflected in the arch of his brow. Your sister is fine. In the next moment, she will be mine. Ji Wujuan. Chapter 27. Your mole quite red. Have you lost your mind? Ji Wujuan frowned at him, her eyes filled with disapproval. Although I am unaware of how she became entangled with you, there have been some minor discrepancies within the Ji family. But, old third, you must understand. She is a member of the Ji family, not someone you can toy with at will. Fu Sumo remained unfazed, raising an eyebrow as he feigned sorrow, lowering his gaze and sighing softly, his tone laced with a hint of regret. Do you truly see me as someone who would toy with a girl? Ji Wujuan was momentarily at a loss for words, and indeed, who would believe it? The seemingly romantic Fu family young master, who flits through the flower gardens, is in fact a novice in matters of the heart, whiter than a blank sheet of paper. They had known each other for over a decade, yet he had never been seen with a girl. Not even his own sister Jiaoshu noticed the standoff between Ji Wujuan and Fu Sumo, removing the frameless glasses perched on his high nose, and without the lens's concealment, the impact of his elongated eyes was undeniable. In an instant, his demeanor transformed from that of a gentle, refined elite lawyer to a dangerously brooding villain. He pressed a hand against his reddened nose from the glasses and stood, striding toward the two. His voice low and serious. What is happening? Ji Ruoxue had nearly stood when Fu Sumo entered but stifled the urge until Jiaoshu rose, at which point she bravely followed, dashing over to join him. Yuan Iyo, sensing the situation escalating, exchanged glances with Rong Jingyan and they both stood, moving to mediate what's going on. Why are you two standing there? The crowd had gathered around Erguwei, several tall men looming before her, casting an oppressive shadow, their figures blocking any light from reaching her. Erguwei felt the space was too cramped, maneuvering her watermelon ice cream to slip away from the throng, settling on a nearby sofa. Ji Wuzi, lazily resting his head on his hand, witnessed the center of attention quietly exit the vortex, gliding on roller skates to a spot neither too close nor too far from him, diligently enjoying her watermelon ice cream. Finding it amusing, he lowered his legs from the table, smirking as he approached her, taking a seat beside her, propping his head on one hand, his eyes filled with affection. Erguwei, do you still remember your brother? Erguwei glanced at him, her fondness for this world growing. Compared to the interstellar realm, the frequency of unattractive individuals here was astonishingly high, to say nothing of this man before her. His looks were hardly superior to Fu Sumo's. Fu Sumo may have been unattractive, but Erguwei viewed him through the lens of affection, whereas Ji Wuzi had no such filter. Upon looking at him, she felt her eyes were struck by a blow, leading her to avert her gaze hastily. Fortunately, in this world, no one appeared so grotesque as to stand out as an anomaly. If you are ugly and I am ugly, then everyone is ugly. Thus peace reigns. Ji Wuzi, oblivious to Erguwei's thoughts, assumed her averted gaze was due to shyness, his smile deepening, captivating. Erguwei, what do you think of your brother's looks? Erguwei, with sympathy in her eyes, recognized the challenge of being unattractive for over a decade. Observing him, she noted how even making friends required careful navigation. Fearing ridicule for his appearance, she scrutinized his features, attempting to identify a redeeming quality. His eyes were too expressive, unattractive. His brows were too thick, unattractive. His nose was too high, unattractive. His lips were too thin, unattractive. His skin was also lacking, too pale. After a moment, she finally managed to utter, pointing to the area beneath her eye, your mole is quite red. Ji Wuzi's expression froze. What the hell, a mole? Impolite child. His smile remained, but he ground his back teeth, forcing each word out. This is a tear mole. Erguwei merely responded with a soft "oh," unbothered, while continuing to relish her ice cream, offering consolation. But you shouldn't shy away from making friends because of your appearance. We don't judge friends by their looks. Ji Wuzi was both amused and infuriated. Throughout his life, people had hurled insults at him, calling him a vampire parasite, a psychopathic beast, and an ungrateful wretch, yet no one had ever been so direct as to call him ugly. So you are willing to be my friend? His tone grew weighty, laden with ambiguity, his smile turning dangerously charming, yet it failed to penetrate Erguwei's focus on her treat. Not quite. Erguwei grinned playfully. I don't judge friends by their looks, so whether you are ugly or handsome, I want to be your friend. Ji Wuzi. This infuriating child. Fu Sumo, having finished his conversation with Ji Wujuan, noticed Ji Wuzi's stealthy approach and walked over to Erguwei, squatting before her and gently lifting her chin, compelling her to look down at him. Don't mind him. Knowing Erguwei was not easily swayed, he anticipated her response. Sure enough, she exploded. Why? I don't want to. With a pout, she relented. Fine, on your account. Ji Wuzi felt a chill run down his spine from Fu Sumo's gentle tone, kicking at him with a disdainful air. Fu, you are remarkably accomplished. To coddle your ancestors so tenderly is quite the feat. Erguwei raised her hand protectively, glaring fiercely. What are you kicking him for? Fu Sumo. shielded by Erguwei, wore a grin that could hardly contain itself, his eyes challenging Ji Wuzi, yet he spoke in a pitiful tone. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. After all that he is my elder brother. Ji Wuzi. What the hell? Chapter 28. Even the little ones are quite adorable. Ji Wuzi muttered a curse under his breath, feeling a wave of bad luck wash over him as he surveyed them, casually shoving his hands into his pockets and regarding them with a languid, disdainful gaze. Dressed entirely in black, resembling a crow, he looked every bit the villain. Erguwei was still grumbling, evidently still irked by earlier events. She had no intention of lowering her voice, her words clearly reaching Ji Wuzi's ears, provoking a chuckle of exasperation from him. You're wearing all that pink to appear youthful, aren't you? How old are you this year? What business is it of yours? Are you fond of me? Erguwei shot him a look, her small eyes brimming with mischievous mockery, as if she had uncovered a secret. You needn't deny it. I know well that men are shy. They have no resistance to girls of my age, for I am indeed quite likable. His fists clenched. Ji Wuzi's perennial smile faltered, his hands instinctively tightening into fists. Naturally, he had no intention of striking a young girl. What would it sound like if it spread that Ji Wuzi bullied a sweet girl? Though this little girl is indeed quite annoying. Fu Suman timely stood up, blocking the visual clash between the two, smiling as she said, You are already 23 years old. She is merely 17, still a child. Why should an adult like you bicker with her? Erguwei popped her head out from behind him, tugging at his sleeve in discontent. I'm 18, forgetting her age. Look at her. Aside from her appearance resembling that of a child, what else is childlike about her? Which child has such a sharp tongue that can draw blood? Ji Wuzi seldom engaged in such quarrels, yet here he was childishly sparring with Erguwei, insisting that Fu Suman arbitrate. Unfortunately, Fu Suman was biased, speaking nonsense with her eyes wide open, claiming she resembled a child in every way, exemplifying kindness, humility, and decorum, all without exception. Erguwei, peeking out again, retorted, Look at you. Aside from looking old and being slightly taller than me, how do you resemble an adult? Your brain might be small too. She provocatively extended her thumb and index finger, leaving a tiny gap in between, forming an okay gesture, which was rather adorable. Ji Wuzi. Fu Suman. Ji Wuzi looked at him incredulously. Fu Suman, how can you still laugh? Aren't you going to manage this? Fu Suman remained unfazed. Children say whatever they want. Besides, she was complimenting you, small and quite. Forget the small and quite adorable. Ji Wuzi was utterly exasperated, wishing he could strangle this smirking old fox, always feeling that this guy's praise for his adorableness held a hidden meaning. He turned to leave, deciding to ignore them. Why should he endure this? Go away, go away. Ji Wuzi lazily waved his hand behind him, the jade ring on his thumb glittering under the light. Your Highness, do you find that ring beautiful? Fu Suman stroked his chin, hinting at something. Not particularly. Erguwei scrutinized Ji Wuzi's jade ring, mimicking Fu Suman's gesture to stroke her chin. But it would certainly look splendid on both of us. I think so too. Fu Suman chuckled, unaware that her jade ring had already caught their attention. Ji Wuzi felt a chill run down his spine from the intense gazes behind him. Turning around, he found the two staring at him intently. As if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter, he hurriedly quickened his pace, soon disappearing around the corridor's end. Damn it, this feeling is even more terrifying than having a gun pressed against my temple. Hey? Why did Big Brother leave? Rong Jingyan only caught a glimpse of a corner of his clothing vanishing at the corridor's end. Looking back at the others in the room, Ji Wuzi was already gone. Why does it feel like someone is being hunted? Fu Suman shrugged innocently. It's dark now. It looks like it's going to rain. Erguwei chimed in, and the clothes at home haven't been collected yet. Rong Jingyan. That I suspect you are brushing me off, but I have no evidence. Jingyan, let's go. Yuan picked up his clothes, preparing to leave. Noticing Rong Jingyan still standing next to Fu Suman, seemingly lost in conversation, he approached them. Is something wrong? Collecting clothes, not garbage. It's a small issue. Yuan patted the shoulder of his good friend, who was beginning to doubt Ji Wuzi's mental state. After pondering this, Rong Jingyan found it reasonable, greeted the others and followed Yuan out. Fu Suman, shall we leave as well? Erguwei yawned, feeling somewhat drowsy, playfully tugging at Fu Suman's clothing. Fu Suman nodded, allowing her to pull him along as they walked. Upon reaching the two brothers of the Ji family, Erguwei did not even glance at them, immersed in the joy of being pulled along without exerting any effort. Suddenly, her arm was gripped tightly, and looking up in confusion, she saw a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his brow furrowed tightly, radiating a suppressed disdain. Where are you going? Such a peculiar person. Erguwei thought he was strange. Though not particularly perceptive, she was not foolish and could sense his aversion to physical contact with her. But if he disliked touching her, why was he holding her? It made her feel as though she were forcefully taking him away. Erguwei shot him an annoyed glance. If I go jump into the sea, would you come? If I go pick up trash, would you come? If I go eat feces? Before she could finish, Fu Suman covered her mouth with a smile. No need for that. I can follow you for the first two, but the last one, I truly cannot. Yaoshu was momentarily stumped by her retort, sensing that Erguwei seemed changed, yet unchanged, appearing more aggressive than before. Indiscriminately attacking anyone who approached her, so indiscriminately that she even scolded herself. Don't forget your surname, he coldly remarked, looking at Erguwei as if she were a stranger. Forget it, it drives you crazy. Erguwei made a face at him. Yaoshu. He scanned her outfit, scoffing softly, as though his seemingly concerned words transformed into a sharp blade, wounding deeply. Which family's girl like you at this hour is out playing at a nightclub instead of staying at home? Aren't you afraid of bad people watching you? Fu Suman pulled Erguwei behind him, about to frown and speak, but Erguwei pushed him aside, mimicking his posture to scrutinize him. Which family's boy like you at this hour is out looking for men instead of staying home? If this continues, no one will want you in the future. Other girls have so many virtuous boys who wouldn't want to associate with a man who goes out to nightclubs at midnight. Erguwei's little mouth babbled incessantly. For every word thrown at her, she could return 100. She never understood the wisdom of walking her own path and letting others speak freely. She only knew that if anyone dared to point fingers at her, she would have her knights tie them up, forcing them to endure her reproaches. Chapter 29. The pink little cannon Yaoshu could not counter her, glancing down at her roller skates, hinting the useful ones are scarce, while the useless ones are in abundance. Erguwei followed his gaze to her roller skates, admiring them. So you say these are useless? Let us have a race. She pointed to the long corridor outside. Whoever reaches the end first will be the other's daddy. 3, 2, 1, start. Before the countdown even began, the girl beside him transformed into a pink blur, like an arrow released from a bow, shooting out like a little cannon. Yaoshu. Hey, fourth. Fu Suman stifled a laugh, elbowing him lightly. Those shoes are certainly not useless. At least they helped you recognize a wild father. Yaoshu. Can you please be quiet? Fu Suman cheerfully patted his shoulder and took off in pursuit of Erguwei. Dressed in a white suit, broad-shouldered and long-legged, his running form exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Ruoshui felt a pang in her heart, hastily concocting a reason to follow after the two departing figures. In the lively private room, only the two Ji brothers remained. The room was eerily quiet, the echoes of the girl's boisterous laughter seemingly lingering in the air. Ji Wujuan turned to glance at his brother, whose expression was dark as thunder, and sighed softly. What was the need for this? You clearly still care about her. It's frustrating that after we neglected her for just a few days, she swiftly found another brother. Ji Wujuan furrowed his brow. After all, Erguwei knew nothing of the current situation, nor had she done anything from her perspective. It was merely two brothers who had spoiled her since childhood, suddenly changing their attitude due to the appearance of another girl. I'm worried that she might. Brother, we have no chance for a second opportunity, Yaoshu suddenly interrupted, his voice trembling, filled with deep-seated fear and choked emotion. I cannot bear to witness anyone's ending again. The two exchanged long gazes, and Ji Wujuan, seeing the resolute determination in Ji Yaoshu's eyes, fell silent for a long time before finally reminding him, this matter should currently only be known to us two. Be mindful of controlling your emotions. Do not expose anything. I have my limits. As the Ji brothers descended the stairs, they found Ji Ruoshui standing there, looking lost. When Ji Yaoshu frowned and asked where Erguwei and Fu Suman had gone, a single tear unexpectedly fell from her eye, splashing onto her hand and creating a small splash. Brother. The sky darkened, and Ji Wujuan did not notice Ji Ruoshui's tear, merely gazing into the darkness where the car's tail lights had vanished. Ji Yaoshu let out a cold laugh. I can hear everything you are scheming here. Ji Ruoshui cautiously inquired, her tone laced with trepidation. Brother, how did little sister get involved with brother Fu? It's none of their business how they got involved. Ji Yaoshu waved his hand impatiently, his gaze frequently drifting toward the dark end, his tone unconsciously carrying a hint of urgency. We should get in the car quickly. In Fu Suman's car, Erguwei sat in the passenger seat, propping her head up and yawning. Fu Suman drove, glancing at her as he navigated. If you're tired, sleep for a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive. Hearing this, Erguwei did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, she sat up like a little adult, suddenly sighing. Fu Suman found her woeful expression amusing. What's wrong? Who annoyed you? Erguwei propped her head, suddenly sitting up straight, her face filled with seriousness. Brother, must I go to the Ji family? Fu Suman nodded. If you don't go, I have to go to this prison myself. Must I really go in person? Erguwei's eyes twinkled as she suddenly spoke with a touch of sentimentality. Brother, I will wait for you outside. You must conduct yourself well in there, and once you emerge, refrain from getting into trouble again. Do you understand? I know, sis, Fu Suman teased with a smile. All right then. Ergaway sighed dejectedly, lamenting her fate. A lone turtle ventures into a chicken coop. The future appears bleak. Is it truly that serious? Fu Suman replied helplessly. Although aware of the long-standing feud between the Turtle Clan and the Spirit Chicken Clan, this seemed rather exaggerated. You little birds cannot comprehend the matters between our Turtle Clan and the chicks. Ergaway continued to support her head with her hand, closing her eyes to rest, clearly indicating her desire to cease the conversation. Gradually, her head grew heavier, and she began to doze off. Fu Suman glanced at her and adjusted the air conditioning in the car to a slightly higher setting. Ergaway dreamt she had returned to her former palace, where the decor, furniture, and layout were all identical. She was the first to leap onto her plush bed, rolling around and sighing with comfort. Your Highness, the little princess. An excited voice called from the palace entrance. Ergaway reluctantly pulled herself from her soft pillow, raising her head to look at the visitor. No, it was a turtle. The alligator turtle was about the size of an adult man's hand, fierce and intimidating in appearance, moving sluggishly upon closer inspection. One could see that its claws were painted with yellow nail polish, embodying a heart of a fierce tiger while delicately sniffing roses. Ergaway's eyes widened in disbelief as she rubbed them. Isn't this my own body? The V587 system chuckled. This is my custom design system avatar, based on your original form, Your Highness. Your formidable image has certainly made quite an impression in front of the other systems. The little princess was generous towards her own kind, showing no disdain for the use of her likeness, instead expressing interest. What do you think? Is it truly one of a kind among all systems? Rarely did animals possess such ferocity and regal demeanor. Indeed. V587 cheerfully agreed, though my luck was rather poor. Immediately after designing the avatar, the Grand System Sports Meet commenced, and I came in last. The first place was taken by a patriotic system, whose custom avatar was a rocket launched by its host's homeland. It reached the finish line before the competition even began. Ergaway optimistically chuckled to console it. Losing to a rocket is nothing to be ashamed of. In my own sports meet, I only ever lost to the rabbit. Chapter 30. The White Moonlight Sacrifice. Boundless magic. Suddenly V587 recalled its purpose for coming here and hurriedly said, Your Highness, I am here to transfer memories to you. Concerning the memories of your current body. Ergaway disinterestedly responded with a casual note. Wasn't it previously mentioned that you needed to undertake tasks? The main system has stated that you do not need to. Someone will assist you. You only need to commit one representative act of mischief for formality's sake. In truth, the main system deemed that, given the little princess's temperament, she would likely not even respond to the birds, deciding it best not to subject herself to humiliation and instead dispatching another system to find others to complete the tasks and repair the bugs. Ergaway boredly picked at her fingernails, responding with another "oh." After all, she had no intention of undertaking any tasks. Let me first introduce you to the background of this world. V587 nudged Ergaway towards the holographic chamber. With the promise of a television show, Ergaway willingly climbed into the chamber and lay down, grumbling just before entering, Please don't use my likeness for such actions. As she lay within the holographic chamber, her vision momentarily plunged into darkness. V587's voice soon resounded. The operation of this world revolves around two individuals, one being Ji Ruoshui and the other Lu Jingheng. V587 narrated. A man and woman appeared before Ergaway. The woman smiled gently and shyly at her, while the man beamed with an open-hearted smile. Ergaway regarded the scene as if watching a drama and suddenly spoke earnestly. I sense a hidden agenda. What do you mean? V587 replied. They don't seem particularly remarkable. Why are they the protagonists? Is there an ulterior motive? V587 hesitated, unable to reveal that the aesthetic standards in their interstellar realm differed from those of other narrative worlds. To utter such a statement would directly imply that the little princess's taste was lacking, an assertion that would surely provoke her ire. That's not the point. V587 skillfully changed the subject. Let us continue. These two are the protagonists and opposing them are the antagonists. The primary antagonist is this one. Another young girl appeared before Ergaway, her long black hair cascading in a waterfall-like manner, impeccably neat and obediently draped behind her. Reaching her waist, notably, this girl was seated in a wheelchair, upon which lay a book. Unlike traditional antagonists, this girl wore a calm expression, her bright eyes dark and captivating, seemingly capable of seeing through one's soul. She is not particularly striking, Ergaway remarked, somewhat skeptical. What era is this drama from? The aesthetics resemble those of thousands of years ago. Even the protagonists lack charm. V587 silently scoffed, thinking, That's still better than the idol weighing 500 pounds who collapsed a chair during a fan meet. This is inconsequential. V587 continued. There are also a second antagonist, a third antagonist, a fourth antagonist. One character after another materialized before Uruguay's a standard melodrama. Numerous antagonists were necessary to advance the plot and inflate the word count. Oh? Uruguay's gaze landed on one of the faces, exclaiming in surprise, "Isn't that me?" She gleefully touched her own face, astonished that she could look like this and still star in a romantic drama. Continuing her gaze, she spotted the expressionless Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu, indignantly declaring, "Aren't these the two I saw before? I knew they didn't. He look like good people." Without further ado, she approached Ji Yaoshu and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The sensation beneath her fist felt soft and real. Ji Yaoshu winced in pain, clutching his stomach and promptly returning to his stoic demeanor. The holographic chamber had its advantages. Whenever one witnessed frustrating scenes or characters, they could vent their frustration by delivering blows to the character avatars in the specially designated VIP room. Uruguay delivered another punch. "That'll teach you for pointing at this princess." Curiously, she shifted her attention to the next character, a girl with two high ponytails, her chin raised and an arrogant expression on her face. Uruguay pronounced her name slowly. The girl activated the language mechanism, sizing her up with crossed arms before dismissively laughing. "Who are you?" No one dared to act so brazenly before Uruguay. Puffing up her cheeks, she stepped forward and pinched the girl's face. "How dare you touch me? Do you know who my father is?" The girl retorted sharply, "Look at your own weight. How dare you provoke me? My father is the king." Uruguay loudly countered, brandishing her lineage, "Your Highness, please, there's no need for this." V587 intervened just in time to prevent the little princess from escalating the argument with the NPC. She was merely a string of data. As expected, to affirm V587's words, the girl resumed her aloof posture with crossed arms. Uruguay angrily commented, "They certainly chose the right antagonist. She looks like a classic brainless cannon fodder." V587 thought to itself, "Come on, big brother, don't disdain little brother." It hurriedly moved on to the next segment, as those characters began to come alive, advancing the plot. This novel was the hottest, albeit the most cliché one available, following a series of familiar tropes. You love me, I don't love you, I love you again when you stop loving me, constantly breaking up and getting back together. With antagonists dying several times before the protagonists ultimately end up together in harmony. Unlike other novels, this female lead was not the traditional innocent and naive character but rather a scheming, cunning Black Lotus, who sowed discord between the female supporting characters and the small groups, eventually transforming into the center of the team, and seizing every opportunity to rise, attempting to shed the identity of Ji family's adopted daughter. Due to the prominence of the female lead's character, not only did this novel soar in popularity across the stars, but it also made the Black Lotus archetype fashionable for a time. Uruguay suddenly spoke up. "Why must everyone's life trajectory be intertwined with the male and female leads? Don't they have their own lives? Why must the male lead attract so many female admirers? And why must these girls inevitably turn bad? In reality, none of the girls I know would be unable to live without a man. Why does loving someone necessitate ruthless conquest, risking everything, even one's home?" V587 pondered for a moment. Their existence is merely to propel the plot forward, allowing the male and female leads to unite. Consider it, without the male and female leads, the author wouldn't have created these characters. To mold the male lead into a heartthrob who only cherishes the female lead, female characters must be designed to adore him. To sculpt the female lead into a beloved figure, male characters must be present to dominate. Uruguay merely smiled. How tragic. They only understand the beauty of singularity, while the author who knows not the beauty of 100 flowers blooming together is equally pitiable. V587 was left speechless. It hurriedly shifted the topic. "Let us introduce your lineage and background." Uruguay shrugged indifferently. If the preceding narrative revolved around the romantic entanglements of the protagonists, then the ensuing plot swiftly descends into the tragic tale of the Ji family, which, after a fleeting moment in the spotlight, becomes nothing more than collateral damage. The young princess eagerly immerses herself in a television drama featuring a heroine strikingly similar to her own appearance. The scene unfolds with the birth of Uruguay, whose father names her Ji Urguel, while her twin sister is called Ji Yunguay. Due to a nurse's negligence, Ji Yunguay is stealthily abducted by human traffickers mere moments after her birth. Uruguay is immediately drawn into the story, indignantly exclaiming that person lacks professional ethics. V587 interjects, "I did not ask you to assess someone's professional ethics." Very well. The narrative progresses through the ensuing 20 years, during which the Ji family is consumed by despair over Ji Yunguay's disappearance. In their grief they pour all their affection, including what was meant for Ji Yoon-gue, into Ji Ergwil, indulging her to the point of recklessness. Meanwhile, they never cease their search for Ji Yoon-gue. The family's attention is entirely diverted to this supposed sister. And the once unyielding Ji Ergwil becomes resentful, targeting her sister and the Ji family with malice, engaging in numerous nefarious deeds. She even conspires with external enemies, selling the Ji family's commercial secrets to rivals, leading to the family's decline over a century. Faced with her former kin, Ji Ergwil neither extends a helping hand nor shows any inclination to assist. Instead, she avoids them entirely. Ultimately, Ji Yoon-gue, lost and yearning for love, is swayed by Ji Ruoshue's forgiveness and, alongside the three Ji brothers and other family members, revitalizes the faltering Ji family. In stark contrast, Ji Ergwil is discarded by the allied rival's son after being used, enduring immense suffering while still harboring delusions of reclaiming her place within the Ji family. Eventually, the Ji family, unable to bear her plight, grants her a sum of money to enable her departure. She squanders this fortune on extravagant bags and jewelry, concluding her brief existence in a cramped rental room. This tumultuous drama leaves Ergwil in awe, as she observes the Ji family's boundless affection for Ji Ergwil, pondering how it mirrors the love her own father and mother bestow upon her. V587. Do you recall that I once requested a set of data from you over a decade ago? The original owner's physical and personality data is indeed based on yours, implicitly suggesting that if you continue to act recklessly, this NPC's character and fate might very well become yours. Ergwil, oblivious to V587's veiled warning, patted her chest, realizing that the data of this princess is remarkably significant. Even harboring thoughts of usurping the throne, her father would undoubtedly commend her as a filial daughter to V587. Is that the crux of the matter? V587. This was the original setup, however due to our intrusion this world has experienced some disruption, and the storyline has begun to deviate. Ergwil listened somewhat bewildered. V587 adopted a more serious tone, explaining that these were the originally established plotlines, yet they had noticed that the direction of the story had become entirely uncontrollable. The main system discovered that, prior to our involvement, the Ji family's attitude towards Ji Ergwil had already begun to shift, exhibiting considerable animosity. The reasons behind these changes remain unknown, thus requiring the princess to exercise some patience while we investigate further. Ergwil furrowed her brows, pointing at herself in confusion. Do I resemble a savior? V587 honestly shook his head. Not at all. You resemble a wealthy heiress who would rely on her family for a lifetime. Then what significance does this talk of a crumbling world hold? I possess neither the resolve nor the power to save the realm. With her arms crossed, Ergwil was acutely aware of her own limitations, stating, if I could rectify any data or bugs, what need would there be for you? You're just wasting electricity. V587. Alright, you make a valid point, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ergwil's gaze fell upon the holographic heroine approaching her, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Wasn't she the girl standing beside those two men? Moreover, the way she looked at Fushumong was undeniably affectionate, almost sickeningly sweet. So she is the heroine. The more Ergwil pondered, the more disconcerted she became. Why does it seem like she has feelings for Fushumong, yet is also close to the male lead? Well, the V587 responded casually, it's a redemption story. The heroine's first love dies tragically, leaving her heartbroken, and the male lead redeems her, leading to a blossoming romance. Oh my heavens. Ergwil sighed, devoid of emotion. My poor fan, holding the script of a tragic first love as an offering to the heavens. Chapter 31. What's wrong with nostalgic chats with our good neighbors? Your Highness? Little princess? Fushumong called repeatedly, yet the young girl leaning against the window remained oblivious. He patiently waited until the Ji brothers, having arrived behind him, crossed their arms and cast a disdainful glare through the car window. Only then did Fushumong reach out and pinch her cheek. The pressure was light, but the young girl, sensitive-skinned, flushed instantly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fushumong rubbed her cheek with his thumb, attempting to erase the evidence. Unexpectedly, whether he had roused her or not, the commotion awakened the slumbering girl, who groggily opened her eyes to see Fushumong's thumb hovering in the air, instinctively licking her lips and nervously touching the corner of her mouth. Did I drool? Indeed. Fushumong wide-eyed fibbed. I was wiping your drool. Hearing this, Ergwil quickly lowered her head, using the back of her hand to wipe her face, flustered, akin to a rabbit tidying itself. Did you have a dream? Fushumong asked casually, feigning indifference. Yes. Ergwil answered without thinking. What was it about? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Fushumong pressed for details. The memory of her conversation with V587 lingered in Ergwil's mind. recalling the scene of the first love holding the sacrificial script. Still dazed from sleep, she blurted out, "You died. What was your dream about? You died. Quite the conversationalist, aren't you?" Fu Shumang scoffed, opening the car's lock with a smirk. Releasing her seatbelt and stepping out. At this moment, Ergaway regained her composure, pale-faced as she attempted to clarify. "What I meant was, you're not dead yet." But soon she suddenly realized her slip and barely managed to halt her words. "But soon you'll be dead, right?" he retorted with a cold chuckle. "You certainly know how to hit the brakes in time, realizing you misspoke, don't you? Your mouth runs ahead while your brain lags behind?" "No," Ergaway weakly protested, "it's because continuing would lead to spoilers." "Get out of the car." Fu Shumang, hurt, stubbornly insisted she exit. Ergaway clung to her seat, and he muttered, "You ungrateful little thing, always wishing for my imprisonment or demise. Have I fed all my food to the dogs? The heavens are watching, just look up and see." Ergaway interjected, "The heavens above?" "Not quite." Fu Shumang shook his head, pointing out the window. "The heavens above are your brother." Following his gesture, Ergaway glanced outside and was startled by the two faces looking down at her from outside the car. Realizing they were Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu, she exhaled in relief. Patting her chest, "You scared me to death." "Don't worry, it's a privacy mirror. They've been standing there for a while." Fu Shumang observed with amusement, his tone cool. Ergaway steeled herself to get out of the car. But just before doing so, she asked pitifully, "Brother, if the Ji family expels me, you must take me in, okay?" He showed no concern for her well-being. Instead, he worried that the recently tense atmosphere within the Ji family would become excessively lively with the arrival of the real Ji Erguel, who was even more formidable than the previous Data. Setting aside her nature, which could not tolerate even the slightest loss, it was clear that aside from the Ji brothers, no one else would permit her expulsion. "Understood." Ergaway instantly felt rejuvenated, bursting with energy as she swung the car door open. The moment she did, Ji Wujuan's gaze fell upon Ergaway's flushed cheeks, directing a disapproving look at Fu Shumang. "You bullied a girl? How could you be so shameless?" Ji Yaoshu gently pulled Ergaway away from Fu Shumang, his tone somewhat stern. "What were you two doing inside? Sitting alone for so long?" Ergaway, slightly irritated, shrugged off his hand, retorting, "We were discussing our ailments, all right? He resides in room 1 of the mental hospital while I'm in room 2. What's wrong with two good neighbors catching up?" The Ji brothers. Fu Shumang. She had a knack for silencing others with her self-inflicted wounds. Perhaps this was the legendary method of countering magic with magic, or using poison to fight poison, creating paths for others to find no escape. "I can do that." Fu Shumang nodded, preparing to leave, but couldn't resist rolling down the car window to offer a warning. "You all should be careful and take care. Little Demon King is about to wreak havoc on the Ji family." At this moment, Ji Wujuan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, nodding in confusion. Once he watched Fu Shumang's car disappear, he turned to find Ji Yaoshu's sullen expression and Ji Ruoshue's flustered demeanor. "What's going on? Where's Ji Erguel?" Ji Yaoshu, his face darkened, remained silent. Ji Wujuan's gaze shifted to Ji Ruoshue. "Ruoshue, where is Erguel?" Ji Ruoshue cautiously lifted her gaze to glance at Ji Yaoshu's expression before speaking. "My little sister says she has grown weary of playing the role of this unfilial child's wild father for an hour. Now she wishes to play as his grandfather. She declared that she would compete with the second brother, stating whoever reaches the door first shall call the other grandfather." Just as she began counting down, she dashed out. She further proclaimed herself a little cannon, intent on targeting pretentious individuals. Thus, Ji Yaoshu found himself with an additional grandfather. Ji Wujuan shook her head in amusement. The little cannon had already scurried to the entrance, boldly opening the door and swaggering into the henhouse. Upon her entrance, the servants inside reacted as if they had encountered a ghost, hastily spreading the news, with each person taking turns to emerge and witness the spectacle before departing. She was hardly hungry. She had gone to jump into the sea, to scavenge for refuse, to consume the cold. Mocking male voice emanating from behind Ergaway. The elder was startled by the mention of jumping into the sea, quickly checking Ergaway's body for any injuries, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "You ran quite fast, you must be out of breath." Ergaway laughed heartily. "Da Yaoshu. Mind your own business." The youth found himself at a loss for words. Ergaway recognized her. She was Shui Wanchan, the esteemed matriarch of the Ji family, a figure whom the younger generation revered and feared, never daring to approach her. Only the fearless Ji Ergaway would dare to draw near, and thus Shui Wanchan's fondness for Ji Ergaway was unparalleled. One reason Ergaway could stir trouble in the palace yet still thrive was her adeptness at reading situations and aligning herself with the powerful. Offending the emperor? Seek out the empress. Offending the empress? Go to the emperor. Offending both? Then curry favor with the knight commander. Just as now, Erguwei effortlessly discerned who could lend her support. Gliding on her roller skates to Shui Wenchan's side, she grasped the elder's hand and shook it playfully. Pouting, "Grandma," he said, "I'm a troublemaker, Ji Shandan. You little rascal, you lack martial virtue." Chapter 32. Ji Shandan, chickens lay eggs. Ji Shandan, how can you speak of your sister in such a manner? Shui Wenchan admonished disapprovingly. Erguwei, pfft. Chickens lay eggs. Ha ha. Grandma, look, she's laughing at my name. Ji Shandan immediately seized Erguwei's braid and promptly reported her to Shui Wenchan. Erguwei straightened her expression, shaking her head innocently. "I didn't eat," and feigned a pitiful demeanor. Ji Shandan gritted his teeth. "Grandma." Erguwei tugged at Shui Wenchan's sleeve, weakly imploring, "Please don't scold my second brother along with me. I believe he didn't mean to bully me. I've forgiven him." This statement was almost a direct report to Grandma. "Second brother bullied me too. Please don't forget him." Shui Wenchan's retort left them speechless, while Erguwei nodded in agreement from behind, her arrogant demeanor particularly infuriating. Yet the true reason was one she could not express. Caught in the center of the discussion, Ji Yunguwei calmly looked down at her book, seemingly untouched by the external chaos. Not even the mention of her name caused her to raise an eyebrow. Suddenly sensing a powerful gaze upon her, Ji Yunguwei looked up to meet a pair of bright eyes. The owner of those eyes seemed oblivious to the concept of subtlety, unabashedly continuing to scrutinize her, even tilting their head in curiosity. What was this? A display of cuteness? Ji Yunguwei, devoid of emotion, merely tugged at her lips, her fists resting on her lap tightening slightly as she forced herself to ignore that gaze. Enough, Ji Yunguwei. You perished tragically in your last life because of her. This time just be a harmless person without any threat to her. She never considered you a sister. Erguwei curiously examined the girl in the wheelchair, who bore a resemblance to her. Among the siblings in the star realm, her brothers and sisters were robust and striking, while she had inherited none of those traits. Finally, encountering someone equally unattractive sparked an unexpected sense of kinship within Erguwei. Little sister, did big brother bully you? Shui Wenchan affectionately patted Erguwei's hand and inquired. Test the eldest sibling. Failing to mediate conflicts among younger siblings warranted punishment. You three shall kneel in the living room for an hour. You may not rise until the time is up. Shui Wenchan continued. Your grandfather and parents are asleep. We should head upstairs. Erguwei shook her head. Grandma, you go on ahead. I'll stay here and accompany my brothers for a bit. Shui Wenchan raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? Little sister wishes to plead on behalf of her brothers. That won't do. The consequences of this matter are serious, and they must be punished. Ji Wujuan and the others exchanged glances, equally astonished. When had Ji Erguwei become so understanding? No, Erguwei replied honestly, I simply want to stay and watch the fun. The Ji brothers. Ji Erguwei remained the same Ji Erguwei, no, even more wicked than before. Very well, Shui Wenchan smiled at her before turning to ascend the stairs. The spacious living room was left with only the 5 siblings. They knelt in one direction, and Erguwei maliciously settled herself on a small stool in that same spot. When they shifted directions, Erguwei followed suit. Ji Shandan, exasperated, exclaimed, You let us, your older brothers, kneel before you. Aren't you afraid of shortening your lifespan? I'm not afraid, Erguwei replied nonchalantly. 1,000-year tortoise, a 10,000-year turtle. You are merely a flock of chicks. I could outlast you all. The Ji brothers. Erguwei, you're just a stinky turtle, aren't you? Ji Shandan muttered. Erguwei despised being called a stinky turtle, and Ji Shandan was dancing dangerously close to her red line. She exploded. And you? Chickens lay eggs only to hatch into ducks. Your chicken mother is wearing a green hat. Ji Shandan widened his eyes in disbelief. Erguwei, that's a personal attack. Indeed, I am personally attacking you. What will you do about it? Call the police. Erguwei crossed her arms and raised her chin, sarcastically declaring, You Ji family members are all no good. This statement swept across everyone in the living room. Ji Wujuan's amusement faltered, Ji Yaoshu's lips twitched, and Ji Yunguwei paused her page, turning. So we Ji family members are all no good, are we? Ji Shandan retorted coldly, Then what's your surname? Mind your own business. You think you're so important that my surname is mine to decide. I'll point fingers at whoever I choose. Erguwei rolled her eyes. Ji Wujuan. She prepared to head upstairs but stopped after a few steps. Retracing her steps to Ji Wujuan and reluctantly producing a peppermint candy for him, Big brother. Heard it in that fleeting moment, Ji Wujuan wished to tell Ji Yaoshu that he didn't wish to blame Erguwei. He accepted the tragedy of her demise. He merely wanted to be her brother. Ji Wujuan. Return my feelings, she teased before swiftly standing and preparing to go upstairs. Passing by Ji Yunguwei, she halted, lowering her head to ask, Do you want me to carry you upstairs? Ji Yunguwei actually wanted to say, with your little frame. However, outwardly, she remained indifferent, not believing Ji Ergue's intentions were genuinely kind. In her previous life, she had repeatedly used such sweet pretexts to torment her, so Ji Yungue shook her head. No need, I'll wait for third brother. Ergue felt somewhat positively inclined towards this girl, cherishing the rare opportunity to converse with her. After she finished kneeling, regardless of the duration, her legs would tremble as if they were shaking from a sieve. Let alone carrying her, she might just collapse while walking. Ji Yungue's expression revealed hesitation. Oh dear, but I'm rather weak. Ergue feigned innocence, finding stable points to exert pressure with both hands, effortlessly lifting Ji Yungue along with her wheelchair. She wasn't concerned about anyone revealing her strength. Having observed the place, she noted there were no cameras. Even if they spoke up, it would be mere hearsay. Who would believe them? Ji Ergue. Put Yungue down. Jishandan blurted out a curse. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would have thought it was a special effect. Bro, did I see that wrong? He murmured, reaching out to touch the two brothers beside him. Discovering they shared his bewilderment, they watched as Ergue effortlessly carried the wheelchair and jogged lightly up the stairs, their expressions filled with disbelief. After a lengthy silence, Ji Wujuan finally spoke. So it turns out she only spared you with psychological and verbal humiliation, rather than breaking your bones. Ji Yaoshu and Ji Shandan. That struck deep, brother. Chapter 33. A mother's initial persuasion for education. As soon as Ergue ascended the stairs, the living room fell silent, with only the soft sounds of breathing around them. After a while, Ji Shandan broke the silence, his voice heavy. Big brother, second brother, why have you both been so cold towards Ji Ergue lately? Are you also, little Dan? Before he could finish, Ji Yaoshu interrupted. Some things are better left unsaid. We know what we need to know. Do not discuss this matter at home. Although he too was shocked, it was evident that the Ji family members were unaware of the situation. Speaking of it would only heighten the already tense atmosphere. Ji Shandan nodded glumly, ignoring the three brothers kneeling with intense gazes. She dashed into the kitchen to grab a tray, taking 3 glass cups, and retrieving a bottle of juice, filling 3 cups to the brim. The 3 brothers followed her movements with their eyes as she descended the stairs. Shandan huffed. At least she has a bit of conscience, knowing to bring juice for her kneeling brothers. Ji Yaoshu averted his gaze, dismissively stating, who knows if she poisoned it? I certainly won't drink it. Ergue dashed out, her tray in hand, with an air of exuberance, not even casting a glance in their direction. As swift as a gust of wind ascending the stairs. Shandan called out to Ergue, who was about to vanish into the corridor above. What on earth are you doing drinking 3 cups of juice at this hour? Mind your own business, Ergue retorted, her words punctuated, casting a provocative roll of her eyes at him, disregarding the exasperated Ji Shandan, and deliberately humming loudly for them to hear as she continued her ascent. Ji Yungue had just emerged from the bathroom, seated in her wheelchair, drying her damp hair with a towel, when she heard 2 knocks at the door. Perplexed, she recalled how, since her arrival at the Ji household, she had intentionally diminished her presence and instructed the butler not to disturb her at night. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be her brother? Ji Yungue steadied herself against the wall and slowly made her way to the door. Her foot injury had persisted for half a month, but she had finally managed to stand unaided. Though moving was still a challenge. Upon opening the door, she found the hallway empty, save for a solitary cup of juice quietly resting there. Her gaze lingered on the drink. Who had sent this? Ergue lounged comfortably on her bed, her feet playfully swinging back and forth, her phone lying flat on the covers, connected to speaker mode, her eyes lazily squinting. The air conditioning hummed softly, 2 cups of juice perched on the bedside table, while a large wall-mounted television played a popular melodramatic idol drama. I'm not staying up late, Ergue said, her eyes wide in feigned innocence. I'm merely preparing to finish a classic piece of literature, drifting off to sleep with profound thoughts of you. Stop being so glib. Fu Suman's clear voice flowed through the phone. How's your stay in the Ji household? Not too bad, Ergue mused, a self-satisfied hum escaping her lips. Aside from my brother being a bit of a lunatic, it's quite fine. Grandmother even helped me scold those 3 brothers of mine. You wouldn't believe how outrageous those 2 boys are. They berated me before I could even react, but they can't outdo me. Currently they're still kneeling downstairs. She thought of Ji Yungue, a girl in a wheelchair who bore a slight resemblance to her, and mused that it must be rather unfortunate for her. She had just sent her some juice. Fu Suman chuckled, nodding. I knew you wouldn't let yourself be wronged. After exchanging a few more playful jabs, Fu Suman heard a yawn on the other end and kindly announced, I should hang up now. You need to get some rest. I'll pick you up for school tomorrow. School? Ergue felt drowsy, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Didn't I mention how crucial education is in this world? Everyone must attend school. Fu Suman shook his head helplessly, I knew you wouldn't take your studies seriously. You are enrolled in the second year at Yueying High School, and this isn't like the interstellar realm where you can simply skip school. Yueying High School, formerly known as Sacred Cherry International School, had since split into two separate institutions divided by a mere wall, Yushang School and Yuing School. Both shared a prestigious elite list, with Yueying High School focusing on cultivating academic scholars, admitting only 500 students per grade, consistently dominating the elite rankings. Of course, there were those who gained admission through connections like Erguwei. Can I not choose the commander specialization and opt for infantry instead? Erguwei's eyes brightened. The commander role required not only comprehensive oversight but also insight, predictive capabilities, and the ability to construct large-scale strategies, along with a broad perspective. Too many complex subjects to memorize. Here you 1T study command or infantry. Fu Suman paused, contemplating how to explain that everything she had learned previously would need to be completely reconfigured. What will we study? Mechas. Erguwei's enthusiasm waned. No thanks. What about potions? Not that either. Then what about bionics? Mechanics? Biology? Surely there must be something. Biology is available. Fu Suman finally found a subject that existed in the interstellar curriculum, gently coaxing her like a nurturing mother. Now that you're in the second year, classes have been divided into arts and sciences, so you'll be studying Chinese, mathematics, English, biology, chemistry, and physics. What a hodgepodge. I refuse to study that. Erguwei pouted. Fu Suman felt a headache coming on. The child hadn't even started school yet and was already exhibiting signs of aversion to learning. Really? But Wuji and the others are all going to school. If you don't attend, who will play with you? Fu Suman feigned distress. When they ask you questions, how will it look for a princess, one who knows everything in the interstellar realm, to be utterly clueless here? 1T they be disappointed. Are you deceiving me? Erguwei hesitated, her resolve wavering. Are Wuji and the others really going to school? Indeed. They are all eagerly embracing the joy of learning. Little Fish was slowly getting hooked, and the cunning fox on the other end of the phone wore a triumphant smile. And once at school, you'll have many classmates to play with. Didn't you forget the Queen's advice? Erguwei certainly recalled, if one is unattractive, one must study harder. Leaning her chin on her hand, she sighed deeply. How unfortunate I am. God has closed one door for me, sealed another, and even blocked the ventilation shaft. Why do you say that, Your Highness? I'm ugly and I have to endure mental oppression, not to mention the torment of studies. Erguwei lamented. Why must there be an ancient saying that if one is unattractive, one must study harder? Fu Suman, having not heard his princess express such whimsical thoughts in years, found it amusing. So, Your Highness, do you wish to be a talented ugly person or an untalented one? He didn't want to directly overturn the worldview Erguwei had established over 18 years, especially regarding aesthetics, which she ought to absorb and comprehend gradually. After much contemplation, Erguwei finally spoke, her tone haughty and commanding. Very well, I shall grant you this favor and reluctantly agree to attend. Fu Suman chuckled. Then I shall thank Your Highness for your consideration. Erguwei lifted her chin. No need for thanks. All right, then rest early, and I'll come to fetch you in the morning. Chapter 34. Monitoring the heavens, the earth, and people's flatulence. The following day at 7 o'clock, the Ji family's dining table was already filled with people. Shui Wanchan placed a piece of bread on Jingui's plate, urging her, eat more. You're too thin. Jingui nodded slightly. Thank you, grandmother. By the way, where is Ruoshui? Why isn't she here for breakfast? Shui Wanchan surveyed the table, noting Ji Ruoshui's absence. Ruoshui said she wasn't hungry and left for school early. Ji Yaoshu explained. If Erguwei doesn't get up soon, she'll be late, Ji Shengdan remarked, tearing off a piece of bread and stuffing it into his mouth, his expression openly mocking. Ji Shengdan. Can't you keep your mouth shut even during meals? A stern-looking elder seated at the head of the table. His hair dyed a glossy black, shot a glance at Ji Shengdan, causing him to straighten up in his seat, silenced by the elder's presence. As the little sister still not awake? The elder turned to the maid responsible for waking them. The maid shook her head helplessly. No matter how hard we try, she won't get up, insisting on 5 more minutes, but those minutes keep passing without her rising. Go take another look. Perhaps she isn't sleeping but is in a coma? Ji Yaoshu said with a smile, appearing to genuinely worry for his sister. Though his tone was laced with sarcasm, the elder shot him a sharp glance, to which Ji Yaoshu merely shrugged. I'm just concerned for my sister. If my daughter wants to sleep, let her be. She can always take a day off. Ji Rongshu scoffed dismissively. He inherited his father's imposing figure, tall and robust, standing about 6'3" with sharp, chiseled features and muscles straining against his tailored shirt, giving him the appearance of a suited brute. What nonsense are you talking? A petite woman sitting beside him glared at him disapprovingly. perfectly embodying the beauty and beast dynamic. Her features were exquisitely delicate, untouched by the passage of time, youthful enough to seem as if she could squeeze water from her skin, hardly resembling a mother of several children, thanks to her strong genes. All the Ji siblings were striking, having not taken after their father. Zhong Baitao turned to the maid and instructed, "Could you kindly go wake up the little sister once more?" "Of course, madam." Just as the maid was about to head upstairs to summon Erguwei, the doorbell at the Ji household chimed. With a nod from the elder, the old butler went to answer the door. Upon opening it, a tall man in a white suit stood at the threshold, exuding an air of elegance. "Fu Xiaoya?" The old butler exclaimed in surprise. "It's been years since you visited the Ji family. Are you here to see the two young masters?" "Old Yao. Is it Xiao Mang?" Ji Guosheng, overhearing the conversation, spoke with authority. "Grandfather Ji, it's me." The old butler stepped aside for Fu Suman, who entered gracefully, greeting everyone in the Ji family with a warm smile. "Suman Ji, what brings you here?" Ji Shangdan exclaimed upon seeing Fu Suman, his enthusiasm akin to that of a fan meeting an idol, even more fervent than when he encountered his own brother. From a young age, Ji Shangdan harbored a profound admiration for Fu Shumang, often trailing behind him like a shadow. However, Fu Shumang chose to play only with his two brothers of similar age. Completely ignoring Ji Shangdan, Ji Wujuan furrowed his brow, revealing little joy at Fu Shumang's visit. Instead, a subtle worry crept into his demeanor, compelling him to speak somewhat sharply. "Third brother, what brings you to my home?" The reprimand was met with a swift kick to his shin, courtesy of Zhong Baitao, who tugged at his sleeve beneath the table. Shui Wenchan clicked her tongue softly, while Ji Guosheng shot him a glare, his eyes wide with anger. "Ji Wujuan, have you forgotten the etiquette I taught you for receiving guests?" Ji Rongshu's irritation mounted as he kicked Ji Wujuan's leg again. "He is here to see me. What business is it of yours?" Ji Guosheng glared at him. Ji Wujuan could only sigh in silence, feeling a burden he could not articulate. It was not Fu Shumang's presence that troubled him. Rather, it was the fear that this charming fox intended not merely to be a guest but to become a son-in-law. Ji Guosheng had admired and cherished Fu Shumang since his childhood. Even at 3 years old, he displayed calmness and wit, unfazed by praise or blame. In recent years, however, as the children grew and embarked on their own careers, their interactions had dwindled. Ji Guosheng had a chair specially moved beside him, engaging Fu Shumang in amiable conversation about the latest stock market trends. Although the elder had gradually stepped back from his duties, he still kept abreast of the latest news, exchanging light banter with Fu Shumang. At that moment, a maid descended the stairs with a distressed expression. "Sir, madam, the young miss still hasn't risen. She says if she is disturbed again, she will." Ji Guosheng's smile faltered. "What will she do?" The maid's face twisted momentarily before she stifled a laugh. "The young miss said she would hide in her shell." The Ji family members exchanged glances, clearly taken aback. Fu Shumang's ears perked up slightly, yet his smile remained unchanged. It was, after all, to be expected. Ji Shangdan chuckled softly, only to be met with a disapproving glare from his biased father. He lowered his head, pretending to eat, mumbling about how one should manage everything from the heavens to the earth. Even the laughter of others, as if he were a water pipe himself. His words reached Ji Rongshu's ears, prompting an impatient kick to his leg. Ji Shangdan let out a short yelp of pain. "Enough of this nonsense." Ji Guosheng's lips twitched, his mustache ruffled by his exhaled breath, before he turned to summon the young miss again. Very well. The maid had just prepared to ascend the stairs when Fu Shumang called her back. "Is the young miss unable to get out of bed?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Is she ill? Should we call the doctor?" His voice held a hint of concern, and the maid, looking bewildered, replied, "Yes, let me check." She dazedly retrieved her phone and hurried upstairs. As Fu Shumang turned, he found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of all 8 members of the Ji family, their eyes sharp with suspicion and scrutiny. Even Ji Guosheng wore a skeptical expression. "Little Mang, what is your relationship with our young sister?" Fu Shumang met their penetrating stares with calmness, unperturbed. He had recently delved into this area of study. 321. Fu Shumang's fingertips tapped rhythmically on his thigh. As the final tap resonated, a piercing scream echoed clearly throughout the household. Chapter 35. The unique alarm clock. Erguwei, disheveled and looking like she had just emerged from a chicken coop, fearfully wrapped herself in her blanket and pointed a trembling finger at the maid. You need to turn off the sound." Due to the nature of the Tortoise clan, once they fell asleep, it was nearly impossible to rouse them manually. The maid confirmed. "Young miss, are you awake?" Erguwei pouted, her voice shaky. "I am awake, but if you don't turn it off, I might not be awake anymore. I might be dead." The maid switched off her phone and smiled as she introduced, "Young miss, this is the school uniform you will wear today, along with your daily cosmetics and hair accessories, which I have arranged on your vanity." Once you finish your grooming you can head down for breakfast. She took a breath and continued, is there anything else you need help with? Ergue's expression morphed several times as she finally spoke. What twisted mind came up with such a cruel idea? The maid smiled. It was a gentleman in a white suit downstairs. Having just started working for the Ji family, she had not seen Fu Shumang in 2 years and naturally did not recognize him. The white-suited villain, Ergue thought, immediately deducing it was Fu Shumang. She waved her hand. You can go downstairs. I can manage myself. Very well, young miss. The expressions of those downstairs were mixed. The maid returned, handing her phone back to Fu Shumang and reporting to the others. The young miss is awake and will be coming down shortly. How did you manage that, Shumang? Shui Wenchan scrutinized Fu Shumang's expression, searching for any sign of deceit. Suddenly, a pair of knives and forks clattered down from across the table, nearly landing on his hands, but he barely dodged them, the heavy utensils striking the table with a dull thud. Ji Shangdan, startled, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to catch a glimpse of his wild father elegantly wiping his hands with a napkin. The whereabouts of the utensils now a mystery. After Ji Rongshu had warned his third son, he fixed a sharp gaze on Fu Shumang, his eyes radiating a wild, dangerous glint. Shumang, do share. Even I am quite curious. I don't even know what my daughter fears. Under the gaze of the beast, Fu Shumang remained composed, opening the audio file on his phone. The family collectively held their breath, ceasing all conversation and movement, ears attuned to the audio emanating from Fu Shumang's device. After a few seconds of rustling, the unmistakable cacophony of a flock of chickens crowing filled the air, boisterous and clamorous, as if they were laying eggs. The Ji family members. Truly my daughter is remarkable. Ji Rongshu's stony face twitched, yet he pressed on, attempting to praise his daughter. Even her alarm clock is so unique. As for little Ergue, we indeed have some interaction. Shui Wenchan's expression wavered. So you and our little sister are not deeply acquainted? Moments later, a neatly dressed young girl stood before Fu Shumang, calling out sweetly, brother. Fu Shumang. The speed of this slap in the face was astonishing, leaving him momentarily speechless. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he turned to meet the Ji family's scrutinizing eyes, which seemed to ask, what do you have to say for yourself? Ji Rongshu's smile turned dangerous, almost biting his tongue in frustration. Shumang, do explain to your uncle. Ergue, perplexed, asked, explain what? She recognized everyone before her. Grandmother, grandfather, father, mother, brother and sister. With curiosity she studied the stern-faced elder, noting that the tortoise clan lived long lives. Though she had a grandfather in the stars, her crocodile tortoise grandfather was now frail, residing in an artificial cave created by her father, barred from entry without a royal decree. Thus, she had seldom seen her grandfather. Explain when you began to associate with us so closely behind our backs, Ji Rongshu sneered. I wonder who said you will always be daddy's little darling. Someone he can share everything with. Ergue understood much of the situation, her tone a blend of playful reproach. It's all because of my 3 brothers. They drive me insane. Zhong Baitao raised an eyebrow. Little sister, are you sure you mean 3 brothers and not third brother? Isn't the eldest and second brother quite fond of you? At this Ji Shangdan scowled, his discontent evident. Mom, this is bias. It is indeed 3 brothers. Ergue affirmed, the eldest brother indulges bad behavior, the second brother is sharp-tongued, and the third brother is as dim-witted as a pig. Insulting me. It is precisely because they have wounded my wise, kind, innocent, and pure heart that I renounce them and adopt Fu Shumang as my brother. She spoke with conviction, recounting how they had berated her just yesterday, and had it not been for grandmother intervening to help her, they would have punished her to kneel. You might have seen me on some social media platform. Fu Shumang couldn't help but marvel at the little girl's ability to shift attention away from herself while also taking revenge on her brothers. Shui Wenchan nodded approvingly. Well done. Ji Guosheng slammed the table. Is this what you call growing masculinity, bullying your sister? Ergue chimed in. Exactly. Ji Guosheng continued. Do you understand what it means to respect your elders and love the young, to be gentle, humble and courteous? Ergue gleefully echoed. Exactly. Ji Guosheng pressed on. If you behave like this, how can your father and I rest easy leaving the 3 younger sisters and the family estate in your care? Ergue feigned authority. Exactly. Shangdan could no longer contain himself. Ji Ergue, can you please be quiet? Your noise is giving me a headache. Ergue was startled, cowering pitifully behind Ji Guosheng. Grandfather, are you bothering me? She smiled sweetly. Ji Shangdan nodded dismissively. Indeed, her brother still held some sway. You? Ji Shangdan exclaimed, exasperated. Chong Yang Mei, why? What insect are you? You're the insect. Ergue pretended not to comprehend his words, feigning ignorance as she shook her head repeatedly. I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand. Just as Ji Shangdan was about to retort, He was halted by Ji Yao, whose gaze held a hint of sympathy. Xiao Dan, just let it go. You can never win against her. You always end up embarrassed. Ji Shengdan. Damn it. Why doesn't he heaven bless me with a sharper tongue? Chapter 36. Craving for pig food? Erguwei listlessly tore at her toast, feeling a tinge of boredom in the absence of arguments. She turned to Fu Su Mang. Brother, have you eaten? The three brothers simultaneously looked up, only to realize that Erguwei was not addressing them, and they resumed their previous pretense of indifference. Fu Su Mang also noticed this. And despite the mischief, he felt a surge of secret delight. He smirked and replied nonchalantly, I've eaten. You should hurry. What is he pretending to be? Erguwei cast a dubious glance at the seemingly aloof Fu Su Mang, dismissing him and focusing on her own breakfast. Ji Guoxing and Ji Rongshu preferred traditional Chinese breakfasts, congee, youqiao, soy milk and eggs, while the others favored toast and sandwiches, thus making the Ji family's breakfast a delightful fusion of East and West. Erguwei found the toast in her mouth dry and, glancing at the steaming congee in front of Ji Guoxing, her eyes burned with envy, as if she wished to bore a hole through the bowl with her gaze. Noticing Erguwei's longing stare, Ji Rongshu opened his hand, taking away her empty bowl. Do you want some congee? Erguwei nodded vigorously. Then Daddy will serve you. Ji Rongshu's big white teeth stood out against his sun-kissed skin. Call me Daddy. Daddy, Erguwei replied without a second thought, devoid of any psychological burden. All right, Daddy will serve his precious daughter. Ji Rongshu stood up, towering like a giant, refusing to let the servant take the bowl, insisting on serving it himself. After all, could what others served compare to what her father served? Daddy's is sweeter. Today they prepared century egg and lean meat congee. The congee simmered to a soft, sticky consistency, seasoned with ginger and pepper, enhancing its flavor, while the unique texture of the century egg struck Erguwei's heart like a bolt. Citizens of the interstellar world generally consumed nutrient solutions. Due to climate changes, soil conditions and genetic mutations, only the affluent could indulge in organic vegetables cultivated by scientists in a laboratory. Many ancient Chinese foods, clothing and cultures had long been lost to migration. Erguwei felt as if she were Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, drinking bowl after bowl in sheer novelty. Her doting father, Ji Rongshu, rested his chin in his hand, watching Erguwei consume bowl after bowl with immense satisfaction, a smile emerging on his face that bore no resemblance to his own features. See? Didn't I tell you that what Daddy serves is sweeter? She never used to like congee. Zhong Baitao worriedly touched her belly. Little sister, if you eat too much, it will hurt your stomach. Ji Shengdan disregarded his second brother's advice and started to taunt again. Is it that your little puppy teeth are itching and need to be ground? Erguwei shot him a glare. You ate 3 eggs, 2 sandwiches and 5 slices of toast in one sitting. You're the one with a craving for pig food. Ji Shengdan's face turned ashen. Ha ha. Ji Rongshu gave her a thumbs up from afar. No wonder she is my daughter, sharp-tongued as ever. Teach me some of that. I've been wanting to vent on those old board members. No problem, Erguwei replied, raising an eyebrow with pride. Ji Yao, with a serious tone, patted the nearly infuriated Ji Shengdan's shoulder. Why humiliate yourself? Ji Shengdan. After finishing the last spoonful of congee, Erguwei wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and nodded at Fu Su Mang. Let's go, time for school. Little miss, your backpack. A maid called out from behind, holding her bag. Fu Su Mang nodded slightly, stood up, took the car keys and said goodbye to the Ji family, following closely behind Erguwei. Naturally taking the backpack from the maid's hands, the Ji family members widened their eyes, watching the pair depart. Why is Fu Su Mang so eagerly trailing after their little sister? One might mistake him for a servant. It wasn't until the two disappeared from view that Ji Rongshu managed to croak out a word, incredulous. What does that brat think he is doing, taking my daughter away in front of me? Ji Guoxing's expression was also far from pleasant. Ji Shengdan, like a heartbroken girl whose idol was with another, cried out, Su Mang, are you out of your mind? I told you that guy's intentions aren't pure. Yet you all scolded me. Ji Wujuan finally found an opportunity to turn the tables. How can you say that? You all practically delivered the juicy meat to his mouth. Ji Guoxing nearly wanted to pour the congee over their heads. If it weren't for you all bullying the sensitive little girl, would she feel compelled to acknowledge someone else as her brother? Shui Wenchan huffed softly. What is it to be a brother? When did the back garden catch fire? Eat, eat, eat. Your sister has already been whisked away, and you're still thinking about food. Ji Rongshu, irritated by the 3 oblivious brothers, echoed Erguwei's words, craving for pig food. The 3 Ji brothers were left speechless, their faces ashen. Yun Gui, sitting opposite them, watched as the once domineering and arrogant elite lawyer and school bully, who feared nothing, froze in place, unable to spit out their food or swallow it down. The scene was simply too amusing and he couldn't help but chuckle. So shall we leave? Ji Wujuan asked. Why aren't you going yet? Ji Guosheng urged. Ji Wujuan, feeling the pressure, grabbed Ji Shengdan by the collar, who was still munching away. Let us go, big brother will take you to school. Ji Shengdan stuffed the remaining half of an egg into his mouth, cheeks bulging. Wait, I'm not finished yet. Eating so much. You truly have a craving for pig food, Ji Wujuan muttered under his breath. Wu's sister. I forgot about our little sister. Zhong Baitao yelled, I'll come, sister. As the two shielders departed, Ji Yao, fearing the flames of war would reach him, hurriedly wiped his hands and stood up, pushing Ji Yungui's wheelchair outside. Ergui rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window with a deep sigh. Fu Su Mang tilted his head to glance at her. Your Highness, if you sigh like that, I might think I've committed some grave sin. You say that, but I can't help but feel restless. Ergui perked up, her eyes glinting with mischief. For instance, committing a breach of etiquette, offending a princess? Her gaze drifted over Fu Su Mang, her bright eyes piercing in their intensity, as if they were hooks. Fu Su Mang felt a chill run down his spine, as if her gaze were stripping away his layers of clothing. His attire no longer provided any sense of security. Fu Su Mang glanced down at his outfit. Well, at least I'm not naked. Fu Su Mang. With that look, I might think I'm the one being offended. What's wrong with that? I'm not making any moves, Ergui pouted. You stingy. Chapter 37. I am Ergui, not a pile of corpses. Fu Su Mang found the game unplayable, and Ergui decided to ignore him, continuing to rest her chin on her hand and gaze out the window, filled with melancholy. What's the matter? It's not like you're going to the gallows. Fu Su Mang chuckled. You might as well send me to the gallows. Ergui sighed deeply again. At least a guillotine would grant me a swift end. School feels like a rusty knife, forcing me to endure endless cuts, like a saw. You certainly know how to illustrate a point. Fu Su Mang replied. By the way, I forgot to mention, you're enrolled at Moon Cherry Academy, while Wuji and the others are at the neighboring Moon Holy Academy. Why? This revelation struck Ergui like a thunderclap on a gloomy day, darkening her already dismal mood. Why are all four of them in one school while I'm left next door? That's a question you might want to pose to your parents. After all, it was their connections that got you into Moon Cherry. Fu Su Mang shrugged helplessly. It's only a wall apart. You can still meet each other. Wuji mentioned that during breaks she might climb over to play with you. Ergui sulked, pouting in silence. Are you really angry? Fu Su Mang glanced at her, feigning surprise, easily grasping Ergui's mood in a way. The noble princess wouldn't be upset over such trivial matters, would she? Of course, I wouldn't be upset over such trivial matters. Ergui huffed. I'm destined to be a queen. Seeing the little girl's proud demeanor made Fu Su Mang want to laugh, but in order to maintain his brotherly dignity, he restrained his expression and sat up straight. We're almost there. Ji Wujuan hurriedly rushed, and after a flurry of activity, managed to catch up with Fu Su Mang to drop off Ji Yunggui and Ji Shengdan at school. Ergui reluctantly unfastened her seatbelt, dawdling as she emerged from the car. Oh, who's this? What a small world, Ji Shengdan remarked sarcastically, having timed his words to coincide with Ergui's exit. Ergui, unperturbed, smiled brightly and waved. Hello there, little egg. Little egg. Little egg. As a school bully, how could he endure such mockery? Ji Shengdan released his grip on the wheelchair he was pushing for Ji Yunggui and strode towards Ergui, each step imbued with an air of formidable authority and intimidation. As he walked, he rolled up his sleeves, challenging her with a silent dare to stand her ground. Ergui, with a playful smirk, stuck out her tongue at him, beckoning him to come closer. She scanned the ground for something to defend herself with, her eyes landing on the hefty broom wielded by an elderly security guard. The solid wooden handle appeared quite imposing. Uncle, may I borrow this? She asked. I will pay you back. The guard, noticing the girl's innocent demeanor, waved her off dismissively, adjusting his reading glasses as he returned to his newspaper. Take it, no need for payment. You think that broom can stand up to me? Today I shall teach you a lesson and show you the authority of an older brother. Ji Shengdan scoffed. Ergui, assessing the sturdiness of the broom, was pleased to find it solid. Gripping the wooden handle with both hands, she applied a bit of force to test its resilience as she increased her strength. The broom began to creak ominously until, surprisingly, it snapped in two splinters flying. Looks like it's not very sturdy, Ergui muttered to herself. Ji Shengdan, taken aback, swiftly changed direction and jogged towards Ji Yunggui, pushing her wheelchair with haste. Quick move. She's a little freak, he exclaimed, his heart racing. Damn, that sounds a bit intimidating, he thought to himself as he rushed towards Moon Sacred High School. Brother, I'm at Moon Sakura, Ji Yunggui called out, almost forgetting that detail. Ji Shengdan promptly adjusted his course, veering into a nearby alley. Unlike Ergui, Ji Yunggui had gained admission to Moon Sakura through rigorous examinations, whereas Ji Shangdan, unable to endure the atmosphere of studiousness there, longed for the more relaxed vibe of Moon's sacred high school. Erguwei followed Ji Shangdan, twisting and turning through the alley until she successfully lost herself. Bewildered, she spun around, unable to find her way out. She paused, listening intently to the sounds around her. In the distance, she discerned voices of a group engaged in conversation. Following the sound, she peeked out and spotted a group of students clad in identical uniforms to hers. The group was divided into two factions, one with 3 members and the other with 5. Erguwei's keen eyes quickly recognized the leader of one faction, a dual ponytail girl who had previously provoked her. What was her name again? Shen Zikao. Drawing from her hazy memory, Erguwei barely recalled this individual. Jiruoshui, do you have no shame? Shen Zikao crossed her arms, looking down at Jiruoshui with an air of superiority, her height giving her an advantage. Forming cliques outside of school and now inside as well, why do you feel the need to announce to the world that you have friends? Perhaps the word self-esteem struck a nerve with Jiruoshui. As her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. A slender, fair hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her behind in a protective gesture. A clear, youthful voice rang out, there's no need for such hostility. We merely crossed paths here. A boy leaning against the wall flicked his tongue against his molars and added with a smile, if we're talking about cliques, I've heard that the big shots have never considered you part of theirs. Shen Zikao, just because you lack friends doesn't mean others can't have them. A short-haired girl defended, enveloping the tearful Jiruoshui in a comforting embrace. Shen Zikao scoffed, friends? Are you referring to that Ji Erguwei, who has known you since childhood, or this newcomer who suddenly appeared? Erguwei had never witnessed such an open confrontation before. In the interstellar realm, disagreements often escalated to battles in mechs, where words were seen as a sign of weakness. She leaned against the wall, peeking out with keen interest. Ji Erguwei? Are they talking about me? She pondered. It dawned on her that the V587 system had only shown her the narrative from a theft prevention perspective, filtering out any non-essential, controversial, or violent content. As a result, much of what she had seen was from the censored literature, and she never bothered to remember trivial details. Thus, if asked to recount the narrative now, she would be utterly clueless. The primary reason for her ignorance lay in the mundane predictability of the plot, leading her to doze off in the holographic pod. Suddenly, the name Ji Erguwei surfaced unexpectedly, causing an eerie silence among those who had previously spoken so confidently. Noticing this, Shen Zikao's smile grew more arrogant. What's this? Mention Ji Erguwei and you all go silent. What do we have to be guilty about? The short-haired girl retorted, momentarily taken aback before recovering, her voice tinged with panic. She was the one who wronged us first. It seemed that prior to their arrival, Ji Erguwei had indeed once belonged to a close-knit group. But something had happened that transformed her into the protagonist. The boy who had first spoken interjected, halting the short-haired girl from further arguing. Let's go. Class is about to start. The short-haired girl bit her lip. Still eager to continue her debate with Shen Zikao, however, Jiruoshui nestled against her, tugged at her sleeve, prompting her to relent. The boy turned to leave, followed by the 4 behind him. Only then did the 2 girls behind Shen Zikao dare to speak. Sister, that Jiruoshui is so arrogant. Indeed, she doesn't regard you at all, one chimed in. Shen Zikao, weary, closed her eyes, lacking the energy to engage with them. You 2 go ahead, I need some time alone. Grateful for the opportunity, the 2 girls quickly departed. Come out. I know you're hiding there, Shen Zikao called out. Erguwei, having surveyed the area and confirming her solitude, stepped out with the broken broom in hand. Shen Zikao's eyes widened in shock at the sight of her. Erguwei, puzzled, replied, I'm Erguwei, not a corpse. Why the surprise? Shen Zikao. Chapter 38. Is it better? Adults don't hold grudges against the young. Hey, did you hear everything just now? She asked, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, being caught talking bad about someone in front of them is quite embarrassing. That I did, Erguwei replied honestly with a nod. So what were you thinking while you listened? Shen Zikao couldn't help but ask. Although the question seemed odd, her curiosity compelled her to inquire. Shen Zikao stared in disbelief, her ponytail swaying with her movements. Really? That's all you thought? Well, I also thought, why not stop talking and start fighting? Erguwei jested. Shen Zikao. Do you know how to get to Moon Sakura? Erguwei inquired. Erguwei hesitated. If you rephrase that like, don't you want to go to school? I might just agree. Shen Zikao's encouraging gaze was too obvious. Don't you want to go to school? She tentatively asked. Yes. Erguwei responded immediately. Where shall we chat? The rooftop or the terrace? Shen Zikao. There's a milk tea shop nearby. She began to question if inviting Erguwei was truly a wise decision. Mrs., would you like something to drink? A staff member in work attire smiled politely, lowering their voice to a gentle tone. Let's take a look. Shun Zikao nodded regally, her pride evident. She raised an eyebrow at Erguwei, signaling her to choose whatever she liked on her bill. Erguwei, intrigued by all the options on the menu, pointed at various drinks. What's milk tea? Shun Zikao pondered for a moment. Probably milk and tea, having never visited a milk tea shop before. Shun Zikao had always associated them with groups of giggling friends, while her own companion sought to curry favor with her wealthy background. They needed her resources, and she needed them to maintain appearances. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Shun Zikao was aware of this and had no intention of pretending to be their intimate friend. The most she would do was take them to high society parties, never entering such establishments with them. Little did she expect that her first visit to a milk tea shop would be with Ji Erguwei, her childhood rival. And what about fruit tea? Erguwei asked, stroking her chin. Probably fruit and tea, Shun Zikao speculated based on her reasoning from milk tea. The staff member. Are these two here to entertain? Shun Zikao caught sight of the prices on the menu and discreetly leaned closer to Erguwei. With prices this cheap, can it possibly taste good? Shun Zikao shook her head honestly, raising her chin slightly. Why would I drink such cheap stuff? Excuse me, do you need any assistance? The staff member maintained their professional demeanor, still smiling. Erguwei, overwhelmed by the array of choices, felt indecisive. Do you have any recommendations? The newly released milk cap sour plum oolong tea and the full fruit tea bucket are both hot selling items, the staff member replied with a smile. Then let's have those too, Erguwei decided. After placing her order, she turned to Shun Zikao, who was standing by with her arms crossed. Aren't you going to order? Shun Zikao's expression grew slightly uncomfortable. Isn't that a behavior only good friends can exhibit? She refused without a second thought. I wouldn't drink such a thing. Would you care for this milk cap coconut juice? Erguwei licked her lips, her desire for the drink evident. Shun Jiha's movement faltered slightly, her arms uncrossing involuntarily, her expression becoming somewhat awkward, her gaze drifting. Fine, I'll heed your advice. The two settled the bill and took their seats indoors, awaiting their orders. The decor of the milk tea shop was distinctly personal, embodying a whimsical fairy tale theme. The walls were painted in soft pinks and whites, radiating brightness. Nearby, there were display windows and a charming fireplace, alongside a pastel-colored bookshelf adorned with fairy tales and various novels. On the floor lay blankets and footstools, inviting a few good friends to sit together and read. The contrast in their personalities was stark. Despite both being uninitiated into the world of milk tea shops, Erguwei was immediately captivated, her bright, curious eyes brimming with wonder, evoking no sense of disdain. Shun Jiha could not help but break the silence. Ji Erguwei. Before she could continue, Erguwei raised a hand to halt her, declaring, address me as not Erguwei. That sounds dreadful. Shun Jiha was taken aback. The previously discordant nature of their relationship had somehow transformed, allowing Ji Erguwei to request such familiarity. Erguwei, Shun Jiha managed, her discomfort palpable as she mumbled through her words. After all these years, do you still remember? What she wished to inquire was whether Erguwei recalled their once close friendship. However, the sentiment felt too sentimental for her to voice. This lady remembers you. Erguwei, seemingly perceptive of Shun Jiha's hesitation, straightforwardly hit the nail on the head. At that moment, a staff member approached with a tray, presenting their ordered milk tea and fruit tea before departing with the empty tray. Erguwei eagerly punctured the fruit tea with her straw, taking a deep sip. The mingling flavors of the 7 or 8 fruits exploded on her taste buds, a delightful sweetness making her eyes narrow in bliss. The haughty girl across from her was momentarily struck dumb by her exuberance. Erguwei nodded with exaggerated seriousness, confidently stating, I remember you. Your name is Shun Zinio. Shun Zinio. Shun Jiha bristled, my name is Shun Jiha. Who calls me Shun Zinio? So it is indeed Shun Jiha, Erguwei remarked nonchalantly, inserting another straw into her milk tea. Isn't a crane just a bird? So, it seems there's some truth to it. Shun Jiha's expression softened slightly as she gazed at the blissfully oblivious Erguwei, enjoying her milk tea. With a tone tinged with exasperation, she remarked, you mentioned we fell out. Then you reconciled with those 4, only to fall out again because of Ji Ruoshui. Fell out. Erguwei focused on retrieving fruit from the tea, rolling her eyes. Did we ever get along? That's rather heartless of you to say. How can you be so callous? Shun Jiha's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with accusations and dissatisfaction. Frequently fighting doesn't count as getting along? Constantly bickering doesn't count as getting along? Pulling each other's hair doesn't count as getting along? Does it? Erguwei replied, I think I'm just being magnanimous. That I see you are merely a boat among 1,000 sails. Shun Jiha retorted. Chapter 39. Beasts walk alone, while cattle and horses gather in herds. Ji Ergwei and Shen Jiha, of similar age and equally proud dispositions, were often mentioned in tandem. They perceived each other as rivals, believing the other unworthy of comparison. Unfortunately, they were also classmates, which only intensified their conflicts whenever they met. It was either a scuffle or a tearing apart, and even in moments of harmony, it wouldn't be long before they fell into quarrel again. Their relationship was defined by this chaotic dance. Their bickering persisted until their elementary school graduation. The true cause of their falling out was akin to many friendships that fade over time. Ji Ruoxue had seamlessly integrated into their dynamic, subtly positioning herself as the dominant force among the trio. While a triangle provides stability, it does not suit friendships as one party always feels surplus. Ji Ergwei gracefully withdrew, aligning herself with another group of 4 friends, consequently distancing herself from Ji Ruoxue and Shenjiha. Ruoxue and Shenjiha's friendship had relied on Ji Ergwei, and with the pivotal link severed, it soon crumbled. Neither could swallow their pride to reconcile, leading them to drift further apart. After finishing her last sip of milk tea, Ergwei savored the lingering sourness of the plum, her beautiful features scrunching in distaste. Unfulfilled, she licked the remaining milk foam from her lips. Observing her expression, Shenjiha, glancing at her untouched milk tea, felt an urge bubbling within. Pretending nonchalance, she gingerly inserted her straw into the milk tea. Taking a tentative sip, her eyes lit up. The fresh coconut essence melded beautifully with the rich milk foam. Delightful yet not overwhelming. With Ergwei having finished her fruit and milk tea, boredom began to creep in. She crossed her arms, casting her gaze toward the dual ponytailed girl opposite her, steering the conversation back on track. You mentioned wanting to chat. What shall we discuss? I heard that no one wishes to play with you at Yueying. Ergwei wrinkled her nose, raising her chin defiantly. What was it that they said? Beasts walk alone, while cattle and horses gather in herds. Isn't it sheep and goats? Shenjiha corrected, cattle and horses are derogatory. Indeed, I meant to insult, Ergwei replied unabashedly, revealing a mischievous smile akin to that of a little devil. Shenjiha involuntarily shivered. Gaining a preliminary understanding of Ergwei's sharp tongue, engaging in a verbal duel with this little demon would not bode well. Ji Ruoxue and those 4 flaunt themselves before you all the time. Doesn't that bother you at all? What, Ji Ruoxue? Ergwei replied dismissively. What does that have to do with me? She stole your friends and flaunts it before you. Don't you feel at least a little discomfort? Shenjiha frowned at her, confusion evident in her eyes. I find the school quite bothersome too, but I still have to attend. Ergwei sighed deeply. Resting her chin on her hand, you have no friends at Yueying either. Why not? Why not? Shenjiha's voice trailed off. Why not transfer to Yuansheng? At least you'd have someone to talk to. Seemingly fearing a misunderstanding, Shenjiha hastily added, That's not to say I want to talk to you. Ergwei's attention was evidently elsewhere. There were few who could match her in conversation among the stars. However, upon mentioning the school change, her anger flared and she slammed the table. Every time we discuss this, I get furious. What? Shenjiha was taken aback. Do you know Wu Ji, Baizhou, Zijing, and Qi Xiao? I know them. They're my classmates, Shenjiha replied, recalling the 4 siblings of the D family, who thrived in their complicated family dynamics. Initially intrigued, Shenjiha thought they were merely playing a role, hiding their true selves beneath a facade of extravagance. However, after observing them, she realized they were not pretending. They were genuinely frivolous. Originally, we were all together, but here I am at Yueying while they are all at Yuanshan. It is so unfair. Ergwei expressed her frustration. You were all together? Shenjiha was momentarily at a loss, unsure how to respond or maintain her composure. Her mind blank for a fleeting moment. She had arrived too late. She managed a forced smile. Ergwei suddenly had a spark of insight, recalling her task from the V587 system. I seem to remember I must commit a representative act of mischief. Seeing the little princess finally remember her assignment, V587 was nearly moved to tears. At last, princess, you've remembered. It was concerned that the princess might forget, but also feared she would become impatient and lash out. Tell me, do bad people count as bad when they associate with other bad people? V587 pondered. That should count, right? Then what about bad people teaming up to do bad deeds? Would that be representative? The 5 of them could indeed be considered traditional villains, each having crossed paths with the protagonist in varying degrees of antagonism. Yet in a rather foolish manner in the original narrative, Shenjiha would harbor resentment, engaging in name-calling and hair-pulling, while Ji Ergwei would grow envious of Ji Ruoxue's status within the Ji family, ultimately igniting the Ji family's downfall. Wu Ji would sabotage others in their careers, only to fall victim to the protagonist's schemes, while Baizhou, Zijing, and Qi Xiao, spurned in love, would turn against each other. leading to their downfall. In retrospect, the villainous ensemble resembled a mindless cannon-fodder group. What Uruguay most despised admitting was that such a foolish character arc was indeed based on her data, implying she might genuinely commit such a foolish act. V587 was momentarily ensnared by her thoughts, failing to perceive any discrepancies. Perhaps that no sooner had it spoken than Uruguay decisively extended her hand toward Shanjiha. Miss Shinzinio, would you care to join our villainous group? Shinzinio was taken aback. What kind of absurd name is villainous group? Believing she was still hesitating, Uruguay elaborated, look, you're not a virtuous person, are you? Neither are we, so it makes sense for us to band together. Oh, it's perfectly convenient for others to catch us all at once. Convenient for others to catch us all at once? Shinjiha interrupted, bewildered. As long as there exists a lack of morality, others cannot impose moral constraints upon us. Uruguay spoke with a sense of righteous conviction. Being a good person is exceedingly difficult. Perhaps she should embrace the role of a villain instead. I must admit, upon hearing Uruguay's words, reminiscent of a witch enticing a princess towards the abyss, Shanjiha felt an unsettling stir of malevolence within her. Ah, my hands feel so heavy and weary. Uruguay began to act petulantly, feigning the weight of her hands as she sagged downwards. Shanjiha quickly grasped her hand. In an instant, Uruguay returned to her usual self, a triumphant smile gracing her face, her beautiful eyes narrowing into playful crescents, akin to a cunning little fox that had ensnared a small black cat in her trap. Huh? You promised me. V587 system. Princess. You can't be so mercenary. The main system insists on eliminating it. The artificial intelligence system surprisingly succeeded in recognition. Congratulations to the host, intergalactic super invincible beautiful Princess Your Highness, for completing the task. V587. Uruguay was utterly impressed by her own cleverness. Not only had she skipped school, but she had also inadvertently completed a task. Humming with pride, as expected of me. In high spirits, she began to enlighten the new member about her villainous group. Do you know what skills our villainous group possesses? Shinjiha shook her head. Uruguay, thoroughly satisfied, elaborated, I can bask in the sun, Wuji can gather nectar, Baizhou uses her mouth to catch mice, Zijing can dog paddle, and Qishao can fetch frisbees. I am an alligator turtle, with a fondness for sunbathing. Wuji is a little butterfly, skilled at nectar gathering. Baizhou is a little white wolf, often catching mice for my amusement. Zijing is a husky, capable of digging from one end of the palace to the other. Qishao is a brown wolf, who enjoys fetching frisbees. A momentary twist of hesitation appeared on Shanjiha's exquisitely beautiful face. Ah! I didn't realize that the four siblings of the D family had such unique interests. How peculiar, not at all like normal humans. Uruguay crossed her arms, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. And what about you? What can you do? In the face of the unique skills of her villainous companions, Shanjiha felt her own talents in figure skating, dancing, piano, traditional Chinese painting, and go to be utterly insignificant. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, I can make threats. Good. Uruguay slapped the table. We need someone like you in our villainous group. Shanjiha. Chapter 40. Why must one attend class in person? Who told you we skip school? Shanjiha smirked. I am the perfect campus goddess, an elegant young lady. How could I possibly skip school and leave myself open to criticism? Uruguay looked at her with a discontented expression. You great deceiver. You clearly stated that you didn't want to attend school, and I merely accompanied you for a free chat. Without a second thought, Shinjiha deflected. I said I didn't want to. Not that I wouldn't go. If I could do whatever I wanted, I would be the first to drive a forklift and demolish the school. This struck a chord with Uruguay, who regarded her with admiration. I'll be the second to do so. Shanjiha. Let us go. We'll be late for class. Reluctantly, Uruguay was escorted to the door by Shanjiha, her feet and heart seemingly weighed down by lead. Heavy and burdensome, she took slow, laborious steps towards the school gate, casually placing the broom money at the security office door. Following the guidance of V587 in her mind, Uruguay successfully arrived at classroom 1 of the second year on the 3rd floor. The classroom was filled with students, each desk adorned with a towering stack of books, almost obscuring the individual completely. To the diligent students, this represented hard work, while for the lazy Uruguay, it signified opportunities for mischief. As she entered, the buzzing recitation of passages abruptly ceased, all eyes fixated on her with a gaze that, while devoid of disdain, was far from welcoming. Undeterred by the scrutinizing stares, Uruguay confidently lifted her chin and puffed out her chest. Striding proudly to her seat, a princess was destined to stand atop the masses, receiving the adoration of her loyal subjects. Her desk, situated near the door, was the only one in the class devoid of clutter. And she settled down contentedly. Not bad at choosing a spot. It's out the best place to dash off for a meal. She was seated at a two-person table when a middle-aged man in a blue-gray striped polo shirt entered through the back door. Taking a seat without her consent, staring intently at her without uttering a word, observing the man's casual demeanor as he sat down, Ergaway concluded that he was her desk partner, albeit a bit too advanced in age. The man offered her a friendly smile. Look at that. He's already balding. The classroom fell into complete silence upon the entrance of this middle-aged man, each student absorbed in their own work. Too intimidated to glance back, though curiosity piqued, their attention subtly shifted towards the back. Ergaway's voice resonated in the quiet classroom, crystal clear, first met with a few seconds of silence before erupting into raucous laughter. The man's face darkened. Ergaway, come to my office. Erga? The office. The middle-aged man took his seat, arms crossed, gazing sternly at Erga. As Ergaway surveyed the office, she noted that, due to the class schedule, only a handful of teachers were present, engrossed in their work on computers. Casting a few glances their way upon their entrance, Ergaway dutifully pulled over a chair. Sitting down obediently, the middle-aged man felt dizzy at her choice, having unwittingly selected the luxurious gaming chair of the grade director. It was even better than the one he was sitting on. Good day, teacher. Ergaway, feeling in the wrong, greeted him politely. Good day, my foot. The teacher shot her a glare. You tell me, how many times have you skipped school now? Being at the bottom of your class is one thing, but at least you could take the time to show up. Are you dissatisfied with me or with the school? Ergaway pondered for a moment, responding candidly without a hint of pretense. I am dissatisfied with the school. The middle-aged man. What are your grievances with the school? Ergaway mimicked his posture, crossing her arms and looking at him sideways. Chin raised, I believe it is particularly unreasonable that attendance is mandatory. This mischievous child. The middle-aged man was both amused and exasperated. Do you think you can lose weight without actually moving during the fat-burning exercises? Can skills be mastered without personal practice? Can learning be effective without personal effort? Fully embracing her mischievous nature, Ergaway responded defiantly, I don't understand. You're just brainwashing me. The middle-aged man, on the verge of a breakdown. Where were you just now? He composed himself, mentally preparing and taking several deep breaths before he could bring himself to ask again. Ergaway met his gaze with bright eyes, unafraid, and matter-of-factly replied, I went to the milk tea shop. Her tone was so nonchalant and assertive that he almost thought he misheard her. She was not referring to the library, but indeed to the milk tea shop. During class time, what could you possibly be doing at a milk tea shop? Ergaway gave him a puzzled look, as if he were foolish, first eliminating the possibility of going to Ten Sheep. What else could one do at the milk tea shop? Could going to the cafeteria be for a bath? The middle-aged man nearly collapsed in despair, wondering what sin he had committed to encounter a student like Yen Luo while serving as the disciplinary director, and now a character like this as a homeroom teacher. Alright, let us not discuss skipping class for now. What do you intend to do about your grades? The middle-aged man pointed at the report card on the table. You're already in your second year. Yet your grades are at the bottom of the class and the bottom of the year. Your performance has dragged the class average down significantly. What will you do come college entrance exams? What about your future job? What will you do when you step out into society? Do you have any plans for the future? Ergaway pondered seriously for a moment before nodding affirmatively. I have a plan. The middle-aged man lifted his chin, his expression easing slightly as he awaited her elaboration. I plan to rely on my family. She spoke with a grave and serious demeanor, as if she were not joking. I have several families I can rely on, the G family, the Fu family, and the D family. The D family can provide short-term support, while the G family offers substantial assistance. The middle-aged man found himself ensnared in her reasoning, momentarily caught off guard, and impulsively asked, and the Fu family? Ergaway looked at him seriously, her expression earnest. As long as Fu Suxiang becomes the head of the family, I will be the lady of the house. The middle-aged man. Chapter 41, a good teacher who will certainly make the same mistake again next time. Little G. Director Zhou sighed deeply. Little Gue. Ergaway corrected him. All right, little Gue. Director Zhou spoke earnestly. Your mindset of relying on your family, or that doing well in exams is not as good as marrying well mentality is misguided. We are already in the 21st century. The old notion of men working outside and women managing the home is outdated. As girls know, as you girls, you should have your own careers and not rely on men. Men may provide temporary support, but they cannot sustain you for a lifetime. Ergaway nodded thoughtfully, realizing that girls from 1,000 years ago were indeed like this. She asked without shame, if I were to negotiate with Fu Suxiang to have him make me the chairperson, would that count as having my own career? Director Zhou, what dream are you chasing? Ergaway had long since developed her own set of templates for appeasing teachers in the interstellar realm, which she could readily deploy at this moment. Greetings, esteemed teacher, that I have profoundly recognized my errors. I should not have committed such a juvenile mistake. From this day forth, I shall diligently apply myself to my studies, striving for progress each day, working hard, daring to take on challenges, demonstrating dedication to my duties, embodying honesty and kindness, respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, engaging in earnest learning and practice, firmly believing in the value of knowledge, contemplating deeply, applying what I learn, cultivating moral integrity, and committing to thorough reading and comprehensive understanding. I shall be devoted to my profession and harmoniously engage with my peers, aiming to bring glory to my family. Director Zhou was momentarily taken aback by her torrent of words, feeling as though she had said a great deal without truly conveying anything. Exhausted, he waved his hand, cautioning her not to err again, for a repeat offense would result in her having to recite a self-critique before the entire school. Ergaway immediately sprang to her feet, fervently assuring, "Yes, teacher, I shall certainly make mistakes again next time." "You?" Director Zhou, belatedly realizing her mischief, exclaimed, "You mischievous child." Since the beginning of her first year, she had not seen him, but she had long heard of his extraordinary intelligence. Almost to the point of being a prodigy, she had grown up watching his variety shows. Wang was incredibly handsome. She admired his sister, Yen Luo, the eternal goddess. No one could resist the charms of the Yen siblings. Upon reaching the main door, Ergaway called out loudly, "Report!" The sudden and robust voice startled the unsuspecting English teacher, who elegantly adjusted his glasses and invited her in. As Ergaway made her way to her seat, she glanced back at the blackboard, which was filled with an array of English words and sentences. She pursed her lips, silently scoffing. What gibberish, I cannot comprehend. When she finally reached the back, Ergaway realized what they were studying. As the previously empty desk beside her now accommodated a slender, fair-skinned youth. A person sat nearby. The young man did not lift his head, quietly engrossed in his book. From the side, his eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and his uniform was impeccably neat, mirroring his refined demeanor. Had they met before? Not one to shy away from conversation, Ergaway boldly inquired. Yen Wang lifted his gaze slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, and casually turned a page. Responding, "I do remember you." Ergaway raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. "It is my nature to be unforgettable. Because you called me ugly." Yen Wang paused, his gaze locking onto hers, his dark, deep eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. Ugly. Yet it was rare to find someone as strikingly unattractive as the youth before her. There were Fu Suman and her knights, but she had grown accustomed to them. Ji Wuya was one. And then there was. Yen Wang fell silent. He had many nicknames, yet no one had ever referred to him as Little Flower. "Hey, how feminine." His voice carried a note of disdain. "Who calls me Little Flower?" "Do not call me that." "Very well, Little Flower," Ergaway replied, glancing at the syllabus to retrieve her English book in an attempt to catch up with the lesson. During the remaining 20 minutes, she found her attention wavering, occasionally fiddling with her nails, gazing out the window, or playing with her pen. After finally managing to focus for a few minutes, she discovered she could not understand the material and began to doze off. Never mind, she had tried her best. Suddenly, someone nudged her arm, jolting Ergaway from her stupor. She instinctively wiped away the non-existent drool at the corner of her mouth, still a bit dazed. "What's wrong?" Following his gaze, she spotted her nightly squadron standing outside the window, excitedly waving at her. She waved back, and they entered through the back door, each carrying a thermos. Wu Ji took a seat in front of her, opening the thermos to reveal 4 layers filled with exquisitely crafted pastries. "Didn't you always enjoy the pastries made by the Fu family's butler? I specifically learned how to make them." Wu Ji's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she observed Ergaway's delight, which caused her to relax, shifting to immediately complain. "These two are utterly useless teammates, bringing all sorts of strong-smelling items into the classroom: chicken soup, duck soup, bone broth, fried rice, and noodles." Wu Ji pointed accusingly at the innocent-looking Qi Xiao and Zi Jing, who feigned innocence, gazing upwards. Ergaway, with a mouthful of mung bean cake, her cheeks bulging, exclaimed in alarm, "I don't want that." Although she rarely visited the classroom, she was aware that bringing pungent items would lead to expulsion. Qi Xiao quickly retorted, "Wu Ji, do not unjustly accuse me. I was only bringing fruit for Her Highness." He opened the thermos layer by layer, revealing a beautifully arranged fruit platter with all the skins peeled and neatly cut. "Your Highness, I prepared this fruit platter for you after waking up at 5. His eyes glimmered with a misty sheen, filled with a desire for praise, and if he could transform into his true form, his little wolf tail would surely be wagging excitedly. Ergaway speared a piece of apple with her fork and popped it into her mouth. savoring its crispness and sweetness. Her eyes lit up. So sweet. Qi Xiao grew more animated. I senti it? I senti it? Zijing, showing no mercy, chimed in with the most innocent expression. But you didn't grow it. Buy it or pick it. Why are you so happy? Qi Xiao shot him a fierce glare. Mind your own business. Erguwei had grown accustomed to their bickering, holding a coconut cake in one hand and an apple in the other. Her gaze drifting towards the thermos that Baizhou and Qi Xiao were holding. What's that? Wu Ji glanced over and dismissively said, no need to look at that, they have zero creativity. All three brought identical fruit platters. Erguwei instantly lost interest. Whispers arose among the classmates. Why are these four, dressed in the neighboring Yushang's uniforms, here with us? Indeed, Yushang's uniforms are much more appealing than ours. Mainly because they are good-looking, those legs, that waist, that face, unbelievable. Why do they seem to have such a close relationship with Ji Erguwei? Don't you know? These four are the prominent figures from next door. They're notorious for their antics and often act like spoiled rich kids, always high and mighty. High and mighty. Upon hearing this, a student raised an eyebrow, pointing towards a group in the corner. You call that high and mighty? They could easily be labeled as sycophants. Zijing nudged Qi Xiao aside. Your Highness, do not eat his, eat mine instead. Mine is prettier. Qi Xiao leaned in, pushing Zijing away. Your Highness, eat mine, mine is sweeter. The two began shoving each other until Wu Ji seized their collars and pulled them towards the door, crossing her arms. Continue. Just keep fighting. Whoever loses, I'll take care of them. Baizhou seized the opportunity. Your Highness, you should eat mine. They are fierce combatants and their fruit is not sweet. The gossiping students interjected. Chapter 42. I have 3 questions. The individuals Erguwei encountered in the alley earlier were also in this classroom. Initially surrounding Ji Ruoshui, laughing and chatting animatedly. However, when Wu Ji and her trio gathered around Erguwei, their attention gradually shifted, engaging in idle conversation, though their gazes frequently drifted towards the playful Erguwei and her friends. Unbeknownst to them, their discussion topics transformed. The short-haired girl, feeling conflicted, gradually withdrew from the lively dialogue, her eyes lacking focus as she pondered something unknown. Ji Ruoshui noticed her expression, though she remained composed, gently nudging her. What's wrong? Wu Ji scrunched her nose, catching a familiar, distinctive floral scent in the air. Turning her head, she found herself locked in the depths of Yan Wang's dark eyes, her own eyes brightening. Little flower. Again little flower. Yan Wang's lips twitched slightly, forming a thin line devoid of emotion. Wu Ji casually took the thermos from Zijing's hands and set it before Yan Wang, smiling. Please take good care of our princess. What era is this? Still playing the princess card, so childish, just like his sister. Yan Wang remained silent, his gaze briefly lingering on the thermos before he averted his eyes, quietly returning to his book. Erguwei, with her cheeks stuffed with grapes, paused her busy schedule to glance up at Wu Ji. How did you all get here? Wu Ji raised an eyebrow. We climbed over the wall, of course. Baizhou checked the time. Class is starting soon, we should head out. Erguwei waved them goodbye. See you later. Wu Ji nodded, and under the watchful eyes of their classmates, she and Baizhou pulled the squabbling Zijing and Qi Xiao along. Having not touched the fruit Baizhou brought, Erguwei decided to put away the untouched fruit and placed it in the same thermos, feeling it would be a shame to waste it. Erguwei scanned the classroom and finally noticed several familiar faces, including Ji Ruoshui's group and, surprisingly, her doppelganger Ji Yunguwei. Only Ji Ruoshui and her group were huddled together, exuding a lively atmosphere. In stark contrast, Ji Yunguwei's vicinity was imbued with tranquility, her demeanor was serene and gentle, as she quietly immersed herself in her book, undisturbed by the external commotion. Her soft, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, elegantly tucked behind her ear. The individuals beside Ji Ruoshui had just bullied her little companion. Their gang had a notorious reputation for collective mischief. Targeting one meant targeting all. Ji Ruoshui bore a striking resemblance to her, which was rather unfortunate. Contemplating this, Erguwei grasped the thermos filled with fruit and cast a fleeting glance toward her, redirecting the attention of the classroom's occupants as she moved. Would you like some fruit? A familiar, haughty voice laced with sweetness rang from above. Ji Yunguwei instinctively looked up, discovering it was Ji Erguwei. No, thank you. Ji Yunguwei politely declined, her tone tinged with aloofness. Everyone in the class is watching. If you refuse, it would be quite embarrassing for me, Erguwei remarked, crossing her arms and observing her. It seemed she had never comprehended the concept of putting someone in a difficult position. Even her gestures of goodwill carried an air of coercion. Reluctantly, Ji Yunguwei acquiesced, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Then, thank you. You're welcome. Erguwei finally revealed a smile, as if the earlier stern and unreasonable facade had been mere pretense, effortlessly peeling away her layers of bravado. These fruits are exceptionally sweet. It was quite peculiar. Erguwei harbored an innate fondness for Ji Yun-gui. Firstly, they were twin sisters, sharing a striking appearance and a bond of blood. Secondly, Ji Yun-gui was the primary antagonist in the narrative, possessing significantly more screen time than Erguwei and other secondary characters. Due to their opposing affiliations, Erguwei felt a peculiar closeness to her sister, who also belonged to the ranks of the antagonists. Erguwei aspired to be a clever villain. Why, despite sharing the same charming and delightful persona, was there such a disparity in intelligence? Ji Yun-gui was momentarily dazzled by her smile, lowering her gaze to the exquisitely arranged fruit platter before her, and impulsively reached for a grape. Is it tasty? Erguwei inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yun-gui's response was barely audible. However, the proud little peacock still had to endure the rigors of class duty long last. Erguwei had survived the school day. She hastily packed her bag and bolted out of the classroom, being the first to dash through the school gates. The car that had picked her up that morning was quietly parked nearby. Evidently waiting for some time, Erguwei approached and opened the passenger door, promptly fastening her seatbelt. You arrived quite early, how could I not? Fusuma raised an eyebrow, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Otherwise, a certain little person would be upset. Watching other parents arrive early to pick them up while she could only gaze longingly. You speak the truth. Erguwei feigned ignorance to Fusuma's underlying tone, launching into an exaggerated performance. That kind-hearted little girl would surely be upset. What did you learn today? Fusuma's gaze lingered on Erguwei's face, barely perceptible yet attentive. I learned a logic puzzle. What? Yes, for the second question. If my third question is, would you like to have dinner with me? Would the answers to your two previous questions be the same? Fusuma blinked in surprise, quickly regaining composure, shaking his head with a light chuckle. I knew you were interested in such trivialities. Let us go. I accept your proposal. Erguwei was momentarily dazed, not having received a clear answer. Where to? To have dinner, of course. Erguwei paused. You understand? Fusuma shot her an exasperated glare. Do you think I'm that foolish? Erguwei's irritation flared. Her delicate brows knitted tightly. Are you implying that I am foolish? I didn't even comprehend the teacher's explanation, and while others seemed to grasp the answers when announced, I remained clueless. Only my deskmate explained it to me during recess. She insisted. If you don't understand, allow me to explain. Fusuma chuckled resignedly, his tone indulgent. All right, I don't understand. Erguwei animatedly elaborated, her gestures lively. If you say yes, then the answers to your two previous questions must align, and your answer to the third question must also be yes, correct. Fusuma smirked, listening to her animated explanation while driving. Erguwei's voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling, urging him to praise her. You are truly remarkable, Your Highness. Fusuma gently patted her head, the gesture light as a feather. Is this what you learned at school? Nothing else. Not really. Erguwei leaned back against the seat, her expression one of disillusionment. I feel drowsy during class, and when I wake up, I find myself daydreaming. Fusuma couldn't help but chuckle. How can such an adorable little one learn to flirt after just one day of school? However, Erguwei felt a surge of pride. I learned this so I can flirt with men. Flirt with whom? Fusuma's tone turned dangerous, almost doubting his ears. Men, Erguwei emphasized defiantly. Do you think other men will be like me? Fusuma scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You consider me someone to flirt with? Ask me again. Fusuma wore an expressionless face. What a charming little one, learning to flirt with men after just a day of school. Ask away. Erguwei was somewhat indignant. First question. Are you willing? Wait. Fusuma interrupted her. Since we are rehearsing, let us start from the beginning. State the rules of the game again. Erguwei's expression shifted subtly, suppressing her irritation. I have 3 questions. Fusuma quickly interjected. Look it up yourself. Erguwei realized she had been outwitted. Chapter 43. Stirring up some internal affairs. What shall we eat? Fusuma understood that one must also stroke the cat. Discreetly observing her expression, inquiring nonchalantly. I don't want to eat. Erguwei sulked, her face darkened, having been thoroughly upset. What is there to eat? Really not eating? I know several restaurants with exquisite flavors. What a pity. Fusuma's tone feigned regret. Erguwei swallowed hard. Yet she was determined to convey to Fusuma that she was not easily appeased. Maintaining her sour demeanor. My family said I shouldn't associate with those who seem untrustworthy. She subtly referenced a certain someone dressed in a white suit. Fusuma. Before he could respond, Erguwei had already exited the car, sticking her tongue out at him and huffing as she slammed the door. Leaving behind the proud silhouette of a little peacock, Fusuma stood in place for a few seconds, shaking his head with a resigned smile. Yaoshu spoke in a cool, unhurried tone, his long legs clad in tailored trousers, casually resting on an office computer that reflected a cold light upon his stern brow. Emanating a sense of detached indifference, Uruguay ambled in nonchalantly, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and beginning to munch. These seeds were, after all, given to her by Fusuma, and she finally understood why the gossiping aunties in holographic dramas from thousands of years ago enjoyed snacking on them. Ji Yaoshu's smile deepened, pushing up his frameless glasses perched on his nose. Given the market value of the G family company and my capabilities, one could say, "That's splendid." Uruguay clapped her hands excitedly. "With you earning so much, does that mean I can rely on you?" Ji Yaoshu. A sense of futility washed over him, akin to Ji Shangdan's feelings. Why did it feel as though he was eagerly reporting his salary to his boss, begging to contribute to someone's wealth and retirement? Uruguay pretended not to notice Ji Yaoshu's grim expression, cheerfully sitting beside him and patting his shoulder. "Come on, old Ji, work hard so I can spend." Ji Yaoshu. He subtly shifted away, increasing the distance between them. Uruguay leaned against the sofa. Observing Ji Yaoshu handling business affairs, he showed no inclination to shun her presence. In fact, he seemed to relish her silence. Uruguay gazed at the convoluted documents on Ji Yaoshu's notebook, the title indicating matters concerning the G group. Uruguay chuckled, "Old Ji, you're working for my family." Ji Yaoshu. Yet Uruguay refused to relent, eagerly scrutinizing the documents on his tablet. "There must be a lot of affairs concerning our family, right? How much does my company pay you monthly?" Ji Yaoshu. He wished he could slap himself for being foolish enough to engage in conversation with her earlier. Now, he felt as if he had been unceremoniously dismissed from his lineage, reduced to a mere employee of the G family. The doorbell rang, and the butler moved to answer it, only to be halted by Ji Yaoshu's command. "I'll go." The old butler paused, casting a puzzled glance his way. Ji Yaoshu placed the laptop on the table, as if seizing a lifeline, and strode purposefully toward the door. Upon opening it, Ji Wujuan found his younger brother standing at the threshold with a cold expression. Frowning slightly, "Are you heading out?" "No," Ji Yaoshu coldly replied. Yet his body betrayed him as he willingly accepted his brother's suit jacket. "I've missed you a bit." Ji Wujuan cast a silent glance at him and bluntly remarked, "You are delusional." Ji Yaoshu, with the most indifferent expression, uttered the greasiest words, "Why are you so domineering? Am I not even allowed to think of you?" The old steward chuckled to himself, observing the delightful rapport between the two young masters. Ji Wujuan. Zhong Bai Tao, noticing everyone blocking the doorway, spoke up in confusion, "What are you all doing at the door?" Indeed. Uruguay, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, mischievously mimicked, deliberately lowering her voice. "And my dear older brother Ji said, why are you so domineering? Am I not even allowed to think of you?" Ji Guoxing and Shui Wanchan. Ji Rongshu and Zhong Bai Tao. Seeing their peculiar expressions, Ji Wujuan, usually composed, found herself unusually flustered as she explained, "Don't overthink it, okay?" Ji Yaoshu adjusted his glasses, maintaining a stoic demeanor. Indeed. Ji Rongshu eyed the odd pair skeptically. One was overly flustered while the other remained too calm. Clearly something was amiss. Uruguay, stroking her chin, elongated her tone, casting suspicious glances between the two. Ji Wujuan, exasperated, pushed the raucous Uruguay with her fingertip. "Stop causing a ruckus if you dare to engage in any internal disputes. I will break your legs." Ji Rongshu declared ominously, wrapping his arm around his wife as they entered. Uruguay's face lit up with joy as she hurried after them, deliberately raising her voice so Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu could hear. "Daddy, after you break the legs of my big brother Ji and old brother Ji, can you give me their shares?" Ji Rongshu was amused, bursting into hearty laughter, his jovial voice resonating throughout the living room as he patted his daughter's shoulder. "Of course I can give it to my precious daughter." The Ji brothers. Ji Guoxing, unable to decipher Ji Rongshu's mention of internal disputes, half-heartedly chimed in, "I will break your legs too." With that, he hurried inside the house. Ji Wujuan replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing." Ji Yaoshu, seeing Ji Shangdan, who was equally downtrodden after being confronted that morning, had never looked at his third brother with such favor before. He earnestly remarked, "Third brother, I miss you." Ji Shangdan Jiungue Ji Ruoshui. Ji Shangdan, flustered, exclaimed, "Third brother, are you under too much work pressure?" Ji Yaoshu forced a pale smile. "Indeed, working for your Ji family is quite exhausting." Ji Shangdan. Chapter 44. Tremble Little Egg. The old steward set the table, inviting everyone to take their seats. Ji Guoxing and Shui Wanchan were the first to sit down, followed by Ji Rongshu and Zhong Bai Tao, with Ji Wujuan and the younger generation taking their places last. The feast laid out was a culinary delight that Uruguay had never encountered in the cosmos. As soon as everyone began to eat, she eagerly picked up her chopsticks, and the Ji family's chef, having been hired at great expense, did not disappoint her. Amidst the meal, Ji Shangdan suddenly remarked sarcastically, "No wonder you could snap a solid wooden rod with your bare hands after consuming so much." Ji Yaoshu's brow twitched as he discreetly pressed down on Ji Shangdan's leg under the table, signaling him to refrain from further self-deprecation. Before Ergue could speak, Ji Rongshu inquired, "What about breaking a solid wooden rod?" Troubled, Ji Shangdan's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that if their father learned he had forced Ergue into breaking the rod, he would inevitably be expelled from the family. Ergue swallowed her food and interjected, "Daddy, please don't blame Brother Egg. After all, he was merely trying to deal with me while you were away that I had to break the rod for self-preservation." "Hey, this little girl." Ji Shangdan ground his teeth in frustration. "That's right, it's me so what?" Ji Shangdan defiantly held his head high. Exuding a heroic bravado, Ergue suddenly had an idea and boldly volunteered, "Grandpa, you said you would punish my brother by making him run 20 laps around the villa. Can I be the supervisor?" Ji Rongshu smiled slightly. "Make it 30 laps, Ji Shangdan. That you have quite the mouth. And a great memory." Ji Guosheng chuckled kindly at her. "Wouldn't that be too taxing for our little sister?" Ergue, with a sweet tone and a radiant smile, replied, "Serving Grandpa is my mission." Her earnest demeanor elicited laughter from Ji Guosheng, making the meal even more delightful. "Damn it!" Ji Shangdan instinctively cursed, incredulous. "Grandpa, you really are biased." "Little Egg brother, don't say that about Grandpa. It makes me heartbroken." Ergue firmly shook her head in disapproval. "You're already 17. It's time to grow up." Ji Shangdan, "You little sycophant. People's hearts are always biased. Does your family's heart sit perfectly centered?" Ji Guosheng proudly defended his favoritism. "If you understood compassion like your sister, I would favor you too." Ji Shangdan, sulking, continued to eat in silence, feeling a tentative shake on his leg. He looked up to meet Ji Yaoshu's complex gaze and he felt a bit downcast. "Brother, are you also trying to convince me not to provoke her because I can't win against her?" Before Ji Yaoshu could respond, Ji Shangdan reassured himself, "But without challenges, how can one grow? Eloquence is developed through practice. That I must defeat magic with magic. I cannot fear the evil force that is Ji Ergue. Though I am often humiliated by her, I will learn from each failure, using Ji Ergue as my stepping stone point. One day, I know Ji Shangdan will surely have her beneath my feet." Ji Yaoshu's expression was intricate, tinged with a tenderness that Ji Shangdan could not comprehend. Unable to resist, Ji Shangdan asked, "Second brother, is something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Silly child." Ji Yaoshu sighed softly, having not sighed for many years until now, after only 2 days of wits against Ji Ergue. He had already sighed several times. What Grandpa meant was to run 10 laps around the villa. Ji Shangdan froze, realizing what Ji Ergue had meant. Ji Yaoshu, with sympathy in his eyes, replied, 20 laps. "Not quite." He suddenly recalled something and corrected himself. "Dad said it's 30 laps." Ji Shangdan, that he shouldn't have spoken. After dinner, Ergue fiddled with her phone, still unfamiliar with the functions of this old-fashioned device. For instance, she tossed the phone onto the sofa and shouted, "Activate flight mode." Fu Suman had sent her a video on basic smartphone usage, and following the instructions, she successfully located the group she had formed with the children in the square that day. Under her strong insistence, the WeChat group was named Tortoise Princess's Night Squad. Little Tortoise 20. Tortoise Princess. My dear subjects, your princess has a grand event to summon you for. Miss Branch Butterfly, your highness. I'm here. White Wolf, not White-Eyed Wolf. Your highness, I'm here. Want to fight? Your highness, little Xiao is here. Cute little Jing, no brain. Your highness, little Jing is here. The subsequent messages from the children were abundant. Jiangxi, little curly hair. Your highness, is there something? I am Ultraman. Does the princess want to learn roller skating? I also know street dance. I am Gaia. I can play the drums. I live in Villa number 8. I can play the guitar. It seemed the children were eagerly awaiting Ergue's selection of their talents to teach her. Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Ergue hastily sent a message to halt the barrage. Tortoise Princess, today I will be hosting a roller skating race around the villa at the No. 3G Family Villa starting at 8 p.m. Please bring your protective gear and roller skates if you wish to participate. Type 1. Miss Branch, little princess. 1. Jiangxi, little curly hair. 1. Seeing the screen filled with ones, Ergue felt immensely satisfied with her ability to rally others. She dashed upstairs, retrieving her cherished protective gear and roller skates, preparing to subject Ji Shangdan to a torment that would penetrate both body and soul. Tremble, little egg. Your tortoise grandpa is not one to be trifled with. Chapter 45. A punch that shatters marble. An hour after dinner at 7:30 p.m. Ji Guosheng, Ji Rongshu, and others had already retreated upstairs, while Ji Ruoxue claimed to have plans with friends and left home early. In the living room remained Ergue, awaiting Ji Shangdan's lapse. Ji Wujuan working, Ji Yaoshu and Ji Yungue in his wheelchair. Gue frequently glanced at the clock, asking Ji Shangdan for the umpteenth time, "Have you digested it yet?" Ji Shangdan silently opened his mouth as if to speak, but his expression morphed before he ultimately held back. Quietly taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, endurance, for after provocation it is oneself who suffers. Small endurance may disrupt grand schemes that he could endure, but Gue could not. She eagerly inquired, "So, are you ready to run laps?" There exists a kind of endurance that is a small forbearance that may disrupt grand schemes, and another that is a momentary restraint that leads to mounting frustration. Ji Shangdan clenched his teeth, furiously turning to his elder brothers for support. "Elder brother, second brother, you must control her." Yaoshu, receiving the pleading look from his younger brother, nodded in understanding. Clearing his throat, he softened his typically stern expression. "Ji Gue, he is your brother after all. Oh right." Gue, the clever little girl, suddenly had an epiphany and clapped her hands. If there had been a light bulb above her head, it would have surely flickered to life in an instant. The little egg was her elder brother, and so was old Ji, with her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gue's golden braids danced animatedly with her every move, exuding an air of vivacity. "As long as you know," she said. "Hence, the elder brother egg must run laps, and so must old Ji." Ignoring the sudden change in Ji Shangdan's expression, Gue shouted at the top of her lungs towards the upstairs, "Grandpa, that Brahma second brother wants to run laps too." Ji Rongshu's deep, rugged voice echoed down from above, "Let him run, let us all run together." Yaoshu interjected, Your mother." When Gue met Ji Yaoshu's gaze, which seemed to harbor a desire to devour children, she lowered her eyelashes, innocently wiggling her fingers, her expression pitiful, yet her lively eyes betrayed a sense of schadenfreude. "Brother, how wonderful! You can exercise too." Her brows curved in delight, her eyes sparkling with mischief, much like the little egg. The second brother was not to be relied upon. Ji Shangdan's face turned pale, as he could already foresee the dismal fate of being constantly overshadowed by Ji Gue. Yet he remained undeterred. Casting a hopeful glance at his elder brother, Ji Wuyan, "Elder brother, please do something about her." Ji Shangdan implored, desperately signaling to Ji Wuyan in response. His esteemed elder brother met his gaze with surprise, and simultaneously, the little demon king's attention shifted towards him. Under Ji Shangdan's expectant gaze, his domineering elder brother slowly averted his eyes. Gue widened her innocent eyes. "Elder brother, do you want to exercise as well?" Ji Wuyan cleared his throat, opting to distance himself from his younger brothers, stating that as the elder, he could not endure such high-intensity activities, and some matters were best left to the youth. Gue felt a tinge of disappointment, letting out a regretful "oh" while reminding him, "Elder brother, you should exercise when you have the chance." Wuyan forced a stiff smile. "All right, oh heavens, the Ji family is about to undergo a transformation." Ji Shangdan lamented, "Is there no one who can manage her?" Gue glanced at the time, realizing it was almost time for the match she had announced, and persistently asked, "Ji Shangdan, have you digested your food?" Ji Shangdan stubbornly held his ground. "I won't go. If you have the guts, call Grandpa and Dad to deal with me." Gue felt a flicker of anger rising within her, unconsciously clenching her fists and striking the marble table with force, glaring at him with her arched brows. "Are you going or not? Who doesn't he have a temper?" As the school bully, Ji Shangdan could not tolerate such an affront, and he slammed the marble table as well. "I want go." The result of his bravado was a pair of hands that turned crimson and felt ablaze. Ji Shangdan inwardly gasped, maintaining an outward facade of calm. How could Ji Gue, this little demon king, strike with her fists without pain? Ji Shangdan scrutinized her, perplexed by her expression that revealed only anger, not a hint of pain. A gasp escaped his lips, and believing it to be his own involuntary reaction, he soon realized it was not. He looked down at the marble table, observing several fine cracks radiating from where Gue's fist had struck, resembling a spider's web, contrasting starkly with her delicate, pale fist still hovering above the surface. Gue was momentarily stunned, not daring to move. She hadn't even exerted much force, wondering why the material of this world was so fragile. "Have you lost your mind?" Ji Wuyan scolded, seizing Ji Gue's wrist and calling out to the old steward, "Quick! Fetch the medical kit!" Gue opened her mouth, wanting to assert that she felt no pain, that she could deliver another punch. Ji Yunui's hand paused, his page-turning halted, seemingly devoid of emotion, yet his keen ears were alert to the sounds from that side. Ji Wuyun examined her wrist closely, his brows furrowed as he scrutinized her. "If you don't want this hand anymore, I can help you chop it off for spicy chicken feet." Gue gulped that turtle's foot. This scene unfolded before Ji Yaoshu's eyes. his expression laden with complexity. Though his attention was fixated on them, he pretended to be indifferent, glancing away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ji Wuyun inspecting Ji Ergue's hand, and his cold expression finally betrayed a flicker of concern, his shoe instinctively inching forward. Idiot, what if it's fractured and you keep twisting it? Don't you fear making it worse? Ji Yaoshu could no longer hold back, firmly closing his eyes, internally wrestling with himself, before finally rising and striding over. Tess, your hand all right? I don't want to raise a cripple. His tone remained stern, but a hint of worry seeped through his eyes. After all, she was the cherished little sister he had doted on for over a decade, and letting go was not easy. He needed to give himself a bit more time. Yaoshu reassured himself. Ergue allowed them to inspect her hand, nonchalantly stating, whether or not I'm disabled, this old me is determined to take a bite. Disabled? I senti that a bit severe. Ji Shundian's complexion darkened as he hurriedly sidestepped to approach, trying to touch her hand yet hesitating before any upheaval. Ji Shundian had been the one to dote on Ji Ergue the most, wishing he could take her everywhere in a bag. Could it be fractured? Ji Yaoshu tentatively moved Ji Ergue's wrist, raising his head to gauge her expression. Does it hurt? Ji Wuyun Ji Yaoshu Ji Shundian. Chapter 46. The Knights order your hand. Is fine? Ji Wuyun's expression was peculiar. Ergue flexed her wrist, raising her hand to display it before everyone. If this is my hand, then I assure you it's perfectly fine. Ji Wuyun twitched his lips. What kind of freak can crush marble with bare hands? If it were a human skull, what would happen? Just then, the entrance erupted with noise, shattering the awkward atmosphere among the three Ji brothers, who wished they could disappear into the ground. Ji Wuyun eagerly hoped for a commotion outside. A chance to escape, raising an eyebrow at the steward who entered. There are 4 students claiming to be from the D family. The D family? Why would they come here? Ji Wuyun was baffled. Although the Ji family had prior business dealings with the D family, Ji Laozu disapproved of their character, believing the illegitimate children from the D family to be numerous, and had privately advised reducing interactions with them. Ji Shundian recalled the 4 D family members in his class. I senti it 1 girl and 3 boys, all quite good-looking. His gaze fixated on the old steward, missing the fleeting expression of disdain on Ergue's face, which could only be described as a yuck. The old steward nodded. Could they be here for me? Ji Shundian wondered, but upon reflection, he realized he had never interacted with them directly. Ergue, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, yes, it's me. I invited them. You? Ji Shundian was even more astonished. You're from the Ji family, they're from the D family. One is named Yueying, the other Shang. What common ground could there be? Mind your own business. Ergue haughtily lifted her chin. The old steward moved towards the door. Then I'll go open it. Princess! 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 As the old steward opened the door, the 4 of them burst in cheerfully, with Wu Ji fluttering in like a light butterfly, nestling into Ergue's embrace and nuzzling her neck. What's with this princess nonsense? So clingy, Ji Shundian muttered under his breath. Yaoshu caught this. Adjusting his glasses, his eyes dark and intense, and the variety show they participated in. The 4 of them played the roles of Ji Ergue's guards and knights, referring to her as princess. The intimate gestures between them did not go unnoticed by Ji Wuyun, who pondered aloud. Ergue seems to have known them for many years. However, Ji Shundian's focus lay elsewhere. Elder brother, second brother, did you watch Ergue's variety show? Ji Wuyun Ji Yaoshu. Only you have a brain, only you can think clearly. Princess, what props do we need for our competition? Has the venue been arranged? Bai Zhou inquired. Ergue's expression stiffened. Could she admit she hadn't arranged anything? Keeping it simple was her motto. The venue is at my family's villa. We can just bring whatever we need. Ergue reached out, beckoning Zijing closer. He obediently approached, and she whispered to him a few instructions. He nodded vigorously. All right, princess. Once Zijing left, the little roller skating contestants had yet to arrive, and Ergue waited quietly with the 3 of them in the Yen family's living room. Ergue sat on the sofa while they stood beside her, refusing to sit down. You can sit, she insisted for the 5th time, patting the seat beside her. It's not like I'm forbidding you from sitting down. Away. Wu Ji sulked, pouting. The knight captain said. There should be a distinction between master and servant. Knights must always remain loyal to the princess. Wu Ji leaned in secretively to Ergue. Maybe the knight captain is jealous because you treat me so well. Initially, she hoped to incite a bit of discontent in Ergue towards Fushumong, but instead Ergue's eyes brightened. Great. Jealousy means envy, envy means wanting to get along with me. He is in love with me. Ergue declared confidently. I do not approve of this marriage. Wu Xi crossed her arms defiantly, making a grand gesture. The knight captain is not a good person. The most detested official has become a prince consort. And her house has collapsed. Although this great beauty may not possess the most exquisite appearance, her soul.it appears that her soul is rather lacking in beauty as well, quite dark indeed. A great beauty does not necessarily need to be physically attractive. It suffices that she appears enchanting through the lens of her lover's adoration, like a rare she sure. Wu Ji, casting a furtive glance at the Ji family, lowered her voice to discreetly inquire with Ergue. Has anyone been bullying you? My princess, do tell, and I shall certainly take care of them for you. Ergue raised an eyebrow with a hint of pride. Me? Is there anyone who could dare to bully me? Qi Xiao, looking down, happened to spot the indentations of fists and spider web cracks on the marble table, immediately discerning that this was the handiwork of Ergue. Princess, who has angered you? You've even damaged the table. His voice was not soft, resonating clearly in the ears of the Ji brothers again. Why did he speak of it so casually? Shattering marble seemed as easy as crumbling tofu. This is a shoddy construction. Ergue feigned innocence. I merely touched it lightly, and it broke. The Ji brothers. Did I believe you not? The three knights, however, remained unfazed. Another shoddy construction. The last mech that the princess smashed to bits also seemed to be a shoddy construction. It is all the fault of the abundance of shoddy constructions on the market. Ergue, with a resigned gesture, shrugged her shoulders. It cannot all be blamed on her. After all, she merely made a momentary mistake. Princess, they have arrived. Baizhou closed her phone and gestured towards the door. They are waiting for us outside. Ergue replied. You go ahead and bring them in. Chapter 47. After a few years of wandering, returning still as a commoner. All right, Qi Xiao nodded emphatically, and no sooner had Ergue's words left her lips than he hurried off to open the door. Wu Ji and Baizhou stood beside Ergue, too apprehensive to sit, remaining stiffly upright, perplexed. Ergue reached for some grapes on the table, plucking two for them. Why are you so tense when I am not even here? Wu Ji feigned anger, lowering her head to peel the grapes, wishing she could strip them like the knight commander. Me tense? I merely feel that the knights from other royal families are all by the book, while we are always being chummy with the princess, not wanting to embarrass her. Though she claimed not to fear Fu Su Mang, she was rigid and did not dare to sit down. Ergue, uninterested in peeling the grapes, simply plucked one and tossed it into her mouth. What are you afraid of? Am I not here to support you? Wu Ji fed her a peeled grape, effortlessly taking the one from Ergue's hand and continuing to peel it, while naturally settling beside her. Princess, are you serious? Ergue, feeling justified, handed her an entire bunch of grapes, accepting her feeding. Of course. When have you seen me fear him? I have him firmly in my grasp. Wu Ji felt reassured and began to criticize Fu Su Mang. I reasonably suspect that this knight commander is jealous of our good relationship with the princess, and is deliberately making things difficult for us. Ergue began to weave grand plans. Rest assured, once I subdue Fu Su Mang and have him obedient, he won't dare stray from my directives, and when I ask him to wash the dishes, he won't even think of slacking off. Just wait and see how he tries to trouble you. Although she was currently under Fu Su Mang's direction, that did not prevent her from dreaming. Wu Ji was aware of this, yet her fury towards the knight commander had escalated to the point where she was delighted to hear such grandiose plans. Contentedly savoring this fantasy, Yunzhou quietly listened to the princess boast, finding the scene somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a certain story where a pampered young man, afraid of his wife, boasted to a pretty girl outside while holding her close, declaring that he would eventually rid himself of the tiger at home. The Ji brothers, Ji Wujun, Ji Shangdan, and Ji Yaoshu observed from a distance, taking in the entirety of their interaction. Ji Wujun queried, What do you think they are? Ji Shangdan regarded them with a complex expression, hesitantly articulating, The imperial family with their noses in the air. Looking down on others. Ji Yaoshu observed the ongoing peeling and shoulder rubbing, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. Is this what you call looking down on others? Ji Shangdan fell silent, unable to believe that the two sycophants before him were the imperial family's young lady and young master, who would typically look down on others as if they were beneath their notice. Come on. Tear into each other. Insult each other. Before long, Qi Xiao entered with 25 children, each equipped with knee pads, helmets and roller skates, gliding in with practiced ease. Upon spotting Ergue, they all shouted in unison, Your Highness, Ji Shangdan. He wore a peculiar expression. How much did Ji Ergue give these children? If they were abducted, would they merely blink? The elder Ji Wujun and Ji Yaoshu claimed to have rheumatism, unable to bear such a trendy spectacle. Ji Ergue straightened up from Wu Ji's embrace. Realizing the astonishing number of children present, she raised her hand to count heads. 21, 22. 25. How come there are so many? They had merely mentioned in class that they encountered an amusing sister at the square that evening, awkward and unable to roller skate. Resembling a clumsy penguin after teaching her for quite some time, she finally learned the classmates, all hailing from affluent families residing in the rich district, were eager to play with such an entertaining sister. A somewhat unfamiliar little rascal, adept at reading faces, immediately piped up, "Your Highness, we all really like you. Can we play with you?" Ergué reluctantly nodded her approval to Ji Wujun and Ji Yaoshu. Having frequented high society gatherings more than Ji Shangdan, recognized several familiar faces among the 25 children: the Zhang family, the Rong family, the Yuan family, the Song family, the Yen family, and the Lu family. Yen Wujun's lips twitched. Were today's children all the rage for doting on older friends? As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves behind, and the children of wealthy families are increasingly competitive. Their IQ and EQ expectations soar with each generation. Skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, golf, business, and politics are cultivated from an early age. None of these children are foolish. They are all precociously astute. Aside from amusing themselves with Ergué, Ji Yaoshu could not think of any other reason. Ji Yaoshu mused. Could it be that they are so accustomed to being clever that they have never encountered such a silly older child, and are now curious, much like adults teasing children? Ji Wujun. He had to admit, he was onto something. Wujun Gij, Yaoshu Gij. Among the crowd, 2 children on roller skates glided up to them, looking up earnestly. Luochan Yuzhuang. Ji Wujun lowered his gaze, surprised to see them among the crowd. Yuan Luochan and Rong Yuzhuang, younger brothers of Rong Jingyan and Yuan Yu, were rather full of themselves, deeming the activities of ordinary children too childish, preferring to follow their older brothers around. Consequently, they were quite familiar with Ji Wujun and Ji Yaoshu. Rong Yuzhuang inquired in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Ji Yaoshu maintained a stern expression. "This is our home. Why do you ask us why we are here?" Oh, Rong Yuzhuang's realization dawned. "So you are Ji Ergué's brothers." Tsk Yuan Luochan frowned. "How impolite. That is our princess." Rong Yuzhuang corrected his previous impolite remark. "Oh, so you are our princess's commoner brothers." Commoner brothers Ji Wujun and Ji Yaoshu. The two were further mocked by Ji Shangdan. "After all these years, you still can't compare to a Ji Ergué. And you still dare to call yourselves members of the Ji family?" After wandering for several years, they returned, yet still bore the label of commoner brothers to the princess. Ji Wujun and Ji Yaoshu. After Ji Shangdan finished his teasing, he felt exasperated at the sight of so many children, pulling Ji Yaoshu to leave. "Come on, brother, we have no business here." Upon noticing their intent to depart, Ergué languidly called out, stopped. No sooner had the words left her mouth than her little sycophant sprang into action, swiftly moving to block their path at the staircase. "Our princess does not allow you to leave," Ji Shangdan exclaimed. "Damn it!" Ergué dusted off non-existent dirt from her hands, rising leisurely to her feet, arrogantly crossing her arms as she approached them, raising her exquisitely sculpted chin. "Brothers, have you forgotten that you still owe me some laps?" She pointed at Ji Shangdan. "Little egg, 30 laps. Then pointed at Ji Yaoshu. "Good brother, accompany your younger brother. 30 laps." Ji Shangdan attempted to feign forgetfulness but was forcibly reminded by her. Ergué raised an eyebrow at him, her tone dripping with provocation. "Brother, you aren't afraid, are you?" The little sycophants echoed in unison. "You aren't afraid, are you?" This could not be tolerated. Ji Shangdan puffed out his chest. "Who is afraid? Let's go run." "All right." Ergué snapped her fingers. "Give me 5 minutes. "Why? No waiting for latecomers?" Ji Shangdan shot her a sidelong glance. "Just a moment." Ergué waved her hand at the little night squad to stop them. Ji Shangdan turned to Ji Yaoshu. His eyes filled with despair. The young elite lawyer took a deep breath, loosened his tie, and removed his suit jacket. He was determined. Let us go." Before long, Ergué, fully equipped, rushed down from the 2nd floor, accompanied by a cacophony of clangs and clatters, as vibrant and lively as the very essence of Ergué herself. Her presence inevitably drew attention and energy. Ji Shangdan, taken aback, inquired, "What are you up to?" Ergué replied, "What a coincidence. I'm also hosting an event called the roller skating relay race, with prizes for all participants." Ignoring Ji Shangdan's displeasure, Ergué stepped outside, prompting the young knights to follow suit. After traversing the garden, a group of over 20 arrived at the Ji family's doorstep. Wu Ji requested a reclining chair from the old butler, placing it at the entrance for Ergué's enjoyment with her helmet secured. Ergué stood alongside Ji Yaoshu and Ji Shangdan at the starting line, while 25 children gathered in 2 lines to spectate. Ji Shangdan felt akin to a gorilla trapped in a zoo, surrounded by onlookers. "Is this really necessary?" he pondered. Ergué, with a triumphant gleam in her eye, clapped her hands, affirming the necessity of the spectacle. The young knights echoed her enthusiasm, shouting encouragement. "Princess, go for it. We'll always support you." Charge forth, princess. Defeat the gorilla monster. Ji Shangdan retorted. Who the hell is the gorilla monster? Ji Yaoshu restrained his restless hands, calmly advising, stop it. There are only the two of us here. If anyone is the gorilla, it's either you or me. Why humiliate ourselves further? Hurry up, gorilla monster. Erguwei urged, signaling the start. Ji Shangdan felt his face flush with indignation. With a command from Erguwei, the three took off simultaneously. Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu ran side by side, their breath steady. Erguwei, gliding behind on her roller skates, encouraged them at a leisurely pace. Come on, brothers, can you keep up? Ji Yaoshu, focused ahead, coolly reminded, you still have a long way to go. It's best to conserve your energy. At that moment, the expanse of their villa proved rather ungracious, as completing a lap would take more than a mere 10 minutes. Erguwei provocatively shot him a glance. Brother, you wouldn't want to fall behind a little girl like me, would you? Slightly accelerating, she closed the gap between them. Ji Shangdan instinctively quickened his pace, creating a small distance once more. Come on, brother, we can't let that little girl surpass us. Ji Yaoshu replied. Can I sever my brotherly ties with you directly? As Erguwei continued to increase her speed, Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu followed suit, transitioning from a leisurely jog to a brisk run. They maintained their competitive pace around the villa for 2 laps. With the regularly active Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu's breaths growing increasingly labored, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, they feigned indifference as they pressed on, but the infuriating voice from behind was unmistakable. Erguwei feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh my, where did that ice-cold cola come from? Zijing chimed in, Princess, are you tired? You should sit down and rest. That sounds perfect. I'm parched. Ji Shangdan grumbled under his breath, feeling exasperated. He wants to tire her out, yet she can rest and enjoy her cola. Not only that, but Erguwei also instructed the young knights to follow her lead, encouraging them to support their brothers in completing the challenge, promising a cup of cola for those who finished a lap. While the reward was not particularly enticing, the process promised to be entertaining. The young knights buzzed with anticipation, echoing the sentiments of the boy from Jiangxi. This sister was indeed amusing among the crowd. Rong Yuzhua stroked his chin, nodding sagely next to him. Yuan Luoqing shot him a fleeting glance, noting his engrossment. How impolite. She is the princess. Indeed, the princess is quite entertaining, Rong Yuzhua remarked. Yuan Luoqing remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with agreement. It had been ages since he encountered such a naive, playful child. It was truly delightful. Could he persuade his mother to find a connection for Ji's family? He had an older brother in need of a sister. She is the princess indeed, Yuan Luoqing corrected, his eyes lighting up with the suggestion. Right? My brother is struggling to find a girlfriend. Rong Yuzhua pondered. Oh, I too have a brother who seems to be in the same predicament. Yuan Luoqing's youthful visage was marked with worry. But my brother is 23. He is too old and unworthy of the princess. Age is but a number, Rong Yuzhua assured. Once our brothers ascend to success, we can treat her well in other ways. But you have a brother, and I have a brother. The princess has only one. Thus, as the esteemed scions of the Rong and Yuan families found themselves transformed into the unwanted, unattached brothers in their younger siblings' narratives, they inadvertently facilitated their own matchmaking efforts. Chapter 48, Matters of Siblings. How could they be called mischief? Rong Yuzhua stretched his arm as high as he could, leveraging his height to capture Erguwei's attention. Erguwei scanned the little knights waving their hands and casually pointed. You there! Rong Yuzhua proudly made his way through the parted crowd, raising his hand. Fear not, princess. I shall successfully accomplish the task. Erguwei patted her loyal knight's shoulder. I believe in you. Rong Yuzhua awaited Ji's brothers beside Erguwei, gazing up at her with fervor. Princess, do you wish to play a trick on your brothers? Erguwei remained focused on her ice-cold cola, sipping contentedly. Mischief? No, this is merely to help my dear brothers strengthen their bodies. The cola was indeed delightful. She had asked Zijing to procure it based on her recollections of a holographic drama, and to her surprise, he had succeeded. Rong Yuzhua's eyes darted thoughtfully. Princess, would you like to know how to better assist your brothers in their physical training? Intrigued, Erguwei finally diverted her gaze from her cola cup. What kind of training do you mean? Rong Yuzhua beckoned her to lean closer, whispering his dubious suggestion. The more Erguwei listened, the more her excitement grew, her bright eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Let us do it! As Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu sensed Erguwei had fallen behind, they instinctively slowed their pace, their hurried breaths gradually calming. Brother, isn't that child Ji Jinx's younger brother? Ji Yaoshu pondered, slightly troubled. He shouldn't be as mischievous as Ji Erguwei, right? Ji Shangdan hoped, after all, he is a friend of your brother. Ji Yaoshu adjusted his frameless glasses, a glint of coldness flashing behind the lenses. Hard to say. Rong Yuzhua is quite clever, fond of playing the fool, and most importantly, he relishes creating chaos, Ji Shangdan muttered. Why are all these little brats so troublesome nowadays? As Ji Yaoshu and Ji Shangdan passed Erguwei, she continued to sip her cola, lifting her head to grin at them through the straw. Her expression delightfully infuriating. Brother, I want to hit her. Ji Shangdan gritted his teeth. Endure, Ji Yaoshu urged, that I can't hold back any longer. Ji Shangdan was on the verge of losing his composure, feeling an irrepressible urge to strike at Erguwei's teasing demeanor. Why bother when you can neither curse nor hit her? Ji Yaoshu's calm tone hinted at a trace of sympathy if he hadn't intended to be so direct. Yet Ji Shangdan insisted. Ugh! After they passed, Rong Yuzhua seized the moment to follow suit, producing a loudspeaker hidden behind his back. After some tinkering, Erguwei's pre-recorded voice flowed out, playfully taunting, no way, could anyone truly lose to elementary school students? Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu exchanged exasperated glances. Ji Shangdan felt a headache coming on. Unable to exhale his pent-up frustration, and stumbled, nearly falling forward, only to be caught by Ji Yaoshu's swift hand on his collar. Rong Yuzhua continued to stir up mischief, urging them to run faster while mocking them from behind. Each time they slowed, he would amplify his teasing. Upon reaching the finish line, Rong Yuzhua was greeted by a refreshing cup of cola. While Ji Shangdan and Ji Yaoshu faced the next eager elementary student and the sight of Erguwei lounging comfortably in her chair, accepting offerings and preparing for the next round. Following closely was Yuan Luocheng, who seamlessly took the loudspeaker from Rong Yuzhua, sliding along while broadcasting the playful taunts. The other young knights swiftly imitated him, causing the Ji brothers to lament their predicament, compelled to maintain their rapid pace. With 2 laps remaining, Erguwei reclined on her chair, propping her head on her hand, exhausted from a day of frolics. She gradually succumbed to slumber. By the time Ji Yaoshu and Ji Shangdan completed their run, Erguwei was sound asleep. The last 5 laps were a slow jog, their pace easing as their heart rates and breathing steadied, their clothes dampened and dried repeatedly, and aside from their heavy footsteps, they found themselves breathing less heavily. Hey, Ji Shangdan called to Erguwei, nudging her gently with the back of his hand. Erguwei remained still, lost in dreams. Ji Yaoshu removed his frameless glasses, the coolness of the lenses well contained beneath his composed exterior. Noticing Ji Shangdan's incredulous gaze, he paused slightly, his tone betraying a hint of tension. She is too noisy. I'd rather not hear her voice when she wakes, and unconsciously frowned slightly, a gesture he himself failed to notice. It couldn't exactly be termed as noisy, it had always been this boisterous before. Perhaps it is merely our mindset that has shifted. Erguwei. Nonsense, whether in the past or present, I am still the same me. Ji Yaoshu remained silent. Observing Ji Yaoshu's lack of intention to embrace Ji Erguwei, Ji Shangdan resignedly proceeded to lift her, his hand slipping beneath her knee, forming a gentlemanly fist to support her. The girl in his arms was diminutive, akin to a newborn kitten, disturbed from slumber yet letting out disgruntled whimpers. He had held his younger sister in much the same manner when she was born, careful not to move too much for fear of hurting her delicate bones. Even until Erguwei turned 17, Ji Shangdan doted upon her to such an extent that his friends grew envious, believing he cherished her to the point of neglecting his own needs. Did he have a tendency towards masochism? Ji Shangdan's mind went blank, momentarily oblivious to his surroundings until he collided with the leg of a lounge chair. His legs buckled slightly, nearly causing him to drop Erguwei. He managed to steady himself just in time, gripping her a little tighter in fear. Ji Shangdan anxiously watched her, afraid to make a sound, frozen in place. Sensing the sudden shift in safety, Erguwei clutched his clothing, instinctively seeking a more comfortable position, nuzzling against him like a little kitten. Ji Shangdan was taken aback by her affectionate and trusting actions, his heart a tumult of emotions, realizing that in her eyes, he was still her trusted brother. Yet, what had he done in recent days? Erguwei, in a haze, caught a whiff of something foul. Nauseating, she retched softly, overwhelmed by the odor of sweat emanating from him, and drifted back into a muddled sleep. Ji Shangdan's expression was devoid of emotion. He had indeed been right these past few days. Chapter 49. The good brother and sister system who aren't blind after all. Half an hour later, with his hair still damp, Ji Shangdan wiped his head with a towel as he descended the stairs. Had she fallen asleep? His hair tips were still wet, indicating he had just finished bathing. Ji Shangdan settled into a seat across from him, noting she's sleeping like a pig. The dining table was evidently not occupied by just the two of them. Ji Wujuan and Ji Yunguwei were present as well. Ji Shangdan yawned. It was already midnight, and he and his second brother had just completed 30 laps, utterly exhausted. Brother, why did you call us down? Both Xiao Guwei and I have classes tomorrow. Unlike Ji Shangdan's overt dissatisfaction, Ji Yun-gue maintained a neutral expression, his gaze glued to the book resting on his lap, seemingly unconcerned. Ji Shangdan opened his mouth, intending to say more, but was halted by Ji Yaoshu's raised hand. Brother called us down for a reason. Ji Shangdan had no choice but to relent. The villa was eerily quiet, with only their shallow breaths audible. The others fast asleep. The clock's ticking echoed in the vast space, melding with the sounds of Ji Yaoshu's fingers dancing over the keyboard, the rustling of pages turned by Ji Yun-gue, and Ji Shangdan's sporadic yawns. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, swallowed by the artificial light. After a prolonged silence, Ji Wujuan finally lifted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse from disuse. I believe it is time for us to engage in a frank discussion. For instance, the reasons behind your sudden changes. That I have gradually distanced myself. Yaoshu has become mockingly aloof, and the once doting Xiaodan has begun to harbor disdain towards Xiaogue, who initially radiated friendliness towards Gue, has also transformed into someone indifferent, displaying a stark coldness. Ji Wujuan's directness took them all by surprise. Upon his utterance, Ji Yaoshu halted his fingers above the keyboard. Ji Yungue's pupils dilated slightly, and his page-turning action froze while Ji Shangdan was left utterly stunned. Brother, what do you mean? Xiaogue, you too. Ji Shangdan stammered. Indeed, I have experienced a rebirth. Furthermore, she had realized from her brother's abrupt transformations that they, like her, had also been reborn. As expected. Yaoshu muttered. Ji Wujuan continued. From the reactions of others, it seems only the four of us have undergone this rebirth. Do you still remember the events of our past lives? The two younger siblings fell silent, and Ji Yaoshu spoke up. Of course, I remembered that in our previous life. Our brother passed away on the operating table. Xiaodan was left on the brink of death, abandoned in a dark alley, rendered a vegetable, while Xiaogue sacrificed himself to protect our family's confidential documents, resulting in his legs being brutally broken. The Ji family, once prosperous for a century, subsequently fell into decline. Our father was imprisoned, and our grandparents in their old age had to scurry about seeking favor to save him, and all of this was orchestrated by Ji Gue. It was not easy for him to articulate their fates. His heart aching with a dull pain, his voice trembling noticeably. Yun-gue stared at his own legs, subconsciously tightening his grip. In the previous life, though he too was wheelchair-bound, he had felt utterly disconnected from his legs, devoid of any sensation. This lifetime, having merely twisted his ankle, every movement brought forth pain, a sensation he had yearned for in his past life. Yaoshu interjected coldly, Heaven has eyes, granting us a second chance. While his elder brother and younger siblings might still harbor some compassion, he did not. He was the only one who had witnessed the entire panorama yet was powerless to intervene. He had watched his brother succumb to illness, his father imprisoned, and his siblings both rendered disabled, witnessing their grandfather, a man of great achievements, kneel before others, pleading for his son's release. Yet, he could do nothing. He was a mere bystander. He never wished to endure that sense of helplessness again. Ji Wujuan understood the despair and shadows that had plagued Ji Yaoshu in their previous life, offering comfort by placing his hand over Ji Yaoshu's tightly clenched fist, which trembled incessantly. I know it's hard for you to accept, but you must admit, you still hold some semblance of sibling affection for our little sister, do you not? Ji Yaoshu abruptly looked up, opening his mouth. Ji Wujuan shook his head with a smile. Xiaoshu, I am your brother, and I understand you well. That if you held no brotherly affection for her, with your vengeful nature, you wouldn't merely choose to distance yourself from her. Meeting his elder brother's resolute gaze, Ji Yaoshu felt as though all his strength had been drained in an instant. He weakly covered his face with his hands, murmuring, I don't know that I don't want to. Ji Shangdan could no longer tolerate it. Oh brother, please don't pressure our second brother. Ji Wujuan had intended to express that concerning the transformation in their little sister's demeanor, had they not found it strange. Although she had been spoiled to the point of being unruly, they were still family. She understood right from wrong, so how could she have acted in such a manner? Though plagued by doubts, he could not dismiss the fact that the face from their past life was indeed that of his little sister. Hence his reluctance to draw too close. However, facing Ji Yaoshu, who had once again fallen into the shadows of their previous life, he sighed, opting for silence. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he had calmed down before discussing it further. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the hosts for activating the good brother and sister system who aren't blind after all. I am your system. Designated number 5408. Chapter 50. Then you might as well die. Meanwhile, Gue, lost in dreams upstairs, was unexpectedly pulled into the system space V587. Your Highness, we still have not identified the reasons behind the Ji family's unusual behavior. We are terribly sorry. It is our incompetence. Its tone was laden with evident disappointment as it sighed deeply. Cautiously raising its gaze to assess Uruguay's expression, if it could just admit its failures, the little princess would surely not hold it against her. In fact, she might even offer some consolation. This is what it means to pave the princess's path, leaving her no avenue of escape. Uruguay, reclining lazily in her seat, stifled a yawn. Indeed, quite incompetent, wasting electricity. V587. It was met with a rebuttal, no, you're not incompetent. Rather than seeking affirmation, it wanted to be comforted with, yes, you are indeed quite incompetent. Yet, however, we haven't completely come up empty-handed. V587 stated resolutely, despite feeling utterly defeated. The little princess lifted her chin, declaring haughtily. It had rambled on for quite a while, but Uruguay failed to grasp its meaning. She covered her ears, unable to comprehend. Thus, it's highly likely that their attitude has shifted due to the garbled text that was absent from the original script. But fret not, the main system has implanted a random system to analyze and adapt to the bugs. Uruguay elongated her tone, feigning enlightenment, nodding seriously, then added, what does it have to do with me? Her expression changed so rapidly that V587 was momentarily taken aback. What? It has nothing to do with me. Uruguay articulated each word deliberately, shrugging her shoulders. Anyway, they can't outtalk me, nor can they overpower me. What? What kind of system is this? Ji Shangdan questioned, convinced he was hallucinating, vigorously shaking his head. Ji Yungue, usually composed, wore a perplexed expression. What? Good brother and sister system. Ji Yaoshu's face betrayed his astonishment. Did you all hear that too? He shifted his gaze toward Ji Wujuan, who nodded in affirmation. You foolish hosts, can you not hear what this system says? Are your auditory canals and sphincters connected? A feisty little girl's voice rang out. The four siblings of the Ji family were left speechless. Yaoshu, with an impassive expression, remarked, may I ask, is this Ji Uruguay 2.0? Ji Xingdan found herself encountering a system with such a fiery temper for the very first time. One that would resort to cursing at the slightest disagreement. She was puzzled, as the systems depicted in the novels she had read were always respectful and courteous, if not doting on their hosts. Why then was this one so fierce? She had read her fair share of system novels, yet this was the first time she had encountered such a distinctive character. In their minds, an image simultaneously emerged of a little girl wielding a large sword, standing with an expressionless face and hands on her hips, declaring, then you can just go die. Ji Xingdan. How did they activate a little girl from Zuan? Ji Wujuan asked. What did you mean when you said you were the good brother and sister system? The little girl huffed, you deaf little ones, I am the thankfully not blind good brother and sister system. 5408. And you may address me as 88. Ji Xingdan mused. 5408. Why do I feel as though I've been taken advantage of? The little girl retorted, being taken advantage of by me is your blessing. Thank you for your blessing. After smiling, Ji Xingdan's expression fell instantly as she quietly complained, can we file a complaint against this little Zuan? The little girl smiled slightly and swung her sword down sharply in front of them. Ouch, oh my goodness! In that moment, as the blade plunged, a sharp pain shot through their trigeminal nerves, and their vision went blank. Humph, do you now understand my power? The little girl exclaimed proudly, I'm a random system, and that old geezer of a main system can't control me. What is the most terrifying aspect of the relationship between a host and a system? It is when the system resides in your mind and acts like a mischievous child. Let me tell you, you are characters in a novel. Never mind, I can't be bothered to explain. Just know that if you fail to complete your tasks, you will perish. Tentatively, one of them ventured, so we are like cannon fodder in a novel, and if we complete your tasks, we can change our fate and reach the pinnacle of our lives. But if we fail, we will die. The little girl nodded. Not bad, little deaf one, you have some brains. Yaoshu glanced suspiciously at Ji Xingdan. How do you know this? Ji Xingdan chuckled. This is a standard trope in system literature. It means we are the protagonists. The domineering elder brother and the astute second brother exchanged confused glances. What is system literature? Ji Xingdan replied, I'll send you a couple of examples later, like one titled I made a deal with the deity, and you all became turtles. The little girl laughed loudly. What a pity, you are not the protagonists, you are mere side characters. The true protagonist is our princess from the stars. Princess? Which princess? Ji Xingdan felt the title sounded rather familiar. It couldn't possibly be Ji Uruguay, could it? Chapter 51. Have you done something wicked? The little girl coldly huffed, with your stature, you wish to know the name of my princess. Ji Xingdan clicked his tongue, wanting to reason with her, but the little girl accidentally let go of her grip, causing the heavy sword to fall to the ground. Oh no! It fell. Ouch, ouch! Ji Xingdan clutched his head. His trigeminal nerves felt as though they had been sliced repeatedly, causing excruciating pain. Ji Xingdan! Ji Yaoshu gritted his teeth, his voice strained as if forced from his throat. Just stop talking. Ji Xingdan, feeling wronged, hugged his head. I just wanted to clarify. Ji Yaoshu, amused despite his anger, replied, even if you don't care about your elder brothers, at least care for your sister. Junhui, sitting in a wheelchair, was also affected by this debacle, pressing his fingers against his temples in irritation. Oh, Jixingdan reluctantly agreed. Ji Wujuan, now aware of this little Zuan system's propensity to wreak havoc in their minds, carefully chose his words and asked, what exactly is the task you mentioned? It's quite simple. The little girl snapped her fingers. Raise Ji Ergue's favorability rating as long as you elevate her affection for you to 100 before your lifespans are exhausted, and become the good brother and sister in her eyes. You will be allowed to live. What? We have to win over that spoiled girl, Ji Ergue. Jixingdan wanted to protest but was silenced by Ji Yaoshu, who firmly covered his mouth and pushed him toward Ji Yunhui. Instructing her not to let him speak, Ji Yunhui covered Jixingdan's mouth with her hand, nodding, recalling the dull pain in her trigeminal nerves. Her grip tightened further. Jixingdan's eyes widened in alarm. Whoa! This girl is going to smother me. Ji Yaoshu forced a friendly smile, only to be mercilessly dismissed by the little girl. You look ridiculous. I don't want to talk to you. Ji Yaoshu returned to his stoic demeanor. So when do our lifespans run out? In a year, the little girl yawned. So just leave everything to the artificial intelligence. It will automatically monitor Ji Ergue's favorability. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. With that, her image vanished from their minds. This system is truly capricious, Ji Wujuan muttered, his lips twitching. So we really have to win over Ji Ergue. Ji Yaoshu frowned. Just a moment ago, he had said he wanted to keep his distance from Ji Ergue, only to find himself faced with the necessity of sweet-talking her. This is painful. The system never mentioned what Ji Ergue's favorability rating is, Ji Yunhui pointed out at that moment, as if responding to Ji Yunhui's remark. The artificial intelligence the little girl spoke of finally arrived. Beep. I am your artificial intelligence system, Xiao Ba, and I will continuously monitor Ji Ergue's favorability rating for you. Please confirm if you wish to display it now? Ji Wujuan, yes. Retrieving data. Ji Ergue's favorability rating for host Ji Wujuan is 0. You are still a stranger to her. Ji Ergue's favorability rating for host Ji Yunhui is 20. Please keep up the effort. Ji Yaoshu glanced at Ji Wujuan, whose face had turned sour and mocked after being pampered for 17 years. And yet you're still a stranger, isn't that awkward? Ji Ergue's favorability rating for host Jixingdan is -10. She seems to find you somewhat unpleasant. Ji Ergue's favorability rating for host Ji Yaoshu is -15. It appears you are rather unkind. Ji Wujuan, after all, being pampered for 17 years and still being a stranger. No, I'm even worse than a stranger. How embarrassing, Ji Yaoshu. Why is Xiao Den not saying anything? The others turned to Jixingdan, whose complexion was pale, eyes tightly shut, clearly not at peace. Xiao Yaoshu exclaimed in horror, you've nearly smothered him. With a grave expression, Ji Yaoshu reached to check Jixingdan's breath, only to let his hand drop limply in silence. Ji Wujuan, is he gone? Ji Yunhui wore a faint, somewhat sinister smile. This is becoming amusing. Get off me. Jixingdan struggled to speak. Were these three truly his biological siblings? As the moon hung high, casting its luminescence upon the earth, the night had deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings. It was getting late. Ji Wujuan smiled and stood up. Let us head upstairs to rest. We can discuss the tasks tomorrow. The three departed together, leaving behind a Jixingdan, whose complexion was only just beginning to improve, weakly stretching out his hand, calling for them not to leave. Elder brother. Second brother. Xiaoguo, don't go. Morning arrived. Ji Ergue was jolted awake by the crowing of a rooster, her beauty somewhat marred by the abrupt awakening. Every morning that Ji Ergue lingered in bed led to a scolding for the poor servant. Fu Suyun, still groggy, Ji Ergue spat out foam while her movements became sluggish. The supervising maid, Xiao Ting, smiled and reminded her, Miss, spit out the foam. Obediently, Ji Ergue expelled the foam and gargled some water as she went through her morning routine, though her mind was far from alert. Her mouth continued to mutter, dead fox, stinky fox, cunning, sly, shameless, old and crafty, bullying little girls. By the time she descended for breakfast, she was more awake. The familiar sound of hurried footsteps echoed as the four siblings of the Ji family simultaneously looked up, exchanging glances that reflected their sentiments. Who will go first? Ji Yunhui asked. You go. Ji Wujuan responded. You first. Ji Yunhui insisted. Let the second and third go first, Ji Yaoshu suggested. Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse to be the one, Ji Jixing declared. Ergue, bursting with energy like a little sun, dashed down with enthusiasm, greeting everyone at the dining table. Good morning, everyone. Water Wunchan smiled brightly. Good morning, little sister. Ji Guosheng lowered his newspaper, glancing at her. The stern expression on his face softened slightly. Be careful not to be so noisy so early in the morning. You'll tire yourself out and fall asleep in class. Ji Ergwei, unfazed, pulled out a chair beside Ji Wujuan and plopped down, thinking to herself, no matter how much energy I use up, I'll still end up sleeping at some point. Some things are simply unavoidable. She swiftly snatched an egg that Ji Xingdan was about to take. Ji Shangdan, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, sat beside Ji Ruoshui, who, with a gentle smile, offered her a meticulously peeled egg. Little Dan, do enjoy mine. Ji Shangdan, taken aback by the affection, replied, Thank you, Sister Ruoshui, but… This harmonious scene between the siblings was quite lovely, yet Ergwei, observing from a distance, felt a surge of discontent. Though she often bullied him, the fact that he stood in opposition to her was intolerable. As the story's formidable antagonist, she found herself at odds with the female lead. While she currently felt indifferent towards the heroine, Ji Xingdan's allegiance to her was unacceptable. Such was the little princess's possessive logic. She could torment others, but no one was permitted to stand against her. Before Ji Shangdan could decline, Ergwei rose and leaned forward. Gauging the distance. It was insufficient. Waving her hand like a puppy, she called out, Ji Shangdan, please stand for a moment. Accustomed to obeying his sister's whims, he instinctively began to rise, but suddenly hesitated, sitting back down with uncertainty. Stealing a glance at Ji Wujuan, who nodded in encouragement, he then caught Ji Yaoshu's eye, only to see her turn away. Ignoring his silent plea for help, he then looked towards his clever sister, Ji Yungui, who silently mouthed, mission. For the sake of the mission, must he really become Ji Ergwei's lapdog? If one lacks self-respect, what is the value of existence? Ji Ergwei could govern his life, but she could never control his fearless spirit. Impatiently, Ergwei commanded, stand up. Startled by his sister's anger, Ji Shangdan reflexively complied. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he dared not meet the mocking gazes of his siblings. Satisfied, Ergwei beckoned him closer, leaning in, summoning his courage. Ji Shangdan shut his eyes and leaned forward. Crack! A sharp pain radiated from his forehead. He froze in position. Ergwei was using his head to crack an egg. Content with her actions, Ergwei took her seat. Deeming his head the perfect tool for such a task, Ji Shangdan, exasperated, exclaimed, You this insufferable child, you are growing increasingly unlikable. In the past, she would comfort their brothers when they fell, scolding the floor for being wicked. Ji Yungui tugged at him from beneath the table, whispering, mission, mission. Ji Shangdan's expression morphed into a vivid palette of emotions. Yet he sullenly returned to his seat. He hoped that, one day, he would elevate her favor to unprecedented heights. Living long enough to relish the fruits of his labor, he mused. Since Ji Ergwei had used his head to crack an egg, surely she should grant him some points? He mentally inquired about Ji Ergwei's favorability. The next moment, the intelligent systems report echoed in their minds. Retrieving data, Ji Ergwei's favorability towards host Ji Shangdan is -90. Why heavens? What mischief have you committed? Ji Shangdan. The mischief he had committed was simply standing obediently for Ji Ergwei to crack an egg on his head. That mischievous child. Chapter 52. She had just washed her hair. Ji Shangdan finished his breakfast with a sullen demeanor, while Ergwei, in contrast, was in high spirits, having indulged in 2 extra bowls of millet porridge. Bullying the little egg was such delightful fun. I am full, Ergwei declared, wiping her mouth after savoring the last spoonful of porridge, ready to depart for school. Shui Wenchan's expression was cool, yet her words conveyed concern. Little sister, is that enough to eat? Beside her, Ji Guosheng's lips twitched, silently mused that 2 eggs and 4 bowls of porridge were quite ample nonetheless. He nodded in agreement with his fierce mother. Ji Rongshu's eyes brimmed with worry. Indeed, my dear, what if you grow hungry? I shall not go hungry, Ergwei replied, her appetite unabated. So greedy, Zhong Baitao suggested. Shall we walk together with our elder siblings? Ergwei waved her hand dismissively. No, someone is here to fetch me. As she strolled towards the door, she absent-mindedly rubbed her belly, asking V587, why has my appetite grown since arriving here? At this rate, I shall become a glutton. V587 explained. It may be due to your current inability to revert to your beast form to conserve energy. This world's laws automatically assist you in storing energy through increased food intake to sustain normal bodily functions. V587's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Come now, praise how intelligent our system is. Ergwei sighed, you truly meddle too much. V587. Is this targeted at me? It must surely be. After Ergwei departed, the 4G siblings at the dining table harbored their own schemes, engaging in an open-eyed battle of wills. Ji Wujuan, come on. If you don't, she'll leave. Ji Shangdan. I refuse to be humiliated further. Ji Yaoshu. Ji would rather be struck by lightning and perish outside than submit. Yunga, then shall I go first? She certainly did not wish to meet a grim fate. Ji Wujuan. Then let Yungui take the lead, while I, along with Yaoshu and Shangdan, follow. Observing the Ji siblings forming an impenetrable barrier, Ji Ruoshui, used to being the center of attention, felt a complex mix of emotions. Biting her lip, she managed a gentle, charming smile, inquiring of Ji Yungui, "Little Gui, what are you and your brothers communicating with your eyes?" "I wish to know." "Nothing much," Ji Yungui replied, wiping her mouth with a napkin. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no animosity towards this nominal sister but also lacked any enthusiasm for camaraderie. Strangely enough, in her previous life, their interactions had been minimal. Ji Yungui attributed this inexplicable hostility to her sixth sense. Perhaps because she subtly sensed that the center of Ji Ergui's former circle had shifted to a new individual. "Mom and Dad, grandfather and grandmother, I am full," Ergui announced, rising from her seat. Following her departure, Ji Yungui promptly followed suit. Although Shui Wenchan favored Ergui, she extended the same concern to her other grandchildren. "Is that truly enough? Can you feel satisfied with such a meager portion? You only had a small bowl of porridge, while Ergui devoured 4 bowls." Ji Guosheng continued to nod vacantly, signaling his agreement with his fierce mother. Ji Rongshu frowned. "You've only had 1 bowl. Do eat a bit more." Yungui coolly declined. "No, if I eat more, I'll surely burst." With Ergui gone, she could no longer gain favorability points, and wouldn't that be disastrous? The Ji family? Noticing this, Ji Wujuan hurriedly intervened. "Little Gui, you've never been a big eater. If you overindulge, it may lead to discomfort." "Let us leave it at that." Yungui nodded in agreement, and the Ji family ceased their attempts to persuade her. After Ji Yungui left the table, she hastened her movements, her wheelchair spinning rapidly, managing to reach Ergui just as she was putting on her shoes. The 3 Ji brothers watched in disbelief, marveling at this medical miracle. Ergui, balancing on 1 foot, struggled to maintain her stability, hopping awkwardly in place to regain her composure. At that moment, a gentle yet firm hand steadied her arm, helping her regain her balance. Gazing into the mirthful eyes of Ji Yungui, Ergui found herself momentarily dazed. "Be careful," Ji Yungui said, unable to suppress a smile at the dazed girl. After patting her head lightly, Ji Yungui suddenly realized what she had done, staring at her hand with a tinge of regret. "I must take my leave." Avoiding Ergui's gaze, she hastily maneuvered her wheelchair, swiftly disappearing from sight, akin to a retreating specter. Ergui stared blankly at her retreating figure until she vanished, letting out a soft sigh, a hint of melancholy washing over her. "Heaven seems intent on testing us perfect beings, stripping us of our beauty. Take me, for instance. I could have leveraged my unique personality to become the one-of-a-kind femme fatale protagonist, yet I am now relegated to the status of a spoiled brat villain. Alas, this world, so obsessed with appearances." Clearly, our little princess was reflecting upon herself, and in turn she felt a flicker of pity towards Ji Yungui, who bore a resemblance to her. Due to certain visual blind spots, the 3 brothers, who had been intently observing the scene, could only see Ji Yungui patting Ergui's head before the intelligence system chimed in. "Congratulations to host Ji Yungui for gaining 10 favorability points from Ji Ergui. Current favorability 30. Victory is just within reach. Merely a pat on the head could increase favorability." Ji Wujuan exchanged glances with his brothers. Ji Shangdan couldn't help but murmur, "Is a pat on the head akin to treating a puppy?" Ji Rongshu inquired. "What are you muttering about?" "Nothing." Ji Shangdan pushed his bowl away, grabbing his 2 brothers as they made for the door, declaring, "We are full. I shall have my eldest and second brothers take me." Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu barely had time to wipe their mouths before being dragged along. Fixing their gaze upon Ergui, who was slowly struggling to put on her other shoe, Ji Wujuan, the first to step up, felt a twinge of anxiety. He wiped the sweat from his palms on his suit trousers, taking a bold stride towards Ergui. His expression was stern, his phoenix eyes narrowed, exuding an aura of a seasoned business magnate, yet a careful observer would notice his stiff and tense body language. Ji Yaoshu closely followed, apprehensive of feeling awkward if he were to be alone with Ergui later. It wasn't he that he wanted to pat her head. Seeing both brothers advance, Ji Shangdan hurried to catch up. Ergui, her head bowed, was grappling with her socks, muttering, "These socks are so difficult to put on. Why must I do it myself? Can't someone help me wear them? Must I wear them?" She lowered her head, and suddenly her gaze fell upon a pair of exquisitely crafted black leather shoes. Ergui had no intention of acknowledging it, thinking he would leave after changing his shoes. Just then, a weight pressed down upon her head, causing Ergui to freeze. Ji Wujuan's palm rested on the soft strands of the young girl's hair, reminding him of the past decade, during which he could not help but ruffle her hair every time he saw her. It felt as if it were just yesterday, yet it had been a long time since he had done so. Ji Wujuan instinctively tousled her hair a few more times. "Hey!" This princess just washed her hair. It's going to get oily. Erguwei struggled to break free, feeling a sudden lightness above her head. Ji Wujuan was pushed away by Ji Yaoshu, who unapologetically placed his large hand on Erguwei's head, snorting coldly as he ruffled her hair a few times. Humph, the texture is just passable, ordinary. Let me take my turn. Ji Shangdan eagerly shoved Ji Yaoshu's hand aside, rudely rubbing the young girl's hair. Stinky girl, look at you today. Intentionally making her hair a tangled mess, fearing retaliation, he grabbed his still-dazed brothers and headed out. Erguwei stood there bewildered, with her hair resembling a bird's nest for a few seconds before she angrily lifted her head. Who are those three fools? My hair, which I just washed, is now all oily. I'm furious. Chapter 53. The Deadly Challenge. I'm furious. I'm furious. I'm furious. Erguwei, with her hair that had been roughly redone yet still messy, gritted her teeth all the way. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. In her fury, she shot a glance at him. Those aren't three brothers. They are three defendants. Fu Xiumong raised an eyebrow. Oh. What did they do to make our little princess so angry? Erguwei, feeling both wronged and furious, proclaimed, they touched my hair. Fu Xiumong. What's wrong with that? Erguwei stared at him earnestly, her tone serious. Don't you think that's excessive? This is a blatant challenge. A glaringly obvious deadly challenge. Erguwei gave him a look of approval and eagerly awaited his response. So where did they go wrong? Fu Xiumong. Could he admit he had no idea? Erguwei leaned back, crossing her arms in frustration. They made my freshly washed hair oily. If there's a next time, I will definitely chop off their hands and soak them in wine. Fu Xiumong let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad the ire hadn't been directed at him. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Ji family, the four siblings, who were supposed to leave, emerged from the bushes, watching the ostentatious SUV drive away. Quick, let us see how much our favorability has increased. Ji Shangdan exclaimed eagerly. He had meticulously catered to every aspect, every pressure point and every inch of her scalp. Even the salon's Tony couldn't match his professionalism. Ji Erguwei must be utterly moved. How much has the favorability increased? 50? 60? Ji Shangdan thought confidently. Yaoshu opened his pale palm, his long fingers slightly curling, as the sensation of touching the young girl's hair lingered at his fingertips. It had been a long time since he had touched her hair. Loading the latest data for the host. Loading the latest data for the host. Loading the latest data for the host. Perhaps the data was changing too rapidly. The intelligent system momentarily failed to load. Ji Shangdan, in a good mood, stroked his chin. Could it be that Ji Erguwei's favorability towards us has skyrocketed, causing the system to crash? Ji Yaoshu couldn't help but smile faintly. Even he was unaware of it. However, Ji Wujuan's expression was not pleasant. Wasn't he their little sister raised in luxury? How could her favorability plummet just because a stinky man touched her hair? As they had been raised with the belief that girls should be spoiled, the Ji brothers' faces immediately fell. Ji Shangdan's smile vanished, replaced by seriousness, while the faint curve at the corner of Ji Yaoshu's mouth disappeared. Even if stinky man referred to themselves, they would not agree. An unsettling thought uncontrollably surfaced in Ji Shangdan's mind, causing his face to pale. Think about it, those rich heiresses in dramas, do they not end up falling for poor boys who don't truly love them? After feasting on sumptuous meals, they might still be attracted to rotten fish and shrimp. Erguwei facebombed. The system is still malfunctioning. Are these three really that agitated? Have they already prepared acceptance speeches for the most popular Big Brother award? Suddenly, Ji Shangdan crouched down, looking her in the eyes earnestly. Erguwei, you cannot date anyone before 30. Their little sister was already rebellious enough. They needed to stabilize one situation before they could guard against another. No, why was he even concerning himself with her? Ji Shangdan felt indignant. Erguwei was taken aback, suddenly recalling a pale figure and her past life, when she protected Ji family's confidential documents, enduring a beating from a group of people and lying on the ground. Barely breathing, those strong, beautiful hands had pushed everyone away and carried her to the hospital. The memory of that day was too painful and dark, yet that ray of light was the only memory she wished to hold on to. Lu Jinghang. Ji Shangdan had a foreboding feeling. You wouldn't be telling us you already have a boyfriend, would you? Speak. Which little brat is it? I'll go chop them up. Erguwei pulled him back. Exasperated. I don't. Really none? Ji Shangdan asked skeptically. Really none? Erguwei repeated patiently. Ji Wujuan's gaze fell on Erguwei's legs, and unbeknownst to her, her figure overlapped with that of the emaciated girl from her past life. Sitting in a wheelchair, her voice hoarse. Erguwei can date. I have no objection, but that person must show us how deeply he loves you. She had suffered too much in her past life. This time she deserved to taste some sweetness, Yaoshu added, but it's too early. What if the boy is immature, Ji Wujuan? Alright, then at least wait until adulthood, Yungue sighed. What the heck is this? I really haven't dated anyone. Suddenly, she seemed to find a lifeline, exclaiming, it seems the system is back up. Detecting host favorability. Host Ji Wujuan favorability with Ji Ergaway. -999.do you wish to continue living? Host Ji Yaoshu favorability with Ji Ergaway. -999. What despicable act did you commit? Host Ji Shengdan favorability with Ji Ergaway. -999 to keep trying. You are now on par with others. Ji Wujuan, Ji Yaoshu, Ji Shangdan, Ji Yungue. Although the mechanical voice of the intelligent system sounded devoid of inflection, how did they perceive mockery and derision within it? The four exchanged glances, the air thick with awkwardness. Yungue couldn't help but inquire, what did you do? What kind of despicable act could have caused Ji Ergua's favorability to plummet? Ji Wujuan, equally baffled, responded defensively, I merely touched her head. Just touched her head, and I nearly lost my life, Ji Yaoshu added. Ji Shangdan with utmost confidence declared, not me. I gave her a comprehensive scalp spa, Yungue pondered. But didn't I also touch her head? Why did I gain points? Ji Wujuan speculated, could it be that it hurt? Ji Yaoshu remarked, she probably just simply dislikes us. The group remained perplexed. In any case, do not attempt to guess the princess's thoughts, as no amount of speculation would lead to clarity. After a while, Ji Yungue suggested, how did you touch her back then? Do it again. Chapter 54. Do you think school is your home? Ji Wujuan met the eyes of his two younger brothers, envisioning the bizarre image of him touching their heads, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Ugh, how strange. He decisively walked towards Ji Yungue, raising his hand to replicate the force he had just used. I did it like this. He ruffled Ji Yungue's hair with force and wildness. Yungue's meticulously arranged smooth black hair instantly became a frizzled mess. Ji Yungue. Stiff. The fist is stiff. With their method of touching heads, not only would her hair become oily, but it would also ruin her hairstyle and lead to hair loss. For any girl, having her hair oiled would surely be infuriating. Unlike boys, girls often have long, and not necessarily thick, hair, making washing and drying their hair a significant undertaking. If they go 2 or 3 days without washing, their hair becomes oily, necessitating more frequent washes. Soon as Ji Wujuan's hand left her hair, Ji Yaoshu and Ji Shengdan immediately followed suit, determined to make every single strand of her hair oily. Ji Yungue. If you keep this up, I'm really going to get angry. Point one of the culprits. Ji Shangdan looked puzzled. What's wrong? Is my scalp massage uncomfortable? If you keep this up, I will make sure you sleep very comfortably. Ji Yungue replied with a forced smile, the kind that suggests a long sleep without waking. Ji Shangdan sighed. You're pretending so well. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were truly angry. Ji Yungue rarely rolled her eyes. Ji Wujuan inquired curiously, so do you know why our little sister is angry? Ji Yungue, frustrated, replied, the way they touched her was harsh and rough, unlike how one should gently touch someone's head. Ji Shangdan expressed confusion, what's wrong with being gentle? Is my scalp spa uncomfortable? Ji Yaoshu, with a serious expression, nodded in support of Ji Shangdan's viewpoint. 3 utterly oblivious straight men, hopeless as ever. Ji Yungue shook her head in exasperation, muttering, you will inevitably perish in your pursuit of scalp spa treatments. She then rolled away in her wheelchair, lost in her own thoughts. Before heading to school, she needed to redo her hair. This left the 3 brothers of the Ji family staring at each other in bewilderment. But why are you angry? Smack! Ergaway bid farewell to Fusamong, slamming the car door with a force that, though not heavy, resonated loudly enough to startle even herself. She waved at Fusamong and, with a heavy heart, trudged through the school gates with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Another day of torment by studies awaited her. As she made her way to the classroom, she noticed her deskmate had already settled into his seat. Engrossed in a book with his headphones on, he seemed oblivious to the throngs of female classmates who longed to approach him yet dared not. The hallway bustling with curious onlookers, Ergaway navigated through the crowd, enduring envious gazes before dropping her backpack onto the desk and resting her head upon it. Lost in thought, a figure settled beside her, Yan Wang, who glanced at her with raised brows, noticing for the first time her lack of vitality. What's wrong? Ergaway sighed. School is so painful. She lamented, I just don't want to go. Upon hearing her, he brightened up. What do you mean you can't stand it? He eagerly tugged at his sleeve. What's going on? Is the school closing down? Yan Wang looked at her as if she were foolish. Yu Shang and Yuing are both under the Tsong family. Do you truly think it could close? Ergaway considered this seriously. Tsong. That surname sounds familiar. Yan Wang opened the blank cover of his book, revealing the elegant characters, Song Wangdai. In truth, his name in this world was not Yan Wang but Song Wang. To put it another way, he was not of this world. Over a decade ago, he had accidentally crossed over due to an incident. Since then, he had become the cherished youngest son of the Tsang family. A late-born child. 6 years ago, he had encountered his sister Yen Luo, who had also crossed over, along with the family from his original world to others. Their bond appeared as a non-blood relationship, leading the eldest son of the Yen family to adopt him, thus bestowing upon him the name Yen Wang. However, aside from Yen Wang and his sister, no one knew they had once been a family in their past lives. Song Wang. So that's your name? Erguwei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As this school part of your family's? Her eyes gleamed brightly, revealing her unfiltered thoughts. Yen Wang fell silent for a moment. No, don't even think about it. He knew all too well what she was contemplating, whether she could shut down the school or somehow bring about its closure. The zeal that had ignited within Erguwei was swiftly extinguished, and with a hint of disappointment she replied, can I at least drive a forklift over? Yen Wang. Not possible. Fine. Erguwei pouted in dissatisfaction. What did you mean earlier when you said I wouldn't suffer for long? Are you playing with me? Yen Wang flipped through his book, his long fingers delicately removing his headphones in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Exams are next week. Didn't you know? Exams? What exams? Erguwei's eyes widened in confusion. Yen Wang explained the final exams. Is that an assessment? Erguwei pondered. How do they assess? In the realm of the stars, final assessments varied by profession. For instance, a mecha engineer might be tasked with saving 5 mechs in 1 minute on the battlefield against the insectoid race, while a commander would achieve victory in 2 battles on a holographic battlefield. The only commonality was that they all involved practical combat. Thus, Erguwei naturally assumed that the examinations in this world would translate theoretical assessments into practical applications. She felt troubled. So how does one go about it? Yen Wang assumed she was fretting over the exam material and replied lightly, what else could it be? Written exams. Erguwei, lost in her musings, didn't hear him. She muttered to herself, mathematics. Are we expected to calculate the parabolic trajectory of insectoid corpses being blasted away? Language arts. Should I write eulogies for our fallen soldiers or congratulatory verses for the enemy insectoids? And what about English, that incomprehensible language? She continued. Biology. Are we to study the anatomy of the insectoids? Physics. Calculating the acceleration of a small ball that falls from the sky to crush insectoids. Chemistry. Researching chemical agents to combat insectoids. Yen Wang. Chapter 55. English, bird language. Yen Wang shot her a perplexed glance, while Erguwei returned his gaze with equal confusion. What's wrong? Yen Wang. What do you mean by insectoids? Erguwei, taken aback, replied, you don't know about the insectoids. The moment the words escaped her lips, she belatedly remembered. Fu Samong mentioned that we shouldn't speak of it. She hastily covered his ears, shaking his head back and forth vigorously, attempting to erase his memory. You didn't hear anything, nothing at all. In a few breaths, Yen Wang seemed to connect the dots. This world was vast and full of wonders. He himself had crossed over from another realm and suddenly made the association. The more volatile Erguwei, with her respectful titles for the imperial siblings, and her mention of insectoids, quickly led him to a particular era. Star realm? Erguwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. You're also a native of our star realm? She released her grip on his ears, gently placing his hands atop hers like a kind grandmother, patting them lightly, feeling somewhat moved. A fellow countryman. With a grand gesture, Erguwei patted his shoulder. Don't be shy. As long as you're a citizen of our star realm, you're one of my dearest subjects. From now on, I'll look after you. Who said you could call me your dear subject? Yen Wang shot her a look of disdain, muttering, fool. Internally he scoffed. Why does it seem like everyone is crossing over to this world? What if, in the end, there aren't any natives left? Erguwei glared at him. How dare you call me a fool? Yes, I, the commoner, wouldn't dare act up in front of your highness. Yen Wang propped his chin on his hand, casually flipping a page of his book, his simple action both pleasing to the eye and soothing to the soul. So, does your highness know how to handle the exams? It truly was a naughty little fool from the star realm. And a princess at that. Erguwei was quickly diverted from her thoughts, shaking her head. Honestly, I don't know. Yen Wang explained the examination system of this world. Here we take written exams. There are no tests regarding exterminating insectoids, for this world has none. The maximum score for language, mathematics, and English is 150, while for physics, chemistry, and biology it's 100. The exam content is based on the material from the textbooks and classroom discussions. He glanced at the cover of Erguwei's English textbook, where the word English was crossed out with a thick line, next to which he had written bird language in bold. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. Your bird language is also part of the exam. Ergué cradled her face in her hands, sighing, so we have to take an exam on bird language too. As the two were engaged in conversation, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhou, entered the classroom. Next week is exam week. I trust everyone knows what needs to be done. As per school tradition, there would be a review break for students to revise and fill in any gaps in their knowledge. His piercing gaze swept across the room, causing the students caught in his line of sight to quickly lower their heads, pretending to read. Mr. Zhou surveyed the room with satisfaction until his gaze landed on a pair of clear, bewildered eyes. Mr. Zhou. What are you staring at? Is there something written on my face? Read your books. Mr. Zhou. Is there anything on my face that requires your comment? What a tough guy, even bald-headed old Zhou dares to provoke. Only Ergué received a multitude of admiring glances, left perplexed as to why they regarded her with such awe. Yan Wang remarked coolly, perhaps they've never seen someone as bold as you. Mr. Zhou cleared his throat, his tone slightly more assertive. What are you looking at? Have you completed your revisions? Is everyone ready for full marks? The onlooking classmates jumped in surprise and hurriedly feigned seriousness, though their ears remained perked for gossip. And you, Ergué, do you not know what to do? Ergué blinked innocently, nodding. Teacher, I don't know. The princess, who didn't even know about the review break, genuinely had no intention of being contrary. She simply did not understand what was expected of her. Mr. Zhou had not mentioned anything upon his arrival. Her gaze was earnest, devoid of any hint of defiance. Mr. Zhou frowned deeply, his voice gruff. Then look at what your deskmate is doing. My deskmate is reading a romance novel, so is it now time for reading novels? Her tone was assertive and robust. Yan Wang. This is revenge, I assent it. A retaliation for earlier when I called her a fool. Mr. Zhou. Classmates. Ergué flashed a mischievous grin at Yan Wang, resembling a little devil. Mr. Zhou quickly regained his composure. How could your deskmate possibly be reading a romance novel? You must be mistaken, right? Song Wang. You tell us. Song Wang, previously renowned for his genius, now a celebrated young prodigy, how could he be caught reading a romance novel? Yan Wang gazed silently at the book sprawled across the table for several moments. Reluctant to concede with the surrounding events weighing upon him, he gradually lifted the book to reveal its title, inadvertently shielding his face. The book was entitled Paranoid Cold Young Master S. Precious, the President's Sweet and Soft Little Darling. His foolish sister had stuffed it into his bag, having mistakenly taken the wrong book. A wave of laughter erupted in the classroom, followed by a flurry of hushed discussions. Wang had always enjoyed helping his sister navigate through romance novels, and it seemed that after all these years, he had not strayed from his original path. I adore reading romance novels, and Wang does too. By rounding up the numbers, it could be said that Wang likes me. Ergué immediately raised her proud little chin, declaring, see, teacher. I wasn't mistaken, Teacher Zhou. Genius, you have changed. Yan Wang set the book down, expertly masking the fleeting embarrassment that crossed his face, his ears losing their crimson hue, replaced by an air of nonchalance. As long as he remained unembarrassed, it would be others who felt the awkwardness. Chapter 56. The little spoiled one. The flower fox days slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ergué, relying on her empty mind and somewhat unreliable intuition, earnestly yet bewilderedly completed her final exams, ushering in her summer vacation. Yan Wang. Ergué called out, jogging to his side between the names Yan Wang and Song Wang. Ergué could only recall one, and she chose the easier one to remember, Yan Wang. Yan Wang removed one earphone and, noticing her beaming face, his obsidian-like bright eyes regarded her. Did you do well on the exam? It was to be expected, considering the points he had outlined for her. As long as she remembered them and integrated the knowledge, passing each subject would pose no issue. Ergué was unsure what she was thrilled about. Her smile radiant and her tone animated. Absolutely not. Just look at it. Yan Wang thought he might have misheard. Then why are you so happy? Because I finally don't have to study anymore. But every word I can understand, yet when they come together, I can't grasp their meaning. Ergué's expression turned slightly melancholic, and that foreign language is even worse. I can't comprehend it at all. I gave you the review materials. You didn't look at them? Yan Wang stared incredulously at his foolish deskmate. Speaking of which, Ergué grew irate, puffing up, my several older brothers seem to have lost their minds lately. They've been looking at me with such perverted gazes, especially my third brother. Yesterday he insisted I drink bedtime milk. The brothers who cried in the restroom, that was a conflicted look. A conflicted look. Yan Wang, what do you mean? I knew there was something off about that milk. Ergué declared with righteous indignation, licking her lips, I just wanted to see what trick he was trying to pull, so I drank that cup of milk. She had consumed the milk sent by Ji Shandang, undoubtedly intending to test it. curious about what Ji Shandang had at it. It was definitely not out of craving. Yan Wang chuckled. So in essence Ji Sango brought you sleep-inducing milk, and you tempted drank it knowing there might be something amiss. And as a result you fell asleep without reviewing. This grudge shall not be forgiven. Ergue ground her teeth as they chatted. They had already reached the school gate. The two were laughing and joking, completely oblivious to the man in a crisp white suit leaning lazily against a car in the distance. Young Master C. A driver dressed in a black suit and white gloves stepped down to open the back door for him. Slightly bowing, Ergue shook her head. No need, I have someone to pick me up. Yan Wang did not insist, nodding in acknowledgement before bending to enter the Sierra. Ergue watched his car depart, unable to help but exclaim, it seems that in this world, whether one has money or not, all cars are equally hideous, resembling monstrous four-legged beasts from Ergue's extraterrestrial perspective, regardless of color or price. Whether luxurious or affordable, high-performing or lacking, they all appeared as grotesque creatures in her eyes. Looking again, she felt her mouth watering. A cool, magnetic male voice suddenly interrupted, causing Ergue to startle, instinctively swallowing as she regained her composure. She touched her lips and realized she had been played once more. She turned sharply, nearly bumping her nose against the man's solid chest, as his superior physique closed the distance between them. Despite her petite stature, Ergue's exquisite doll-like features were not lacking in charm. Fu Su Mang took a slight step back, his expression somewhat awkward. Flower fox. Ergue looked up at Fu Su Mang and, in the next moment, flopped into his embrace, rubbing her cheek against his chest, burying herself there. Fu Su Mang, your chest is so large. Fu Su Mang gently pushed her head away with his cool fingertips, but Ergue tightened her hold around his slender waist, her hands mischievously wandering. With an innocent expression she asked, what are you doing? Little spoiled one, Fu Su Mang retorted. Where did you learn to speak like this? I thought of it myself. Ergue proclaimed proudly, I originally wanted to call you a flirtatious fox. Before she could finish, Fu Su Mang pinched her soft lips into a duck shape. Don't say that. It won't pass the review. Ergue obediently fell silent. Fu Su Mang naturally took her light, empty backpack. Let us go, the car is over there. Ergue walked ahead, while Fu Su Mang habitually kept half a step behind her, opening the door and shielding her head as she bent to enter. As the car started, Fu Su Mang observed Ergue's relaxed expression and inquired, did the exam go smoothly? You seem quite happy? Fu Su Mang. That proud, self-satisfied expression. One might think she scored full marks. All right. Fu Su Mang chuckled helplessly. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Her Highness to celebrate with a meal? Ergue raised her chin. That princess might begrudgingly agree to your request. Chapter 57. Are you wearing this just to be gawked at? At the entrance, a server in a black suit and white gloves opened the car door. Slightly bowing. Fu Su Mang handed him the car keys, saying arrogantly yet courteously, park the car in the usual spot, please. The server nodded politely, of course. He raised his hand to shield the top of the car door, as Ergue jumped out, colliding with his soft palm, while his hand grazed the car's roof. As soon as Ergue exited, it seemed even the glaringly beautiful sunset leaned towards her, casting a golden hue on her face. Dancing upon her golden locks, Ergue shielded her face, rushing inside. There's ultraviolet light. Hurry! Already ugly, can't afford to get darker. In her haste, she nearly crashed into the glass door. Fu Su Mang shook his head helplessly, adjusting the obviously undersized pink backpack he carried, and hurried after her, the folds of his white suit looking particularly elegant with his movements. Fu Xiao, despite being a young master, usually exuded arrogance. Why today was he so subservient? As Fu Su Mang caught up with Ergue, she was exchanging glances with Ji Wuci, who leaned casually against the front desk. Ji Wuci, dressed in a black shirt with two buttons undone, revealed a glimpse of his tan chest muscles. Upon noticing the dazed Ergue at the door, he smiled, his deep, captivating eyes sparkling. Standing before him was a stunningly beautiful woman, her cheeks flushed, her head bowed in shyness. No wonder this place is called Fortunate Encounter. The boss is no paragon of virtue either, Ergue thought, curling her lip. This place is doomed to fail. Look at these young people. Ergue turned her head disdainfully, as if looking at a grumpy elder checking his phone. See, he's flirting with girls on the surface, but now he's using his eyes to entice me. But I won't fall for a man who doesn't cherish his own body. Fu Su Mang. He cast a sympathetic glance at the oblivious Ji Wuci, who was still smiling at Ergue. The mature, dangerous man suddenly grinned, his charisma overwhelming, causing the woman before him to blush even more. Ji Wuci waved his hand, his thumb adorned with the jade ring coveted by both Fu Su Mang and Ergue. You go back to work. I won't disturb you. The woman bit her lip, about to plead for him to stay, But before she could finish, Ji Wuxiai had already strolled towards Erguwei and Fu Su Mang, one hand in his pocket. Fu Su Mang's gaze fell on Ji Wuxi's loosely open shirt, and he instinctively covered Erguwei's eyes with his hand, his tone cold. What a flamboyant crowd! Erguwei pushed Fu Su Mang's hand away, looking up with sincerity. Don't worry, brother Fan Fan. He doesn't have a chest as big as yours. Fu Su Mang. Which man would be pleased to be complimented on his chest size? Bear. What bear? Ji Wuxiai approached, his gaze landing on the pink backpack slung over Fu Su Mang's shoulder. His tone slightly incredulous. No way, Fu Su Mang, are you raising a daughter? Carrying a backpack for school and watching cartoons? It's not a cartoon, Erguwei interjected earnestly. We are discussing your chest, Ji Wuxiai. What on earth are you discussing? Fu Su Mang. Here we go again. The little princess is employing her mischievous skills. We are discussing your chests. The countenance of Erguwei was imbued with sincerity. Yet your choice of attire seems designed to invite scrutiny and discussion, does it not? Ji Wuxi's smile faltered. Do you comprehend what the freedom of dressing entails? Recalling the content she had encountered on her phone yesterday, Erguwei found herself perplexed. The young girl merely adorned herself in garments she cherished, without revealing any indecorous parts, yet she faced scornful judgments from certain individuals. A multitude of voices critiqued the girl's account, and should anyone dare to defend her, they would be besieged with accusations of hypocrisy. Such remarks, if uttered in her galaxy, could warrant detention for malicious slander against a citizen. Is this the nature of the world here? Erguwei expressed her confusion, even going so far as to tiptoe and peer in. Her eyes narrowed in a rather lascivious manner. It was utterly bizarre. Ji Wuxi, feeling a twinge of discomfort, adjusted his shirt, casting a glance at Erguwei, yet found it unsettling and breezy, promptly fastening 2 buttons with precision. To be honest, he had never donned a uniform this meticulously. Fu Samong casually draped his arm over Erguwei's shoulder. Our princess is not being intentional. Ji Wuxi regained his composure, acknowledging, I know after all. Your chest is not as ample as mine. Fu Samong was obliviously proud, wearing a mischievous grin as he provocatively smiled at him. Ji Wuxi retorted, if you're unwell, refrain from acting out in my presence. Fu Su Mang's hand rested on Erguwei's shoulder, his naturally dangling arm swaying in front of her. Erguwei tugged at him, feeling peckish. Fu Samong immediately understood, raising an eyebrow at Ji Wuxi with a smile. Today, our princess has completed her exams and is on break. Shouldn't you present us with your family's signature dishes for her to savor? Ji Wuxi scoffed. Fu Gonggong, you've adapted to your role as a eunuch quite rapidly. Fu Samong remained unperturbed, a glimmer of cunning appearing in his eyes. Your Highness, would it be agreeable if the Black Crow treats us today? Erguwei promptly interjected. This princess grants him this opportunity. Fu Samong exclaimed. Splendid. Ji Wuxi ground his teeth. You two lecherous. Virtuous believers. Chapter 58. Fifth brother, we've encountered a husband. A glint of mischief danced in Fu Sumang's eyes as he chuckled lightly. Hurry, what if our princess becomes famished? I'm treating, right? Very well. Ji Wuxi smirked, seemingly struck by an idea, raising an eyebrow at Fu Samong in a challenging manner. The usual arrangement, the top-floor private room. Bring your little ancestor up to wait. Fu Samong neither objected nor agreed, leading Erguwei upstairs. As they passed, Erguwei earnestly countered, I am not his little ancestor. I am a princess. Ji Wuxi raised his hand, gently pushing her smooth forehead with his fingertip. His tone dismissive. All right, your highness, prepare your golden tongue for the feast I shall present. Erguwei attempted to pat his shoulder, but due to her height, she could only reach his arm, yet she spoke earnestly. Little Crow, although your appearance leaves much to be desired, you are still a decent person. If no one wants you, I know of a little bird. Hey, Fu Samong, I haven't finished speaking yet. You are being outrageous. Erguwei was still contemplating matchmaking for the 2 little birds when Fu Samong half pushed, half led her upstairs. Half an hour later, a large table was set in the private room, yet the round table remained bare, devoid of any dishes, leaving the group exchanging glances. Ji Wuxi glanced at the visibly displeased Erguwei, his spirits soaring as the earlier grievances of being ganged up on by the 2 dissipated. Since I'm hosting, and it is a celebration for the little princess, having more people adds to the merriment. Wouldn't you agree? Humph, he had ensnared Fu Samong. There would be no romantic interlude for him. Fu Samong leaned back languidly against the sofa. His tall figure relaxed, his hand resting on the sofa, an effortless gesture yet strikingly pleasing to the eye indeed. He had not anticipated that young girls of this age would prefer lively gatherings. Ji Wuxi had invited familiar faces, primarily from the Ji family faction. Ji Wujuan, Ji Yaoshu, Ji Shangdan, Ji Ruoshui, and the forcibly invited Ji Yungue. Following them were Rong Jingyan and Yuan Iyo. Erguwei crossed her arms against the sofa, her expression clouded with discontent. an air of grievance swirling around her, nearly palpable her world for two. Was it this girl beside Fu Samong? He directly spoke, laced with mockery. I hear my younger brother has found a splendid match. The individual being Ji family's young lady Ji Ergaway, and has suggested I bring the Rong family's shares to marry into the Ji family. The moment his words fell, several gazes immediately turned towards him. The first to land on him was Fu Sumang's icy glare, lingering for a fleeting second before swiftly averting. Next was Yuan Iyo, who initially displayed surprise, then shifted to inexplicable excitement. Fifth brother, we've encountered a husband. The crowd collectively inquired. Encountered what? Rong Jingyan's eyes flickered with realization. Did your brother mention it as well? Over the years, Rong Yuzhu had been conspiring with Yuan Luocheng, and it was plausible they were considering packaging them together. Yuan Iyo nodded. He also mentioned that if I marry, he would look after her and treat her well. Such words sounded rather strange. Wu Wuzi's expression was rife with disbelief, as if to say, are you out of your mind? Marrying her would be akin to marrying an old man. The old man wouldn't be fussy, and if he passed away, one could find another. Ji Wujuan snorted, a warty toad wishing to eat swan meat. Desire and lust are inherent. How miserable must her days and eyes be? Observing the eager gazes of the two, Ergaway, a princess wishing to grant a home to all boys and girls, found herself in a predicament. I can only marry 10 for now. How about I wait until I successfully usurp the throne and then take you all as consorts? The crowd. What nonsense is she contemplating? Marrying 10? Aspiring to be a queen? Yearning for a harem? Ji Shangdan nudged Ji Yaoshu. Does our father know that his good and obedient daughter harbors thoughts of usurpation? Ji Yaoshu replied. I believe she wishes to be a freeloader more than usurp. Ji Shangdan concurred. That makes sense. How infuriating. He too wished to be a freeloader. Chapter 59. She seems to have only loved you for a moment. Fu Samong cast a cold glance at Ergaway, casually remarking, some people still need to rely on others, yet they wish to take multiple consorts. Ergaway shot him a disapproving look. Brother, your words are rather impolite. I can manage myself. Fu Samong's gaze fell upon the young girl. Oh. You can support yourself and several consorts. Are you planning to wash dishes for them? The young girl pondered for a moment, her expression serious as she declared, what I mean is I can live independently and don't require so many male consorts. Lacking in looks, and now she must wash dishes for others. Perhaps not soon. The dishes were served. Ji Wuzi had indeed spared no expense. The chef was an internationally renowned master, with dishes charged by the second. The finest ingredients from the sky, land, and sea had been meticulously selected, including several extravagant dishes. Ji Wuzi wore an ostentatious grin, declaring, today don't hold back. I'm treating. On Ergaway's left was Fu Samong, and on her right, Ji Shangdan. Ergaway instinctively turned her hands toward Fu Samong, her eyes glued to the dishes. Fu Samong, unhurried, rolled up his sleeves, his long fingers diligently folding Ergaway's sleeve to prevent soup from staining her clothes. His movements both natural and elegant, although his face betrayed impatience, his gestures were gentle and meticulous. Rong Jingyan's pupils widened. Was he raising a daughter? Yuan Iyo stroked his chin, pondering if marrying into a wealthy family came at such a price. Perhaps he should study how to win over a rich woman's heart. Wu Wuzi scoffed. Raising an ancestor. Truly impressive. The three Ji brothers, Yunguay, unbecoming. When did Ji Ergaway become involved with Fu Samong? Even with such looks, someone was still yearning for her. She truly was a flower fox. Fu Samong, bewildered, received a glare from Ergaway as he placed the peeled shrimp in her small dish, confusedly asking, what's the matter now? Ergaway picked up the shrimp, voraciously biting into it, deliberately chewing loudly for him to see. We crocodiles love to bite owls, so be cautious. With a huff, Ergaway, oblivious to Fu Sumang's indifference, beamed with satisfaction at his fearful demeanor, knowing fear is good. A turtle like me can take down 3 little birds like you. All right. Fu Samong, somewhat helpless, placed another peeled shrimp in her dish. If you don't eat enough, you won't grow tall. How will you take down someone like me? Ergaway compared her height to his, finding it quite reasonable, then buried her head in her meal. Don't disturb me. I want to grow taller and pin you down to call you daddy. Should he serve Ji Ergaway some dishes? Serving might seem like being a sycophant, but not serving that he was tempted to serve. After a moment of internal conflict, Ji Shangdan suddenly recalled, oh right, he still has a mission to fulfill in order to survive. Indeed, serving Ji Ergaway is merely for survival. With this thought, he felt unburdened and carefully served her a piece of chicken wing she used to adore, breathing lightly. Here you go. Ergaway focused on her meal. Didn't he lift her head, her voice soft and delicate? Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. She called him brother. Ji Shangdan's eyes widened, and a certain part of his heart suddenly softened. Though his expression was tense, inside vibrant fireworks of various colors were bursting forth. He feigned calmness, uttering a simple "Oh." Uruguay remained silent, prompting him to ponder internally. Why was she not speaking? Had he misspoken? Was his demeanor too cold? Was his tone too harsh? Or perhaps he had not been magnetic enough earlier. He regretted not lowering his voice at that moment. Concurrently, the minds of the 4 siblings from the G family echoed with the system's announcement. Ding! Detected an update in the affection value of the task subject G Uruguay. Here are the latest data updates. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ji Shangdan for achieving an affection value of 999 with the task subject Ji Uruguay, a level only attainable by mothers. The other 3? Has the task been completed just like that? Did he just serve a chicken wing? Ji Shangdan was equally astonished. Me? The value was so substantial that it even startled 5408, who hurriedly rushed out. Her eyes still misty, clearly just awakened, with suspicious watermarks at the corners of her mouth. What happened to Yaoshu? If the affection can be raised this easily, I could make Ji Uruguay eat chicken wings until she throws up. Shortly after, the intelligent detection system announced again. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ji Shangdan for an affection value of -998 with the task subject Ji Uruguay. It seems she only had a fleeting moment of affection for you. The 4 members of the G family. The emotional roller coaster is too intense. Are there really humans with such complex emotions in this world? 5408 rubbed her eyes and yawned, thinking, I thought someone had completed a task. Never mind, back to slacking off with that. She vanished from the minds of the 4. Shangdan gazed at Ji Uruguay with a complex expression, his face filled with unspoken curses. Uruguay, with a chicken wing in her mouth, innocently stared back with her sparkling big eyes. What's wrong? Ji Shangdan shook his head and tentatively offered her a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables, as expected. The announcement chimed in once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ji Shangdan for an affection value of 999 with the task subject Ji Uruguay. Please cherish this brief period of high affection. 5 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ji Shangdan for an affection value of -997 with the task subject Uruguay. Gaining 1 point is still quite good. Ji Shangdan. Do you dare to be any more fickle, little girl? Chapter 60. That is an alligator turtle. Ji Shangdan tried several more times and found that every time he offered Ji Uruguay something to eat, her affection value would soar and then plummet swiftly. This indicated her affection was exceedingly fleeting. What a capricious woman! Ji Shangdan grasped this pattern and attempted to exploit the system's flaws, desperately testing the waters at the brink of demise. He lowered his voice and asked Ji Uruguay, do you think if we offered Ji Uruguay another bite before our end, we might escape death? Ji Uruguay? She looked at Ji Shangdan in confusion. Your brain for real? Did you perhaps ingest some amniotic fluid? Ji Shangdan believed he had uncovered a monumental flaw in the system and felt quite proud of his cleverness, blinking in response to Ji Uruguay's puzzled gaze. What's wrong? Ji Uruguay. Are you really that desperate for those extra 5 seconds of life? Planning to use that time to arrange your final appearance? Ji Shangdan was stunned. That's rather harsh. Ji Uruguay face-bombed, realizing she had encountered a knowledge blind spot with such a dim-witted youth. With just one offering, wouldn't Uruguay's affection value drop again after 5 seconds? Wouldn't he just die in an even more disgraceful manner? Oh, indeed. Ji Shangdan found some logic in that. Then can't I just keep feeding her to live a long life? Ji Uruguay coolly suggested. You might as well learn from those grandmothers outside who chase after their grandchildren to feed them. Otherwise, if Ji Uruguay refuses to eat, you'll just drop dead on the spot. Dying on the street is one thing, but what if you scare some passing children or elderly folks? Ji Shangdan shuddered. Then I shall continue to raise Ji Uruguay's affection value. Without hesitation, Ji Shangdan prepared to offer Ji Uruguay some food, seeing 3 pristine poached shrimp on her plate, mistakenly believing she liked them, and picked the largest, most beautiful shrimp to give her. Ji Shangdan gazed at her expectantly, hoping for that meager point of affection. This was the biggest and finest shrimp he could find. Uruguay, with her mouth full, was chewing on her food when she spotted the large shrimp before her. Raising her eyes, she met Ji Shangdan's eager gaze. So eager. Trying to trick her again. Uruguay scrutinized him suspiciously. Why are you staring at me? Hurry and eat. Ji Shangdan urged her. Eat it and quickly give me points. Such urgency must mean something was amiss. Uruguay concluded. She focused intently on the shrimp, as if she could decipher any hidden schemes. What are you looking at, Uruguay? Are you cross-eyed? Fu Suxiong waved her hand in front of her. Uruguay vigorously shook her head, shaking off her cross-eyed gaze, flaring her temper. Don't call me Uruguay. Ji Wuzi seemed to have discovered something new. Oh Ergaway, isn't that the name of a little dog? You black crow. Ergaway retorted defiantly, hands on her hips, chin raised, looking down at him through her nostrils. You can't call me Ergaway. Very well, Ergaway. Jiwutsi smiled at her, his gaze provocative and infuriating, witnessing the impending quarrel between the two. Fu Suxiang helplessly face-bombed, thinking how childish the little princess was. Yet Jiwutsi, usually so domineering and fearsome as a gang leader, was equally immature, engaging in a petty squabble with a young girl. No. Don't call me gay. Ergaway puffed out her cheeks, glaring at him. You, the black crow who can't find a wife, are destined to be single for life. She had no intention of introducing Shun Xiaoniao to this black crow. Jiwutsi dismissively clapped his hands, smirking with a fake smile. You're not single. You can find a wife. You're amazing, Ergaway. Suddenly recalling a little trick she had read online, Jiwutsi changed his expression to one of seriousness. Can you teach me? Ergaway. This struck her knowledge blind spot, as the one beside her had yet to be captured. Seeing Ergaway rarely at a loss, Jiwutsi felt quite satisfied after being verbally bested by her last time. He had resolved that a perfect gang leader must possess a sharp tongue, so he had instructed his subordinates to gather techniques for banter. One of the tips was, sincerity is the ultimate weapon for sarcasm. It certainly hadn't deceived him. Fu Suxiang held down the restless little princess and looked at Jiwutsi with a resigned expression. You're already 24 or 25. Don't bully her. Ergaway gritted her teeth. Don't stop me. Today I will strip this black crow of his feathers. Jiwutsi, seizing the opportunity to gloat, declared. Ergaway, alligator turtle, isn't that just a stinky turtle? I look better without feathers than you do. After all, with Fu Suxiang restraining her, he was not afraid of retaliation. Ergaway, stinky turtle, looks, he was prancing around in Ergaway's danger zone. Hey! Without the repression of Fu Suxiang, Ergaway momentarily froze. Fu Suxiang kindly reminded her. You should go hit him now. Jiwutsi? Oh! Ergaway took a whole second to react, ferociously charging at Jiwutsi, sinking her teeth into his arm. Jiwutsi initially didn't dodge, thinking how much could a little girl's bite weigh? It's just a gentle nibble. What the hell? Why is it so painful? Is this really a little girl? Is she not some iron-toothed, bronze-jawed Ji Xiaolan? Jiwutsi instinctively wanted to scream, his ears turning crimson. But he held back. After all, he was a seasoned gang leader who had endured many battles. How could he let a little girl. A small Ji Xiaolan's bite make him cry out? Fu Suxiang watched Jiwutsi's eyes widen in shock, a smirk of schadenfreude on her face. Although the little girl was indeed a real little girl, her true nature was that of an alligator turtle. That species has a bite force measured in hundreds of kilograms. While this strength could only be considered a playful nibble, it was still an alligator turtle. Don't ask him how he knew. Fu Suxiang fearfully touched his own arm. Chapter 61. Fu Mama's little class is now in session. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. She realized, the little chick must be trying to see her make a fool of herself. After all, as a princess, she had never peeled shrimp by herself. He must want to witness her flustered and embarrassed state. What a wicked man. Ji Shangdan was still waiting for the 2 notifications from the intelligence system. Poking at his rice in boredom. 995, 995, 995. Ding! Congratulations to the host Ji Shangdan for an affection value of -997 with the task subject Jirga, and no worries, you still hold second place. Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu's schadenfreude laughter slightly subsided. Their -999 didn't seem so amusing after all. Ji Shangdan spat blood. Pfft. Why did I lose another point? Ji Yungue couldn't help but chuckle. He was incredulous, exclaiming in disbelief. Why? What did I do wrong this time? Ergaway jumped at his sudden outburst, glaring at him indignantly. What are you doing? You scared this lady to death. She also nervously stole a glance at him, wondering if he had caught her secretly cursing him. Ji Shangdan was engulfed in despair, unable to fathom what Ji Ergaway was thinking. This is truly a torturous depiction of hell. If they could simply end my life, why prolong my suffering for an entire year? It would be far better to just plunge a knife into me right now. Whoosh! You are dead. At us. The words hung in the air. Ergaway gripped the handle of a dining knife, positioning it against his abdomen with the blade pointed towards herself, providing her own voiceover. Ji Shangdan. He stared blankly at Ergaway with lifeless eyes. Ergaway blinked innocently, questioning, didn't you want to be stabbed? I've been wanting to do this for quite some time. Ji Shangdan forced a smile. Well then, thank you. Ergaway climbed up the handle, declaring, to die at my hands is indeed your honor. Fu Shumang interjected with irritation. Focus on eating your meal properly, not playing with knives. Do you not realize how dangerous that is? Ergaway glanced at the dining knife, proudly asserting, This kind of knife couldn't even cut through a turtle's shell. Fu Shumong raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unchanged as he obediently continued eating. Thinking he doubted her words, Erguwei grew anxious. What I said is true. Just watch. She positioned the knife horizontally, one hand on the handle, the other on the tip, and slowly twisted it, the iron knife bending until it formed a right angle. Fu Shumong. The others at the table. What on earth is this, a living terror? As the astonished gazes of the crowd fell upon her, Erguwei triumphantly exclaimed, I told you, knives made of this material won't be harmed. Yet you still doubted. Ji Wuzi silently observed the thick iron knife beside him, feeling a sense of dread. This is a walking terrorist. Fu Shumong frowned slightly, considering that Erguwei's mindset warranted individual education, and chided her directly. Erguwei, do you not realize that your actions just now were extremely dangerous? Erguwei shrank her neck, regretting that she wasn't in her original form to escape Fu Shumong's impending lecture. She truly embodied the phrase not listening, not understanding, yet she was the one acting foolishly. Noticing her little antics, Fu Shumong realized she was about to feign ignorance again, but fortunately, he had watched plenty of parenting educational videos. He glanced at Ji Wuzi. Do we have watermelon? Yes. Ji Wuzi, seeing that Ji Erguwei was about to be reprimanded, immediately perked up, bewildered for a few seconds. What does watermelon have to do with anything? Do you want round, square, red-fleshed, or yellow-fleshed? I can get you any kind. Fu Shumong shot him a sidelong glance. Just a regular one will suffice. Erguwei quietly glared at Ji Wuzi, thinking, how impatient of you. Just as everyone had eaten their fill, Ji Wuzi had the dishes cleared away and brought out a large watermelon. The people present arranged themselves in a circle, a large watermelon placed in the center, all staring at it with puzzled expressions. Yuan Iyo couldn't help but speak first. Ji Ge, are you offering a watermelon as a tribute? Ji Wuzi pressed his gaze downwards, signaling him to calm down, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. Just watch, Ji Erguwei is about to be reprimanded. The crowd's attention shifted to the two, and sure enough, the young girl appeared listless. She had keenly heard Ji Wuzi's gleeful remark and retorted angrily, no wonder you sound like that. You Ji and Ji families are indeed nothing but trouble. You all sound like chickens. Ji Wuzi. The 5 members of the Ji family present. Ji Wuzi smirked, aren't you part of the Ji family? Ji Shangdan added, aren't you a Ji? Erguwei rolled her eyes. Arms crossed, her demeanor haughty, resembling a dull-witted female side character from a novel. What does my surname matter to you? Am I your father that you're so concerned about it? Do you plan to take my surname? Fu Shumong interjected, patiently advising, no need for foul language. Erguwei felt somewhat aggrieved. How can I sound imposing without using foul language? The atmosphere demands it. Fu Shumong shook his head helplessly, picking up a fruit knife. Swiftly slicing off a quarter of the watermelon, he handed the quarter to the drooling Erguwei, the cut revealing the crisp, red flesh inside. Everyone's eyes followed his movements, curious about his intentions. The crowd? Yuan Iyo raised his hand. I'm injured. Fu Shumong feigned a smile. What do you mean injured? I didn't even touch it. Yuan Iyo responded earnestly, because you just cut it. Fu Shumong. My cut doesn't count. Rong Jingyan deliberately challenged, why doesn't your cut count? Fu Shumong shot a cold glare at Rong Jingyan, who immediately fell silent. The old fox was terrifying. The seemingly genteel old fox was even more intimidating. Fu Shumong softened his tone. Erguwei, do you think the watermelon is injured? Erguwei took a bite of the watermelon, her honesty prevailing as she shook her head. No, exactly. Fu Shumong nodded in satisfaction, addressing the eager crowd. Now consider this watermelon as your mouth and the cut as your throat. The crowd nodded in agreement. Suddenly they felt a tightness in their throats. They looked in terror at Fu Shumong, whose face still bore a smile. What kind of grudge or enmity was this? Erguwei fearfully covered her throat, swallowing hard. Fu Shumong maintained his self-assumed, friendly smile. Do you know the principle behind this, Erguwei? Erguwei, still covering her throat, weakly replied, the principle is that your principle is a principle. If we don't do as you say, you'll stab our throats with a knife. She complained plaintively, you're threatening us. Fu Shumong. No. He surveyed the room. Does anyone else know? Silence reigned as everyone remained muted, evidently thinking in a very gruesome direction, something that could never pass scrutiny. Fu Shumong, exasperated with their misunderstanding, clarified, the principle is that when eating barbecued skewers, you should eat them horizontally. If you eat them vertically, the skewer will stab your throat. The same goes for a dining knife, you cannot point the blade at yourself. Understood? The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Oh, so that's how it is. You scared me. Ji Wuzi looked at him incredulously. Fu Shumong, are you really going to make us sit here and watch you demonstrate this pointless parenting lesson? A group of wealthy elites from various professions, gang leaders, business tycoons, elite lawyers and medical experts, We're sitting here watching Fu Shumang use a large watermelon to illustrate the principle of eating barbecued skewers horizontally? Is this reasonable? Chapter 62. Hesitating for a second is disrespectful to the watermelon. Erguwei glared at him. What is so boring about it? I find it quite interesting and creative. Although she too thought it was quite silly. But could she let her brother, Fan, be embarrassed? Absolutely not. Fu Shumang, hands raised in surrender. Well, I wasn't lecturing you, so you can only consider this as you eavesdropping on a lesson. Yet she still managed to benefit while pretending otherwise. Erguwei added, and then looked at Fu Shumang with sparkling eyes, eagerly waiting for praise. Fu Shumang gently patted her head, encouragingly saying, well done. Ji Wuzi. Should I leave then? As the host, the gazes of the crowd turned toward Ji Wuzi. Seeking confirmation, Fu Shumang nodded, then let us disperse. Ji Wuzi, with one hand in his pocket, walked away with a nonchalant expression. Ji Wujuan stood at the door, arms crossed, glaring at the excited Ji Erguwei, who was animatedly whispering to Fu Shumang. Erguwei, oblivious to the piercing gaze, continued excitedly recounting her feelings of not knowing any questions during her exam. In a sense, she was an exceedingly optimistic underachiever. Fu Shumang gestured for her to go. Off you go. She didn't even understand the need to retain someone. Erguwei shot him an annoyed glare, somewhat petulantly grabbing her pink backpack, standing up to leave. Wait. Fu Shumang suddenly called out to her. Humph, even if you beg me to stay, I won't lower myself to accompany you. Erguwei suppressed her rising smile, putting on a stern face. Fu Shumang suddenly smiled, a smile that was laden with meaning, as he packed the remaining 3/4 of the watermelon into a red plastic bag, suppressing laughter. Well, I won't keep you. He added, watermelons are quite expensive lately. Erguwei. Her strong sense of pride and character told her she should roll her eyes at him and then turn away dramatically. But that watermelon truly looked delicious. Caught between her pride and the watermelon, Erguwei hesitated for a couple of seconds before decisively choosing the watermelon. Even a moment's hesitation would be disrespectful to the watermelon. Humph. With a sulky expression, she reluctantly unzipped her backpack, turning her head away from him. Right now you ignore me, but in the future you won't be able to reach me. Don't eat too much or you'll get a. Fu Shumang placed the watermelon into her bag, the words of caution still on his lips, but Erguwei had already turned on her heel and left. The golden ends of her hair seemed to sense their owner's anger. The curled tips slightly dry, and with the force of her turn, they mercilessly swung towards Fu Shumang's cheek. Fu Shumang paused. What a stubborn temper. I wonder who indulged her. Fu Shumang muttered under his breath. Fu Shumang then smiled at her. What's wrong? Did you just insult me? Erguwei looked at him suspiciously. How could that be? Fu Shumang shook his head earnestly. Our Erguwei is so cute and so well behaved. How could brother bear to? Tsk. Leaning against the doorframe, Ji Wujuan could no longer hold back. Your brother is right here. Where did this wild brother come from? Erguwei cast a fleeting glance at the two of them, and as she passed by Ji Wujuan, she deftly placed her backpack, laden with a large watermelon, into his arms. Phew, it's quite heavy. Could you help me with it while I tie my shoelaces? She pretended to squat down. Ji Wujuan obediently embraced the backpack, while Fu Shumang observed him with a knowing smile. His sympathy evident, he chose not to look down, aware that Erguwei was wearing Mary Jane shoes to date, which of course had no shoelaces. In the next moment, Erguwei stood up, feigning to smooth her hair with an air of a well-behaved little princess. Brother, shall we go? Thank you, brother. Ji Wujuan found himself lost in the sweetness of her two brothers, naturally following her, hefting the watermelon that weighed several pounds. Helping his sister carry her bag was his duty as a brother. On the way home, Erguwei had completely shed her earlier moodiness, excitedly clambering onto the windowsill to gaze at the scenery outside. Ji Wujuan clicked his tongue in amazement. His eyes opened wide in wonder. It dawned on him that girls were indeed quite complex, capable of shifting their emotions in an instant. One moment they might be laughing joyfully, and the next they could be fuming. Similarly, in the previous moment one might appear discontent, only to become exhilarated the very next. It was utterly bewildering. Upon returning home, Erguwei darted upstairs with a whoosh, leaving Ji Shangdan, who entered the house a moment later, with only a fleeting glimpse of her vanishing figure around the corner. He shook his head, marveling, in this day and age, even a little yellow rat can enter a house, how frightening. Noticing the five behind their group chat named All Villains, Erguwei suddenly remembered that she had, in a break from convention, recruited an external member to fulfill her sole task. She opened the chat interface with Shen Jiha. Intergalactic First Princess. Jiha is not a little bird. Wow, a busy person. After several days without receiving any further messages from Ji Erguwei, Shen Jiha's tone was laced with a hint of sarcasm. Intergalactic First Princess. Are we going out to play tomorrow? Jiha is not a little bird. It's quite surprising that the princess remembers a small character like me. Smile. Intergalactic first princess. Indeed. It was a bit of a challenge for me, I almost forgot. Jiha is not a little bird. Although Ji Erguwei's attitude annoyed her greatly, Shen Jiha ultimately agreed to join their outing. Deeming it the first team-building activity of the all-villains group, Ji Erguwei then added Shen Jiha to her Knights group chat, introducing the new member to the others, and they collectively decided the plans for the next day. Generally, when they went out, Erguwei would simply voice her desires, while Yunzhou and Wu Ji would finalize the location, itinerary, and route. Chapter 63. All colors are beautiful. On the first morning of summer vacation, Erguwei surprisingly woke up very early today. She was set to go out with her knights, after meticulously coordinating her outfit and hairstyle. Adorned with a delicate mini pure white pearl hairpin, she skipped down the stairs. The four of them were already seated on the living room sofa, maintaining a formal posture to impress the princess's new family. "Why don't you join us for breakfast?" Ji Guosheng invited repeatedly. Yunzhou wore a polite smile, gracefully declining. "Thank you, Grandpa, but we have already eaten." Zijing, with her misty eyes, kept glancing towards the source of the delicious aroma. "No need, Grandpa, we can eat. Aren't you hungry?" Ji Guosheng, what a silly dog. Qi Xiao gave Zijing a sharp tap on the head, correcting, "We are not hungry. You all can eat." Zijing pitifully hugged her large yet useless head. Wu Ji expressed her disinterest in the silly dog and foolish wolf beside her, smiling at Ji Laoyezi. "Grandpa Ji, we will just wait for Erguwei." She instructed the old butler to prepare tea and fruit. Returning to her seat, Shui Wenchan curiously inquired, "How come I never heard before that my little sister is so familiar with these four from the imperial family?" Ji Rongshu cast a vigilant glance at the three boys, noting that girl is quite good. The three boys still need observation. Zhong Tao chuckled, "Look at you all so tense. It's not like you're choosing a son dash and dash law. The mention of son-in-law, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Ji Guosheng and Ji Rongshu spoke in unison. "I do not agree." Zhong Tao, startled by their reaction, retorted, "I was just hypothesizing." Before the tea and fruit could be served, Erguwei bounced down the stairs. "Baba, are we eating?" Ji Rongshu asked. No, I want to go out and play." Ji Erguwei waved her hand and skipped towards her knights. "She has arrived." Ji Rongshu suddenly clutched his chest, experiencing that strange sensation typically felt only by domineering figures. "What's wrong?" Zhong Tao asked anxiously, placing her hand over his heart. "Is your heart uncomfortable? Did you feel something?" Zhong Tao's hand rested on his chest as she instinctively felt the soft texture beneath her palm. Truthfully stating, "Your chest is quite large." Ji Rongshu. "No, it feels like a piece of my heart is missing." He felt a twinge of sadness. The towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, had reddened eyes. Lamenting, "My precious daughter has begun to disdain her old father, treating me so dismissively." Zhong Tao, "You are being ridiculous. She is just going out to play for one day. Going out to play is not the same as departing from this world." Oblivious to her father's heartache caused by her dismissive remark, Erguwei excitedly ran towards her knights. Let us go, let us go." Wu Zhi's gaze fell upon Erguwei's unadorned yet fair face. She retrieved a bottle of sunscreen from Yunzhou's travel bag and approached Erguwei. Although unaware of the purpose of the item, Erguwei obediently tilted her head for application. Her small face was pristine and pale, with delicate brows resembling charcoal strokes, dark against her bright complexion, giving her an appearance as if freshly washed and cool. Erguwei discreetly lifted her eyelids, peeking at Wu Ji with her bright, shiny eyes, appearing quite obedient. "What is this?" Erguwei inquired. She observed that the girls in her class seemed fearful of being tanned by the harsh sunlight and would slather themselves in sunscreen upon stepping outside. Wu Ji had researched that in this world, some girls fear becoming darker, applying sunscreen not only to prevent tanning but also to avoid sunburn. Their little princess must not fall behind. Erguwei gasped, covering her face. "I don't want to become pale. I think being dark is beautiful." Those from the intergalactic realm often said, "One's fairness can overshadow 100 flaws." A significant part of her being on the list of unattractive individuals in the Intergalactic Gazette stemmed from her pale complexion, leading her to feel insecure for a long time. Wu Ji gently removed her hands, patiently explaining, "I have looked into it. The aesthetics of this world are diverse. Whether one has fair, yellow or dark skin, as long as one is healthy, it is beautiful. The primary purpose of sunscreen is to prevent skin aging." Erguwei skeptically asked, "Really?" Wu Ji sighed. "Do you still not believe me?" The little princess, typically proud, had previously faced discomfort due to others' comments about her appearance. No young girl wishes to be labeled as unattractive, and the princess was no exception. Chapter 64. An overwhelming presence. Erguwei nodded earnestly. "Of course I believe you." After applying the sunscreen, Erguwei waved goodbye to Ji Guosheng and the others. "Goodbye." I'm off to play. Ji Rongshu watched as Erguwei hurried towards the door, a twinge of concern creeping in. Could they take care of themselves? Should I send someone with them? Before he could finish his thought, Zijing opened the door, Yunzhou produced an umbrella, and Wu Ji promptly opened it, ensuring not a single ray of sunlight touched Erguwei. Qi Shao, emulating the Knight Commander, shielded Erguwei's head as she entered the vehicle. Ji Rongshu. Are these truly the young masters and young ladies of the imperial family? Are they not merely a group of hired lackeys for his precious daughter? Zhong Tao raised an eyebrow at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. It seems you have no further arguments. They are attending to your little sister with more care than you. Having bid farewell to the Ji family, Erguwei, accompanied by her 4 knights, followed the location sent by Shinjiha, arriving at the previously visited milk tea shop. They coincidentally encountered 2 young female employees peering excitedly inside, exclaiming, "Did you see that little girl by the glass window? She is so beautiful and has such grace, with a voluptuous chest, a slim waist, long legs and impeccable fashion sense. She is young. Truly God has not closed any windows for her. She looks somewhat unapproachable, resembling a stunning heiress from a Thai drama who would slap the female lead. No, last time I came she seemed rather dim-witted, and she was accompanied by a doll that also appeared rather dull." The dim-witted doll in their conversation was, of course, oblivious to their remarks, gazing up at the milk tea shop sign. "What should I drink?" Erguwei pondered. "What if I want to drink everything?" "What do you mean you want to drink everything? Are you a bottomless pit?" Zijing suddenly interjected, startling Erguwei. Feeling a bit guilty, she thought to herself, how did that slip out? Zijing, nursing a bump on her forehead from Qi Shao's playful smack, protested, "I was just making a comment. Must I not even think?" Erguwei quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the bottomless pit remark was not directed at her. The imperial family was quite wealthy. Although her father was somewhat irresponsible, he certainly provided ample pocket money for his children. Wu Ji, holding on to the belief that wealth could corrupt men, collected all their money and placed it under Erguwei's name. Not just pocket money, but also the profits they siphoned from their irresponsible father. The imperial family's assets were gradually being shifted to Erguwei's name through subtle means. In other words, the D family now has 4 spies from the Ji family. Erguwei remains oblivious to the fact that she is already a wealthy young lady with millions in assets. She puffs her chest, declaring that she can indulge herself as much as she desires, for she has the means to support them. Wu Ji winks at her, saying, "Just take care of me, no need to support them." The expressions on the faces of the 2 female attendants shifted from astonishment to confusion. Are the young people of today so adept at playing these games? What princess and what patronage? Have their adult minds become so tainted? Sister? Sister! Erguwei waved her hand in front of the 2 entranced attendants, asking, "May I place my order now?" "I would like that." She pointed to the sign above, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Very well. Does anyone else require anything?" Wu Ji interjected, "I want the same as the princess." Erguwei tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Didn't Fu Papi say we shouldn't call you princess in public?" Wu Ji glanced around cautiously and replied, "It's fine. He's not here now." It was evident that Fu Papi had a certain intimidating influence over her, albeit a slight one. Yunzhou smiled faintly, noting that flattering behavior is unbecoming. "So I too desire a drink like the princess." Qi Shao, an ardent admirer of the princess, unhesitatingly chose to follow suit. "I want the same as the princess." Zijing surveyed the options, wanting to try every flavor of milk tea, but ultimately settled for the same choice as Erguwei, acquiescing to the majority. Observing the 5 identical orders, the silent attendants wondered, "What is happening here?" After placing their orders and paying, Erguwei led the group to find Shinjiha. Shinjiha had already taken her seat from earlier, idly playing with her freshly done nails, glancing at her phone from time to time, muttering, "Why aren't they here yet?" Erguwei waved at her from a distance. "Little bird." Shinjiha jumped, turning her gaze toward Erguwei, her eyes brightening. It must be said that the members of their mischief-making crew possessed exceptional looks. Erguwei was exquisitely charming, while Wu Ji exuded a cold elegance. She too was undeniably a beauty of the highest order. As Erguwei approached, she pulled out a chair, glancing around. Shinjiha, noticing her demeanor, asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Shinjiha felt a sense of foreboding. "What? Is there a more beautiful girl here than me?" Previously, she had always believed her beauty was unmatched, but with the emergence of Wu Ji and Erguwei, she had managed to console herself. Now another contender had appeared. "Oh well, never mind." Erguwei waved dismissively and took her seat. Shinjiha fidgeted, hesitating to stand, then cautiously asked, "Do we still adhere to the rule of the captain sitting while the members stand?" She pointed to the four standing stiffly behind Erguway. The pressure was palpable. The surrounding customers regarded them with oddly curious expressions. Chapter 65. Is it more challenging to manage elementary school students or naive sweethearts? She suddenly realized and beckoned the four knights to sit down. Sit, sit, sit. Qi Xiao and Zi Jing exchanged furtive glances at their older companions' expressions, and only when Wu Ji nodded did they feel emboldened to take their seats. However, once seated, the five exchanged glances, rendered silent, as an inexplicable awkwardness hung in the air. The attendant brought over 4 identical cups of milk tea and, sensing the peculiar atmosphere among the group, cast them strange looks. How did these 5 manage to appear both as friends and foes? With a plop, Erguway inserted her straw into the milk tea, stirred it, and contentedly took a sip. Resting her chin on the cup while gazing at the equally socially anxious Fort, she tilted her head. Aren't you all classmates? Why do you seem so unfamiliar? Qi Xiao shrank back slightly, whispering to Zi Jing, is there someone like that in our class? Zi Jing, unable to control his volume, inadvertently broadcasted their loud conspiracy to everyone. I don't recall. Yun Zhou averted his gaze, indicating he wished not to associate with these two. Wu Ji stood up, rolled up her shirt sleeves, and pressed down on the back of their heads. You two fools, keep your voices down. Shen Jiha was taken aback. Are you all not going to show me some courtesy? She was astonished. After all, she was one of the notable figures in school. How could there be people who didn't recognize her? Especially classmates. Wu Ji, embarrassed, offered a slight smile and explained, these two fools only know how to sneak snacks during class. A few people in the class don't even know them. Shen Jiha maintained a poised smile. As the sole heir of the Shen family, her etiquette had been instilled in her since childhood, and she would not lose her composure without cause. Erguway's attention immediately shifted, her curiosity piqued. What were you eating? Was it delicious? This prompted Qi Xiao and Zi Jing to eagerly share their insights with Erguway. Qi Xiao eagerly chimed in, the snacks we sneak during class fall into several categories. The crunchy potato chip variety, the sweet candy variety, the particularly spicy snack variety, and the bizarre meal variety. Zi Jing eagerly shared his experiences with the princess. From my and Qi Xiao's practical experiences, the potato chips and candy are the best for sneaking. The spicy snacks and soupy noodles are too fragrant, making it easy for the teacher to catch on, leaving us hungry and compelled to eat outside. Erguway's eyes lit up. Such a good teacher? He even lets you go out to eat. Zi Jing nodded confidently. Perhaps it's because he understands how difficult it is for us when we're hungry, so he allows us to eat outside. Yun Zhou facepalmed in exasperation. The teacher is not kindly inviting you to eat outside. The teacher's exact words were, do not sneak snacks during my class, or if I see you looking hungry, I will confiscate your snacks and you can't blame me for that. And Zi Jing, Qi Xiao, what are you eating? If you're going to eat, go outside. Their teacher's words were clearly a warning. Yet these two naive sweethearts interpreted it literally and eagerly took their snacks and tiny stools outside to eat. Their audacity left the teacher at a loss. Shen Jiha recalled this incident, having initially thought they were just pretending to be oblivious to annoy the teacher. Now seeing their confident expressions, she began to question herself. Was the teacher genuinely kind enough to invite them out to eat? Perhaps? Wu Ji shot a warning glance at Zi Jing. No need to teach the bad. How can a knight teach a princess to sneak snacks in class? Although Zi Jing himself had nothing commendable to teach. Zi Jing, confused, asked, why are you looking at me, Wu Ji? Wu Ji replied, what am I looking at? I'm looking at you, a blind man in earmuffs. Erguway nodded firmly, indicating she had learned something. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt a twinge of sadness. Perhaps it's better to let it go as the most loyal little follower by the princess's side. Qi Xiao, noticing Erguway's troubled expression, instantly became her comforting support. Why the long face? Wu Ji disdainfully rolled her eyes. This little sycophant is just pretending to be cute. I have offended my deskmate. He holds grudges and will surely seek revenge. What if he reports me? Erguway fretted. No, I can't walk into a trap. Shen Jiha, intrigued, asked, how did you offend him? Did he get so mad that he wants to report you to the teacher? Erguway pondered. Well, I didn't do much. I just reported him for reading romance novels. She discreetly raised 4 fingers 4 times. Shen Jiha was speechless. If I were him, I'd report you too. Before Shen Jiha could say more, Erguway became exasperated. Folding down 2 fingers, he reported me for sleeping in class the first time, for whispering the second, and there are still 2 more times. Shen Jiha asked, why did he report you? Erguway huffed, I reported him and he reported me back, so I reported him 3 more times. Shen Jiha fell silent, feeling a twinge of sympathy for their teacher. Managing 2 elementary school students must be quite a challenge, she mused, then shifted her gaze to Qi Xiao and Zi Jing. silently comparing her teacher to Ergue's. Which is more difficult to manage? Two immature elementary students or two naive sweethearts who don't understand subtlety and are rebellious? Chapter 66. If you can't beat them, join them. Shun Jiha lifted her gaze to the 5 individuals who were quietly sipping their milk tea, feeling a sense of oddity. Had someone told her just a few days prior that she would be seated in a milk tea shop with several people, including Ji Ergue and the 4 rascals of the D family, she would have given them a substantial eye roll. Yet here she was, and still it felt unreal that it seemed she had never lacked for anything. Family background, power, physique, beauty, intelligence, and talent, all were at her disposal. Yet, she lacked a few close friends. However, Ji Ergue seemed to possess everything. What she had, Ergue had too. What she lacked, Ergue also possessed. Shun Jiha discreetly studied Ji Ergue, seeking to uncover the mysterious charm she exuded. At this moment, Ergue was showcasing her unique abilities to the 4 knights. She shook Wuji, signaling her to look. Once Wuji turned, Ergue began to demonstrate her newfound trick, resting her chin on her milk tea. Then lifting it gently. The skin and the tea formed a sticky film, and when she raised her head, her face came up along with the milk tea. Plop! The milk tea landed neatly on the table, and a faint blush appeared on her exquisitely shaped chin, making her look quite comical. Ergue triumphantly declared, "Am I not remarkable?" Wuji clapped in encouragement, eyes closed. "Indeed, our princess is impressive." Shun Jiha, with an expression of indifference, thought to herself, "No, there is still something that Ji Ergue lacks. For instance, the mind. And why must the members of that villainous group refer to their leader as Your Highness, the princess? How utterly embarrassing." By the way, Shun Jiha interrupted Ergue, who was engrossed in showcasing her unique abilities. "What shall we do next?" Typically, she and her mischievous friends would go shopping. To be honest, there is little worth browsing, as major brands offer exclusive customizations or early reservations to those with the financial means, allowing them to select items in person. Ergue was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the pearls at the bottom of her cup. Having tried several times to no avail, she stirred with her straw and casually suggested, "How about a game of frisbee?" Ergue found the idea quite amusing. Coincidentally, her 4 knights, by Lang Yunzhou, Zhonglang Qishao, and Husky Zijin were all canines, sharing a common interest in fetching objects. Xia Wuzi also enjoyed chasing flowers. Frisbee. Isn't that a game for dogs? Shun Jiha, always ahead in speech but lagging in thought, only realized after speaking that her words might offend. Accustomed to being oblivious to others, she had often offended people with her unrestrained tongue, but her family status had spared her from dire consequences. She opened her mouth to clarify, "I didn't mean it that way." Before she could finish, Zijin abruptly looked up, his eyes brimming with delight, as if they could materialize into something tangible. "Really? Do dogs love to play?" Qishao, shedding her usual proud demeanor, excitedly grasped Zijin's hand. "Really? If silly dogs enjoy such things, our magnificent wolf clan is likely to as well." Shun Jiha felt somewhat bewildered. "Why are you all so excited?" Without further ado, Ergue stood up, exuding confidence. "Let us go. I spotted a sports arena on the way here. So let us head there." Meanwhile, Fu Suman received a call from Ji Wuzi. "Fu Suman, you have 5 minutes. Get to the sports arena." Fu Suman stood by the fish pond in the Fu family estate, idly tossing a handful of feed into the water. "Go away. I'm not coming." The old housekeeper couldn't help but interject, "Young master, if you keep feeding them, the fish will be belly up." Fu Suman paused. "Aren't these fish easy to raise?" After all, he seemed to lack any innate talent for caring for small animals, and no matter how hardy the fish were, they would perish within a week under his care. This batch had lasted a whole 8 days. The old housekeeper shed a tear, recalling how yesterday, when the young lady visited, a whole basin of feed was given, leading to the fish's untimely demise. Fu Suman. No wonder yesterday's meals were all fish feasts. The old housekeeper suggested, "Young master, why not raise turtles instead? Turtles are hard to kill, and if taken care of well, you might even be able to send one off with you." Fu Suman. No thank you. If he raised another type of turtle, the most vicious and temperamental alligator turtle would surely take offense. Fu Suman, what are you saying? Are you coming or not? From across the way, Ji Wuzi's impatient voice broke through the disregard. Shun Xiaoniao's diary. Today marks my first encounter with the villainous group. These individuals are quite peculiar. I feel apprehensive. However, if I cannot defeat them, I shall join them. Chapter 67. The most annoying are those who show off. Ergue's footsteps gradually slowed, and soon she began to sigh. "Are we there yet?" "I'm so tired," Shun Jiha retorted disdainfully. "But you're holding the navigation, aren't you?" Her expression was slightly uncomfortable. Her delicate, slender feet were encased in high heels, and after walking for a while, her ankles were beginning to show signs of wear. Slightly reddening. Damn it, I should have known better than to wear these heels for the sake of vanity. A sleek car zipped by, cutting through the air and stirring up a breeze. Ergue's loose strands of hair were blown about. She was already fatigued, and the audacious car seemed to taunt her with its honking. Shan Jiha looked on with envy, most irritated by those who flaunt themselves. Show off. What does that mean? Ergue, ever the curious one, inquired. She always possessed a peculiar obsession with oddities. Shan Jiha, with a stiff resolve, replied, the specific meaning is something one must grasp intuitively. Just remember it as a fixed phrase. Ergue nodded. Yes, I'll remember that. I too find those who show off most annoying. In the car, Fu Suman rubbed his slightly itchy nose, puzzled as to why he felt someone was disparaging him. Frisbee? Isn't that for amusing dogs? The man seated at the front desk glanced up nonchalantly. Even with the stunning blonde girl before him, his gaze remained calm and undisturbed, as if only the matter at hand could capture his attention. Ergue nodded. Precisely, it's for amusing dogs. The man's eyes scanned the faces of those behind her. They appeared unfazed by Ergue's description, wearing expressions of calm acceptance. The G family, the Shun family, the D family. Quite a rare gathering indeed. The man remarked, there is no area for playing frisbee here. Only a golf course. What did you say? Ergue slammed her palm on the heavy marble table, raising her brows indignantly. I walked all this way, and if you claim there's no place for playing frisbee, I'll just tear down your sports arena. The man, wearing glasses perched on his nose, appeared polite and gentle, offering a slight smile. Miss, this foundation is made of reinforced concrete. You feel free. As he casually glanced down, he noticed several fine cracks radiating from beneath the girl's fair hand, resembling something out of a special effect, sending a chill down his spine. The man's previously affable smile faltered. An image flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but admit that the name Black Crow was rather apartment. The man's smile deepened, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Very well, to prevent Miss G from claiming our sports arena engages in name fraud, we shall allocate a space for you to play frisbee. SIC. Show them to the best field through the south gate. CC raised her brows in surprise. Boss, isn't that? The man raised a hand to silence CC, his interest piqued. No worries, I do enjoy a good spectacle. Especially the spectacle involving Ji Wuzi. CC, witnessing her boss adopting that familiar chaotic demeanor, shivered silently. Boss, do you remember that Ji boss is your employer when you say that? The man's mysterious aura fell into Ergue's sight, causing her to frown and roll her eyes. Why is there always someone pretending to be profound and enigmatic, thinking themselves a mystic? She applied her newfound knowledge, taking a jab at him as she passed. Most annoyed by those who show off. Although she didn't fully grasp the phrase's meaning, it somehow felt fitting for the situation. The mischievous man's smile froze on his face. Chapter 68. Not the green giant but the green little man. Ergue tossed the frisbee with glee, clapping her hands. Hurry, hurry, catch it. Wu Ji, light and agile, darted across the ground like the butterfly she was. Shenjia, being a full-fledged human and a pampered young lady, soon found herself at a disadvantage, stopping to catch her breath as the others disappeared from view. Are these people even human? Wu Ji turned to her three companions, a smirk on her lips, effortlessly increasing her pace. I won't wait for you anymore. Wu Ji, are you even human? Zijin's eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of a girl's silhouette, especially as this throw was exceptionally far. Yunzhou nodded in agreement, understanding the sentiment. Well, it's akin to a hefty man delivering a punch. You might feel dazed for a moment, but our princess? One punch might leave you dazed for 2 days. Suddenly Wu Ji, who had been leading the way, began to slow her pace, her eyes narrowing with caution as she focused ahead. What was that sound? A man in a floral shirt was clutching the back of his head in pain, with the frisbee they had been playing with at his feet. Wu Ji felt a twinge of guilt as she cautiously approached the implement of mischief. I'm sorry, uncle. The man in the floral shirt turned sharply, and upon seeing Wu Ji, an ethereal beauty with delicate features, his anger melted into a grin. Sister, do I look like an uncle? Wu Ji scrutinized his face, observing the man's hopeful expression, his eyes encouraging her. After a moment of contemplation, she replied coldly, you still look like an uncle. The man in the floral shirt. That he was only 21. As Yunzhou arrived, he found Wu Ji facing off with a middle-aged man. He quickly pulled Wu Ji behind him, politely addressing the man. I apologize, uncle, my sister isn't very articulate. Uncle. The man in the floral shirt's smile froze, his expression darkening. Get away, can't a little brat speak? He could tolerate being called uncle by a beauty, but being addressed as such by a brat was intolerable. Wu Ji muttered from behind. I'm talking just fine, aren't I? Just then, 3 girls clad in athletic wear approached, each exuding a youthful vibrance, dressed in sleeveless tops paired with loose sun protection shirts and sporty shorts. Their long legs particularly eye-catching. What's going on, Siege? What happened? The man in the floral shirt, upon receiving this reminder, felt a dull ache at the back of his head and cast a malevolent glare at Yun Zhou. Was that frisbee thrown by you? Suddenly struck by a thought, he appeared wary. Wait a minute, this is the private territory of Ji Xiaofu. How did you get in here? Where was that frisbee thrown from? Perhaps this was yet another attempt to provoke him, deliberately drawing his attention. However, the beauty was undeniably stunning, so perhaps he could tolerate it. Xi Jing pointed obediently towards the distant side, indicating where it had come from. The man in the floral shirt followed his gesture, sneering, you must be joking. It came from over there. It's not like it was thrown by the Hulk. It could be a turtle, though, since they are green. He muttered. Goddamn green little man. Shen Jiha jogged to catch up with them, leaning against Wu Ji, panting, what's going on? After several rounds of frisbee battles, the camaraderie among their group of mischief makers had remarkably deepened, and Shen Jiha had come to a profound realization. Friends need not always be perfectly sane. Those who are a bit eccentric can also be delightful companions. Wu Ji remarked. It seems we hit a big guy on the head. I'll take care of it. Shen Jiha pushed past 3 towering boys, making her way to the man in the floral shirt, her eyes wide with astonishment. Huazhe. Upon seeing Shen Jiha, Huazhe mirrored her surprise. Little he? Yun Zhou glanced down at her. Do you know her? Shen Jiha curled her lips in disdain, muttering under her breath, just another philandering fool who can't move on when he sees a beauty. Shen Jiha? One of the 3 girls exclaimed in disbelief. What are you doing here? Confronted by outsiders, Shen Jiha transformed, her demeanor shifting to that of an arrogant little peacock. What? Is there a problem? The area was not solely occupied by this group. It resembled a gathering, and as tensions escalated, more onlookers began to converge. Intrigued by the unfolding drama from afar, Ergue craned her neck, noticing the growing crowd and feeling the urge to join in the spectacle. What is happening? She inquired curiously of Wu Ji. He, with keen eyes, immediately spotted a tall figure approaching the crowd's edge and pointed without hesitation. The knight commander is out here playing with the girls. Fu Sumang, who had been dragged into the commotion, found himself momentarily speechless. Oh dear. This is Ergue squinted dangerously. Chapter 69. Huazhe. A world where only I am hurt. Fu Sumang released a sigh of relief. The crisis was temporarily averted. However, Ergue was more captivated by the gossip than the impending trouble. So what's going on? Wu Ji recounted the events in detail, starting with their frisbee hitting the man in the floral shirt, followed by Shen Jiha's arrival, seemingly encountering a familiar face. Ergue glanced at the 3 haughty girls across the way, then back at the equally proud Shen Jiha, observing the palpable tension in the air. It certainly did not resemble the friendly reunion of acquaintances. Standing behind Shen Jiha, Ergue poked her waist and tiptoed, resting her head on her shoulder. Who is that? Shen Jiha scoffed. We've merely crossed paths at a few social gatherings. It's always been a case of conflict each time. As fellow heirs of prestigious families, rivalries often brewed between their respective circles. Unfortunately for Shen Jiha, she had never truly integrated into any group, her sharp tongue earning her enmity from all sides. The same could be said for Ji Ergue. Thus, witnessing their camaraderie, one of the girls scoffed. How novel! 2 notoriously disliked individuals managing to gather together? Another chimed in mockingly. Not just them. There are several rascals from the imperial family to Ergue. Hearing their derisive laughter, defended. I can tolerate insults aimed at Shan Xiaoniao, but if you insult Wu Ji, I 1T stand for it. Shen Jiha's expression immediately darkened, her displeasure palpable. I can endure insults directed at my uncle, but not at my aunt. There are times when one need not tolerate such things. Exactly. Ergue nodded in agreement, her face shifting to a fierce countenance as she declared. But if you insult me, I simply cannot tolerate it. So what will it be, words or fists? Shen Jiha. Princess, you truly are adaptable. Fists it is, then, she replied, eager to witness the spectacle of a girl with the strength to shatter marble tables unleash her fury. He Huan let out a few muffled chuckles, the girl behind him. Cici trembled slightly, muttering, my boss is so twisted. The boss's boss is even worse. Ergue shot him a challenging look, defying his command. He Huan. You certainly have a unique personality. Suddenly the usually silent Di Jiao Jiao spoke up. Her tone laced with condescension. Hey, what are you all standing around for? Come over here. Her words were directed at Yun Zhou and the others. Despite calling them brother and sister, her body language and gaze conveyed nothing but disdain. Di Jiao's eyes fixated on Zijing, making him question whether he should know her. Taking a step back, he cautiously asked the three, "Who is she?" Qi Shao, perceiving her sugary tone, scoffed like a stereotypical alpha male. "I only remember my rivals. I could easily knock 3 of you out with one punch." Wu Ji raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that just a sign of limited brain capacity? You do have a way with words." "Qi Shao, you're not allowed to speak." Ergue, ever the curious onlooker, inquired. "So, who are you?" Yun Zhou shook his head. "I have no idea." "You don't know?" Shen Jiha looked at them incredulously. "Di Jiao is one of your 18 half-siblings. The most favored youngest child." Ergue, stunned, clapped her hands, giving a salute of respect to the unseen Mr. D. "Impressive." Di Jiao, irritated by the 6 casual chatter, snapped, "Hey." However, before she could finish, she was interrupted. Hey, enough already." Huazhe, who had been ignored, could no longer contain himself. "I'm the one who got hurt. I'm the one being called old man. And I'm the only one hurt. Why is no one paying attention to me?" To everyone's astonishment, Shen Jiha halted her actions, reluctantly nodding, "All right." The crowd murmured, "What on earth? Can someone explain why the notoriously unruly Shen Jiha is suddenly listening to Ji Ergue?" Shen Jiha shot a cold glare at the 3 sisters. "I won't hold it against you. This is a matter between us and Uncle Hua." Huazhe, "Hey, this is getting ridiculous." He could overlook being called uncle or old man, but Uncle Hua was simply too much. He Huan feigned disappointment. "What a pity. No more excitement to witness." As the thrill dissipated, the crowd gradually dispersed, returning to their own activities. The late-arriving Ji Wuzi strolled over with a hand in his pocket, leisurely approaching Yuan Iyo and the reluctant Fu Su Meng. "What are you all doing here?" Just as Yuan Iyo was about to respond, Ji Wuzi's emotionless gaze lifted and landed on Ergue. A hint of interest glimmering in his eyes. "Isn't this our little chick?" She absolutely detested being referred to as a little chick. Ji Wuzi. Ergue sensed Ji Wuzi's piercing gaze subtly shifting towards Shen Jiha, causing her to tense up as Shen Jiha's grip tightened around her hand. Ergue whispered, "Are you afraid of that black crow?" Shen Jiha, her face pale, shook her head. "No, not afraid." Her stammering gave her away, and Ergue was not convinced. Gripping Shen Jiha's hand, she called out to Ji Wuzi, "You black crow, don't you dare look at us." Ji Wuzi chuckled, "And who are you to dictate where I look?" Ergue retorted, "It seems you can't control your lower half, nor your wandering eyes." Ji Wuzi. Fu Su Meng, do something. Reluctant to be called out, Fu Su Meng chose to ignore him, feigning deafness and embodying the spirit of brotherly camaraderie. Yuan Iyo timely interjected, "Since we're so fated to meet here, why don't we go sit over there together?" He shot a glare at He Huan, who feigned innocence. It was evident who had orchestrated this little gathering. Ergue crossed her arms, defiantly raising her chin. "No, we're going to play frisbee over there." Yuan Iyo exchanged glances with Shen Jiha, who understood and tugged at Ergue's sleeve. "There must be plenty of delicious treats over there." "Really?" Ergue instantly shifted her focus. "Then let us go." Ergue led the way, with Fu Su Meng naturally walking beside her, lazily but protectively at her side. The 4 knights followed closely behind, and Shen Jiha, after a moment's reflection, quickly joined the group, not sparing a glance for Yuan Iyo or Ji Wuzi. Yuan Iyo attempted to call out to her, but all he could see was Shen Jiha's high ponytail swaying as she moved away. "Little he. What are you waiting for? Let us go." Ji Wuzi left a sentence for Yuan Iyo, leisurely following behind. Upon witnessing Ji Ergue daring to confront Ji Wuzi, Di Jiao and the others had long since slipped away, their departure unnoticed. Soon the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Huazhe in a state of confusion. Is this world solely one where he is the only one suffering? Chapter 70. Scoundrels encounter the innocent. "Oh. Ergue, my sister?" Rong Jingyan leaned back slightly, propping himself on one hand, idly swirling the glass of red wine in his grasp, his brows raised as he cast a glance in Ergue's direction. Ergue fixated on the swirling crimson liquid in his glass, licking her lips and feigning ignorance. "What is this?" She had longed to taste the red wine she had only seen in holographic dramas. Would swirling it make it taste better? She had observed how the male protagonists in those dramas loved to swirl their wine glasses for effect. Under the intensity of her gaze, Rong Jingyan's hand trembled, nearly spilling the wine of his red wine. Ergue had been eagerly awaiting this revelation, unable to contain her excitement. "Then can I taste it?" Before she could finish her sentence, a large hand covered her mouth, effectively muffling her words. "Don't say another word." Fu Samong, visibly distressed, furrowed his thick brows, forming a shallow line across his forehead. This could lead to trouble. Ergue tore his hand away from her mouth, her brows arching in defiance as she glared at him. "I want to drink. Why should I heed your words?" Yuan Iyo placed an arm around Ergue's shoulder, a radiant smile gracing his face. Third brother, don't take what children say too seriously. He leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Though third brother usually appears affable, do not provoke his ire. He is one to bear grudges, and once he fixates on you, he will stop at nothing to retaliate, regardless of whether you are someone's daughter or sister. Don't ask. Just know that he has endured torment in his youth. He had foolishly chosen to provoke Fu Samong, who had seemed the most vulnerable among them, leading to a harrowing experience he would never forget back then. Fu Samong had appeared so pure and gentlemanly, clad in a crisp white suit, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, radiating an aura of angelic purity, and no matter how Yuan Eo taunted him, Fu Samong remained unperturbed, always wearing a tolerant smile. Eventually, Yuan Eo had dared to provoke him again. Unable to endure any longer, the young Fu Samong had confined him to a small dark room, using brute force to subdue him, scattering uncooked rice throughout the room, commanding him to pick it up and count it, forbidding him to leave until he had finished. The memory haunted him, particularly that night under the bright moonlight, the tiny grains of rice, and the laughter of the boy facing away from the light. As he wept while picking up the rice in a hushed tone, Erguwei remarked, "Everyone around me calls him Fu Papipi. Fu Papipi." Yuan Eo's eyes lit up. Who knows him so well? It suits him perfectly. Really? Erguwei pondered. If I had known this term earlier, I would have suggested he change his name to Fu Papipi. Yuan Eo chuckled, dismissing her as merely jesting. After all, Erguwei was only 17 or 18, while Fu Samong was already 23. Surely, she couldn't have named him. Their hushed plotting was interrupted by Fu Sumang's chilling gaze, prompting them to silence. Rong Jingyan added, "He is almost of age and we're all acquaintances here. A small sip won't harm anyone. Are you sure?" Fu Samong shot him a sidelong glance. "You might end up regretting this. The little princess goes wild at the slightest touch of alcohol." His words were not an insult. The dog he referred to was indeed a dog. While the alcohol in the stars lacked the richness of this world and the ancient brewing techniques had long been forgotten, it still possessed a certain exhilarating effect. The little princess had once inadvertently encountered a replica of this alcohol and, after imbibing, had chased after a canine offspring, biting people since then. The slightest exposure to alcohol would lead her to pursue and bite anyone in sight. Can you imagine the scene of a drunken turtle chasing after someone's heels? Being chased by a turtle would be one thing, but this was no ordinary turtle. It was a mighty alligator snapping turtle that had awakened its formidable powers. The group behind them nodded vigorously in agreement, having never been so unified before. Don't mention it. My heels already hurt. Rong Jingyan quickly restrained Fu Sumang's hand, cautioning, "Wait, I regret it." Fu Samong chuckled, "At least you have some sense." Wu Ji tugged at Erguwei's sleeve. "Your Highness, you must not drink unknown liquids outside. You are destined to be a queen. What if someone plots against you?" It must be said, Wu Ji had deftly grasped the ever-persistent ambitions of the dutiful daughter Erguwei. After a moment's thought, Erguwei reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I want tea drink." Erguwei muttered under her breath, yet her eyes sparkled with mischief. "With so many people around, there will surely be an opportunity to drink." Fu Samong, unfortunately, caught sight of her mischievous glimmer and, knowing her as he did, immediately guessed her ulterior motives. He turned to Wu Ji and the others, issuing a stern warning. They nodded in agreement, for this was indeed a matter of life and death. Observing from the sidelines, Ji Wuzi took it all in, absent-mindedly twirling the jade ring on his thumb, letting out a faint chuckle. Well, scoundrels meet the innocent. Chapter 71. Is the princess obsessed with crude humor today? Not yet. Erguwei, her mouth stuffed with pastries, glanced at the thick-cut steak placed before her, pointing eagerly. "I want to eat that." Zijing looked horrified at the nearby bottle of red wine. "This one?" Erguwei rolled her eyes. "I want steak." These people were truly ridiculous. Eating something felt like preparing for battle. Zijing exhaled in relief, rising to offer the steak, but before Erguwei could react, Fu Samong had already risen to take it. Placing it before her and cutting it into bite-sized pieces, the distinguished man lowered his gaze, his demeanor cool and serious, as he rolled up her sleeves while she ate, gently tucking her golden curls behind her ear to prevent them from touching her food. "Don't eat this." Erguwei disdainfully pushed aside the neatly arranged cherry tomatoes. Fu Samong, feigning boredom, replied nonchalantly, "Then don't eat it." His remark only served to irk Erguwei further, her watery eyes betraying a hint of accusation. "You don't care about me at all." Fu Samong. "What? A new tactic?" Last time the little princess had declared she wouldn't eat greens, and he had earnestly lectured her on the nutritional value of vegetables, only for her to feel wronged, insisting he was forcing her to do something against her will. Yuan Eo nudged the equally astonished Rong Jingyan, whispering, "Is she really his biological sister? His romantic interest? Or perhaps his daughter. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him her mother. Rong Jingyan sighed. Anyway, my mother wouldn't cut steak for me, wouldn't pass me a knife and fork, wouldn't roll up my sleeves, nor tie back my hair. My mother. Yuan Eo shook his head. She only tells me to eat what I like. If I don't want to eat, she'd rather I not linger and spoil her appetite. Ji Wuzi, having settled in comfortably, reclined with a mischievous smile, his tone dripping with provocation. Little turtle sister, this man seems indifferent to you. Doesn't he even know that tomatoes are good for a girl's complexion? Why not come over to me? I care about you. Fu Samong caught the challenge in Ji Wuzi's eyes, remaining unfazed, shrugging in resignation. Predictably, Erguwei shot him a sidelong glance. I detest men like you, who are steeped in toxic masculinity. Ji Wuzi, what, should I leave? Fu Samong openly relished the drama, mocking such a brotherly figure is of no use. What about me? How about I be your brother? Yuan Eo offered, full of bravado, a fierce tiger descending a mountain. I'll protect you. Rong Jingyan, enjoying the spectacle, chimed in every setting there are wolves. A brother can protect you. He Xian, never one to miss an opportunity for mischief, grinned. I can too. I'll set up a gym for you. Please stop the bickering. Erguwei exclaimed in the most innocent tone while delivering the harshest words. Why does everyone want to be my brother? I already have enough brothers, but I don't have any sons yet. Would any of you like to be my son? Then you can support me, and when you're gone, I'll inherit your fortunes. Erguwei declared with conviction, meticulously arranging her retirement plans that I won't even have to do homework. This way, you all gain a mother, and I gain happiness. Isn't it a win-win situation? Moreover, given her unfortunate looks, she felt it was already pitiful enough. Enduring further suffering would be even worse. Fu Samong, Ji Wuzi, Yuan Eo, Rong Jingyan, what a ruthless woman. She had directly set her sights on their fortunes. Suddenly, a thought struck Erguwei, and she looked up, pondering. A fierce tiger descending a mountain. The young man's nature is wild. Holding a small card. Wherever the young man goes, there are wolves. What's up? Isn't it thrilling, invigorating, and catchy? Yuan Eo eagerly encouraged. Erguwei, the fierce girl, nodded in agreement, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It's interesting. The melodious cadence, the rhymes that resonate at every turn, and the fervent lines. Indeed, indeed. Yuan Eo has finally discovered another companion in affliction. Come closer, let me show you more. There are even more fascinating dances. Erguwei immediately dashed over. Fu Samong harbored a slight feeling of foreboding. Hey, Chapter 72. Has the princess succumbed to rustic charm today? Almost. How is this arranged? Erguwei deliberately pulled a chair and sat upright beside Yuan Eo, leaning her upper body towards him, craning her neck to peer at the phone, while her hands clumsily mimicked the actions displayed on the screen. Hesitatingly gesturing in front of her chest, she inquired with curiosity. Oh dear, you just do it like this. Yuan Eo set his phone down, glanced around, and with a calm demeanor took Rong Jingyan's phone, swiftly removed its case, and affixed it to his own, deploying the stand hidden within the case. The fluidity of his movements was so seamless that even Rong Jingyan, who was watching the spectacle, failed to respond in time. Rong Jingyan. To maintain his image as a mature man, Rong Jingyan suppressed the urge to argue with the elementary school students. Diverting his gaze to the solitary black phone on the table, which was now exposed, unable to hold back any longer, he finally exclaimed, You may frequently go without your own phone case. But why strip mine bare as well? This statement, laden with profound implications, caused everyone to freeze mid-action, and abrupt silence enveloped the area. Even the two oblivious ones, Jing and Qishao, who had been engrossed in their food, paused mid-bite, cautiously lifting their heads to survey the surroundings. Fu Samong Ji Wuzi. Erguwei quickly caught on, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she narrowed them slightly, letting out a meaningful "Oh, you all are playing quite the twisted game." Wuji silently averted her gaze while Yunju bowed her head, lost in thought. The bewildered Zijing tugged at the equally perplexed Qishao, asking. Qishao pondered for a moment, feigning profundity, and replied, Perhaps this is the behavior of the modern male. Shun Jiha let out a shriek, covering her ears. Don't speak of such sordid matters in front of us minors. You filthy men. Yuan Eo, alert, buttoned up his shirt, which had previously been undone at 2 or 3 points, exposing his fair chest, now meticulously fastening all buttons up to his neck. He was committed to embodying male virtue to the fullest, surpassing even the best of students. Rong Jingyan gradually became aware of the gazes directed at him. Feeling an inkling of something amiss, he cautiously inquired, Where are your thoughts wandering? The entire assembly of civil and military officials stammered, no one daring to speak. Eventually, Fu Samong sighed, patting his brother's shoulder, Play as you will, but do not cross the legal boundaries that should remain untouched. Going without is illegal. What do you mean by going without? Rong Jingyan's puzzled question hung in the air, yet Erguwei was already excitedly raising her hand. I'll answer. I can do this. Rong Jingyan played along. Then let Erguwei answer, please. Erguwei stood like a dutiful student, proudly declaring in the most emphatic tone, he often goes without and then strips your clothes off. What happened next she refrained from disclosing as that content required a fee to access. Rong Jingyan, he fell silent. Damn. What I meant was, his phone has no case. Frequently goes without. My phone has a case. He stripped my phone case. My phone is exposed. Not me. Omitting details can be deadly. He cast a hopeful glance at Yuan Eo. Brother, you understand my meaning, right? You know I didn't mean it that way. Correct? Yuan Eo sat upright, gazing ahead, impartial. That is hard to say. As a remarkably handsome and outstanding man, it is difficult not to stir emotions in others. Rong Jingyan. He felt an impulsive desire to pour the wine in his hand through his nostrils. Erguwei pouted, sitting down, utterly bored. So it was just about the phone case. She had thought they were discussing something else entirely. Fusamang. Odaji Wuzi, what a pity. Wuji, how dull. Shinja, truly it sullied my ears. Moments ago engrossed in their meal, Zijing now appeared bewildered. What's going on? The pretentiously knowledgeable Qishao feigned depth. Perhaps it is the performance art of the modern male. Could it be going without? Observing the commotion, He Huan recalled a phrase he had recently learned online. Scared silly by homosexuals. Chapter 73. The Decline of Shamate. Realizing they were merely discussing phone cases, the group immediately lost interest, shifting their focus elsewhere. Leading the charge was Fusamang, who, unable to contend with them physically or verbally, rolled his eyes in exasperation, directing his frustration at He Huan. What are you staring at? Look again and I'll ensure your family goes bankrupt. He Huan feigned innocence. Is this a case of the CEO's illness? As the weather cools, is it time for the Heys to face bankruptcy? He Huan squinted, smiling at him. Despite being the brother of his boss, there was little fear in his gaze, rather a twisted anticipation. Very well, perhaps it would be amusing to see the Heys falter. The mere thought of witnessing the men in the old estate floundering and wailing sent He Huan's heart racing. A smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. It was a long-lost thrill. Wuzi's indifferent gaze landed on Rong Jingyan, then drifted to his wine glass, a knowing expression crossing his face. He is just a depraved individual. The more you provoke him, the more he enjoys it, the more excited he becomes. When he first met him, he was already quite twisted. Little did he expect that after all these years, he had only grown more psychologically deranged. From a minor deviant to a full-blown pervert. What kind of absurdity is this? Rong Jingyan immediately halted the conversation, his expression grave. This cannot continue. We cannot allow this pervert to revel in our discussions. Erguwei, blissfully unaware, looked up. She nodded vigorously, contemplating the low-key, noble and tasteful all-black form-fitting attire, the three-quarter tight pants, black loafers, synchronized movements and the stylish quiff, which Princess wouldn't be entranced. Yuan Eo propped his phone up, freeing his hands. Look at me. You're amazing. The doll-like eyes were large and round, sparkling with admiration for him, causing even Yuan Eo to feel a tad bashful. Fusamang, who had been observing this interaction, thought to himself, this is not a path to follow. In other stories, the heroine who travels through time typically rises to power, punishes the wicked, and becomes extraordinary. Why is our heroine, upon her arrival, not only slacking off but also becoming enamored with rustic charm? Witnessing Erguwei gaze at Yuan Eo with adoration, Fu Sumeng's heart felt as if it had turned to ice. Devoid of the fiery jealousy commonly depicted in novels or dramas when the male lead sees the female lead interacting closely with the antagonist. Instead, he felt a chilling emptiness. Why, indeed, does the male antagonist not engage in romantic subplots with the female lead but rather teach her to dance to societal tunes? Erguwei appeared to have opened the door to a new world. Her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge in uncharted territories, she pointed to a comment beneath the video. What does gather at the village entrance cement comes with mean? That would be yet another subject altogether. Yuan Eo confidently introduced to Erguwei. This is called Shamate. He pulled up precious footage from over a decade ago, showcasing a group adorned in torn pants, extravagantly flamboyant yet luxurious, sporting sky-high, pain-free 15-centimeter spikes. The colorful Shamate nobles performing floor exercises on the village's land. Cement all around, a cacophony of activity. Can you do this too? Erguwei gazed at him in awe. Well, Yuan Eo pondered seriously. That would require a certain sacrifice on my part. What sacrifice? My clothing, my character, my reputation, and my professional integrity. He certainly couldn't let his patient witness their physician performing floor moves amidst a pile of cement at the village entrance. That would indeed be quite the challenge. Uruguay displayed a clear sense of self-awareness. Then I shall learn the societal dance instead. Good eye. Yuan Io's eyes glimmered with approval. To be frank, the shamate culture has indeed fallen into obscurity. Currently, societal dance and proverbs are all the rage. His tone was grave, leaving one to wonder if he was referring to the loss of a grand martial arts sect rather than the shamate culture. Fallen into obscurity. Why? Uruguay inquired, intrigued. Yuan Io's expression turned serious, as if about to announce significant news, the past unfolding like a heavy scroll, revealing the truths of yesteryears. It is rumored that the once popular shamate fell from grace because the shamate of yesteryear has lost all their hair. He sighed deeply. Uruguay echoed his sigh. That truly is a pity. Hairless and balding shamate lacks soul. Fusamong. Are these two unwell? Chapter 74. A skyscraper rises from the ground. Success relies solely on oneself. I seek not to move the hearts of beautiful women with lofty ideals, but rather to win the affections of earnest maidens. I stand before you. Do you not see remnants of my former self? Yuan Io and Uruguay were engrossed in their phones, the rugged male voices emanating from the device, while Shun Jiha nonchalantly enjoyed high tea amidst the backdrop of rustic phrases, her face betraying no change in expression. Raising concerns about her mental state, the video remains unfinished. Uruguay's eyes are obscured by a large hand, which gently covers most of her face with ease. Uruguay, interrupted in her moment of excitement, feels a surge of annoyance towards the person responsible. Displeased, she forcefully removes the hand from her face, declaring, I do not want this. She begins to dredge up past grievances, pridefully stating, You have been out with girls. I shall be my own queen, and you no longer hold any authority over me. Leave at once. Yuan Io generously gives her a thumbs up, feeling liberated from the constraints of men. Fu Shumong interjects. Alright, the side effects of indulging in rustic humor are beginning to manifest. During this time, a steady stream of people arrives, their conversations invariably revolving around this remarkable ensemble. Shun Jiha, known for his arrogance, Ji Uruguay, the spoiled and proud girl, and the four dandy members of the D family create a collision of personalities akin to watermelon stir-fried eggs. Chives sought Ed with apples or strawberries stewed with meat. Even more astonishing is their audacity to sit beside the infamous four golden sons-in-law. It is well known that while the Tang Sung-like allure of these four golden sons-in-law tempts various little demons, they are akin to smiling tigers, unpredictable in their wrath, capable of causing one to vanish silently from high society. Yet, despite this, many young girls still dream of becoming the heroines in domineering CEO narratives, yearning for their male leads and supporting characters to become hopelessly devoted, leading to a shamelessly happy life. What on earth? Who is this Ji Uruguay, this little demoness standing beside my future male lead? Does she not have a husband of her own? Why must she covet mine? How absurd! After pretending to be a pure and innocent white lotus for several hours, do today's CEOs not favor such demure heroines? Surely, they must be consuming antiquated literature. Modern CEOs prefer either quirky, comedic women or commanding, powerful ladies. Of course, some remain true to their roots, favoring kind-hearted, adorable, soft-spoken heroines. Let us not dwell on that. Simply gaze upon Ji Uruguay. How does she not align with any of these archetypes? The crowd pretends to be oblivious, their actions and smiles unchanged, yet their gazes subtly drift in that direction, only to see Uruguay, hands on her hips, chastising Fu Shumong with a voice both delicate and resounding. You little troll, how utterly laughable! The crowd collectively falls into silence. After a considerable pause, someone finally speaks. Goodness, quite the unique taste. I rather enjoy this style. Fu Shumong resigned suggests, why not join the entertainment area over there? Play some games and meet new friends? Uruguay turns her head away defiantly. If the heavens rain and the ground is slippery, I shall fall and rise again. I do not require new friends. Fu Shumong lets out a deep sigh. His gaze shifting to Yuan Io, darkening ominously with an undertone of threat. Just you wait. Yuan Io defensively retorts, what have I done? Nothing much. Fu Shumong raises an eyebrow, his obsidian-like pupils sparkling with mischief. How has your sleep been lately? Yuan Io. It seems he has once again offended the great demon king. His fate appears sealed. Just as Yuan Io contemplates whether to pack his bags and leave the country, a voice that could only be described as angelic, yet filled with discontent, interrupts, why are you threatening him? Yuan Io feels a wave of gratitude. From the moment Ji Uruguay dared to defend him against the demon king, she has become his one and only little angel regardless of the outcome. Under Yuan Io's appreciative gaze, Ji Uruguay boldly states, life and death are trivial matters. If you disagree, why not settle it with a fight? If all else fails, you could always sneak in and pluck his armpit hair while he sleeps. She frequently steals her father's hair, so why should armpit hair be any different? Plucking armpit hair. Fu Shumang shudders at the thought. He could not bring himself to commit such a revolting act. Yuan Yu's moment of inspiration abruptly halts, his expression falling. G. Ergaway, still possessing a sense of conscience, pats Yuan Yu's shoulder. Do not worry. If he intends to sneak in and pluck your armpit hair, just be cautious while you sleep. Take turns keeping watch with your left and right eyes. Yuan Yu. He suddenly realizes that success must be achieved through his own efforts. Chapter 75. Struck by a ball, Fu Shumang gazes down at the girl several heads shorter than him. Her arms akimbo and eyes wide with anger, filled with an exasperation he cannot ignore. He feels an immense headache coming on, already experiencing the frustrations of parents with rebellious teenagers. If only Ergaway were a boy. During his time in the stars, he would have trained her to be more respectful in his presence. The trouble is, she is a girl, one more audacious than any boy, unafraid to shake the heavens, yet capable of being endearingly spoiled. Zijing. Fu Shumang calls to the boy focused on devouring meat. Upon hearing his beloved leader, Zijing abruptly looks up, one cheek stuffed with steak and his mouth smeared with black pepper sauce, confusedly asking, "What is it, boss? You're a mess." The cleanliness-obsessed Wuji cannot bear to watch, swiftly grabbing a napkin and haphazardly wiping Zijing's face, her movements brusque as if she were cleaning a dirty plate rather than his fair complexion. Zijing, covered in napkin remnants, nearly chokes and instinctively leans back. The concerned onlookers Chisha restrain his head, their affection nearly suffocating him. Ugh. Wuji, satisfied after confirming no stains remain on his face, finally releases her grip. Zijing gasps for fresh air. His handsome face flushed, panting heavily. What is it, boss? Fu Shumang. Are you full now? Zijing glances at the table, where plates have been cleared away multiple times, yet a towering stack remains. He turns back, earnestly shaking his head. I'm not full. Fu Shumang replies coldly. No, you are full. Zijing, unable to decipher Fu Shumang's expression, stubbornly shakes his head, his eyes clear. Boss, I am not full. This unfortunate child. Unable to manage Ergaway, and now he cannot handle this sweet, naive boy either. Fu Shumang smiles faintly. When he doesn't smile, he exudes an aura of prickly coldness, dangerous, complex, and emanating the charm of a mature man, akin to a poppy, perilous yet alluring. But when he smiles, the tension dissipates, replaced by a refined elegance, his immaculate white suit reminiscent of a character from a comic book. Zijing is a good and honest boy, even in the face of his idol. He remains straightforward. Boss, please stop smiling like that. The princess will scold you for being ugly again. Fu Shumang. The aesthetics of the stars, no, the appreciation of ugliness can be deadly, suppressing the urge to knock Zijing's head. Fu Shumang mentally reassures himself. Don't get angry, don't get angry. After all, this is a purebred husky. How can one hold a grudge against a foolish dog? Rong Jingyan and Yuan Yu stare in disbelief, their eyes wide. This is the first time they have heard anyone, aside from Ergaway, dare to insult Fu Shumang. Speaking ill of him in whispers is one thing, but to insult him in front of the smiling tiger, the Demon King. Truly a role model for our generation. They have accomplished what they have longed to do but dared not attempt. To show their astonishment, Fu Shumang makes no reaction, not even a twitch of his brow. Zijing, don't you want to continue playing games with the princess? Fu Shumang gently prods. Regardless, he cannot allow Yuan Yu to continue polluting Ergaway's mind. He cannot fathom what depths of madness the little princess might descend into if this continues. The thought of gathering at the village entrance, with concrete naturally forming, simply terrifying. Zijing is a boy who enjoys food and fun, glancing between the princess and the enticing dishes on the table, nodding vigorously. I want to. Fu Shumang turns to Ergaway as if coaxing a small child. Look, Zijing is eager to play with you. Can you bear to refuse him? Ergaway is no longer a child with the intellect of 3. At the very least, she possesses the cunning of a 5-year-old, and she replies sagely, I can bear it. Fu Shumang is momentarily caught off guard by her bluntness, his gaze drifting to the volleyball set aside. How about we play a game you've never tried? Ergaway's curiosity is piqued. What game? A volleyball match. Fu Shumang raises his hand, pointing to the ball. We shall all play, dividing into 2 teams. No sooner had he spoken than He Xian appeared behind Ergaway. Smiling slightly, I'll team up with little Ergaway. Seizing the opportunity to win, after all, he has witnessed Ergaway's incredible strength, the girl capable of shattering marble with a single punch. Should she stand opposite him, a volleyball from her could send him flying. A humiliating fate indeed. Being struck by a ball, especially one thrown by a girl, would be utterly disgraceful. However, teaming up with Ergaway alters the stakes. Should they be knocked aside, he could simply throw money at it, buying them trending topics online. Chapter 76. What to do? The princess seems to prefer me. Fu Shumang silently gazes at him before bursting into laughter. His eyes harboring an inscrutable emotion. You seem to know quite a bit. Yunyu glances between He Xian and the grinning Fu Shumang, sensing that He Xian, this little pervert, may have bitten off more than he can chew by provoking this old fox. What does he understand? Erguwei pretends to be weak and delicate, embodying the traits of a righteous yet shy and reserved girl, with a slender physique and little strength. Fu Shumang, He Xian. Righteous, shy, and reserved. Was there any word among thin and weak that could possibly associate with her? Yuan Io gazed thoughtfully at Erguwei's delicate arms and slender legs, harboring no doubts about the authenticity of Erguwei's words. Nonchalantly, she remarked that integrity and shyness were hardly discernible. Well, thinness and weakness were apparent to the naked eye. The small sports outfit hung loosely, exposing her pale and slender arms, as if a single hand could effortlessly snap them in two. Erguwei's crescent-shaped eyes squinted in satisfaction. Of course. She was the weakest yet the most noble. In a typical volleyball match there are 12 players, but Erguwei and her companions totaled only 10, thus they had to split into 2 teams of 5. Naturally, Erguwei regarded Fu Shumang as her opponent and cast him a provocative glance. Fu Shumang, let us each take a team. You decide how to select the players. This statement unequivocally positioned herself and Fu Shumang on opposing sides. However, the little toad, Erguwei, who had long coveted Fu Shumang's swan-like beauty, seemed blissfully unaware of this fact, eagerly preparing to compete against him. Fu Shumang sighed, perpetually accommodating the little princess. You may select directly, being my own queen. I never accept favors from men, Erguwei stated with utmost seriousness. Your behavior of letting me choose is quite disrespectful though. You understand the concept of respect now. Fu Shumang slightly furrowed his brow, the motion so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Very well, let's play rock paper scissors. Erguwei readily agreed. Rock paper scissors. Erguwei chose scissors while Fu Shumang chose paper. You win, go ahead and select. Fu Shumang gestured modestly with a tilt of his chin. Erguwei's gaze swept around, meeting a mix of eager and indifferent expressions, her voice resolute. Wu Ji. Wu Ji was the most formidable and agile of the group, a petite butterfly best suited for this competitive sport. The speed of her words suggested that she feared someone might snatch her choice away. Fu Shumang maintained an expressionless demeanor as he curled the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing her voice, the cold beauty's face suddenly lit up with a smile, resembling a glacier that had unexpectedly melted. Captivatingly enchanting as Wu Ji approached Erguwei, she couldn't contain her laughter, boldly casting a smile at the solemn-faced knight commander, feigning distress. What should I do? It seems the princess likes me the most. Fu Shumang. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, all revolving around a singular question. What culinary delights could a butterfly create? As the owner of another gaze that shared similar expectations as Erguwei, Shun Jiha felt a tinge of disappointment but remained undeterred, continuously signaling to Erguwei. Upon sensing a burning gaze fixated upon her, Shun Jiha followed the line of sight, encountering a pair of half-smiling, half-mocking eyes. She averted her gaze in irritation, desperately suppressing her anger, as it stirred up some unpleasant memories. Unable to restrain herself, she silently cursed him. Blind, wretched crow. Whether or not he heard her, Shun Jiha distinctly sensed the chill in that gaze. The temperature around him seeming to freeze without hesitation, she dashed between Qisha and Zijing, forcefully making her way through. Exhaling a sigh, she felt significantly better. Zijing, what are you doing? Shun Jiha gave him a sideways glance. Ever since Erguwei began calling her that, Wu Ji and the others had taken to calling her little bird as well, under the pretense of a term of endearment. As too gloomy there. I'm cold. Cold? Zijing looked up in confusion at the bright sky, then earnestly advised her little bird that's just being frail. If you can't even fly, you should run 3 to 5 laps with us every morning. Run 3. How many? Shun Jiha's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 77. I have superpowers. I can see your little schemes. Am I selecting now? Fu Shumang spoke, his gaze scanning the faces of the group. Shun Jiha was engaged in a debate with Qisha over the distinction between femininity and womanhood. Barely glancing in his direction, Bai Zhou stiffened under his scrutinizing gaze, then pretended not to see him. Slowly diverting her attention. My apologies, Knight Commander. I must team up with the princess. He did not wish to be knocked out by the ball. Only his adoring fan, Zijing, stared at him with sparkling eyes. Filled with anticipation, Fu Shumang's first choice was undoubtedly the interstellar team, for although his comrades often trained, even the mightiest human was merely human. The interstellar team comprised extraordinary beings. 2 wolves and a dog. The innate nature and talents of beasts served as a natural cheat in speed-based games. Zijing. Fu Shumang called to him. Bai Zhou and Qixia were too unpredictable. They might betray him at any moment. Playing the game of being in one camp while harboring intentions in another. Not an option. All right, Zijing exclaimed with delight, scampering over to stand beside Fusamang. Traitor, Zijing. Qixia observed Zijing's beaming face, visibly displeased. This remark was clearly heard by Zijing, whose ears perked up, grinning widely, displaying a set of tidy white teeth. I'm here as the princess's inside man. Fusamang. Could you not say such things behind my back? Zijing looked down at their positions, standing slightly behind him, and earnestly stated, I am behind you, Fusamang. Oh no, I've precisely selected someone with a less than stellar intellect from this crowd. All right, next round. Though her knight had been chosen, Erguwei remained unfazed, eagerly preparing for the next round. And the second round, Erguwei emerged victorious yet again. Meeting Shun Jiha's expectant gaze, she signaled her affirmation. Receiving Erguwei's glance, Shun Jiha felt reassured. Was it not a certainty? After all, they were plastic sisters. Shun Jiha? Perhaps it was better to abandon the sisterhood. Feeling neglected by both Fusamang and Erguwei, Yuan Iyo could no longer restrain himself and signaled to Fusamang. Third brother, you must need a strong and robust man, right? It was a reasonable assertion. Fusamang nodded in agreement, immediately declaring, I choose Qixia. Qixia, reluctant, remained rooted in place, unwilling to move. Can't you just come over? Fusamang observed his distressed demeanor and coldly commanded, No, come here. As Qixia begrudgingly stepped forward, he lamented, You're bullying the child. Fusamang smirked, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, his gaze playful. I have indeed bullied you. What of it? Yuan Iyo? Perhaps it was best to abandon this brotherhood. He moved closer to Shun Jiha, seeking empathy. Xiao Jiha. None of these two are good people, right? Shun Jiha raised her chin, rolling her eyes at him, decisively cutting ties. You're the only ones who aren't good. None of you can even form a pair of decent eyes, yet you dare to act like tyrants. Your company will inevitably go bankrupt. No way. Yuan Iyo exaggeratedly widened his eyes. After all these years, you still remember that? Shun Jiha deliberately huffed loudly, ignoring him, her gaze unwavering despite his attempts at conversation. And the third round, Erguwei triumphed once more. Huh! She squinted her eyes triumphantly, akin to a flaunting little fox who had just stolen candy. I've won again. Fusamang nodded nonchalantly. Indeed, you're quite impressive. As I've said, I possess superpowers. I can see through the schemes in your heart. Erguwei raised her brows with pride, suddenly stepping closer, placing her hands on his shoulders, pressing down on his neck to force him to meet her gaze. Their beautiful, clear brown eyes collided, the intense heartbeat resonating through their shared gaze. Indistinguishable as to whose it was. Erguwei's crescent eyes curved with delight. I heard it. Heard what? Your heartbeat. Erguwei boldly met his gaze, her fox-like eyes brimming with provocation. Fusamang remained silent for a moment. Well, without a heartbeat, I'd be dead. I also heard it's speaking to me. Erguwei nodded earnestly, poking his chest. It said, I really like the little princess. She's simply perfect. I cannot live without her for a lifetime. Today's teasing of the Knight Commander 1-1, Fusamang brushed her hand aside. Smiling, you might be experiencing auditory hallucinations. I would recommend hospitalization. Yuan Iyo looked discontentedly at the two embracing in public, deeming it quite inappropriate during the match, the captains embracing each other. What kind of propriety is this? Erguwei decisively pushed Fusamang away, maintaining the image of a scoundrel who forgets his roots. A mere man can only slow down my draw. How infuriating, this wooden man. I can't even tease him. She was not frustrated because her teasing had failed. Rather, she was irritated. Chapter 78. Brother, there's something to do. Erguwei hesitated for a brief moment before decisively choosing her rustic companion. Fusamang, clearly unperturbed, had long anticipated this. Ever since childhood, Yuan Iyo had been a friend to women, able to converse easily with everyone from 8-year-old girls to 80-year-old matriarchs. Yuan Iyo, filled with delight, cast a provocative glance at the coldly observing Ji Wuzi and Rong Jingyan, sporting a rather irritating smile. Rong Jingyan scoffed, unable to tolerate his smug expression, and provocatively remarked, Do you think you're so impressive? Yuan Iyo, unfazed, feigned innocence and shrugged, But I am more popular than you. What can I do? Rong Jingyan. I really want to smack him. Watching his light-hearted and cheerful figure, she gritted her teeth. Ji Wuzi, with an icy demeanor, remarked, All right, when you both end up in the hospital and the police station, I'll be the one sending bouquets and wreaths. Yuan Iyo, still smiling, strode confidently towards Erguwei, exclaiming, Sister Erguwei. Surprised, he noted that the girl's language was rather bold. Such talk about men. Was this appropriate for him to hear? Isn't he your brother? Yuan Iyo tactfully suggested, though he truly wished to say, Aren't you his daughter? Isn't he your mother? You simply don't understand. Erguwei shot him a disdainful glance. A brother can be both a biological brother and a romantic one. Yuanio realized this might be what they referred to as a brother with ulterior motives. What are you two discussing? Wu Ji's head suddenly popped up between them, startling the pair, who felt guilty as if caught in the act. Erguwei, slightly flustered, averted her gaze. Nothing at all. Yuanio flashed a pure smile. Minors need a VIP pass to listen. Hey, you three over there. Fusumang lazily remarked, leaning one arm against Chisha's shoulder. Even such a relaxed posture exuded a sense of languid nobility. Please treat the competition seriously. Do not whisper or exchange information during the match. Chisha's expression transformed into one of utter disgust, contorting through various shades of green and black, rigidly frozen in place. Ah, the knight captain is so annoying. Why must you lean on me? Yet I can't fight back. What to do? Forget it, I'll endure. Oh, how I long for a prince. Erguwei clearly failed to pick up on Chisha's silent plea for help and gestured at Fusumang. You choose. Fusumang's gaze landed on the arrogant Ji Wuzi, who shrugged nonchalantly, hands in his pockets, and began walking in his direction. Fusumang smiled slightly, maliciously announcing, I choose Rong Jingyan. Rong Jingyan was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, patting Ji Wuzi's charcoal black face. Oh Fu, you rascal! Ji Wuzi. This brat is becoming less endearing as he grows. Shanjiha observed him being put in his place and turned her head away. Stifling a laugh with only Shanjiha and Ji Wuzi left unchosen, the two desperately wished to be anywhere but on the court together. Hey, Ji Wuzi coldly remarked, standing this far apart, do you expect me to take a taxi to find you? Shanjiha barely managed to suppress a grin at his deadpan humor, though she maintained a serious expression. Her face taut. Erguwei glanced at the two with their equally icy demeanors, pondering. Two little birds. One a white crane, the other a black crow. Shanjiha, maintaining her stern visage, furtively glanced at the tall man nearby, feeling a twinge of fear. Despite her trepidation, she couldn't let her verbal bravado falter. Muttering under her breath, how unfortunate to be stuck with you when that chilling gaze swept her way, emanating unrestrained danger, she instinctively shrank back, shouting across the distance. She called out, Ji Erguwei, choose me. She certainly did not want to be the last one left. Erguwei's eyes sparkled as she replied, little bird, we truly share a psychic connection. Before Shanjiha could react, she added, how did you know I wanted to choose that black crow? Shanjiha. That I have no idea what you're talking about. In a bid to avoid being left out, Shanjiha began to tempt, I'll cover your milk tea expenses for 3 days. 3 weeks. Erguwei countered boldly. 2 weeks. Deal. Satisfied, Erguwei declared, then I choose Shanjiha. The last one left unchosen was Ji Wuzi, who naturally ended up on Fusumang's team. Fusumang relished the moment, taunting Ji Wuzi, why don't you come over here? Ji Wuzi. Thus the teams were officially formed. Erguwei's team consisted of Wu Ji, Shanjiha, Yuanio, Baizhou, while Fusumang's team comprised of Qisha, Zijing, Rong Jingyan, and GWS. For the awkward 11th member, Heixian was pulled aside to serve as the referee. Heixian remarked that he was quite pleased to witness the spectacle. Take ugly photos. Take ugly photos. Post the leader's unflattering pictures in our group chat. Print them out, everyone gets a copy. Chapter 79. Enemies on all sides. The group relocated to the volleyball area. Their presence was striking, drawing curious glances from onlookers who dared not stare directly due to Fusumang and Ji Wuzi's intimidating aura. As the group made their conspicuous migration, some onlookers could no longer contain their curiosity. Exchanging glances before setting down their cups and following the direction the group had taken, Zheng Fuer, one of the two who had just confronted Shanjiha alongside Di Jiaojiao, chimed in sarcastically. Di Jiaojiao was equally furious. As the favored youngest daughter of Di Kexing, all her siblings were eager to converse with her for the sake of garnering her father's favor. When she had called out to Baizhou and the others, they hadn't even spared her a glance. But your siblings seem quite friendly with Fusu and his group. Another girl, Zhao Zhao, inquired, perplexed by their connection in the realm of high society, particularly among the prominent families at the vortex of the social whirlpool. Alliances through marriage were often the ultimate goal. Individuals sought the best possible matches among prospective partners, hoping to find their true love. Yet, how many of these noble marriages ended in happiness? The prominent families at the heart of the social scene had deep-rooted foundations, built over centuries, and enjoyed remarkable unity, making it difficult for lesser families to intrude. Thus, marriage became the best option. This was why Fusumang and his companions were so coveted, akin to Tang Seng's flesh in the spider demon cave. A group of individuals, each a paragon of beauty, stature, genetics, lineage, power, status, and resources, who wouldn't be tempted? A single marriage could elevate one into the upper echelons of society, saving decades of struggle and detours. It's no wonder that lesser family heads wish to offer not only their children but themselves to the beds of such elite individuals. Though the Di family was also among the upper class, and Di Jiaojiao was the most cherished, she found it difficult even to engage in conversation with Fu Sumang's group. The seemingly ordinary yet spoiled Di Baizhou and the others. How could that be? Despite the gathering being centered on sports, Di Jiaojiao remained clad in a lavish and somewhat out-of-place princess gown, clearly raised in privilege and pampered yet, every individual present was a pampered scion of wealthy families. Even if Di Jiaojiao lacked discernment, she understood that causing a scene in such a setting was ill-advised, and she indignantly declared, "I will definitely tell my father." Ji Wuzi lingered at the back. Having noticed the three trailing behind since the start, however, seeing that Erguwei showed no intention of stopping them, he refrained from intervening. The others, witnessing Di Jiaojiao and her companions following, exchanged glances and silently signaled each other before proceeding. He Xian stood in the middle, assuming the role of referee, surrounded by a growing crowd. "Does everyone understand the rules?" He Xian inquired with a smile. "If you don't, it doesn't matter. I won't be explaining a second time." Cici discreetly stepped back, struggling to suppress the urge to flee. The murderous glares from the big shots were something she couldn't withstand. "Any questions?" Ignored, He Xian remained unperturbed, still smiling. "If not, we shall begin." "I have a question." Erguwei raised her hand energetically, speaking up with confidence as if announcing something to be proud of. "I don't know how to play volleyball." "He Xian, the match is about to start. And you're telling me you can't play volleyball? How is that any different from realizing you forgot to bring toilet paper after you've already pulled your pants down?" He had initially thought she would be a cunning player, but it turned out she was merely an innocent little piglet. "I can't believe we're 23 and still picking on a middle schooler. And one who can't even play." Rong Jingyan facepalmed. "Isn't this utterly embarrassing?" "I can't play either," Wu Ji chimed in, her beautiful cat-like eyes fixed on Erguwei, and almost as soon as Erguwei finished speaking, she raised her hand. "I can't either," Baizhou added, following suit. Unlike Wu Ji, who joined in without a second thought, Baizhou truly had no idea how to play. Shanjiha hesitated for a moment. She not only excelled at volleyball but was quite proficient at it as well. However, if she refrained from raising her hand, she would be seen as rather out of place. If she were not part of the national team, it could also be argued that she did not truly know how to play. Right? She decisively raised her hand and sweetly declared, "I can't play either." Surrounded by several hands held high, the poor and helpless Yuan Iyo thought. Can he withdraw from this team at this moment? He felt like an enemy surrounded on all sides, a flag of his own, faced with the imposing team opposite him. Yuan Iyo trembled, suddenly recalling a phrase, "If one cannot govern at home, how can one fend off enemies from abroad? The country is doomed. Heaven was out to ruin him." Rong Jingyan tugged at the corner of her mouth, unabashedly revealing her glee, asking, "Is there really a need to play? Third brother, you certainly know how to choose your team members." He thought to himself, successfully avoiding all the pitfalls. Just then, he noticed two individuals in his team slowly raising their hands, belatedly realizing their actions. It was Qishao and Zijing. "Rong Jingyan, that you two are indeed undercover agents, aren't you?" Chapter 80. He has a wart. Heiyuan had no choice but to halt the game and urgently convene an impromptu volleyball training session. Fortunately, Wu Ji and the others were not ordinary humans. They possessed a natural athletic talent due to their lineage. Erguwei too was a mischievous spirit, having grown up with a penchant for play, and quickly learned to play volleyball. Surely, there would be no issues now. Heiyuan inquired, especially looking at Erguwei, who smiled innocently at him, her angelic facade hiding the fact that she was still a mischievous child and a little devil. "All right, let the match officially commence." Heiyuan breathed a sigh of relief, finally ready to start, noticing that the onlookers around them were nearly asleep. As soon as he spoke, a fervent cheer erupted around them. "Ah, young Master Fu. Jishao, Jishao, Jishao. Young Master Rong." Erguwei was quite displeased that no one called her name, pouting in dissatisfaction, thinking them lacking in taste. As for those three little birds opposite her, what was so special about them? Shanjiha's gaze momentarily glazed over as she evidently identified herself as one of the three little birds Erguwei referred to, feeling a bit dejected. "I'm still here." It was only then that Erguwei remembered there was another little bird beside her and clarified, "I wasn't talking about you. I was referring to the three little birds opposite." Rong Jingyan was a swallow, Ji Wuzi was a black crow, and the last one of course was Fu Suxiang. Though he appeared to be a flamboyant fox in the interstellar realm, he was still a purebred owl. It was unclear whether the fox was unfaithful or the owl had strayed over a decade ago. When he was first sent to the palace, traces of his eagle lineage were still evident, rebellious and fiercely aggressive. A true raptor, however, after all these years on the interstellar battlefield. With the two meeting only a few times a year, Erguway noticed each time that he had gradually reined in his sharpness and wings. Becoming less flamboyant and more reserved, mature and calculating, he even seemed gentle as jade. A term that never belonged to him. That little boy, who used to be prickly like a hedgehog, seemed to have been forgotten, existing solely in her memories. And the last one? Shenjiha inquired curiously. Fu Suxiang. Erguway chuckled, narrowing her eyes mischievously, fabricating a reason. He has a wart. Shenjiha. Is that something she can hear? How pitiful. Shenjiha's eyes were filled with sympathy. So young, yet burdened with such a hidden ailment. Fu Suxiang, opposite her, felt an inexplicable itch at the tip of his nose, noticing Shenjiha's sympathetic gaze and glancing at the somewhat guilty-looking Erguway. A sense of foreboding creeping in. This little girl wouldn't be concocting some outrageous rumor about him again, would she? Are you ready? Heiyun placed the volleyball on the net, pressing down firmly before releasing it, causing the ball to tilt towards Erguway. Wu Ji, quick as a flash, utilized her butterfly traits alongside her agile physique, swiftly darting towards the volleyball, slightly bending her knees, spreading her fingers in a semi-spherical shape, wrists and fingers poised to meet the ball as it was beach volleyball. Their style and methods were quite freed. I'll get it! I'll get it! Erguway exclaimed excitedly, charging forward to receive the ball. She was petite, her doll-like face beaming with a radiant smile. Her golden pigtails danced gracefully as she leaped, emanating an aura of youthful vitality that could almost illuminate the surroundings. Even Heiyuan, with his dark and twisted nature, couldn't help but smile faintly, as if the gloom around him had momentarily lifted. No, rather, it was drawn into the shadows. In the next moment, his smile froze, eyes widening in disbelief. I didn't know. Way Chapter 81. The strength to bind chickens versus the strength to bind airplanes. Qishao leapt into the air, striking the volleyball with great force, poised to receive the ball. Suddenly, a princess dashed in, exuberant and exerting her full strength. Qishao instinctively dodged behind Zijing, unwilling to confront his beloved princess. Zijing, unafraid of the tiger, braced himself to catch the ball head-on. The ball flew swiftly, slicing through the air, and as soon as it touched his palm, it felt as though it were laden with lead, propelling him backward uncontrollably and knocking Qishao down as well. The two tumbling in a heap, the two sturdy boys fell to the ground, with Qishao pushing Zijing, who lay atop him, aside. Both optimistically and adeptly, they rose, dusting off their hands. Zijing rubbed his belly, which had been struck, cheerfully remarking that the princess was indeed still a princess. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this a performance? This isn't just water. It's the sea, right? Yuan Iyo paused, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Is this a setup? Fu Suxiang's gaze fell on the hands on hips Erguway, his eyes reflecting admiration. Previously, as the commander in the interstellar realm, he had always appreciated and sought capable warriors, and the naturally strong princess was a talent in his eyes. Unfortunately, Erguway stubbornly refused to reveal her extraordinary strength, and even after he stepped down, he couldn't bring her under his command. As Erguway would put it, they were people destined to be out of reach for each other. Playing games with a bunch of children, they, in their 20s, could never truly take it seriously. Even witnessing Zijing's and Qishao's blatant attempts to let the ball go, Ji Wuzi and Rong Jingyan merely exchanged glances. Helplessly shrugging, Heiyuan remained frozen in place, his usual mysterious aura replaced by a dumbfounded expression. Momentarily unable to react, he was well aware that Qishao and Zijing's response was genuine, astonished by the seemingly delicate girl's immense strength. Indeed, it only appeared so. She couldn't just bind a chicken. She could likely bind an airplane too. Erguway gazed steadily at Heiyuan, puffing her cheeks. Her voice was not merely that of a sweet, soft girl but carried a certain lively charm, akin to lotus fibers crafted into seal paste. Seemingly soft yet resilient within, feeling somewhat guilty, she licked her dry lips, playfully complaining, "Did I win?" She had intentionally held back most of her strength to avoid revealing her extraordinary capabilities, hoping she hadn't been discovered. Heiyuan shuddered. Not from cold but from disgust. A girl who could shatter marble with her bare hands and had just sent 2 boys over 1.80 m tumbling was here calling herself little one? This was akin to a burly man resembling Zhang Ida, thumping his chest and sweetly saying, "You're so annoying." Heiyuan's expression darkened. He would have preferred to hear Erguway shout at him with full vigor. "Did I win this round? Do you believe I'll twist your head off and use it as a volleyball?" After a prolonged silence he finally replied, 1-0. Erguway leaped in excitement, her face radiant with joy as she tugged at Wu Jia's sleeve, exclaiming, "We won! We won!" Wu Jia's lips curled into a slight smile. Yuan Iyo was still in a daze, unable to process that they had won. The experience felt utterly lacking. Similarly, Ji Wuzi and Rong Jingyan felt the absence of game dynamics as Fu Suxiang maliciously replaced Qi Xiao in Zijing's positions. Thus, the second round commenced. Little alligator, I want to go easy on you. Ji Wuzi stood defiantly opposite Erguwei, a smirk playing on his lips. Erguwei retorted, sticking her tongue out at him, little crow, don't cry when I beat you. I want to comfort you. As the round began, Fu Suxiang's team seized the serve. Ji Wuzi, tall and long-limbed, donned a fitted black sports outfit that accentuated his strikingly long legs. As he ran, the taut muscles of his thighs were subtly visible. His leaping figure seemed to freeze in a moment akin to a comic book. As the crowd held their breath, raising his hand, he struck the ball with force. Erguwei's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Though she couldn't jump as high as Ji Wuzi, her timing was impeccable. Despite his earlier claims of not going easy, Ji Wuzi thought to himself that if she did cry, he would have to comfort her, which would be rather troublesome. Thus, he held back a bit, delivering a strike with 80% of his strength. As the volleyball spun rapidly in the air, coming towards his face, Ji Wuzi instinctively raised his palm to receive it. What the after years of refraining from cursing, having vowed to be an elegant underworld boss, Ji Wuzi's expression changed as he stumbled back. Struggling to regain his balance, he endured the excruciating pain inflicted upon his wrist by the impact of the ball. Maintaining his unchanging expression, this was not merely volleyball. It resembled a damn cannonball. Observing his grim countenance, Fu Sumong felt a surge of delight, reveling in his misfortune with a mocking laugh from the moment he, at the tender age of 10, found himself unable to best a 5-year-old princess in an arm wrestling match. He ceased to struggle. This crocodile tortoise, endowed with extraordinary strength, was indeed quite abnormal. Chapter 82. A throw. A long pursuit. A punch resulting in even longer tears. Ji Wuzi, in silence, embraced the volleyball, lowering his gaze to scrutinize his pained wrist. Descending into profound self-doubt, was this truly the force that an ordinary girl, or indeed, any normal human could muster? Had his hand perhaps surreptitiously fractured itself while he was distracted? Perhaps he didn't wish to quibble with a group of children. Otherwise, wouldn't this team be winning effortlessly? The ball was remarkably caught with steady precision. He Huan chuckled, stating the hold on the ball was too prolonged. You have won. With his hand concealed behind his back, he feigned nonchalance, subtly gesturing to Cece. Quickly, take the picture. Cece nodded fervently, hastily retrieving her phone, adjusting the camera, zooming in and capturing Ji Wuzi, who stood in a daze. He Huan's overly radiant smile entered the frame, prompting Cece to cautiously remark, "Boss, you're blocking my shot." He Huan stepped aside. The two stood atop a small square platform elevated above the grass, a tall man beside them. Cece felt somewhat constrained, fearful that an errant elbow might send her boss tumbling down. She whispered, "Boss, could you step down for a moment? I can't maneuver." The surrounding noise was overwhelming and He Huan couldn't discern her words. "What?" I said. Cece raised her voice, "Could you step down?" He Huan, with a scowl, leaped off the platform, arms crossed in a cold demeanor. Cece finally released her grip, capturing photos of Ji Wuzi and the others, marveling at the beauty of the moment, while contemplating how these images would surely attract countless buyers. He Huan, still sulking, declared 2-0. Rong Jingyan approached, nudging the self-doubting Ji Wuzi, teasing, "Big brother, are you finally letting loose?" Ji Wuzi shut his eyes tightly, pondering, "If I were to say I haven't gone easy on you?" Rong Jingyan, intrigued, asked, "Are you perhaps aging, suffering from osteoporosis?" Ji Wuzi shot him a disdainful glance, the meaning unspoken, and stepped back slightly, a half-smile on his lips. "You give it a try." Rong Jingyan, undeterred, stepped forward. In the third set, Rong Jingyan stood frozen in the same posture. Was this the force of a normal person? He questioned his very existence. Until the volleyball, no, the lead ball, struck his palm, he had believed that Zijing, Qi Xiao, and Ji Wuzi were merely pretending to accommodate the younger children. It was only at that moment that he understood the weight of life's burdens. The ball was caught with unwavering steadiness, and Erguwei's gaming experience was exceedingly poor. Am I throwing a frisbee? Speaking of frisbees, Rong Jingyan turned to Zijing, puzzled. With such strength, does it take you a long time to catch up with the frisbee? Zijing scratched his head, chuckling cheerfully. Indeed, when the princess throws it, we chase for quite a while. When she punches, we cry even longer. There was a profound sorrow that could be felt between the lines, an unspoken empathy that Rong Jingyan truly felt. He Huan exclaimed, 3-0. Little Erguwei triumphed splendidly. Though the surroundings expressed a mix of admiration and muted discontent, they lacked the authority to critique or comment, clapping in unison. Finding the past 10 minutes rather dull, they had witnessed neither an exhilarating match nor a thrilling display. Despite the victory, Erguwei's gaming experience was subpar. Her cheeks puffed in disappointment, clearly feeling unfulfilled. Fu Samong noticed her expression, his brows arching slightly as he sighed deeply, seemingly having made a decision, perhaps just one more round. Let the pain in her wrist be. As long as she was happy that I in the subsequent rounds of casual play, the balls Uruguay sent forth were met with returns, creating a lively exchange. Her face flushed with exhilaration and exertion. Resembling a peach crafted from dough, lightly dusted with pink sweat cascaded down her smooth cheeks, akin to a peach freshly plucked from the heavenly dew, succulent and dripping. Her joy radiated even from her bouncing hair. After receiving a few of Uruguay's serves, Ji Wuzi leaned against the referee's stand, stating indifferently, Fu Samong truly goes all out for someone else's sister. Those fierce balls were painful to behold, and the tall figure clad in all-white sports attire moved deftly across the grass, maintaining an impassive expression while expertly receiving the shots. One couldn't help but acknowledge their tenacity. Chapter 83. Is everything truly fine? An hour later, Uruguay ceased her activity, gesturing to Fu Samong and the others. You all continue playing. Fu Samong discreetly exhaled in relief, unconsciously rubbing his wrist, raising an eyebrow. Are you unable to continue? I'm going to get some water. I'll be back shortly. Uruguay's cheeks were flushed, and after greeting everyone, she prepared to head towards the dining area. Wu Ji, with her pale complexion and neutral expression, showed no signs of fatigue despite the exertion. She took a few steps towards Uruguay. Princess, I'll accompany you. Wu Ji had always been obedient to Uruguay's commands. Even if she felt uneasy, she remained silent, watching Uruguay frolic with joy and vitality, bouncing away. Almost the instant Uruguay's figure vanished from sight, Fu Samong shoved his hands into his pockets, his expression flat and devoid of emotion as he walked towards the exit. If Uruguay didn't conclude soon, his life would be at stake. Rong Jingyan and Zijing simultaneously called out, Where are you going? Fu Samong continued his stride, merely raising a hand in response. I'm done. I'm not playing anymore. As she hummed a drinking song, Uruguay cheerfully bounced towards the round table where they had dined earlier. Where's the water? After searching fruitlessly, her throat felt parched, and she hurried to find something to drink. At that moment, a tall waiter approached, carrying a tray with several highball glasses filled with a light yellow liquid. Hello! The waiter jumped at the unexpected voice, shifting the tray slightly, meeting the sparkling gaze of Uruguay, whose doll-like face broke into a radiant smile, revealing a row of neat teeth. The waiter's face flushed slightly. He felt as if he had stumbled upon the most whimsical and clever little white rabbit in a forest. Hello, can I drink this? Uruguay pointed to the highball glass on his tray, unconsciously licking her parched lips. She felt utterly parched. While many turtles succumb to water each year, it was true that turtles could not thrive without it. Yes, you can. The waiter, momentarily dazed by her bright smile, was still a bit confused. But this is fruit wine. Before he could finish his sentence, Uruguay eagerly snatched the fruit wine from his tray and tilted her head back to drink. The sweetness of the wine mingled with the fragrance of fruit, chilled and refreshing, cascading down her dry throat, alleviating the bitterness in her mouth. The immediate need was satisfied, and the waiter cautiously observed her expression. Noticing that her already rosy cheeks had become even more flushed, Are you all right? Uruguay suddenly performed a dramatic bow, her face nearly touching her legs, a feat of considerable difficulty, and with a powerful voice declared, Thank you. The waiter was taken aback by her sudden display, and before he could utter a word, Uruguay had already bounced away. He watched her retreating figure, bewildered by the chaos of emotions swirling within him. Was everything truly fine? Feeling a bit dizzy, Uruguay rubbed her head. Suddenly, three figures appeared before her, and with heavy eyelids, she struggled to lift her gaze. Uruguay Di Jiao Jiao crossed her arms, glaring at her with an unfriendly expression. What kind of potion did you give to Di Yunju and the others? Why are they ignoring me? Uruguay remained silent, then let out a short, inebriated belch. Di Jiao Jiao recoiled in shock. What are you doing? The fruit wine had a delayed effect, and Uruguay, now a bit tipsy, grinned foolishly, her eyes wide and dazed. Bones? She flashed a cheerful smile, revealing her small white teeth, resembling a fierce little puppy barking playfully. Di Jiao Jiao and her companion stumbled back in fright, with Di Jiao Jiao eyeing Uruguay warily. Uruguay, you wouldn't have rabies, would you? Bones? Di Jiao Jiao screamed, breaking free from Uruguay's grasp, her survival instincts kicking in as she hid behind her friends. Her companions, equally frightened, scrambled away, the three of them running in a panic, their screams echoing, Don't come near me. Go after them. Jiao 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 Jiao, save me. You detain her. I shall seek assistance for you. Bones. Do not run away. The three of them dispersed into a tight formation. Chapter 84. The madness of the crowd coupled with rabies. Three distinguished young ladies from affluent families fled in a panic, cleverly opting to scatter in 3 directions. She widened her eyes, squinting slightly, and gazed around in bewilderment for a while. Where is her nest? Where is her shell? Her head spun. She wished to hibernate right there. Her gaze fixated on a particular spot. And suddenly, her eyes sparkled. She had found it! A server jogged into the volleyball court, glancing about as if searching for someone, his expression rife with urgency upon spotting Cece's silhouette. It was as if he had found a savior. And he hurried over to her, patting her shoulder. Cece. Cece halted her actions of photographing Rong Jingyan and the others, turning around in confusion. What's wrong? The boss is notoriously unpredictable. One moment he might be smiling, and the next he could wear a scowl as fierce as a peeled apple. Cece is so easy to talk to. Beautiful with an exquisite figure. And her voice is soft and gentle. Boss, I'll trouble you with the photo taking. Cece grasped it immediately, tossing her phone into Heishuan's embrace, leaping down from the high platform, ready to lead the server outside. The phone landed into Heishuan's arms, and with a grim expression, he caught it, saying coolly, stop. The two, poised to exit, froze in their tracks. Am I the boss, or is she the boss? Who pays your salary? His assertion was not without merit. All employees in the gym derive their pay from Cece's accounts. Heishuan, in truth, could be regarded merely as a frontman, posturing before the employees. Heishuan. Heh. Coincidentally, Ji Wuzi overheard their entire conversation, chuckling quietly to himself in delight. Madam, may I inquire your name? Ji Wuzi asked politely. Cece, she replied, somewhat taken aback. Well, if he doesn't behave, you'll be the boss while he serves as your assistant, Ji Wuzi remarked, reveling in the unfolding drama. Heishuan, incredulous, exclaimed Ji Wuzi. Cece brightened at this, exclaiming, thank you, boss. Fu Shumong stood casually beside him, casting a sidelong glance at the troublemaker with a cool demeanor. To be precise, I am the true boss here. You? Ji Wuzi scoffed disdainfully. Fu Shumong remained unfazed by his derision, instead smirking. Have you forgotten? Long ago, you promised to employ me for life without pay. Get lost, Ji Wuzi retorted with a laugh. While others may evolve from innocent lambs to cunning foxes, this individual was a black-hearted old fox from birth, shrewd to the point of seeming to possess an inherent advantage. Though still in their novice phase, he was akin to a high-level overlord slaughtering a novice village. In elementary school, he had manipulated them into completing various assignments, homework, winter break tasks, summer projects. In high school, he continued the same ruse. Upon entering university, they finally thought they had escaped his grasp, only for him to insist that their chosen major would conveniently allow them to gain experience at his family's company, euphemistically termed as internship. Consequently, they unwittingly abandoned their own family business to toil for the Fu Group, working for free, absolutely nothing. The most infuriating part was that throughout his deceit, he wore a benevolent and warm smile, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper, evoking no suspicion and prompting them to gratefully assist him, working for nothing each time. They only realized belatedly, wait, have we been duped again? Witnessing the increasing number of influential figures involved, the server grew increasingly anxious, yet the urgency of the matter compelled him to whisper to Cece, Cece, if there is something to say, just say it. Heishuan interjected decisively. The server hesitated, glancing at Cece, who offered him an encouraging look. He shut his eyes and, steeling himself, said, there are 3 young ladies over there claiming someone is chasing them, barking like a dog. Heishuan, Cece, Ji Wuzi, Fu Shumong? Ji Wuzi pondered. A rabid dog, perhaps? Cece frowned, aware that all present were members of prominent families, and she had never heard of any such afflictions among them. As a crucial player in the intricate web of elite connections and secrets, Cece had become well versed in the affairs of various influential families over the years. Ji Wuzi, however, paid little heed to such trivial matters. Cece could handle it alone without Heishuan's intervention. He scanned the vicinity thoughtfully, noticing the absence of that doll-like voice, and directed his attention to Fu Shumong. Where is that little girl? Let us ensure she doesn't get bitten. He grimaced in distaste. With the madness of the crowd and rabies, she might be more deranged than idiot. To be candid, Fu Shumong remarked, his beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow. I have a bad premonition indeed. With age came greater worries. Before Ji Wuzi could react, Fu Shumong had already hastened toward the exit. Ji Wuzi had never witnessed the usually composed and elegant Fu Shumong in such a state of urgency, so he curiously followed, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Chapter 85. The Goddess's Intent. The Princess' Indifference. Fu Shumong glanced around, seemingly searching for someone. The surroundings were tranquil as he quickened his pace in pursuit. In such a quiet place, surely there was no sign of Uruguay. Upon encountering a man approaching, Di Jiaojiao's eyes brightened as if she had found a savior. And she dashed over, "Brother Fu." Such an endearing address had never been uttered by the second noble. A fleeting moment of embarrassment flickered in Di Jiaojiao's eyes, but upon recalling Fu Shumeng's closeness to Di Yunju and the others, she surmised that the Fu family must have business dealings with the Di family, enabling her so-called siblings to approach Fu Shumeng. After all, she was her father's most cherished daughter. Who could rival her in proximity? Di Jiaojiao pursed her lips, her gaze filled with pride in her identity. "I am the youngest daughter of the Di family, my father's most beloved." She emphasized most beloved. Her haughty expression almost conveyed, "Here's your chance to curry favor with me." Fu Shumeng slightly furrowed his brow. Perplexed by her nonsensical chatter, "Given the magnitude of the situation, have you reported it to the United Nations?" "What nonsense! Who isn't their father's favorite child? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Fu Shumeng, who typically donned the mask of a gentleman, could not dismiss her so rudely and politely nodded. "Furthermore, Miss D, you seem to have mistaken someone. There is no brother Fu here." The feeling of powerlessness, seeing something within reach yet unattainable, washed over Di Jiaojia as she unexpectedly lifted her gaze. She met his enchanting hazel eyes, which seemed to contain a multitude of dazzling stars, imbued with a gentle warmth that beckoned her to lose herself within. Di Jiaojiao stared at him, pointing toward the direction she had just come from. "Ji Erguwei is over there, chasing after someone. It is indeed her." Fu Shumeng had anticipated this outcome and shook his head with a resigned smile, his expression a blend of warmth and helplessness. "Thank you." He nodded politely to her and quickened his pace toward the direction she indicated, leaving Di Jiaojiao in a daze, startled by his sudden voice. Di Jiaojiao turned her gaze to the handsome yet menacing man beside her, instinctively shrinking back in fear. She recognized him as the most dangerous among the 5 golden sons-in-law, volatile and ruthless. Moreover, he was Fu Shumeng's elder brother. Di Jiaojiao surreptitiously scrutinized him, contrasting him with Fu Shumeng in her mind. Fu Shumeng was gentle and courteous, resembling a prince from a fairy tale, with a smile so charming. And he was a devoted man, unlike the man before her, a veritable walking time bomb. Though terrified of Ji Wuzi, she mustered the courage to defend her charming prince. "Do not sow discord. He is a good person." Ji Wuzi. "You fool." Fu Shumeng, this old scoundrel. How long had it been before another blossoming young lady fell into a trap? He shook his head and departed, half in sighs, for it was not the goddess's intent that was troubling. It was the prince's indifference that caused concern, particularly when that prince was a scoundrel from a young age. His appeal to the opposite sex had never matched Fu Shumeng's. Could it be because he lacked the nauseatingly fake smile that adorned Fu Shumeng's face? Chapter 86. Where did this monkey come from? Ji Wuzi followed Fu Shumeng, and together they scoured the area for the missing individuals, arriving back at the original dining table. This is their designated resting area, while the main battleground for others lies not far away, and there are hardly any people around the dining table. Have they perhaps ventured elsewhere? Ji Wuzi came to a halt, scanning the surroundings with his gaze, but found no sign of anyone, his hands casually resting on his hips. Is there a pit or a hole nearby? Fu Shumeng pondered. "Brother, this is a gymnasium, not a remote forest. Where would there be a cave?" Ji Wuzi scoffed at Fu Shumeng's unreasonable request. "Let's go check elsewhere," he proposed. Fu Shumeng seemed to sense something, his eyes landing on the dining table covered with a tablecloth, and he suddenly strode over and lifted the cloth. Upon seeing the scene beneath, both Fu Shumeng and Ji Wuzi fell into an eerie silence. Under the table lay Erguwei, sprawled on the ground in a bizarre position, her arms and legs splayed out, her head turned towards them, her mouth slightly agape, soundly asleep, with a toppled chair covering her. Is she cold? Seeing the chair draped over Erguwei, Ji Wuzi tentatively inquired such self-care. Fearing the chill, she even covered herself with a chair. Fu Shumeng and Ji Wuzi moved the table aside, and he crouched down, disregarding the pristine white of his athletic pants, kneeling on one knee with concern as he leaned in, pinching her face, which resembled a soft rice cake. A faint scent of fruity sweet wine wafted from her. Ji Wuzi, known for his obsession with cleanliness, found it hard to believe that he, a gentleman accustomed to avoiding even the slightest speck of dust on his immaculate attire, was now kneeling reverently as if treating a precious jewel. It seems she is intoxicated. Fu Shumeng gently patted the sleeping girl, instinctively lowering his voice, frowning. "I told you not to drink. Why do you feel unwell?" Erguwei, sensing someone patting her face, groggily opened her eyes and rubbed them, asking, "Who is it?" Fu Shumeng swiftly grasped her wrist, preventing her from rubbing her eyes. "Your hands are dirty, don't rub." Erguwei widened her eyes, attempting to see who disturbed her slumber, breaking free from his grasp, her words clear yet languid. "What monkey are you?" "Go to hell." Ji Wuzi couldn't help but laugh. Fu Shumeng. Who taught her such foul language? They say that a person's character is revealed when intoxicated. This girl, after drinking, not only bites and chases like a little puppy but now also swears, fully exposing her true nature. Fu Samong abruptly yanked away the blanket covering her. Propping the still drowsy Erguwei against his shoulder, Erguwei lazily lifted her eyelids, instinctively seeking a comfortable position in his embrace, nuzzling against him, her nose inhaling a familiar scent, before slowly closing her eyes again. Murmuring, "Where's my turtle shell?" Noticing that Fu Samong was still kneeling with a girl in his arms, Ji Wuzi instinctively reached out. 5 million. Damn! This little turtle bites. Meat bone. Erguwei clung tightly to his hand. Unyielding and without hesitation, she bit down on his hand, having experienced the pain of being bitten. Fu Samong, knowing all too well how much it hurt, tugged at her flushed earlobe, frowning while patiently coaxing Erguwei let go. Erguwei refused to relent, biting down harder, regardless of Fu Samong's persuasion or Ji Wuzi's attempts to withdraw his hand, remaining immovable. The expressions on Ji Wuzi's face shifted dramatically, a sharp pain radiating from his arm. He wanted to shout at Fu Samong, "Why don't you apply a bit more force? Why not be a bit harsher?" Fu Samong's gentle words were almost pleading, "Please let go, you might break a tooth." What on earth did the Ji family feed her to grow this strong? Ji Wuzi's brow furrowed in disbelief. Is she a dog? Definitely not a dog. Erguwei suddenly released her grip, eyes still closed. Earnestly rebutting, her cheeks flushed like a child. "I'm a little turtle, woof woof woof." Ji Wuzi. Seizing the opportunity while she had her mouth open, Ji Wuzi quickly pulled his hand away, instinctively pressing on the wound, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a pristine bite mark on his arm. Work-related injury. 5 million. Ji Wuzi extended his hand towards Fu Samong. Fu Samong scrutinized it for a moment, then after a long pause, offered an appreciative comment. "Her teeth are quite neat. Ji Wuzi. You both are insane." Fu Samong shrugged nonchalantly, not bothering to refute, his hand clenched into a fist as he swept her up from her knees, effortlessly lifting her, making her appear small in his tall frame. "Who wants to help you out? You heartless fox." Chapter 87. A bit of mood but not much. When Erguwei awoke, the outside world was shrouded in dim light, and the car was illuminated only by a warm yellow glow. As she opened her eyes, she saw Fu Samong, one hand propping his forehead, engrossed in his phone. The brightness of the screen illuminated his face, casting shadows under his long, thick eyelashes, while his jawline was sharply defined. One hand rested on the steering wheel, his sleeves rolled up, muscles taut and beautifully contoured, veins prominent. This unexpected sight struck Erguwei directly in the heart. She began to daydream, already imagining him in the mornings post-marriage, preparing breakfast for her, donned in an apron, with bulging veins as he gripped the pot handle. "Awake?" Fu Samong spoke without turning his head, his voice flat. Erguwei, intrigued, waved her hand in front of his face. "How did you know I was awake? You didn't even turn around." Fu Samong held her flailing wrist, offering a slight smile. "Am I a worm in your belly?" Erguwei clutched her stomach, pouting, "I don't have any worms in there." "It's past 10. If you're awake, get out of the car." Fu Samong gestured with his chin. "I've been asleep for so long?" Erguwei glanced at the time. "Then I'll be off, bye." She retrieved her lip balm from her bag, applying a thin layer before kissing her palm. Fu Samong patiently waited for her, puzzled by her actions. "Is this a self-kiss?" Erguwei pressed her palm against his cheek, simultaneously making a sound effect. "Moi." Suddenly feeling embarrassed, she flung open the car door and dashed off. Fu Samong stood there, stunned, absent-mindedly touching the noticeably sticky lip balm on his cheek, which was pink and emitted a faint strawberry scent. Erguwei peered inside, discovering Ji Guosheng, Shui Wenchan, Ji Rongshu, Zong Tao, along with Ji Wuyun, Ji Yaoshu, Ji Yunguwei, and Ji Ruoshui all present. Each wore a serious expression, seemingly engaged in a family meeting. Moreover, Erguwei noticed Ji Shendan appeared to be kneeling beside Ji Guosheng, speaking softly and submissively. The look on Ji Shendan's face was one of extreme humility and caution. Seeing the commotion surrounding Ji Shendan piqued Erguwei's interest, and she quickly changed into her slippers and scampered over. She moved silently. Only the seated individuals noticed her. Ji Wuyun furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to speak, but Erguwei immediately made a shushing gesture. Ji Rongshu understood his precious daughter's intention and, without hesitation, raised his hand, rudely yet effectively silencing Ji Wuyun. Hissed. Ji Wuyun gasped, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. For the sake of his precious daughter, he had actually resorted to such measures. Yaoshu smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Although unaware of Erguwei's intentions, he was determined to thwart her plans. Just as he was about to speak and reveal Erguwei's presence, a pained cry from the older brother caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw his daughter inflicting pain on their father. who was pinching the older brother's thigh, and he promptly shut his mouth in understanding. As Erguwei approached, she realized that Ji Shindan was not kneeling but rather squatting on the ground. Well, she felt a bit disappointed. Please, Grandpa? Can't you agree? Erguwei leaned in closer to eavesdrop, hearing Ji Shindan's exaggerated tone of endearment, and she couldn't help but chuckle quietly. The little chick was being adorably coy. Ji Shindan, unaware of Erguwei's approach, clung to Ji Guosheng's leg, swaying back and forth, playfully whining in a voice so affected it seemed almost comical. He imitated Erguwei's way of being cute poorly, to which Ji Guosheng wrinkled his face in disgust, kicking him away forcefully, his voice gruff. Don't come and gross me out, go ask your dad. If he agrees, then I will. Ji Rongshu alert immediately threatened, try making any weird noises at me, and see what happens. While two beloved daughters indulged in the joy of being cute, this troublesome boy's attempts were met with disdain. Ji Shindan's face turned ashen, his expression fluctuating. Can't a boy who isn't particularly cute be cute too? He protested. You're all biased. You only see things through colored glasses. Just because I act like Ji Erguwei doesn't mean I can't be cute. Hearing this, Erguwei felt displeased, disdainfully pouting. What's so gross about how I act cute? Zhong Tao looked at her foolish son with sympathy and affection. Is it a matter of how one acts cute? It's about who is doing it. Ji Rongshu scoffed. I can't let my wife and daughters expose themselves. If you want to film, you three brothers can move out and do it. I won't be part of it. Ji Shindan cast a pleading glance towards his two older brothers. Yuan hesitated for a moment before offering a polite smile. You might want to discuss it with our company's legal team. Ji Yaoshu removed her rimless glasses from the bridge of her nose, her delicate peach blossom eyes reflecting a sense of coldness, proclaiming that she would entertain, yet not sell herself. Ji Shindan. One could say there exists a semblance of familial affection between them, albeit faint. Chapter 88. Unable to resolve matters with this little one, what about you? Xiao Yungui, has your brother treated you well? Ji Shindan then turned his pleading gaze towards Ji Yungui, asking, will you assist your brother? And dear sister Ruoshui. Ji Ruoshui smiled gently, her eyes curving with kindness, offering a hint of indulgence. Xiao Dan, sister can certainly help you. Ji Shindan, moved to tears, replied Ruoshui's sister. You are the only one in this family who treats me well, however. Whether grandfather and father agree to your request is beyond my control. Ji Ruoshui shrugged helplessly. Right? Ji Shindan's spirit deflated instantly. He feigned calmness, trying to display confidence, straightening his back and boldly inquired, will you agree to my filming request or not? Am I still able to hold sway in this household? If only he did not have to kneel so rigidly while speaking. Ji Guosheng raised his gaze, fixing it upon this audacious brat, exuding an air of authority from his long-held position, and thundered, since when did this family allow you to take charge? Do you think your father and I have passed away? Both Ji Shindan and the cat, Erguwei, who stood behind him, were startled by the booming voice, instinctively shrinking their necks. Noticing his frightened little granddaughter, Ji Guosheng softened his tone, stating, I would never engage in such attention-seeking antics. After being rejected numerous times, Ji Shindan had grown accustomed to it. But he keenly observed his grandfather's gentle tone upon noticing his fright, feeling deeply touched. Grandfather loves him so dearly. Noticing his fright. If he loves him so much, then why not acquiesce to his modest request? It seemed that grandfather truly detested appearing on television. If that were the case, he could not impose upon someone who cherished him so dearly. Ji Shindan thought. He pursed his lips and sighed. Grandfather, I shall not press you further. Humph. Ji Guosheng snorted coldly, counting yourself wise, as you did not compel me to strike you. If I were to force him, it would indicate that grandfather truly cared. Grandfather loves him. Grandfather, do not love me so much. Ji Shindan was overwhelmed with emotion. Ji Guosheng. He was utterly baffled by his grandson's internal musings, and gruffly proclaimed, I cannot comprehend your words. Do not act crazily in front of me. What is this? Grandfather scolded him. Grandfather loves him. A beating is affection, scolding is love. Grandfather, you truly love me too much. Ji Shindan was completely absorbed in his own world, thinking, my entire family scolds me, yet they all love me. I am simply the cherished darling of the family. Little egg, you are also Gu's little treasure. Erguwei suddenly popped her head out from behind him. Scrunching her petite nose and smiling cheerfully, Ji Shindan was startled by the sudden voice. Upon turning his head, he was met with Erguwei's face, so close it caught him off guard. And his pupils widened, instinctively leaning back. Goodness, when did you arrive? Erguwei pretended to ponder, her eyes sparkling. If there were a light bulb above her head, it would have lit up in an instant. It seems you said good or not, grandfather, just now, and that was when I came. So that means Ji Erguwei witnessed his entire display of petulance. Jishengden's face turned crimson in an instant. His fair complexion rapidly enveloped in a rosy haze, akin to a chameleon, his ears burning with heat. Unfortunately, Ergué, evidently not finished, sought to seize the opportunity to tease him, leaning closer and mimicking his earlier tone. "Oh brother, why have you turned into a chameleon?" Ji Rongsu clapped for him, leaning back on the sofa, nonchalantly applauding while sarcastically commenting, "Spending money to call people father, brother, grandfather, truly a commendable offspring of the Ji family. Knows how to conduct business." Shangdan. How infuriating, so logical. He found himself unable to retort. He turned to leave, but upon noticing Ergué still standing there, his gaze lingered on her for a moment. Ergué's eyes twinkled mischievously, misinterpreting his glance as a request for assistance. Lifting her chin slightly, adopting the demeanor of a supplicant, Shangdan merely gazed at her silently, not uttering a word, before suddenly exhaling a sigh. Ergué. Shangdan walked past Ergué, preparing to leave, but she tugged at his sleeve, genuinely incredulous, asking, "Aren't you going to ask if I want to help you?" Shangdan, devoid of any hope, replied, "Then will you help me?" "Not at all." Ergué shook her head honestly. Shangdan shot her a glare. "Then why ask me? However, you could plead with me." Ergué raised her chin, a smug smile adorning her face, resembling a proud little general. "I will consider your request." Shangdan's mind sparked with inspiration. He grasped Ergué's arm and led her aside. Confused, Ergué was pulled to a corner where they leaned their heads together. Whispering furtively, Chen bit his lip, gazing at Ergué with anticipation. Ergué, how do you perceive your brother's treatment towards you?" Shangdan feigned ignorance, pointing out, "Your brother has treated you so well. Shouldn't you assist him in his endeavors? At worst, I shall give you my filming fees." Ergué shook her head, her eyes innocent yet slightly mischievous. "I am not in need of money at all." Shangdan sighed, smacking his forehead. "Damn it, I cannot even negotiate with this little rascal." "Then tell me, what conditions do you desire?" Ergué pondered. "Any condition will suffice." "Certainly." Although he anticipated that Ergué would not propose anything reasonable, Shangdan chose to acquiesce. "Then it shall be as you say." Ergué pulled Shangdan's ear and whispered a few words. "What the heck?" Shangdan exclaimed in shock. "You wicked woman. Will you agree?" Ergué's eyes were wide with innocence. Shangdan's mind raced with two choices. His pride urged him to refuse resolutely, leaving like a proud prince. No, like an indignant king, throwing money in her face. However, his reason reminded him, a true gentleman is flexible. Shangdan gritted his teeth and consented. He heard his pride mutter, "Screw you." Chapter 89, The Little Male Servant. "All right." Ergué patted Shangdan's shoulder. "Shangdan, from this moment onward, you are my little servant." Shangdan endured and eventually acquiesced, stubbornly retorting, "I am a male servant." "Very well, little male servant." Ergué in high spirits agreed. "Now tell me, what do you need assistance with?" At that moment, Shangdan could hardly care for his dignity as an elder brother, urgently stating, "I merely need you to persuade our father and the others to agree." "Agree to what? Why is it so difficult?" Ergué was somewhat perplexed. "You could directly tell them our family possesses power, wealth, and influence. If they do not provide me with resources, I shall simply buy them out. Wouldn't that suffice?" Shangdan stared in disbelief at the resolute Ergué, her face devoid of any unusual expression, already mastering the wickedness of capitalism at such a tender age. "How could you harbor such thoughts?" Shangdan scolded Ergué. "Others may not understand me, but you should. I do not believe you are that kind of person. Otherwise, how could those online criticisms hurt you so deeply? Of course they still persist today, and our grandparents' parents are heartbroken to see it. You wouldn't wish to let them dictate public opinion either." "What?" Ergué immediately exploded. "Someone criticized me." "Where?" Shangdan hesitated. She hadn't yet recalled her previous life in the entertainment industry. Ergué, furious, pulled out her phone, opened it and angrily demanded, "Teach me. Where are they insulting me?" Shangdan. He opened Weibo for her. Her latest and only post was a selfie, with over 10,000 comments, 5,000 shares and 500,000 likes. All were criticisms. Ergué scrolled down, fuming, her fingers flying over the screen as she typed furiously. "Garbage. Ergué, get out of the entertainment industry, would you? Just seeing you makes me want to vomit. Why don't you just disappear? Plastic surgery face. If I looked like you, I would want to hang myself." She opened the camera, taking a 45-degree angle selfie, the kind with a non-mainstream pouty face. "Both tacky and beautiful." She updated her status. "You annoying big grapes, I absolutely loathe you." Accompanied by a photo of her stunning self. Ergué was unfamiliar with insults, only echoing the food she had consumed earlier. Shangdan could barely watch, his anger rising at the unsightly comments, feeling a deep sense of disappointment as he realized Gui could not even insult properly. He pulled out his phone, replying to each comment one by one, every single one filled with expletives. Is your mother deceased? Did she have no time to teach you how to speak? Or did you accidentally smear excrement on your mouth while using the toilet? Why is your mouth so foul? Yes, you are the most beautiful. Did your mother give birth to you without any pain, using your mouth as an anus? A straight shooter, did we ask you to spew feces from your mouth? Why do you care so much? Even if a dung truck passes by, you would want to taste it, wouldn't you? How long did your mother pickle you for? Why is your mouth so horrid? Gui seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Little male servant. You are amazing. Ji Shangdian extinguished her phone with a sense of triumph. Didn't she? Gui nodded emphatically and declared, Come, little boy servant, Sister Gui will take you to negotiate. Ji Shangdian's eyes sparkled with evident joy, momentarily disregarding Gui's address, as she slightly bent her body and extended the back of her hand, mimicking a little eunuch, and with a flattering tone said, Princess Gui, please. Gui placed her hand on Ji Shangdian's hand, pretentiously tousled her hair, and said, Let us go. Once she turned around to face the family, Gui's demeanor transformed dramatically. She bounced towards the Ji family, bypassing Ji Wuyun and Ji Yaoshu, and headed straight for Ji Rongshu. Plopping down on the sofa, she leaned her head on Zhong Tao's shoulder, playfully burrowing into it, rubbing her head against her shoulder. Mommy. Ji Yaoshu couldn't bear to watch, thinking, this is a little firecracker. Her voice was sweet and charming, with a pitch that twisted and turned like a winding mountain road. Her cooing melted Zhong Tao's heart, prompting her to gently caress Gui's face. What's wrong, little sister? Ji Rongshu, feeling a pang of jealousy, patted his broad shoulders and said, Little sister, come to daddy, my shoulders are wide enough for you to stroll upon. Gui puffed her cheeks. Why would my head stroll on your shoulders? Zhong Tao shot Ji Rongshu a glance, hurriedly coaxing Gui, Don't listen to him, why are you calling me mommy? Chapter 90. The henpecked husband. I want to participate in that show my brother mentioned. Gui momentarily faltered, as the little chick hadn't informed her about which variety show to join. Me and my family. Ji Shangdian quickly interjected, dashing over to Gui's side, boldly shoving Ji Rongshu aside. Sitting half on the sofa with a modest demeanor, gently patting her back, Princess Gui must want to join too. Ji Rongshu, reluctantly pushed aside, made a little room for him, remarking, You're quite bold. Ji Shangdian didn't even glance back. Akin to a little eunuch beside the noble consort, obsequiously patting Gui's back, eagerly listening to Zhong Tao and Gui's conversation. Zhong Tao affectionately brushed Gui's hair, tucking it behind her ear, and softly asked, If little sister wants to participate, then mommy will agree. Gui nodded vigorously, smiling sweetly, shaking her hand with a hint of playfulness, even leaning closer to her face to plant a kiss, her lips still bearing the scent of lip balm. Sweet and fruity, thank you, mommy. Zhong Tao understood. Ji Rongshu coolly interjected, Recently the weather has turned chilly and the flu is rampant. Overly intimate behavior can easily lead to cross-infection. I wouldn't recommend it, as I might feel envious. In truth, he was lying. The weather was hardly cool. Gui then set her sights on Ji Rongshu, turning her head and immediately locking eyes with him, prompting Ji Rongshu to say, Daddy agrees too. Ji Shangdian exclaimed, You just said you wouldn't let your wife and child expose themselves to the public. He complained discontentedly. Ji Rongshu crossed his legs, intertwining them, only to be playfully swatted on the leg by Zhong Tao from behind Gui and Ji Shangdian. Is your leg itchy? If it is, I'll chop it off. I told you not to cross your legs. Ji Rongshu pouted, grumbling, What a hassle. He suddenly dropped his legs, stamping his feet with force, causing a loud thud against the floor as a means to vent his frustration. Zhong Tao shot him a casual glance and Ji Rongshu froze, sheepishly softening his movements. His towering figure, over 6 feet tall, moved cautiously on the sofa, creating a comical image, akin to an elephant using a nail clipper to slice a watermelon. Gui beamed sweetly, Thank you, Daddy. Ji Rongshu's hands twitched, not yet able to lift them to embrace his precious daughter, only to see that the little girl who had smiled sweetly at him a moment ago was now turning her back to him. Cold and indifferent. Ji Rongshu, to a cue. Though his daughter wouldn't look at him, she still loved him. Gui stood up, bypassing Zhong Tao with Ji Shangdian following suit, and Zhong Tao shifted 2 seats over to swap places with them. Gui settled beside Shui Wenchan while Ji Shangdian, like a little eunuch, closely followed, clinging to his lifeline. Gui employed her previous tactic, leaning her head against Shui Wenchan's arm, rubbing her head against it, creating a frizz of hair as she playfully burrowed in. Grandma. Ji Shangdian silently observed from behind, fascinated, while also quietly taking notes, silently muttering, Step 1, have a drill-like head. Step 2, use the drill to annoy others. Step 3, learn the sheepish tremble. Ba. Shui Wanchan, rarely smiling, had fewer wrinkles than her peers, appearing more serious and distant. Yet, in response to the little one's playful antics, her brows softened, as she gently smoothed Ergue's wild locks. If little sister wishes to do something, then let her do it. Grandma agrees. Thank you, Grandma. Ergue affectionately kissed her. Ji Shangdian was envious, wondering how even the usually stern grandma could be so gentle. Grandma gets it, he thought. There remained one grandfather. That should be simple, Ergue felt confident. In just a short time, she had already caught Ji Guosheng glancing over at them multiple times, feigning nonchalance as he shifted his gaze, clearly waiting for his turn in line. Wasn't he that blatant? Before Ergue could speak, Ji Guosheng piped up. Let me make myself clear, I don't agree. Chapter 91. Early morning calligraphy practice. Ergue, ignoring him, attempted to sidestep the issue, saying, Then thank you, Grandpa. Ji Guosheng, however, had no intention of letting her off the hook. Chuckling as he exposed her, I haven't agreed. Despite his words, his expression was anything but stern. His eyes sparkled with amusement, clearly teasing the younger generation. The contrasting gazes of the elder and the child intertwined in the air, creating a palpable tension that caused Ji Shangdian to slow his shoulder patting, nervously glancing at Ergue's profile and then at the serious grandfather. Ergue was undaunted. After all, she had several strong allies behind her. Casting a pleading glance at Shui Wanchan, her eyes misty and pitiful, the little girl still had her baby fat, her eyes round and dark like grapes, sparkling with a hint of moisture reminiscent of lush, thriving fruit, instantly endearing her to others. Grandma. Shui Wanchan found it amusing, casting a disapproving glance at Ji Guosheng. Enough teasing the little one. You're practically in your twilight years, still bullying the younger generation. How childish. Exactly. How childish. Ergue, emboldened by her support, planted her hands on her hips defiantly. Ji Guosheng pointed a finger at Ergue's forehead, gently pushing her back. Ergue pretended to be weak, leaning back dramatically, feigning to support her head. Oh no. You've pushed me into a concussion. Hey, are you trying to play the victim? Ji Guosheng teased that I'm probably beyond hope and will need Grandpa's approval to recover. Ergue feigned weakness. Ji Guosheng's expression oscillated between sternness and amusement. Who is your eldest brother? Ergue. Wah. She realized she had met her match. If you want my approval, it is possible, Ji Guosheng said mysteriously, as long as you agree to one condition. What condition? Ergue asked warily. The condition is very simple, he drawled, determined to tease her, relishing the anticipation written all over the little girl's face. It wasn't that he wanted to tease her. Rather, her vibrant expressions were simply too delightful, as her brow would furrow at one topic and her mouth would widen at another, her eyes growing round in response. The usually serious Ji Guosheng had transformed into a complete old rascal at this moment. You must wake up an hour early every morning and practice your calligraphy for a month, he declared with a smile. He had long been displeased with her atrocious handwriting and thought, how can such a fair and delicate girl have such horrendous writing? In truth, whether in the interstellar realm or as Data Ji Ergue, her handwriting was poor. It was only after arriving here that she endured the torment of homework, often leaving it until the last minute. Even with Ji Rongshu helping her, they would write until midnight. Afterward, they would be so exhausted that the assignments lay sprawled across the floor, sofa, and table. Ji Guosheng, rising early, would inevitably be assaulted by the sight of her horrid writing. How could such a young girl write so poorly? Upon hearing that she had to wake up early and practice writing, Ergue's face scrunched up in dismay, immediately protesting, Then I don't want to. Woo. Ji Shangdian was quick to cover her mouth. Grandpa, she wants to. I will supervise her. Ji Guosheng nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You both practiced. Ji Shangdian nodded vigorously. Yes, Grandpa, we will definitely wake up early. Hey! You're biting me. Ergue retaliated by taking a big bite out of Ji Shangdian's hand, her cheeks puffed up in displeasure. Ji Shangdian quickly whispered, I'll do your summer homework, be your boy servant for 2 months, and accompany you to practice writing early in the morning, okay? Summer homework. Ergue's eyes lit up, suppressing her excitement. She frowned and reluctantly said, Fine, since you are my brother, I will begrudgingly agree. Chapter 92. You deceive me. The 4 most authoritative figures unanimously agreed, and the matter was already halfway to success. With Ji Ruoshui's consent secured, only one obstacle remained. Ergue turned her gaze toward the girl seated in the wheelchair, only to find that those tranquil eyes, as calm as water, were silently observing her in return. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, Ergue tilted her head, pondering how to persuade her. Before Ergue could utter a word, the indifferent girl in the wheelchair spoke first. If I agree, will you like me a little more? Her favorability had stagnated at 30. showing no signs of increasing for quite some time. Ergway? The entire family? When did Ji Yoon-gui become so cheesy? Faced with the straightforward remark from the girl, Ergway found herself momentarily at a loss, attempting to muddle through with a vague response. Of course, she could not escape the muddle, as Ji Yoon-gui fixed her gaze on her, persistently awaiting her answer. With no choice left, Ergway forced a smile and tilted her head, sweetly replying, "Of course I will like you, dear sister." No one could refuse a sweet girl, except for the cold-hearted Ji Yoon-gui. She held her breath for a moment, but when she did not hear that familiar voice, her expression remained impassive, her eyes reflecting a hint of accusation as they turned to Ergway. Her brow slightly furrowing. "You deceive me." She did not truly like her. How could Ji Yoon-gui know she was simply being perfunctory? Ji Yoon-gui gazed deeply at Ergway, her eyes inscrutable and serene, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The intensity of her stare made Ergway question whether there was an unspoken bond between them from a previous life. But suddenly Ji Yoon-gui averted her gaze. "Forget it." Ji Yoon-gui lowered her eyes, staring at her legs, and said softly, "I agree." Ergway. Ji Yoon-gui's demeanor made her feel like a scoundrel. She was merely an innocent young girl, her heart devoted to Mang Mang. "Yes." Beside her, Ji Shangdan leapt up in excitement, his voice bubbling with uncontrolled enthusiasm as he hurried outside, exclaiming, "I'll contact my agent brother right away." What a foolish giant. Ergway watched his retreating figure with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. It seems we still haven't reached an agreement, right? The family's mood remained unchanged, as if everyone had already consented without dissent. Ji Wujuan suddenly began to doubt herself, hesitantly asking, if nothing unexpected happens, Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu's Ji should refer to Ji Guosheng and Ji Rongshu's Ji, right? Ji Yaoshu replied coolly, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "If he doesn't want anything from me, find out. If he doesn't want to act spoiled, find out. If he doesn't want to call me brother, fine. But to ignore me completely? Hey, that most impolite child." Ji Yaoshu lazily leaned against the sofa, his hands casually draped over the backrest. "Does the Ji family not include us too?" Ergway understood that Ji Yaoshu was calling her, deliberately turning away as if she could not hear him at all. Not listening, the turtle recites scriptures. Not looking, the turtle lays eggs. Ji Yaoshu coolly called out her name, seeing through her feigned ignorance. "Ergway, doesn't he know? Ergway, doesn't he understand? Ergway is the most polite child." Ergway covered her ears, fully committing to her act of ignorance. Ji Rongshu extended his long leg and kicked him, remarking, "Is all your talent spent on bullying your sister? If you don't want to agree, you and your brother can just move out of the old residence." The expression on Ji Yaoshu's face was quite the spectacle, his aura rivaling that of Ji Rongshu. A mature lion faced a watchful tiger, and he chuckled lightly. "As a mature adult, I won't argue with you, an old man past 50. Ji Rongshu. He promptly sought his wife to complain. "Tao, your son just called me old, and said I'm over 50. Ergway stood up and trotted to Ji Rongshu's side, pulling his ear close and whispering a mischievous idea. "Daddy, I have a great plan to punish him. When you're about to die, call him over and say you have 90 million to leave him." Ji Rongshu thought to himself, just 90 million can discipline this ungrateful child. Yet he held his tongue, not wanting to interrupt his darling daughter in her moment of excitement. "You say, the inheritance is placed. And then you quickly take your last breath, driving him mad." Ergway's tone was animated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 93, 290 million pass away at lightning speed. That would likely not just infuriate Ji Yaoshu but rather delight him. Ergway blinked her eyes at him, and upon meeting Ji Rongshu's skeptical gaze, she nodded seriously, showing no sign of jest. Indeed, pass away on the spot. After a brief contemplation on whether to maintain Ji Yaoshu's image in her little sister's mind, Ji Rongshu decisively chose to stoke the flames of mischief, affectionately gazing at his innocent daughter. "Little sister, you are too good. You do not understand your brother. He is not a good person. If I say this, he might just resort to electric shock therapy, the kind that leaves the corpse charred." Ergway's eyes widened, and after some thought she added, "Or you could tell big brother, second brother, and third brother that you've hidden 290 million in a treasure chest. When they finally manage to open it after much effort, they will find only a note inside. The note will read, 200 million, be sincere and honest, and for 90 million, be happy, work hard, strive, be blissful, be joyful, be healthy, be safe, think of me and remember me." Seemingly anticipating the dumbfounded expressions of the 3G brothers, Ergway could not contain her laughter, snickering quietly. Ji Rongshu shook his head helplessly. Seeing his daughter so amused warmed his heart. He lowered his head and chuckled, lightly tapping her forehead. "What a clever little rascal you are. So articulate." Ji Yaoshu, witnessing the delightful interaction between father and daughter, found it exceedingly irksome. What are you two discussing? Ji Rongshu casually wrapped his arm around Zhong Tao's waist, her slender figure effortlessly nestled against him, contrasting sharply with his nearly 6'3" frame, resembling a scene from a movie, Beauty and the Beast. Ignoring Ji Yaoshu, he strode past him, declaring meeting adjourned. Guoxing and Shui Wanchan also rose simultaneously. Heading upstairs, I'll head up too, with several elders leaving. Erguwei felt that staying with Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu was rather dull and skipped cheerfully upstairs. Sister, do you need my help? Ji Yunguwei looked up, meeting a pair of sparkling eyes. She opened her mouth to decline. No need, I have the stairs. Erguwei smiled at her, hands resting on the wheelchair. With a sudden exertion, she firmly lifted the wheelchair, saying, Don't be polite. It's not the first time that I'm quite steady. Ji Yunguwei experienced a moment of weightlessness, instinctively gripping the wheelchair before relaxing her hold, letting out a gentle sigh. Fine, let her be. After all, it is quite steady. As Erguwei climbed the stairs, she curiously weighed the wheelchair, asking, Have you lost a bit of weight since last time? Yunguwei. Erguwei felt a twinge of disappointment. That's great. I've put on a bit of weight recently. Ji Ruoshui had never witnessed Erguwei effortlessly lifting a wheelchair before. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Even after they disappeared around the staircase corner, she remained rooted in place, incredulous. Recalling some rumors and messages of concern sent by friends on her phone, Ji Ruoshui tightened her grip on the device, subconsciously biting her lip, feeling a vague unease. Brother Sushang and Ji Erguwei are quite close. Impossible. No one would be fond of a spoiled, willful, and ignorant young lady. It must be because of her relationship with her elder brother and second brother that Brother Sushang showed concern for Ji Erguwei. Comforting herself, she revealed a polite smile to Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu. Brother, I'll head up first. In the vast living room, only Ji Wujuan and Ji Yaoshu remained. Yaoshu. Excuse me, are those two air people? Chapter 94. A big mouth feeds all. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, after silencing his phone, Ji Shangdan ruffled his hair, groggily sitting up in bed, yawning and wiping the mist from his eyes. Dragging his weary body out of bed and slipping into his slippers, he slowly made his way to the bathroom. While brushing his teeth, he felt drowsy. The cool water splashed on his cheeks, and he managed to awaken a little, opening his eyes to look at his reflection in the mirror. Not too bad. He was still quite handsome, after washing up and hastily styling his hair. Without changing his clothes, he shuffled upstairs to Erguwei's room and knocked on the door with a series of loud thuds. No sound came from within, suddenly recalling the method suggested by Fu Suxiang. But lacking a rooster crowing audio, Ji Shangdan closed his eyes, seemingly making a significant decision, pinching his nose and beginning to imitate a rooster's crow. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Just as he was getting into it, a sound of the door opening interrupted him. Though it did not come from the front but rather from the side, Ji Shangdan's voice abruptly halted, and he turned, sensing something amiss, only to find Ji Yunguwei's door ajar. The girl sat quietly in her wheelchair, her ink-like eyes calm as water, devoid of surprise, merely looking at him with a hint of understanding and sympathy, as if observing a fool. Ji Shangdan. Listening to his explanation, he truly is not some fool crowing at others' doorsteps at the break of dawn. You idiot, are you trying to get yourself killed? Within the room, the voice of Erguwei, filled with impatience and tinged with the drowsiness of just waking, drifted out, raspy and endearingly grumpy. If only she could refrain from such rudeness upon speaking. Ji Shangdan was just about to place his hand on the doorknob when he suddenly recalled the distinction between genders, and thus withdrew his hand. He hurriedly descended the stairs, thumping down as sounds of activity emerged from the living room. Zhang Ma was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. He poked his head out from the staircase and called down, Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma had been with the Ji family for many years. Not only Ji Wuyun's generation but even Ji Rongshu treated her with utmost respect and propriety. Having watched these children grow up, she echoed whatever names Ji Guosheng and Shui Wenchan's offspring would call her. Could you please help change Erguwei's clothes? Ji Shangdan requested. Zhang Ma pondered for a moment. Does your little sister really need to rise so early? Ji Shangdan nodded vigorously, not showing a hint of guilt on his face. Yes. Zhang Ma, puzzled, observed him. Erguwei hardly appeared to be the diligent type who would wake up early. Hurry up, Zhang Ma. We'll be late, Ji Shangdan urged anxiously. Soon, his grandfather would be getting up. Seeing his urgency, Zhang Ma refrained from further inquiries that might waste time, removed her apron, carelessly draped it over a chair, and followed Ji Shangdan upstairs, while Zhang Ma entered to assist Erguwei with her clothing. Ji Shangdan anxiously leaned against the door, listening intently, fearing that Erguwei might throw a tantrum upon waking. Fortunately, it was far quieter than he had imagined. The room was enveloped in a serene stillness. leading Ji Shangdan to wonder if Zhang Ma had actually lain down and fallen asleep alongside Erguwei. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open from within, nearly colliding with Zhang Ma and Ji Shangdan. Reacting swiftly, Ji Shangdan stepped back, startling Zhang Ma, who, after recovering from her fright, patted her chest. "Little Dan, you scared me to death?" Ji Shangdan tiptoed, attempting to glimpse the waking Erguwei behind Zhang Ma, but all he could see was the room's lingering darkness. "Where is she?" "Still sleeping," Zhang Ma said with a kind yet helpless expression. "Seeing how soundly she sleeps, I couldn't bear to wake her. I just changed her clothes while she dozed." "All right, thank you, Zhang Ma," Ji Shangdan said, feeling deflated. Yet he still thanked her politely and watched as she descended the stairs, waiting at the door for 5 minutes without any sign of movement from the lump in bed. He wrestled with his thoughts but ultimately decided to enter. He gently tapped Erguwei's flushed face, calling out, "Ji Erguwei? Ji Erguwei? Little sister?" The long-forgotten term slipped out unexpectedly, causing Ji Shangdan's heart to race as he nervously gazed at Erguwei, who showed no signs of waking. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. "That if you don't wake up, I'll put a chicken on your bed," Ji Shangdan threatened. Upon hearing the word chicken, the slumbering Erguwei scrunched her brows and murmured sleepily, "Big Mouth eats everything, steamed and barbecued from Orleans. If 1 chicken comes, I'll eat 1. If 2 come, I'll eat 2. If 3 come." She even remembered to swallow in her sleep. "With that little bird's mouth of yours, you think you can eat 1 of each? Dream on." Ji Shangdan feigned a fierce tone. "Get up and practice your calligraphy." It was only when Erguwei was asleep that he dared raise his voice so. Chapter 95. More tired than a dog, Ji Shangdan pinched his nose and expertly imitated a rooster's crow. "Cock-a-doodle-doo." He eagerly watched the little hill on the bed, and sure enough it shifted impatiently. A muffled voice emerging from beneath the covers. "What is it?" Ji Shangdan patted her through the blanket. "Get up, practice your writing." Erguwei remained motionless. "I wanted." Ji Shangdan pushed her again, urging, "Come on, you promised Grandpa yesterday." Erguwei poked her head out from the covers, yawned. "Can't I change my mind?" Ji Shangdan had never encountered someone so resolutely defiant about changing their mind. Momentarily at a loss for words, he could only push her again. "Hurry, get up to practice, and I'll write your summer homework for you." "Summer homework?" Erguwei reluctantly lifted her eyelids to glance at him, then slowly closed them again. Ji Shangdan quickly cradled her face, using his thumb and forefinger to pry her eyelids open. "Stay awake. Don't sleep," Erguwei sleepily mumbled in response, still appearing drowsy, perfectly exemplifying the idea that one could be more tired than a dog. While holding Erguwei's eyelids open, Ji Shangdan managed to free one hand to switch on the lamp beside the bed, then reached to support the back of her head, effortlessly helping her sit up. He patted her face in an effort to rouse her. "Zhang Ma has already changed your clothes. What else do you need?" Erguwei struggled to engage her mind, her thoughts booting up sluggishly. After a considerable pause, she groggily replied, "Hair." Even in her drowsiness, she was conscious of her image management. "Hair?" Ji Shangdan said helplessly, rushing to gather the necessary tools. After a brief search around the room, he inquired, "Where's your comb, your hair ties and accessories?" Erguwei, eyes still closed, lazily pointed in the direction of her jewelry stand. "Over there." "What hairstyle do you like?" Erguwei didn't mind as it required no effort on her part. "All right," Ji Shangdan responded confidently, rolling up his sleeves. "How about I put your hair up in a bun? It's youthful and lively." Erguwei yawned, her eyes misty with sleep, obediently nodding. "Okay." Ji Shangdan meticulously sectioned her hair, leaving strands framing her face while gathering the rest into a neat topknot, ensuring not a single hair was out of place. Thankfully, Erguwei had a commendable hairline. Otherwise, with the way he styled it, one might see the scalp everywhere. Ji Shangdan gathered a generous amount of hair with a rubber band, exerting considerable effort to form a towering ponytail, pulling it tight and securing it to the side. Erguwei winced, dissatisfied. "Little egg, you're pulling too tight." Ji Shangdan dismissed her concern. "You don't understand. A tight style looks better. More spirited." He twisted the ponytail in one direction repeatedly, attempting to shape it into a rounded bun. Unfortunately, Erguwei's hair was long and thick. After much effort, he could only manage a gigantic bun. He thought to himself that this should not be called a bun but rather a lioness head. "All right, it's done," Ji Shangdan said cautiously. With her eyes still closed, Erguwei asked, "Does it look good?" "Yes, it looks good," Ji Shangdan replied, feigning calmness, staring at the two-headed creature on her head, falling into silence. This massive bun resembled something more akin to a Taoist priest than a mere bun. Really? If she sees herself in the mirror, she might just die of shock. Erguwei, with surprising strength, lightly pushed him, causing him to stagger back. By the time he regained his footing, Erguwei had already entered the washroom. This was a disaster. Jishangdan, trembling with fear, stared towards the washroom, dreading the sound of a scream, but to his surprise nothing happened. Instead, he heard the sound of running water. What on earth? Is she brushing her teeth with her eyes closed? Just as Jishangdan contemplated whether to investigate, Erguwei's head suddenly popped out, giving him a thumbs up. Nice hairstyle. The round, oversized bun resembled a candied hawthorn. So adorable, Jishangdan. Huh? Still not awake. Once Erguwei finished washing up, the siblings made their way downstairs together. As they reached the staircase, Jishangdan could no longer bear to look at the disarray and took Erguwei by the arm to assist her down, all the while chattering, "You need me to help you down the stairs? I've truly become your eunuch." Eunuch? Erguwei rubbed her eyes, only catching the part where Jishangdan referred to himself as a eunuch. With naive curiosity and a hint of hurt, she asked, "The Qing dynasty has fallen. How can there still be a eunuch like you?" Her earnestness only made it more hurtful. Jishangdan. Children say the darndest things. Don't be angry, Jishangdan, stifled with frustration, could only console himself in this manner to calm his emotions. Chapter 96. Chicken pot, rope, where's your homework? Hand it over. Jishangdan stretched out his hands and demanded fiercely. He hadn't even completed his own homework but still had to write hers. As she descended, the oversized bun atop her head bobbed with her movements. Jishangdan had tied it loosely, causing it to tilt, and he quickly used one hand to adjust it. She eagerly dashed in front of Jishangdan, slamming a hefty stack of homework onto the table. "I can't believe." Jishangdan stared in disbelief at the towering pile before him. "Does everyone at Yueying have this much homework?" Erguwei nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course." Jishangdan, however, was skeptical. "Really? When I saw Tsongwang, he didn't even have a backpack. And Xiao Gui and Ruoshui didn't have nearly this much homework." "Alright. Then you're the unfortunate one," Jishangdan sympathized, eyeing her. "Main subjects above 130 points, secondary subjects above 90 points. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such things." Fortunately, he had long since transferred from the academically competitive Yueying to the esteemed Yueshan. "So you can handle mathematics, biology, chemistry, and physics?" Jishangdan inquired, glancing through the pile of homework belonging to Erguwei, only to discover the absence of any practice books for these subjects. Curiously, Erguwei pressed her fingers together and counted. "I find them quite simple. Their principles are akin to the foundational knowledge I acquired in mecha engineering, optical brain fabrication technology, reagent reaction techniques, and mechanical disciplines." Although she had adopted a laid-back approach now, she had been an exemplary student in the interstellar realm, where the standards of education far surpassed those of this world. Thus, when she encountered scientific problems, it felt akin to solving riddles. Her thoughts flowed effortlessly, translating into fluent answers. Jishangdan silently acknowledged her prowess with a nod, resignedly picking up the first language exercise book to begin his work. As he skillfully turned to the last page of the language workbook, he was met with a ragged, uneven tear, plunging him into despair. Why are there even torn answers? Fixating on Erguwei's face, a hint of concern flickered in Jishangdan's eyes. His worry stemmed from a fear that once Erguwei was in the public eye, she would again be subjected to the vitriol of online detractors. However, Erguwei was blissfully unaware of his concerns. Engrossed in her own world as she picked up a dried ink stone and grinding slab, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Are you going to grind ink for me? I saw a little eunuch doing just that for the emperor on television yesterday. Grind ink for you? Look at how enamored you are." Jishangdan scoffed lightly, producing a bottle of ink from seemingly nowhere and pouring it onto the ink stone. "With your current level of writing, I'll only grind ink for you when you can produce a beautiful script." Disheartened, Erguwei mumbled, "If you won't grind it for me, then just don't." With a clumsy grip on her brush, she prepared to write. A drop of ink fell from the brush's tip onto the rice paper, rapidly spreading into a large blot. With a cheerful demeanor, Erguwei admired, "A powdery face with no other color. A celestial being would envy this ink stain. Truly, I am a prodigy." Jishangdan glanced up briefly, then returned to his own tasks, allowing Erguwei to indulge in her self-amusement. This was Erguwei's first encounter with the brush. She had only seen on television and in holographic chambers, and she was thoroughly captivated. Her movements were fluid and graceful, completing a piece nearly every minute. By the time Ji Guosheng descended, a stack of yellow rice paper had accumulated beside Erguwei. Observing the siblings diligently practicing their calligraphy, Ji Guosheng nodded in satisfaction at the scene. Jishangdan was deeply engrossed in writing, while Erguwei rested her chin on the table, pen gliding across the paper. However, his smile froze as he approached Erguwei and glimpsed the contents of her work. "What is this abomination?" Ji Guosheng exclaimed in horror. The ink blots on the rice paper were a chaotic mess, adorned with 3 bizarre shapes that resembled neither words nor images. This is not an abomination. This little bird signifies chicken, this frying pan represents country, and this rope stands for string. So, grandfather, this is you. Uruguay explained sweetly, oblivious to his nearly petrified expression. The little bird bore no resemblance to a bird but rather to a peculiar creature. The frying pan looked nothing like cookware, resembling a giant pancake instead. The rope bore no resemblance to a rope, looking more like a twisted wireworm. Chicken frying pan rope. You truly are your grandfather's most devoted grandchild. Chapter 97. My days will be difficult, grandfather, look. I've written so much about you, Uruguay said, propping her chin on her hand and displaying a sweet smile, as if pleading for praise that if she had a tail, it would be wagging to the heavens. Ji Guosheng forced a smile, but it was more of a grimace. He accepted the stack of rice paper from Uruguay, flipping through a few pages before turning away. Unable to bear the sight throughout his life, he had done good deeds, so why must his eyes suffer such torment? The once pristine rice paper was now marred with large blotches of ink, a sight too disheartening to endure. With a sigh, Ji Guosheng instructed Zhang Ma, have someone tidy this up. It's time to prepare for dinner, hooray. It's time to eat. Uruguay exclaimed, her spirits lifted at the mention of food. She immediately abandoned her brushwork, eagerly assisting Zhang Ma in clearing the table. Sitting obediently in her chair, she awaited her meal. Zhang Ma tugged at her sleeve, poking her soft, ink-stained palm and scolding, look at your little hands. They're all dirty. Why don't you go wash them? Remember to use 2 pumps of soap, don't skimp and muddle through. Uruguay pouted but reluctantly made her way to the restroom, dutifully dispensing 2 pumps of soap into her palm before exiting to take her seat for dinner. When she emerged, the rest of the Ji family had already gathered, and Ji Wuyun and Ji Yaoshu were dressed in casual attire, shedding the formal distance they usually maintained. The two appeared in high spirits, their faces adorned with smiles, a stark contrast to Ji Rongshu, whose expression was a stormy tempest of displeasure. Those 2 little rascals are off work today, leaving me to handle the company alone. It's utterly frustrating, he grumbled, his irritation palpable. They have no wives to entertain, while I still do. Good morning, everyone. Uruguay chimed as she swiftly took her seat, greeting everyone with enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food before her. Good morning, little sister. Ji Rongshu's expression softened slightly upon seeing his vibrant daughter, his brows relaxing as he conversed with her, suddenly recalling the amusement park scenes he had seen on television yesterday. Uruguay blinked her eyes. Daddy, do you have time today? I've never been to an amusement park and I really want to see it in person. Can you take me? Before Ji Rongshu could respond, Ji Yaoshu, sitting beside her, reached up to playfully tug at her bun, a teasing smile on his face. Your dad is busy today. Why not ask your brother to take you instead? He couldn't resist giving her hair another playful squeeze, finding it surprisingly pleasant to the touch. Ji Wuyun glanced over, suddenly setting down his knife and fork to wipe his mouth with a napkin, his actions elegant and dignified. I happen to have some free time today as well. Uruguay looked from Ji Wuyun to Ji Yaoshu and sighed. Never mind, I'll just find someone else to go with. She had plans to meet Meng Meng. Ji Yaoshu and Ji Wuyun exchanged glances, their expressions incredulous. What? Do they seem like they would embarrass you? They absolutely cannot come along. Ji Rongshu slammed his utensils down, his face darkening. What good is all the money I earn if I can't even fulfill my daughter's wishes? What's the point of the Ji family's company if I don't go? He hadn't anticipated that his little sister would be so fond of him, insisting that he accompany her to the amusement park. However, upon hearing this, Uruguay shook her head seriously. Then Daddy, you should just go to work. If you go bankrupt and run out of money, I would be very sad. Her days would become quite difficult as well. All right. To ensure my little sister is not sad, Daddy will go to work right now. With newfound determination, he grabbed his suit jacket from the back of his chair and made to leave, only to be halted by Zhong Tao. Are you out of your mind? Eat first before leaving. Fine. Ji Rongshu relented. Chapter 98. Not even a dog would go. You all don't need to take me. I have plans. Plans? With whom? A boy or a girl? Do I know them? Are they a classmate? Do they live nearby? What kind of person are they? Ji Rongshu immediately became alert, his face brimming with suspicion as he bombarded her with questions. Uruguay, feeling guilty, lowered her head to eat her porridge, hesitant to reveal the truth, that it was a girl from the neighboring class whom they did not know, with 2 little braids and a penchant for floral dresses, who had come from the countryside and did not live nearby. Yueying has such a person? Ji Shangdan asked curiously, how come I've never seen her before? There are. She's a recent transfer student, Uruguay replied, nervously peeling an egg with deft hands. Just as Ji Shangdan was about to speak again, she swiftly shoved the peeled egg into his mouth, saying, Brother, Eat the egg I peeled for you, with a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little devil. She seemed to threaten him. Mouths are for eating, not for talking nonsense. Ji Shangdan, unable to interpret her warning, was forced to chew, suddenly pausing as he extracted half an eggshell from his mouth. He shot her a look of reproach, silently accusing her of not peeling the egg properly. Erguwei turned her head, deliberately ignoring his pained expression, and swiftly finished her bowl of porridge. She slipped into her slippers and made her way to the kitchen to put away her bowl, waving goodbye to the rest of the Ji family. See you. I'm off to play. The Ji residence was only a couple of minutes' drive from the Fu family home, and given Fu Suman's speed, 5 minutes would suffice. Before the Ji family could react, Erguwei had already dashed out like a little cannonball, changing her shoes and heading out the door. Hey! Aren't you going to let your 2 brothers take you? Your classmate doesn't have a car, Ji Rongshu called after her. Regrettably, Erguwei was oblivious to her surroundings as she exuberantly stepped out, leaving behind a heartless yet jubilant silhouette for her elderly father. Ji Rongshu grew increasingly anxious, asking, have you all been keeping up with the news lately? There are so many bad people out there. What if my little sister doesn't use the family car and has to take a ride-sharing service? Ride-sharing can be so perilous. What if she gets abducted? We aren't well acquainted with her classmate. What if he turns out to be a trafficker? Upon seeing his indifference, Ji Rongshu felt discomfort surge within him. He lifted his foot and kicked his younger brother's calf, exclaiming, that's your sister. Aren't you going to check on her? Ji Yaoshu opened his mouth only to coldly refuse. Whoever wants to go can go. I certainly won't. Brother, are you going? Ji Wujuan fell silent for a moment, lowering his gaze in quiet resolution. No, I'm not going. Ji Yaoshu shrugged at Ji Wujuan, helplessly raising his hands to indicate, see, he isn't going either. Ji Rongshu shot them both a glare, muttering, unfilial sons. He then picked up the suit leaning against the chair and strode toward the door in pursuit of her. Unfortunately, he was a bit late. In just a short while she had already been picked up, leaving behind only a haze of exhaust fumes. Ji Rongshu and Ji Yaoshu exchanged glances, comprehending each other's thoughts. Indeed, not even the dogs were going. After finishing breakfast, the two departed, parting ways at the entrance. Ji Yaoshu confirmed repeatedly, you're not going, right? Ji Wujuan shot him a glance. No, I'm off to the gym, alright? Ji Yaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then I'll head to the law firm to take care of some matters. The two drove off separately from the Ji residence. 10 minutes later, the brothers reconvened at the amusement park entrance. Yaoshu. Ji Wujuan. That wasn't it said that even the dogs wouldn't go? Chapter 99. How about we go explore together? Ji Wujuan exited the vehicle, slamming the door shut, only to meet a pair of wide eyes. Coincidentally, it was his younger brother Ji Yaoshu, who had just proclaimed he was heading to the law firm. Going to the law firm? Ji Wujuan smirked. Ji Yaoshu's expression turned slightly awkward. I need to pass through this road on my way to the law firm. What about you? He regained his composure, a nonchalant expression returning as he raised an eyebrow. Aren't you headed to the gym? I'm passing through here as well. Ji Wujuan maintained a natural demeanor, betraying no signs of deceit. Yaoshu understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Then I'll be on my way. Ji Wujuan also nodded, opening the car door. Both harbored a sense of being caught red-handed, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness as their conversation bounced back and forth, both wishing the other would simply turn a blind eye. How about we go inside and have some fun? Ji Yaoshu suggested tentatively, gesturing toward the amusement park's interior. 2 grown men going to play at an amusement park? How peculiar. Ji Wujuan fell silent. Alright. He closed the car door and silently walked toward the amusement park. Ji Yaoshu, still processing this, hurriedly followed Ji Wujuan, who had already joined the line of eager patrons forming a long queue. As time ticked by, Ji Yaoshu, accustomed to breaking a second into 2 for work, felt exasperated standing there, perceiving it as a monumental waste of time. He frowned and glanced at his watch, irritably questioning, is there no VIP entrance here? Ji Wujuan lifted his gaze to the amusement park sign, replying resignedly, this place is owned by the Song Corporation. What connection does that have? The Song family is our rival family. The two families, Ji and Song, had been fierce competitors for decades, embroiled in a tumultuous commercial rivalry that often involved sabotaging one another. They had an unspoken understanding that while undermining each other might not yield profits, it would certainly bring joy. The battleground was extensive, ranging from the Ji and Song patriarchs competing in dance and chess to Ji Shangdan and the Song heir battling academically. Erguwei truly has some nerve, coming here to donate money to our adversary. Yaoshu scoffed, failing to realize he too stood under the glaring sun for half an hour, queuing to contribute his own funds. Had I known, I would have summoned Fu Samong. The Song heir seemed interested in him. Perhaps we could have secured a VIP passage. Yaoshu mused. But thankfully, no one recognizes us. Otherwise, the rumor of the Ji family's legal advisor and general manager queuing at the Song South amusement park would surely incite laughter from their family. Ji Woojuan remained silent, his eyes averted. It was unclear when the elite lawyer, once dubbed a beast in human guise, had shed his burden, transforming instead into a mere beast. Why are you so quiet? Communication between individuals necessitates interaction. Prolonged unilateral engagement can be exhausting. Rather than fret over these trivialities. At last, Ji Woojuan spoke, his voice low and deliberately subdued, confined to the auditory range of just the two of them. Why not look up and observe the gazes directed at us? Ji Yaoshu followed his suggestion, only to find the long queue ahead had inexplicably turned to glance at them. Their expressions varied, scrutinizing, mocking, curious, and suggestive. What on earth? Yaoshu was taken aback, instinctively lowering his gaze to inspect his trousers. He was clad in athletic wear today. Surely, there was no way he had neglected to zip up. Chapter 100. Either it's suggestive or it's bromance. The two men, both notably tall and striking, presented an exceptional sight. Ji Woojuan's countenance was cold and strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of righteousness even when unsmiling. Resembling a soldier more than a shrewd businessman. In contrast, Ji Yaoshu had inherited the delicate features of his mother, with alluring peach blossom eyes and exquisitely refined features. His passionate gaze, however, was tempered with an air of aloofness, lurking behind his frosty glasses like a trap laden with thorns and snares, fraught with calculation. The strength of Zhong Tao's genes was evident, as all her children, including Ji Yaoshu, shared her striking pale complexion, making them conspicuously noticeable in the crowd. Alarm bells rang in Ji Yaoshu's mind as he grew suspicious. Could it be they've recognized us as members of the Ji family? He instinctively moved behind Ji Woojuan, lowering his head slightly in an attempt to conceal himself, though their heights rendered him largely ineffective. Perhaps. Ji Woojuan's response was succinct, yet he sensed something was amiss. This did not seem like a simple case of recognition. Whispers began to circulate around them, the chatter of two young girls positioned ahead in the queue reaching Ji Yaoshu and Ji Woojuan's ears clearly. "They're so attractive," exclaimed one girl, her braids framing a delicate face adorned with makeup, covering her mouth in bashful delight. "Their faces are stunning, and their figures are superb. I'm fond of the one in gray athletic wear. You can tell he's physically fit." The other girl, sporting a striking gray hairstyle, boasted a particularly eye-catching undercut that rivaled any boy's charm. "You're not making sense." The braided girl's face flushed slightly. "What I meant was, look at his biceps. He's clearly someone who works out regularly." "Where did your mind wander?" the undercut girl retorted playfully, nudging her friend. "Ugh, if only that brother were my boyfriend." The braided girl lamented. "You're dreaming," the undercut girl chuckled, sneaking a glance over her shoulder, her tone and gaze laced with suggestiveness. "Just look at him. He's clearly taken. Didn't you notice how the other brother reacted when everyone stared at him?" He stood back to assert his claim. The braided girl's fantasies of an attractive suitor were ruthlessly shattered, her lips pouting. "No way. How could it not be? Look around, those in line are either best friends or couples, or families out for an excursion. How could there be two non-coupled boys at an amusement park? Trust me, it's either suggestive or it's bromance." The undercut girl stated her conviction firmly, prompting the braided girl to glance toward Ji Woojuan and Ji Yaoshu, her gaze landing on Ji Yaoshu's imposing yet dark expression, making her hastily turn away, exhaling deeply, her teeth grinding. "How infuriating, my rival is too unfairly attractive. I stand no chance." The undercut girl laughed, ruffling the flustered braided girl's hair, which resembled a ripe apple. There. Ji Woojuan. Ji Yaoshu. They finally grasped why the gazes surrounding them felt so strange and suggestive with such handsome men in line. Onlookers speculated whether they were perhaps obscure celebrities. Then another striking figure appeared, and it was evident they were together. Scanning the queue, it was apparent that hardly any boys were out together, and if they were likely couples. Thus, the onlookers' pitying glances were intertwined with envy. In this day and age, even handsome men were pairing off with other handsome men. The thought of being perceived as a couple by those around him sent a shiver down Ji Yaoshu's spine, prompting him to step forward and distance himself from Ji Woojuan. Ji Woojuan, with his hands shoved in his pockets, was clearly intent on feigning ignorance, wishing to remain mute. "Life is fleeting. Endure this moment, and it shall pass." With Ji Yaoshu's step forward, the distance between him and the two girls lessened, and he looked down to find himself perfectly aligned with the braid of the girl in front. In accordance with his usual temperament, Ji Yaoshu would have refrained from engaging in unnecessary explanations with strangers. However, today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he impulsively tugged at the braided girl's hair. "We are not A couple before he could finish, the braided girl spun around in surprise, her eyes widening at the sight of Ji Yaoshu. Oh, hello. Is there something you need, big brother? Ji Yaoshu's expression subtly shifted, filled with self-reproach for feeling compelled to explain herself to these inconsequential individuals. Yet, now that she was present, she patiently reiterated, "We are not a couple." The girl with the braided hair widened her eyes in disbelief, recognizing that she had lost her chance. How could her romantic rival confront her directly? It felt like a stab to the heart. She pressed her lips together, adopting a serious demeanor. "Brother, although we are adversaries who have never met before, you cannot provoke me like this," Ji Yaoshu replied. "Adversaries who have never met? Would you care to listen to what you're saying?" The girl with the fishbone hairstyle nonchalantly tossed her head, resting her elbow comfortably on the shoulder of the braided girl, easing a considerable burden as she leaned into her, smiling. "Handsome, don't mind her. She means no harm, just a simple case of lechery." She raised an eyebrow at Ji Yaoshu, her gaze laced with mockery and flirtation. "I want to interrupt you too, Ji Yaoshu." He truly felt as if he were inescapably mired in a quagmire. "Brother, my name is Song Yushi, and this is Lu Rong. Should he harm you, do remember to seek me out." Song Yushi leaned around Ji Yaoshu, addressing Ji Wujuan with a pitiful expression. After receiving a light smack on the head from Lu Rong, she reluctantly amended her words. "All right, brother, what I meant to say is, I hope you two will be well together." Ji Wujuan. Ji Yaoshu wished to protest, but from the back of the line, 5 or 6 individuals clad in identical suits emerged from the amusement park. Hurrying along as if searching for someone, Ji Yaoshu quickly sensed an ominous premonition as they drew closer. With Song Yushi's heart broken and Lu Rong's flirtatious gazes upon him, he tugged at Ji Wujuan's sleeve, prepared to flee. Just as they took a step away, the middle-aged man leading the group noticed them, his face lighting up with delight as he strode over to Ji Wujuan and her companion, greeting them with a smile. "If it weren't for our staff spotting you, we would have remained unaware of your presence, Ms. Ji. You truly are quite low-key. Being discovered in line at a competitor's amusement park should have been a source of embarrassment." However, Ji Wujuan's mental fortitude was evidently beyond the ordinary capabilities of a typical domineering CEO. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she nodded nonchalantly. "I came to have a look." Her demeanor projected the air of an inspector. The middle-aged man twitched his lips. If memory served him right, the general manager of the Ji family had recently clashed with their young master, leading him into a trap. How could he stand there so self-assuredly now? A fleeting moment of disbelief crossed his face, quickly replaced by a serviceable smile. "Our young master has instructed that esteemed guests should be personally attended to. How could we allow them to wait in the sun for so long? He will be here shortly. Please wait a moment and no need to hurry. What if you accidentally perish?" Ji Yaoshu coldly remarked. "Mr. Ji, you truly have a penchant for humor." The middle-aged man awkwardly chuckled. "How careless can one be?" Ji Yaoshu tugged at the corners of his mouth, remaining silent. Song Yushi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the intense exchange between the two, then glanced at the 5 from the Song family. Lowering her voice, "Ms. Ji, Mr. Ji. Both surname Ji." Lu Rong similarly whispered, "Forbidden romance among brothers. Haven't we seen enough of that abroad?" Ji Wujuan, oblivious to the whispers behind her, expressionlessly exposed Ji Rongshu. "Have your young master seek more affluent guests than us." Ji Rongshu, my father, should have just entered. Ji Rongshu? The president of the Ji family. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt invigorated. It appeared there were not only 2 small turtles in the trap but also a large one. Their president would undoubtedly find this intriguing. He immediately stepped aside, presumably to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Ji Wujuan received a message on her phone from the sender, Song Zhanyan, the eldest son of the Song family. The message contained only an image, Ji Yaoshu holding her hand as they walked. Due to the angle, the atmosphere appeared decidedly ambiguous, leaving much to the imagination. Ji Wujuan. Unbeknownst to the two, Yi-Rui and Fu Su-Meng were enjoying themselves inside the amusement park. Having successfully navigated the VIP entrance thanks to Fu Su-Meng's connections. Yi-Rui, adorned with a headband featuring rabbit ears, eagerly browsed through various accessories at a stall. Meanwhile, Fu Su-Meng stood by, waiting patiently. His hands, however, were far from idle. One hand held a half-eaten cotton candy from Yi-Rui, while his wrist bore a multitude of protein lollipops, and in the other hand, he clutched 3 grilled sausages, all while balancing a plush toy. The vendor, cosplaying a certain anime character, remarked enviously, "Miss, your boyfriend truly dotes on you." Just as Yi-Rui was about to respond with delight, Fu Su-Meng interrupted grumpily. "Boyfriend? She's my ancestor." Yi-Rui shot him an indignant glare, clearly displeased with his words, and retorted, "Yes, I'm his ancestor, and he is my great-grandson." The vendor? Fu Su-mang, accustomed to this dynamic, handed her a sausage. Lowering his gaze and speaking patiently, "Ancestor, I was wrong." "Knowing you were wrong is good." Irue lifted her chin with a haughty huff, her eyes sparkling with mischievous triumph. Her temper flared quickly but dissipated just as fast. She took a bite of the sausage and waved her hand, signaling Fu Su-mang to take it away, before joyfully continuing her search for headbands. "What color is this one?" Irue, unable to see the color of the headband atop her head, pointed to it and inquired of Fu Su-mang. "White rabbit." Fu Su-mang looked down at her, bemused that she could forget the color atop her own head. Irue nodded thoughtfully. "White, huh?" Her gaze swept over the dazzling array of headbands at the stall, muttering to herself, "Tigers, no way. I can't fight them. Lions, also not an option. Leopards, why are they all so fierce?" Suddenly Irue's eyes became bright as she spotted something in a corner, her gaze sparkling with excitement. Fu Su-mang followed her line of sight, the faint smile on his lips freezing. It was a massive, pointed, glowing green hat. The hat was stiff and structured, resembling a witch's hat from a magical film. Though the fluorescent green hue was regrettable. "Green hat!" Irue exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the hat in the corner. The vendor, fearing Irue might change her mind, swiftly retrieved the hat, clearly one that had been unsold for quite some time. "Do you want to wear it?" Fu Su-mang raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with mischief and sarcasm. "Ancestor, do you know that green is not meant to be worn on the head?" "Why not?" Irue tilted her head, her large, glistening eyes filled with confusion. She touched the green hat. "Isn't green a symbol of vitality and life? Isn't our empire star a slogan on barren and dull land? You are the only sprout of spring?" Her tone was one of bewilderment, as if she found it unbelievable that Fu Su-mang would say such a thing. Fu Su-mang suddenly fell silent. In her worldview, green was the most meaningful and pure color, representing boundless life, snow melting, new sprouts, and endless vitality. Unlike the demonized perception of green in this world, in the star realm, green was the most cherished color. With rare green plants and expensive organic vegetables all being green, he felt no attachment to the star realm. It held only a clan of vampires related to him by blood, where he could sense nothing but suffocation. The answer was, of course, no. He could imagine that if Irue, who had always relied on him as an older brother, discovered his reluctance to leave, she would likely tear up, feigning a pitiful appearance while clinging to his sleeve. Fu Su-mang knew without a doubt that he would soften at the sight. Irue stood on her toes and poked Fu Su-mang's face, clearly lost in thought. "Why aren't you speaking? Where it doesn't have to be on his head anyway." Before Fu Su-mang could finish, she yanked his collar, pulling his head towards her face unexpectedly. The distance between them shrank, and Fu Su-mang could feel the warmth of her breath. So close he could see her long curled eyelashes clearly. The scent of cotton candy wafted around them, yet Fu Su-mang found himself pondering. If he had been wary, could she still pull him like this? It seemed as if he couldn't escape. Suddenly, a weight settled on his head as Irue triumphantly placed the hat atop him. "Brother, I gift you a piece of green vitality." Her tone brimmed with pride. Fu Su-mang. Damn, had he known it was meant for him, he would have kept quiet. Some greens could indeed represent vitality, except for the green atop his head. As it turned out, the success of fashion relied on one's looks. Even with the fluorescent green hat of death perched atop him, Fu Su-mang's attractiveness remained unscathed. Rather, the highly saturated fluorescent green accentuated his already fair complexion, rendering his face even more translucent and pristine, exemplifying the adage, "Fluorescent hues make the fair even fairer, while the dark become even darker." With both hands filled to the brim with an assortment of snacks and toys for Irue, Fu Su-mang found himself unable to remove his hat. He had to lean slightly, allowing Irue to adjust and arrange the hat atop his head. With a languid gaze, he let his eyes wander aimlessly over her face, tracing from the fine hairs on her cheeks to her fluttering eyelashes, ultimately resting on the playful strands of hair that danced across her forehead. The pair, strikingly handsome, presented a stark contrast. The man, tall and handsome, leaned slightly forward, suppressing his inherent allure and danger, eyes closed as he allowed the girl to play with him, their breaths intertwining. It was as if he were a dragon, covered in thorns and wounded, willingly sheathing his barbs in the presence of a princess. Despite his disheveled and bloodied appearance, the princess remained blissfully innocent and pure. Neither of the two seemed to mind the situation, yet the NPC stall owner watched, his face flushed with embarrassment, heat creeping up to his ears, awkwardly covering his face. Thinking this was inappropriate, soon as he lowered his hands, he noticed two pairs of eyes looking at him quizzically, one pair indifferent, the other sparkling with curiosity. Irue scratched her head, wondering why he felt shy when she wasn't even placing the hat on him. The NPC stall owner hesitated, then asked Erguway if they could take a picture together. Fuzimang's gaze sharpened suddenly, as if it had a tangible weight that fell upon the stall owner, that he smiled faintly, a smile so perfect it felt like a gentle spring breeze, yet only those met with his gaze could sense the underlying danger. "Is there something you need?" The stall owner flinched, taken aback by the intensity of Fuzimang's smile, which was more intimidating than his neutral expression. Fuzimang had always displayed two faces. In front of acquaintances, he exuded a languid comfort that lacked aggression, while with strangers, he was a flawlessly disguised noble, every gesture, every word, every smile meticulously crafted, reminiscent of a lazy yet dangerous white fox. In contrast, Erguway was much simpler. Her demeanor unchanged whether in public or private. Though fierce, she lacked cunning, readily divulging information as if sharing the secrets of her ancestors long ago. During their time in the stars, Erguway's elder brother had aptly described the duo. One was a fox with the blood of an owl, while the other was a foolish bear cloaked in turtle skin. The very thought of everyone seeing him in a garish green hat, grinning with his prominent teeth, made Fuzimang's skin crawl. His smile faltering that if only Erguway understood the true meaning of a green hat, he would have ample evidence to suggest that this little imp was intentionally playing the fool to vex him. Alas, she was oblivious, lacking the wit to feign ignorance initially. He contemplated declining the photo, yet upon seeing Erguway eagerly approach the stall owner to examine the camera, he couldn't bring himself to shatter her enthusiasm. "Fine, let us take the picture. I can always buy the rights later." Erguway and the stall owner posed, and when she turned to see Fuzimang still lingering behind, she waved excitedly, "Brother, brother. Come here." Fuzimang sauntered over leisurely, his long legs accentuated by the plain white sweatpants that somehow appeared striking on him as he approached. He teased, "Coming, ancestor. Are you in a rush? Hurry, hurry, embrace me." Erguway unflinchingly attempted to take advantage, patting her shoulder. And when Fuzimang didn't move, she took it upon herself to force his arm around her shoulder. Fuzimang inhaled sharply, quickly redirecting his sausage towards a different angle, exasperatedly warning her, "If your hair gets greasy from the oil, don't come crying to me." "All right then," Erguway replied nonchalantly, resting her chin in her hands like a flower. Her eyes closed as she smiled at the camera. Fuzimang tilted his head to observe her. Perhaps due to the surrounding ambience, the usually cold gaze of his phoenix eyes seemed to radiate a hint of gentleness at that moment. Click! The stall owner timely pressed the shutter, freezing the moment in time. "Perfect!" he exclaimed, glancing at the photo with satisfaction, finding it far superior to those taken by hired celebrities. "What are you doing? Taking pictures?" Erguway was engrossed with the stall owner, reviewing the images when a voice, laced with amusement, interrupted her. She turned to see a group of people nearby, with one man standing out, appearing distinctly out of place. He was pale and slender, with a gentle smile that resembled a beam of sunlight melting away snow, evoking an immediate sense of warmth. Fuzimang and this man appeared to be familiar, exchanging nods about the tickets. "I haven't thanked you yet, and no need," the man replied, still warm despite his pallor, his gaze falling to Fuzimang's head. His tone shifted hesitantly. "Your style is quite remarkable." Fuzimang smirked. "Isn't it? You think this hat looks good?" Erguway, oblivious to the deeper implications in the man's words, leaned forward, excitedly waving two sausages in her hands. "Green is the color of nature, embodying both gentleness and vitality. Surely, no one can dislike it." The man smiled gently, reminiscent of spring's warmth. "Adults are speaking. Children should refrain from interrupting." Though the man before them was undeniably handsome, Erguway never judged others by appearance, especially since he shared her fondness for green. What a person of taste! Fuzimang remained stationary, staring down at his palm, seemingly lost in thought, as if the fuzzy sensation still lingered there. So he could retaliate with a mere glance now. All for a stranger they had just met. "You are G. Erguway." Song Jianyan paused, as if contemplating the name, before recognizing her almost instantly as the heir to the Song family. He was well acquainted with the rivaling Ji family and their prominent figures. Rarely mingling with other wealthy families, Ji Erguway was known for her poor reputation, deemed a spoiled rosebud, often perceived as arrogant and overbearing. "Yes, and who might you be?" Erguway tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. Devoid of any ulterior emotions, Song Jianyan regarded her kindly, not allowing her lineage to alter his demeanor. Instead, he found himself intrigued, wondering if Ji Erguway would react similarly to his family members as they did, or if she would exhibit the demeanor rumored about her. In contrast to his expectations, Erguway simply nodded, acknowledging him as if he were an ordinary person, softly repeating, "Oh, Song Jianyan." Her gaze was filled with admiration. "Your taste is excellent." Thank you, Song Jianyan replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you enjoy sausages? He inquired, eyeing the two she held. If you do, the restaurant across from the south gate of the amusement park serves delightful sausages. Erguwei took a bite of her sausage, her cheeks puffed up as she mumbled, honestly, I only wanted to try one for the taste, but Fusumeng insisted on buying me 5. I'm about to get stuffed. Fusumeng shot her an incredulous glance. So who was it that claimed to have 5 stomachs? One for the left, one for the right, one for the north, one for the south, and one for the center? If I don't fill all 5, won't you be complaining? Erguwei defended herself. That was the old me. I've grown since then. My organs have regressed, leaving me with only 1 stomach now, so 1 sausage is plenty. Song Jianyan, surprised, glanced at Fusumeng, who stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Erguwei's shoulders. He was tall, and his arm draped comfortably over her, careful not to tangle in her hair, casually leaning part of his weight against her. Fool. Though his tone conveyed exasperation, his eyes sparkled with indulgent affection. Nestled in his embrace, Erguwei displayed no resistance or discomfort, puffing her cheeks at him, raising her brows. I advise you to address this princess with more respect. Their physical closeness felt entirely natural, as if they were old friends, Miss G. Yet again the title echoed. Erguwei, feeling dissatisfied, interrupted, saying, Don't call me Miss Chicken, just call me Erguwei. All right, Erguwei. Song Jianyan paid no mind to her less than pleasant demeanor and slightly arched his brows, asking, Have you tried the signature roller coaster at our amusement park? Roller coaster? What is that? Is it fun? Erguwei exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she felt invigorated by the prospect of amusement, flinging off the arm that Fusumeng had draped over her shoulder and shaking his arm with enthusiasm. Her grip was somewhat uncontrolled, nearly sending Fusumeng tumbling. He quickly steadied himself to avoid showing any sign of weakness in front of Song Jianyan. Erguwei's puppy-like eyes were wide, a mix of mischief and innocence as she asked, Brother, aren't you feeling unwell? Stealing a glance at his expression, she noted the displeasure etched on his face, almost erasing his usual nonchalant demeanor. A secret smile crept into her heart. Can't you handle this? Surely you're jealous. Who told you I'm unwell? Fusumeng retorted coldly. I in the presence of another man, even if he were run over by a vehicle, he would not exhibit even the slightest hint of vulnerability. Song Jianyan was taken aback by how strong Erguwei was. He had little room to resist as she pushed him along. The bodyguards trailing behind were apprehensive, hurriedly keeping pace. Slow down. Our young master isn't in good health. Of course, Fusumeng would not simply stand by waiting for them. He remained at the back, arms crossed, wearing a grim expression. The bodyguard at the rear turned to him, curiosity and gossip evident in his eyes, and whispered, Are you the brother of that lady up front? Our young master is a great guy. He will treat his girlfriend well. Just look at them, they make quite the pair. Is that so? Fusumeng replied, his tone slightly elevated, glancing at him dismissively. I don't see it. The bodyguard keenly noticed the man's less than pleased expression but attributed it to a brother's possessiveness over a potential brother-in-law. He continued, Brother, your sister will eventually get married. I have a sister who just started dating this year. And let me tell you, when I first learned that my precious cabbage had been taken, it felt like the sky was collapsing. She used to be so clingy with me, but now she hardly pays attention to her brother. Initially, Fusumeng listened with indifference, his gaze fixed on the backs of the two ahead. However, upon hearing the last statement, his attention was unexpectedly diverted. Not clingy anymore. Not at all, she's always out having fun with her boyfriend, Fusumeng pondered. Indeed, Erguwei had been quite attached to him. Once she found a boyfriend, perhaps she would not be so clingy anymore. The bodyguard seized the moment. Look how well matched they are. The petite wife just reaches his shoulder, while your sister fits perfectly against our young master's arm. It's the ideal spot for an embrace. Fusumeng scowled. Embrace? Don't be ridiculous, it's too early for that. Despite his disdain for the unruly, pampered little princess since entering the palace, he now regarded himself as her older brother. In darker times, he often wondered why he was the family's outcast, why he had to be a pawn for his father to curry favor with the king, reduced to a mere subject beneath her. Yet Erguwei was born a princess, exalted above all, unafraid even to storm the king's chamber to shear his hair and mix depilatory cream into his shampoo. He even harbored a wicked thought, to spoil her to the point of becoming willful and unaware, to a state where she could not find a suitor, to ensure no one would dare to pursue her. And indeed he did just that for over a decade. Many years later, having arrived in this world, devoid of the clamor that once surrounded him, he realized he had long since let go. The fault lay not with Erguwei, but with his own dark, narrow-minded self, and with the family that had abandoned him. He was timid and weak, unable to confront the reality of his parents' indifference, misplacing his grievances onto Erguwei. Thus, he leveled his stance, treating her as his own sister to cherish. The bodyguard pressed on, our young master is truly exceptional. He doesn't smoke, drink or hit his wife, stands at 6 feet tall, is gentle and courteous, a paragon of virtue, well-educated, cultured, and comes from a wealthy family. His in-laws are easygoing, avoiding any family discord, and he brings a fortune of billions into marriage, leaving with nothing in the event of a divorce. Fu Sumang shot him a glance, scoffing, that's quite a lengthy list. You must have rehearsed it for quite some time. The bodyguard chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head, our young master is genuinely wonderful. If he weren't out of my league, I would almost want to marry him myself. Fu Sumang. That he didn't even say if I weren't a man. How could it be that if Song Jianyan took a liking to him, he would still want to marry him, even as a man? Though he thought this way, Song Jianyan as a potential brother-in-law was still under scrutiny in his mind. However, he was not entirely at ease with Song Jianyan. Such polished, seemingly perfect individuals, who appeared amiable to everyone, often harbored the most sinister intentions. He recognized this trait in Song Jianyan. Walking side by side, Erguwei occasionally glanced back at Fu Sumang. Her expression clearly distracted Song Jianyan, eager to converse, found Erguwei only responding with half-hearted mhms and ohs, leading to a lull in their conversation. What's there to talk about? With others we chat and laugh. Erguwei murmured. Erguwei. Suddenly Song Jianyan called out her name. Confused, she turned to face him, his eyes sparkling with amusement, his mood evidently buoyant, his tone dripping with mischievous delight. Would you like to see some gossip? Despite the evident mischief in his demeanor, he remained more pleasing to the eye than most, evoking no feelings of disgust. Gossip? Erguwei was puzzled. Song Jianyan presented his phone, displaying a news article. Intrigued, Erguwei leaned in closer, discovering alarming bold red letters proclaiming, brotherly love in question, the Ji brothers enjoy amusement park together. Accompanying the headline was a photo capturing a moment at the amusement park entrance, where Ji Yaoshu was tugging Ji Wujuan's wrist, frozen in time as they stood in line, their hands intertwined, a scene brimming with suggestive undertones. Ugh. Erguwei grimaced, turning her gaze away. Don't show me that. I can't bear to see such things. Song Jianyan, eyes glimmering with mischief, remarked, if all goes as expected, this report will be splashed across all major newspapers and trending headlines tomorrow. His gaze locked onto Erguwei's face, eager to catch her subtle reactions, wondering if she might become flustered and demand he delete it. If you beg me, perhaps I will. Before he could finish, Erguwei's laughter rang out unabashedly. In that case, I'll buy 100 copies and paste them from their door all the way to their bedroom. She intended to plaster the entire Ji household with their scandalous news. Song Jianyan? Aren't they your brothers? He questioned, perplexed. Why do you seem so excited? Who told you we are siblings? Erguwei feigned a serious expression. We are merely competitors for family assets under the same roof. Competitors for family assets? Song Jianyan had never before heard someone so boldly declare their relationship with their brothers in such terms, finding it amusing. While it was common for young heirs in wealthy families to harbor such thoughts, when out in public, who wouldn't feign harmony and camaraderie? You don't like your two brothers? Song Jianyan, an exemplary businessman and negotiator, radiated an aura of a gentle big brother, seemingly patient enough to hear all grievances. Not exactly dislike, more like mutual disdain. Erguwei contemplated, trying to articulate her feelings. Is there really that much of a difference between the two? Coincidentally, I find them equally unlikable, Song Jianyan replied with a smile. How about this? You can consider me your brother from now on. It'll surely irk them. You wish. Erguwei shot him a reproachful glance. Do you think just saying you're my brother makes it so? That would be quite unfair for me. Do you know the last person who wanted to be my brother is still at home doing my summer homework? Song Jianyan chuckled, shaking his head in mock regret. What a pity, you've caught me. Fu Sumang observed the growing closeness between the two, punctuated by laughter, and struggled to suppress the urge to intervene. Ultimately unable to restrain himself, he clicked his tongue and approached them. Fu Sumang's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze on the bodyguard gripping his arm, slowly moving his hand up to lock eyes with him, his countenance dark and his gaze icy. His tone frigid as he commanded, let go. Having long occupied a position of authority, his eyes were sharp and predatory, striking fear into the heart of the bodyguard, who froze in place. By the time he regained his composure, Fu Sumang had already moved ahead. However, he chose not to disrupt Erguwei and Song Jianyan. The bodyguard lingered, still shaken, but couldn't help but worry for his young master. What if the future brother-in-law is difficult to deal with? What if the young master ends up feeling wronged? The geographical location of the roller coaster site is remarkably elevated. It requires a 5-minute cable car ride to ascend from the lowest point to the highest. Standing upon the glass walkway, one can gaze down and behold the entire layout of the amusement park. The wind howls fiercely on the glass path, which has been meticulously cleaned by the staff. Free from dust, clear and transparent. Walking upon it creates an ethereal sensation, as if one is floating. As Uruguay disembarked from the cable car, a cacophony of wails reached her ears. No, I don't want to go. A muscular man, towering at nearly 2 meters, sat in a defeated manner on the glass walkway, his legs trembling, clutching the thigh of a nearby person, refusing to budge. Perhaps his voice was too gruff, standing out amidst the cries of children, attracting the curious glances of bystanders. A passing child momentarily ceased their tears, staring at him with wide eyes, rubbing their own, and tugging at their mother's clothing, asking, "Mommy, do I look as ugly when I cry as that uncle?" The young mother lowered her voice and smiled gently. "No dear, the uncle isn't ugly. It's just that you look a bit more so when you cry." The little one seemed momentarily stunned, tears and snot adorning their face, sniffled, wiped their tears away, and feigned bravery. "Let us go, Mommy, I won't cry anymore." The young mother exchanged a knowing glance with the father, sharing a quiet chuckle at the innocent scene. It was indeed a heartwarming tableau of simple folkways. A harmonious family dynamic characterized by paternal affection akin to a landslide and maternal love, as gentle as water flooding the Golden Mountain. Song Jianyan smiled softly, looking down at Uruguay with kind eyes. "Are you scared? If you are, I can hold your hand." Upon hearing this, Uruguay bristled, pouting slightly, wanting to assert that she could easily smash the glass walkway to bits. However, there were others around, and if she did that, they would surely fall. She couldn't reveal her extraordinary strength. She needed to appear delicate. Instead, reluctantly, she placed her hand on his wrist, pretending to tremble. At that moment, they were still some distance from the glass walkway, and suddenly Song Jianyan recalled the bridge effect. "Do you know about the bridge effect?" he inquired. It refers to the phenomenon where a person crossing a bridge, due to fear, experiences an accelerated heartbeat, and if they encounter a member of the opposite sex at that moment, they may mistakenly attribute those feelings to a romantic attraction. Uruguay tilted her head, her tone innocent. "But what if you meet an old lady on the bridge? Would you feel the same way about her?" Song Jianyan found himself momentarily speechless. "Of course not." "Why not? Is a grandmother not considered the opposite sex?" Uruguay pressed, puzzled. Song Jianyan replied, "Guess why?" He felt a headache coming on, for the answer was that she was a grandmother. Although he prided himself on not being a bad person, he certainly couldn't stoop so low. Thus, he mused, this so-called bridge effect was merely a matter of lust. Uruguay beamed with satisfaction, considering herself quite clever. In that moment, the usually astute Song Jianyan found himself at a loss for words, falling silent. As he looked down, his feet stepped onto the glass walkway, revealing a drastically reduced view of the amusement park below. He pressed his lips together, his complexion paling the moment Uruguay set foot on the glass path. The wind whipped around her, igniting her excitement. She, in her exuberance, completely forgot to maintain her persona and, gripping Song Jianyan's wrist, dashed forward like a little cannonball. Song Jianyan, unable to resist her strength, was pulled along. Wait, she stood on tiptoe, arms outstretched, trying to embrace the wind, when the warmth of Song Jianyan's wrist suddenly vanished. His hand fell limply, fingers curling unconsciously. He glanced down at the scene beneath, his face turning ashen. He had always been frail since birth. A mere gust could send him into a fever, and every fever brought him perilously close to death. Whenever he fell ill, his family would be thrown into chaos, his father anxious, and his mother silently weeping for him. The most painful aspect of being sick was witnessing the exhaustion etched onto the faces of those who cared for his fragile body. This was also the reason he hadn't stood at such heights for a long time, nor gazed upon such lofty views. Hey, Song Jianyan bit his lip. Though he had initially approached Uruguay with intent, seeing her earnest and clear eyes now made him feel somewhat guilty and anxious. He maintained a nonchalant facade, leaning back slightly. "What's wrong?" Uruguay replied earnestly, "Why is your face so pale?" Song Jianyan certainly couldn't admit to his fear of heights. He was about to say it was merely the wind when Uruguay suddenly exclaimed, "Did you put on some powder?" "No," he replied flatly. "Oh," Uruguay nodded, brushing the dust off her hands. "Let us go." She started walking ahead, only to notice Song Jianyan lagging behind, rooted to the spot, gripping the railing tightly. Veins bulging on the back of his pale hands, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Song Jianyan never revealed his vulnerabilities in front of others. He suppressed his discomfort, released his grip, opened his eyes, and forced a smile. "It's nothing." Oblivious to Song Jianyan's pale complexion, Uruguay continued forward. "Uruguay," Song Jianyan suddenly called her, his voice taut like a tightly strung bowstring. "What is it?" the rebellious Erguwei asked, hands on her hips, impatient. Song Jianyan paused, slowly lifted his hand. Pull me. Please. Without a second thought, eager to ride the roller coaster, Erguwei grasped Song Jianyan's hand and tried to move forward. At that moment, a child barreled through, nearly colliding with Song Jianyan. Erguwei swiftly pulled him close. Turning around, she pointed at the unruly child, scolding, "You little brat. Why are you running? Can't you even keep up with your own manners?" The mischievous child turned, sticking out his tongue at her, and tugged at his mother. "Mommy, that mean pretty sister scolded me." Rolling up her sleeves, Erguwei became even angrier. "You little brat. How dare you provoke me?" She had no idea how she appeared herself, still daring to mock her. The child's mother pointed at Erguwei, scolding, "You're all grown up, yet you're arguing with a child. How old is he and how old are you? He's just a kid. What does he know?" Erguwei crossed her arms, shaking her leg like a stubborn little rascal. "You're a big idiot, which is why you raised such a little idiot." The mother, furious, exclaimed, "Why are you so hurtful with your words?" Erguwei shrugged nonchalantly with a teasing tone, "Because I'm just a kid. How old am I and how old are you? I'm still a child. What do I know?" She tugged at Song Jianyan, urging him to speak. "Right, brother? Who hasn't he had a bear of a parent to contend with?" Song Jianyan blinked, chuckling as he nodded. "Indeed, our young lady is still a child, not yet understanding the concept of hurtful words." The mother was momentarily speechless. Erguwei, defiantly raising her fist, declared, "If you don't leave now, I'll not only hurt you but slap you too." Chapter 110. I am a princess, therefore I deserve a princess carry. People nearby took notice of the commotion. The child had been recklessly running on the glass walkway, and while the crowd had been subtly displeased, they had refrained from confronting a child with parents present. Now, with one person speaking up, others could no longer hold back. "Excuse me, ma'am, but in a public space you should keep a close eye on your child. Running around here is too dangerous." Had it not been for his wife holding him back, he would have already taken it upon himself to discipline the child. Erguwei's ears perked up as she turned to the man who spoke, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Does this big brother have a princess at home too?" The mother, realizing she couldn't win the argument, grabbed her child and attempted to leave, but the unruly child threw himself on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "No, no, mommy. Make them go away. They said we're leaving." The irritated mother hoisted the recalcitrant child up, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly left, grappling with the child's protests. Once the commotion subsided, Erguwei finally noticed the fine sheen of sweat on Song Jianyan's forehead. His lips tinged with pallor. Realizing something was amiss, she tentatively poked his shoulder. "Are you okay?" Song Jianyan closed his eyes, feigning calmness. "It's nothing, just got a bit angry." "You don't look angry. You look like you're about to faint," Erguwei observed bluntly, noting his complexion was as pale as that of Yun Zhou's white-haired companion. "You're not that scared of heights, are you?" Erguwei inquired, tilting her head curiously. Song Jianyan gazed at her, letting out a deep sigh. Feeling as though he had stumbled into a pitfall. "Did I finally admit it? Yes, I'm afraid of heights, am I?" Erguwei exclaimed, cheerfully patting his shoulder. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Though I, the princess, will definitely laugh at you. Given your assistance just now, I shall protect you, my little brother." "And how do you intend to protect me?" Song Jianyan looked at her with a hint of despair. Erguwei, grinning mischievously, stealthily seized his arm with one hand while the other hoisted him up like a bandit abducting a bride. Dashing off with Song Jianyan in tow. Song Jianyan. Onlookers. Upon my arrival, Song Jianyan was rendered utterly immobile, his mind abruptly crashing into a void of silence, where only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Accompanied by the sight of Erguwei bounding alongside him, as if her exuberance could jostle his very brain, it was not until Erguwei released him and triumphantly dusted off her hands that she exclaimed, "How about that? I told you my big brother would look out for you." As his feet finally touched solid ground, even the seasoned Song Jianyan found himself momentarily bewildered, lingering in silence as he stammered, What have I done? This princess carried you here, you know. Wait, I am a princess, so this is officially a princess hug." Erguwei beamed with pride. "A princess hug, a princess hug." He had just been embraced by Erguwei, a high school girl whose height barely reached his chest. In front of all these onlookers, she had sprinted with him across the glass walkway. A whirlwind of terror, astonishment, shock, admiration, sympathy and envy enveloped him. On the other side of the walkway, Fu Samong wore an expression of impatience, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, his demeanor radiating dissatisfaction. With a scowl, he asked, "Can we leave now? You'd best not make me resort to violence." A glare from Fu Samong. "What I mean is..." The bodyguard's expression shifted, and he lamented, "Sir, I have a fear of heights. Would you mind escorting me across?" Fu Samong. He shouldn't have come to this wretched place. Chapter 111, The Suspension Bridge Effect 2. Song Jianyan fell into a state of introspection, his lips pressed together in silence, turning his head slightly away, revealing only the flushed roots of his dark hair. His heart raced within his chest. Unsure if it was a remnant of his recent experience or something else entirely, his heartbeat felt as though it might leap from his ribcage, prompting a furrowed brow. This was not a favorable omen. He gazed at Erguwei, who appeared indifferent, her eyes fixed longingly on the roller coaster, her profile blending seamlessly with the memory of being cradled in a princess hug, leaving him in disbelief. Could he truly be smitten with such a spectacle? Surely not. This was the legendary suspension bridge effect. Indeed, the suspension bridge effect could incite feelings even at the sight of an elderly woman. He could not possibly harbor feelings for Ji Erguwei. After all, she was the sister of Ji Yaoshu and Ji Wujuan. Feigning composure, he managed a smile and declared, "Let us proceed to the roller coaster." Erguwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression incredulous. He would forsake the beautiful, graceful, charming, alluring, dignified princess to walk hand in hand with a mere bodyguard across the glass walkway. Enraged, she turned her head, only to spot Fu Samong alongside his fearful bodyguard, who was now cowering, eyes tightly shut. Clinging to Fu Sumang's arm, meanwhile, Fu Samong, with an air of annoyance, led him onward without pushing him away. Fu Samong. Erguwei fumed, stamping her foot in frustration, utterly incensed. He could hardly bear a mere touch, yet now he permitted someone to touch him. Fu Samong resisted the urge to kick the greasy bodyguard away, finally lifting his gaze and locking eyes with Erguwei, whose gaze burned with indignation from across the walkway. Standing beside her, Song Jianyan and she were a perfect match in appearance and height, reminiscent of a fairy tale couple destined for a happy ending. What was she so upset about? He was the one who should be angry. She had invited him out, only to abandon him for someone else. At such a tender age, she was little more than a juvenile turtle. A juvenile turtle discussing romance. Their eyes met across the crowd, Fu Sumang's gaze cold and indifferent, as if regarding a stranger. Erguwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Fu Samong had never looked at her in such a manner. His gaze revealed no anger, disappointment, or jealousy. He regarded her as though she were an unknown entity. Erguwei pouted, feeling akin to a tragic heroine in a drama, tormented by the male lead. After a moment's contemplation, she abandoned her emotions, her face returning to a mask of neutrality. Damn it, not a single tear could be mustered. Song Jianyan discerned Erguwei's youthful sentiments, his expression inscrutable, pondering what she might be thinking. Indeed, he was utterly smitten. Erguwei sighed deeply, decisively admitting, "Even a princess as perfect as myself is overlooked. I truly wonder if that void is merely for breathing. At times, I too am curious about what sort of person will stand beside such a figure in the future." Song Jianyan had never concealed his admiration for Fu Samong. More accurately, he had subtly regarded him as a goal and an idol for quite some time. He could scarcely fathom, nor did he believe, that such an eagle-like individual would one day lower his head for a woman, just as Song Jianyan contemplated whether to comfort the heartbroken girl. Erguwei's eyes suddenly sparkled as she lifted her head with a conflicted expression. She averted her gaze and dramatically sighed. "Since we are here, we might as well enjoy ourselves before leaving." Resolutely, she turned and strode toward the direction of the roller coaster. Chapter 112. $1 million for a roller coaster ride. What a heartless little one. Fu Samong watched her jubilant back with gritted teeth, muttering his complaints. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past him as a tall man hurriedly brushed by. Clad in a sharp suit, his expression stern as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone, the silhouette appeared eerily familiar. "Uncle Ji?" Fu Samong called out to him. Ji Rongshu, upon hearing the familiar voice, halted momentarily and turned to face him. Noticing it was Fu Samong, he offered little warmth in his response. "What is it?" To Ji Rongshu, any man who coveted his precious daughter was a villain unworthy of her. None were deserving of his little sister. His gaze fell upon the bodyguard's arm wrapped around Fu Samong, his expression shifting to one of complexity. Perhaps it was merely Fu Sumang's imagination, but he sensed Ji Rongshu exhaling a sigh of relief. Ji Rongshu hesitated in his tone. "You all. Never mind, I won't inform your parents." "Good, if you're bent on courting danger, then you won't be eyeing my precious daughter." Fu Samong thought to himself, yet he couldn't help but feel that Ji Rongshu's judgment of Fu Sumang's choice of a bearded, older man was harsh. Before Fu Samong could defend himself, Ji Rongshu quickly inquired, "Have you seen my little sister?" Fu Samong contemplated briefly, then decisively chose to betray Erguwei. "She's over there, riding the roller coaster with a man." Fu Samong emphasized. "What kind of man?" "A man. Over there." Fu Samong smiled faintly. raising a hand to indicate the direction. Ji Rongshu's pupils constricted, and without further ado, he pivoted and swiftly made his way toward the roller coaster. Fu Samong clicked his tongue in annoyance, firmly grasping the bodyguard's neck, propelling him forward with urgency. Erguwei and Song Zhanyan arrived at the roller coaster ticket booth, where Erguwei gazed up, her eyes filled with curiosity and awe at the massive structure before her. Wow! The roller coaster was one of the crown jewels of the Song family amusement park, having attracted numerous visitors through extravagant promotional efforts. The ticket line stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. Song Zhanyan guided her toward the special access lane, and as they approached, a sharply dressed man promptly stepped forward, addressing him with respect. "Young master." Song Zhanyan nodded, instructing, "Please take this young lady to change into appropriate attire." Observing that Erguwei was wearing a dress unsuitable for the roller coaster, the man immediately arranged for her to change. Erguwei obediently followed the attendant to don the necessary gear, while Song Zhanyan remained behind, awaiting her return. Based on Erguwei's appearance, the attendant selected a black athletic ensemble for her, adorned with 2 purple stripes along the sleeves and sides of the pants, complemented by pink knee pads and a helmet. Erguwei entered the changing room with the outfit. Upon her emergence, she overheard 2 voices arguing outside. 1 million for a ticket. I want to ride right now. The voice, brazen and somewhat unreasonable, was unmistakably familiar to Erguwei. Following that was the hesitant voice of the attendant. I'm sorry, sir, but we have regulations. Without disclosing your identity, even 10 million wouldn't grant you access. She had never encountered such a ridiculous situation before. Who were these affluent individuals willing to spend extravagant sums for a roller coaster ride? If the price is 10 million, then so be it. The voice persisted, refusing to reveal his identity. Erguwei could no longer contain herself, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Her wasteful father was trying to pay 10 million for a single roller coaster ride. That was her retirement fund. Erguwei tapped the attendant. Sister, I'm ready. Chapter 113. Dying faster than other old men. The attendant turned to Erguwei, her eyes lighting up with astonishment. Beneath the pink helmet, 2 golden braids cascaded down, contrasting beautifully against her radiant complexion. With purple knee pads securely fastened, she stood obediently, her sparkling eyes fixed on the attendant, melting hearts in the process. Upon seeing his precious daughter, Ji Rongshu's perpetually stern expression instantly softened, a smile breaking forth at lightning speed. His darling daughter was simply enchanting. The attendant smiled apologetically at Erguwei. Miss, I must first handle this matter before escorting you. Erguwei puffed her cheeks and pointed at Ji Rongshu. Sister, this is my father. Ji Rongshu laughed heartily, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased his pride and satisfaction. This is my daughter. The young lady was momentarily taken aback. You dad? Erguwei nodded, casting a suspicious glance at Ji Rongshu. Dad, what are you doing here? She found it hard to believe he had come all this way just to ride a roller coaster. Ji Rongshu felt an inexplicable anxiety as she scrutinized him. He couldn't very well admit he had been following her out of concern, could he? He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, I came here to find someone. I have matters to attend to. Erguwei's gaze grew even more suspicious. Are you sneaking around behind mom's back? Ji Rongshu. That's not something you should say. If Zhong Tao discovered he had skipped work to sneak around at an amusement park, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Seeing the indecipherable expression on Ji Rongshu's face, Erguwei stated with absolute certainty, You must be up to no good. She pulled out her phone, intent on calling Zhong Tao. I'm going to tell mom you skipped work. Ji Rongshu hurriedly stopped her, exclaiming, Ancestor, ancestor. Erguwei huffed lightly, thinking that a man who lacked self-respect was akin to a rotten cabbage. She was determined to report him to Zhong Tao. Had she known this would happen, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. Ji Rongshu felt utterly innocent. What mistake have I made? You know it in your heart. Erguwei crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at him. Before he could defend himself, a slow, languid voice interrupted. Truly impressive how you've been completely consumed by your daughter. Upon hearing that familiar, infuriating voice, Ji Rongshu rolled his eyes. Where did that fly come from? So annoying. The newcomer was Song Yi, the current head of the Song family. Song Zhanyan bore a resemblance to him with soft, delicate features, but the man before him exuded a greater composure. His white shirt sleeves were neatly rolled up, and his black pants tucked into marten boots produced a commanding sound with each step, as if treading upon the very hearts of those around him. They had been rivals since kindergarten, vying for everything from milk bottles to the present day. Just the sight of him made Ji Rongshu feel nauseous. It seemed he had received some information and rushed over without delay. It's been a while, and you're still as insufferable as ever, Ji Rongshu sneered. But you've changed, Song Yi replied with a faint smile. You've grown increasingly ugly. Erguwei's face scrunched up in disbelief. How dare he insult her father in her presence? She bravely stepped in front of Ji Rongshu, her small frame wedged between the two towering figures, though not yet reaching their shoulders. Hey, you rude uncle. Why are you insulting my dad? Ji Rongshu felt a rush of emotion. His precious daughter, so small, was standing up for him. Rude uncle? Song Yi was unbothered, smirking. Are you the little imp from his family? You should introduce yourself to your elders. Though feigning indifference, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy witnessing how fiercely Ji Rongshu's daughter defended him. Other children were soft-spoken and would protect their fathers. Yet his daughter was icy and utterly unlovable. If she were to see him being scolded by Ji Rongshu, she would likely just coolly remark, "Don't lose. If you do, I'll cut off your oxygen." His fiercely independent daughter would probably outlive him in a nursing home. He would perish faster than other old men, and no way. The proud little imp, Erguwei, lifted her chin defiantly. Song Yi couldn't help but laugh at her self-satisfied demeanor. Why? Because Erguwei's eyes darted around mischievously, much like a cunning little mouse. Because I lack manners. With a proud expression, she declared, as long as I'm devoid of morality, you can't morally bind me. Song Yi. You lack manners and you take pride in that. Is this what you've been taught? He shot a sidelong glance at the grinning Ji Rongshu, who crossed his arms, showing no hint of guilt. Only pride and satisfaction. That's my well-behaved daughter. Rude uncle, don't think you can bully my dad in front of me. That if you're capable, come at me. She abruptly halted, her tone shifting. Just don't take your anger out on us. Song Yi chuckled. So you're saying I should take my anger out on the river instead? That's acceptable, Erguwei replied, nodding calmly. Just then someone patted her shoulder, and she turned to see Song Zhanyan gazing at her with a composed expression. Ji Rongshu immediately became alert, glaring at Song Zhanyan's hand resting on Erguwei's shoulder. You little brat, where do you think you're putting your hands? None of your business. Go wait over there. Erguwei waved dismissively, signaling for Song Zhanyan to wait ahead. It might concern me. He retorted helplessly, pointing at the casually leaning Song Yi, who stood with his hands in his pockets, indifferent. Yes, my dad. Your dad? Erguwei squinted at the little shorty. Who are you calling unfortunate? Song Yi approached, unceremoniously ruffling Erguwei's pink helmet. Ji Rongshu was equally displeased. How dare he lay hands on his daughter in front of him? He towered over Song Yi, swatted his head like he was dunking a basketball, and said, Who do you think you're messing with? With someone backing her up, Erguwei's confidence surged. Humph, I can grow even more. You'll always be this height. You little brat, Song Yi grumbled. Who are you calling a little brat? Ji Rongshu retaliated, pushing Song Yi. The two instantly began bickering like rebellious teenagers, while Song Zhanyan rushed to mediate between them. Fu Shumong slowly strolled in, choosing not to engage in the squabble, and stood in the corner, beckoning to Erguwei. Erguwei had been covertly tracking his movements since he entered, and upon noticing his gesture, she coldly huffed. She was still fuming. Erguwei averted her gaze, clasping her hands behind her back, and gradually sauntered over to Fu Shumong. He couldn't help but chuckle, but upon receiving Erguwei's discontented glare, he quickly reined in his smile, covering his mouth with his fist and clearing his throat. Little alligator turtle, the fiercest yet easiest to appease. Here's your chance, apologize to me. Understanding the cue, Fu Shumong immediately followed her lead. Bending down to meet her gaze earnestly. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Though he had no idea what he had done wrong, merely glancing at her had made the little princess upset. He felt quite innocent as well. Erguwei's face lit up with a radiant smile. She was quick to anger but equally quick to forgive, never letting displeasure linger overnight. She nodded. All right then, this time I'll forgive you. Ji Rongshu suddenly realized he was searching for his daughter, only to find her laughing and chatting with Fu Shumong, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ji Rongshu. He just had a little argument, and now his home has been invaded. Little sister, come here. Ji Rongshu adopted a fierce demeanor, beckoning Erguwei. She glanced between Fu Shumong and Ji Rongshu, feeling a bit conflicted. With two long-term benefactors, it was hard to offend either. Then I suppose I'll offend both. She stamped her foot in annoyance, tugging at her hair. You're both so bothersome. Erguwei stepped outside, lightly pulling the dazed young lady beside her, deliberately moderating her strength to avoid hurting her. Sister, take me to ride the roller coaster. She needed to escape this den of smelly men. Brother can take you too. As she passed by Song Zhanyan, he seamlessly fell into step beside her. Little sister, I'll accompany you. Ji Rongshu raised his foot to follow, only to be yanked back by a mischievous Song Yi. What's the matter? Ji Rongshu frowned, his rugged features darkening ominously. Song Yi, undeterred, flashed a provocative smile. My son is looking for a partner. You, an old man halfway in the grave, shouldn't he disturb him? Although he found the little girl annoying and noisy, he had to admit Ji Rongshu's daughter was indeed quite adorable. Ji Rongshu's expression darkened further, and he spat, "You shameless beast, if you're looking for a partner, go to Africa. There are plenty of elephants there." Song Yi continued to hold on to Ji Rongshu's arm, refusing to let go. For him, witnessing Ji Rongshu at ease was more painful than death. Fu Shumang strolled past the two, stopping to politely nod at them. Ji uncle, Song uncle, I'll take my leave. Ji Rongshu could easily guess Fu Shumang's intentions and felt as if his teeth might shatter from grinding them together. Why precious cabbage? A bunch of wild boars. Rude wild boars. Once Fu Shumang leisurely sauntered away, disappearing from Ji Rongshu's view, he vigorously shook his hand, trying to rid himself of Song Wet. It was futile. His own cabbage was surrounded by two wild boars intent on raiding it, while he himself was blocked by the boar's father. Ji Rongshu was enraged, reaching out to tug at Song Yi's hair, gripping the strands at his hairline. Ouch! Are you a child? Even kids don't fight like this. Song Yi winced. Are you going to let me go or not? Ji Rongshu threatened, if you don't, I'll take all your hair with me. Not letting go. Song Yi, disregarding his own image, seized the opportunity and while Ji Rongshu was momentarily distracted, grasped his temple. Let go. You little scoundrel. Will you release me or not? You let go first and I shall follow suit. I will count to 3, 2, 1 and we shall both release at once. Very well, 3, 2, 1, let go together. Whoever fails to do so is a dog. 3, 2, 1. You bloody wretch, let go already. You haven't let go either. You release first. Hurry, I'm on the verge of going bald at my temples and my wife adores them. You let go first. I'm the one whose hairline is about to recede. And my wife cherishes my hairline as well. Well, your wife has rather poor taste. You, with a snap, their heated argument over who would relinquish first was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a camera shutter. Both ceased their struggle, turning towards the source of the noise. Oh dear, I forgot to silence it, Ji Yaoshu remarked with a look of regret, lowering her head to fiddle with her phone. What are you up to, you little rascal? Ji Rongshu exclaimed in a fit of embarrassment and anger, just sending it to Grandma Yaoshu, without raising her head, mused that if she were to inform her former teachers about the notorious duo from their student days, those delinquents who had once engaged in brawls, skipped classes by climbing walls, and wielded all manner of weapons, now reduced to pulling each other's hair like shrews, it would certainly be amusing. Teacher Yao, who had often been exasperated by the daily skirmishes between the two, would find it quite the spectacle, the former leaders now entangled in such a petty dispute. If this were sent to a newspaper, it would undoubtedly be entertaining. A glimmer of mischief flashed behind Ji Yaoshu's glasses. Ji Rongshu and Song Yi. Unfilial descendants. Why are you still tugging at my hair? Ji Rongshu kicked at Song Yi, insisting, let go of me. I must attend to family matters. Relishing the prospect of Ji Yaoshu's impending scolding,